Upon waking, Ling Tian found himself on a strange farm. Where am I? Whoosh. Across the clear blue sky, a meteor streaked past. Boom. With a violent explosion, the meteor crashed into the ground, blasting out a massive crater. What just fell from the sky? A meteorite or a UFO? Let's go take a look. Ling Tian crept forward cautiously. At the bottom of the crater, his gaze fell upon a white spherical machine. Creak. Under Ling Tian's bewildered gaze, the hatch of the craft slowly opened and a figure stepped out from within. The man before him was towering and burly, his gaze fierce, his attire utterly bizarre. A mane of long black, unruly hair spilled down his back, and at his waist hung an ornament like a monkey's tail. Over his right eye he wore a delicate monocle-like precision device. Having watched Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super more times than he could count, Ling Tian recognized the man at a glance. It was Raditz, the very founder of the term Battle Power 5 Trash. It was the mid-Dragon Ball period. Raditz had invaded Earth to search for Kakarot and conquer other planets together with him. Ling Tian's mind reeled. Why on earth had he transmigrated into this world? He had not been hit by a car, struck by lightning, killed, or driven off a cliff. He had merely reviewed some study materials before going to sleep at night, and somehow ended up transmigrating. Transmigration had become this casual. Why are the people on this planet still alive? What is that Kakarot fellow doing? Raditz slowly rose from the depths of the crater, vicious light in his eyes as his icy voice rang out. He lightly tapped the precision device at the corner of his eye. A look of disdain crossed his face as he sneered, "Battle power of only 5, utter trash." As the words fell, Raditz gathered a ki blast in his palm and casually hurled it. The ki blast traced a perfect arc through the air, hurtling rapidly toward Ling Tian. System, are you there? Panic-stricken, Ling Tian fled backward, shouting for the system nonstop. Receiving no response, his heart turned cold as he cursed the unfair heavens. He had just transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world. Could he already be about to? Boom. After the deafening roar, Ling Tian failed to escape the blast radius. The shockwave slammed into him, hurling him through the air and smashing him against the stone pillar. Cough. Ling Tian spat a mouthful of fresh blood, and his life force completely faded away. Raditz glanced at Ling Tian's corpse and said disdainfully, "To think such a weak species exists. In that direction, there's someone with very strong battle power. Is that Kakarot?" After checking the detector, Raditz stepped forward and shot into the sky, flying toward the horizon. Not long after he left, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the mind of the already dead Ling Tian. Ding. The host has successfully died. Once activating system conditions. Ding. Binding God Tier Eternal System. Please wait. Ding. Binding complete. Commencing resurrection of host now. 1 minute later. Ling Tian suddenly leapt up from the ground, gasping for breath. Huff. Huff. Wasn't I already dead? Ling Tian looked over his own body, then around at his surroundings, muttering to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host on successfully resurrecting. Issuing death rewards now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Ki Blast. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Flight Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Ki Sense. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Kamehameha Ki Wave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Battle Power 1600. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward God Tier Combat Techniques. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Senzu Beans X5. What on earth? As Ling Tian was still puzzled, the system's voice rang out in his mind again, startling him. The system explained within his mind. Host, do not panic. I am the God Tier Eternal System. Your recent death successfully activated me. I knew it. As a transmigrator, how could I not have a cheat, an old master, or a system? So I had to die once to activate you. That price is a bit steep, isn't it? If I had never died, I'd never have activated the system at all, right? After hearing the explanation, Ling Tian could not help but complain endlessly. Ling Tian asked, System, what functions do you have? Ding. This system has only one function. The more times the host dies, the stronger the host becomes. The mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. After listening to the system's introduction, Ling Tian choked for a moment, then snapped in exasperation. What do you mean the more I die, the stronger I get? Does that sound like something you should be saying to a human being? Ding. First, this system is not human, so it does not speak like a human. Second, the more times the host is killed, the stronger he will become, and this system can resurrect you without limit. Infinite resurrection. Ling Tian was utterly stunned by the explanation. The system prompted him, of course the prerequisite is that the host cannot commit suicide. Only being killed counts. I see. Unlimited resurrection. If I die thousands upon thousands of times, I'll be able to crush even the god of destruction Beerus with one hand. Ling Tian began to sink into endless fantasies. The system hurriedly shattered his dreams with open disdain. Host, wake up. Stop daydreaming. The same person dying thousands of times will not gain abilities or power-ups. For each opponent, only their first 3 kills of the host will grant rewards. After 3 kills, there will be no more rewards. Huh. Ling Tian scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. I was just joking. You really have no sense of humor, you know. 3 times is not bad, better than just once. By the way, system, can I check my personal information? Ding. Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling. Age 22. Height 178 cm. Skills: Key Sense Flight Technique, Key Blast Kamehameha, Key Wave God Tier Combat Techniques. Items: Senzu Beans X5. Battle Power 1605. Initially had Battle Power of 5, gained 1600 after being killed by Raditz. PFF. Seeing his battle power, Ling Tian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It's enough that the system knows I used to be battle power 5 trash, there's no need to label it so clearly. It was time to go look for Sun Wukong. Ling Tian closed his eyes, focusing all his attention as he began to sense everything around him. Suddenly Ling Tian's eyes snapped open, and he turned around, fixing his gaze straight ahead. With the system's help, he had already learned to sense the presence of Ki. Directly ahead, he sensed 3 powerful auras. One was clearly stronger than the other 2, and its Ki was fluctuating violently. It was obvious that these 3 Ki sources were locked in fierce combat. So Son Goku and Piccolo had already engaged Raditz. After determining their location, Ling Tian cast the flight technique and soared into the air, flying toward them. The feeling of flying is incredible. In the past, Ling Tian had envied birds freely gliding across the sky. Now he could finally do it himself. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of the wind tearing past, Ling Tian drew ever closer to his target. After flying for several minutes, Ling Tian could clearly feel the fluctuations of the aura growing ever more intense ahead. Before long, he caught sight of several figures. One of them was tall and burly with oily green skin and 2 antennae on his head. This was Piccolo Daimao. The other wore an orange martial arts gi, his gaze resolute. This was clearly Sun Wukong. In the next instant, Sun Wukong and Piccolo attacked in unison, launching a ferocious assault toward Raditz. Explosions boomed one after another. Yet after only 2 or 3 brief exchanges, Raditz soared into the air and drove both feet straight into the chests of Sun Wukong and Piccolo behind him. Sun Wukong and Piccolo were blasted backward, but quickly adjusted their bodies in midair, once again charging fiercely toward Raditz. Raditz shot straight into the sky, gathering 2 powerful energy spheres in his hands. 2 powerful blasts of Ki hurtled towards Sun Wukong and Piccolo. This is bad. Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, hastily dodging the incoming attack. There was a violent detonation. Piccolo's luck, however, was not so good. Unable to evade in time, one of his arms was instantly swallowed and obliterated by the raging energy. Watching from afar, Ling Tian was stunned. He had not expected Raditz to be so ferocious, toying with the 2 of them as though beating children, and he still had not even exerted his full strength. He had indeed considered rushing in to help Sun Wukong and Piccolo, but now was not the time. He wanted to intervene only when everyone had sunk into despair, then strike decisively so that they would remember his aid with deep gratitude. After landing heavily, Sun Wukong raised his head to look toward the sky. "Idiot, I'm behind you." Raditz's icy voice sounded from directly at his back. Before Sun Wukong could react, Raditz's kick sent him flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong endured the pain and forced himself to his feet once more. Ugh, damn it, that bastard. Sun Wukong turned his head toward Piccolo and asked Piccolo, "How are you holding up?" "Ow, it hurts a bit," Piccolo replied with a faint smile, cold sweat beading on his face. "But don't worry, even with only 1 arm left, I can still keep fighting." Raditz bared his teeth in a mocking grin. "Cockroach, even with the 2 of you teaming up, this is all you can manage. Pathetic. No wonder you're trash, who was born with a combat power of only 2. Sun Wukong and Piccolo muttered to themselves, "At this rate, there's no way we can defeat Raditz. We have to find a way to grab his tail. We never imagined the gap between our strength and his would be so vast." "Humph." Raditz snorted coldly and spoke again. "Since you're about to die anyway, I'll tell you something. The other 2 surviving scions have combat power far greater than mine." Raditz burst into wild laughter and said to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, "Now you understand how powerful the scions truly are, don't you? Unfortunately, it's far too late. Damn it, the other 2 scions are even stronger." Piccolo gritted his teeth, his face filled with shock. What kind of realm is that supposed to be? Sun Wukong's body trembled uncontrollably, whether from excitement or fear, even he did not know. Piccolo turned his head to look at Sun Wukong beside him. "Sun Wukong, do you have any new techniques up your sleeve?" "Sorry, I don't." Sun Wukong replied with a helpless shake of his head. "These past few years I've mostly been at home taking care of my child. I haven't trained much and I've had no time to develop new techniques. Piccolo gave a faint smile. I had originally planned to conserve some strength, but I've been training seriously and I've made a new breakthrough. Raditz barked loudly, "Hey, what are you two whispering about over there?" Then he abruptly checked himself. "No, why should I waste my time fussing over two tiny ants like you? Let me be blunt, your so-called tactics are completely useless against me," Raditz said impatiently. "Hurry up and come over here to die." Ignoring Raditz entirely, Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo and asked, "You said you've mastered a new ultimate move. Is that really true?" "It is," Piccolo affirmed with a nod. Sun Wukong continued, "Can you still pull it off with only one arm?" Piccolo replied with a slight smile, "It doesn't matter. I just need some time to build up power. You go distract him alone first, draw his attention, and hold him off." Sun Wukong nodded. "I understand. But will this move actually work on him?" Piccolo answered with a smile, "If even this technique can't affect him, then defeating him will be impossible." "To be honest, this move was originally meant to wipe you out," Piccolo added. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "Looks like you're actually doing me a huge favor now." Piccolo smiled slightly. "Don't celebrate too soon, Sun Wukong. If we manage to defeat that guy, you're next." Raditz snorted. "You're on the brink of death, and you can still laugh." "All right, I'll go challenge him now," Sun Wukong said, his expression turning grave. Inwardly, Piccolo prayed, "Sun Wukong, you must hold out." With a sharp whoosh, Sun Wukong flew toward Raditz and launched a fierce assault. Piccolo brought the index and middle fingers of his right hand together and pressed them to his forehead, beginning to gather power as he prepared to unleash the Makankasapo. Explosions resounded in the distance. After only 2 or 3 brief exchanges with Raditz, Sun Wukong was thoroughly overpowered. Raditz suddenly leapt up and kicked, sending Sun Wukong hurtling away. Sun Wukong rolled several times across the ground, then quickly shot back into the sky. He pressed his palms together into a cupped shape like a flower calyx, placed them at his waist, and a bright light flared between his hands, radiating dazzling brilliance. Raditz's scouter emitted a sharp beeping. Not good. His combat power is continuously rising. Combat power 924. By focusing his energy into a single point, his combat power actually increases. Raditz suddenly realized something and snapped his gaze toward Piccolo at the side. The scouter beeped frantically. "That one over there. His combat power is rising as well, 660, 780, 920, and still climbing." Raditz's face grew unsightly. By this time, Sun Wukong had fully gathered his energy. He thrust his cupped hands forward, sending a massive wave of ki roaring toward Raditz. Kamehameha. Raditz's expression turned grave as he swiftly dodged the incoming wave. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately redirected the Kamehameha, driving it toward Raditz once more. With a sharp motion, Raditz spun gracefully and caught the flying wave in one hand. The energy erupted in a violent explosion, billowing thick smoke. When the smoke dispersed, Raditz emerged unscathed. "Take it back," he sneered casually, hurling an energy blast up towards Sun Wukong in the sky. The blast struck Sun Wukong, heat sending him plummeting from the sky. Raditz dashed forward, fist aimed at Sun Wukong's head, intending to finish him with a single blow. "Die," he roared. "The one who's going to die is you." At that moment, Piccolo had already completed charging the Makankasapo. "What?" Hearing the voice, Raditz turned toward Piccolo. The scouter shrilled again. Combat power 1330. He's concentrated all his energy at his fingertips. "This is bad. They can freely control their combat power." Piccolo shouted Makankasapo. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Piccolo unleashed a spiral beam of purplured flame that blasted toward Raditz. Raditz's face turned pale. At the critical moment, he frantically dodged aside. Even so, the beam still grazed him. Raditz's shoulder guard was blasted off and blood began to seep from his shoulder. Piccolo was utterly stunned. He actually dodged it. This guy's speed is insane. He can even evade that. Raditz himself felt a chill in his heart. "The fact that you managed to damage my armor proves that move of yours is extremely powerful. If it had hit me, I would definitely be dead." "I missed." "This is bad," Piccolo thought in despair. "I won't let you off." Raditz snarled. "The game ends here," Raditz said, his face twisting with boundless killing intent. Originally, Raditz merely intended to treat these two individuals as little mice to play with. Who would have thought that these two little mice would nearly bring about his downfall? Suddenly, a sense of crisis surged within Raditz. If this continued, he might end up being played to death. No way. I must eliminate them immediately to prevent any further complications. Raditz's face turned grim. "I will make you completely disappear in an instant." As he spoke, Raditz raised his right hand, ready to eliminate Piccolo right then and there. Just then, he felt a tight grip on his tail, as if someone had caught it. "What?" Raditz's expression changed drastically. Piccolo was also taken aback, looking at Sun Wukong, who had appeared behind Raditz. "Hee, you were too careless. Ooh, I've got hold of your tail." Sun Wukong chuckled, gripping Raditz's tail tightly. "You. When did you?" Raditz felt powerless and collapsed to the ground. Sun Wukong shouted towards the distant Piccolo. Piccolo, quick. Use that move from before again. Ah, alright. Piccolo quickly reacted, bringing his index and middle fingers together on his forehead to gather energy once more. Well done. Sun Wukong, you must hold on tight. Using this move again will be the limit. Raditz, feeling uneasy at the situation, hastily spoke up. Kakarot, do you want to kill your only brother? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned and shouted angrily. A scoundrel like you doesn't deserve to be my brother. You even want to kill my child. Raditz feigned a pitiful expression. I won't kill him. Ooh, I truly regret it. I will leave this planet honestly. Don't fall for it. Piccolo warned loudly. Sun Wukong, don't listen to his sweet words. He will never do that. Raditz once again spoke sincerely. I'm begging you. Please believe me. Brother, I admit that what I did earlier was indeed excessive. I will definitely keep my promise and leave Earth. Sun Wukong felt a moment of softness. Piccolo shouted, idiot, don't let go of his tail. This is his cunning plot. Raditz implored loudly, please Kakarot. Trust me. Ultimately, Sun Wukong's heart softened, and he loosened his grip, allowing the tail to slip from his hand. Piccolo shouted angrily, Sun Wukong. This fool. Is he so easily deceived? Hee. Raditz, having freed his tail, smiled lightly and retaliated with a punch to Sun Wukong's chest. Oh. Sun Wukong spat out blood and fell to the ground. Bam. Bam. Raditz rushed forward, delivering a flurry of blows to Sun Wukong. Ha! Endless amusement appeared on Raditz's face as he began to mock Sun Wukong. It's rare to see a fool like you. You actually fell into my trap. You truly cannot become an exceptional warrior. You are despicable. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. But I am different. I am a top-tier warrior who can ruthlessly kill my own brother. Raditz's smile grew increasingly sinister. Do you want to see what that's like? With that, Raditz intensified his grip. Ah! Sun Wukong let out a series of heartrending cries. Raditz did not kill Sun Wukong immediately. Instead, he chose to torment him bit by bit. Who told you to grab my tail? Oh. Oh. Sun Wukong beneath Raditz's feet emitted a series of wails. Beep. Beep. At this moment, Raditz's scouter began to beep. What is going on? Is there someone else nearby? Raditz was momentarily stunned. With a loud bang, Son Gohan smashed through the spaceship and leaped out. Raditz was left dumbfounded at the sight. Piccolo also wore a shocked expression. This is Sun Wukong's son, Gohan. Sun Wukong was also stunned, looking at Son Gohan, who had emerged utterly perplexed. Ling Tian murmured to himself, despite his young age, he possessed immense talent, especially with his emotional fluctuations surpassing full-blooded Saiyans like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the Android saga, he single-handedly took down Cell. Although his arrogance later led to Sun Wukong's sacrifice, he was still young and had yet to experience the cruelty of human nature. Eventually, he gradually abandoned his training, becoming engrossed in reading, resulting in becoming a wild version of himself. What is going on? This little brat. Raditz's expression grew increasingly grim. Woo woo woo. Son Gohan sobbed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Sun Wukong weakly said, Gohan, run. Get out of here. Beep. 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 Fighting. Fighting power. Fighting power 1307. Raditz was immediately stunned upon seeing Son Gohan's fighting power, cold sweat quickly dripping down his face. Son Gohan shouted loudly, you will not bully my dad. After saying this, Son Gohan transformed into a golden flash and charged violently at Raditz. Bang! Son Gohan's head heavily collided with Raditz's chest. Raditz staggered backward several steps, nearly falling to the ground. At the same time, Raditz felt his chest plate shatter. Gohan, you. Sun Wukong was left astonished. Oh, Dad. Son Gohan came back to his senses, revealing a confused expression. Sun Wukong quickly asked with concern, Gohan, are you alright? This. You little brat. Raditz clenched his fists. The scouter now shows that his fighting power is only one. With the fluctuations of his emotions, such a dramatic change occurs. Smack! Raditz stepped forward and slapped Son Gohan, knocking him unconscious. This annoying little brat was quite fierce just now. If he were to land another blow like that, he might just be finished himself. How could this little brat's fighting power be so formidable? No, I must eliminate him quickly. If I let him develop further, the consequences would be unimaginable. With that thought, Raditz began to step towards Son Gohan, intending to eliminate him right there. Sun Wukong shouted sternly, hey, what are you doing? Stop. You must not harm him. Raditz clenched his fists and turned to Sun Wukong with a cold smile. Are you trying to say he is still a child? What a joke. That child possesses even greater fighting power than you. While he still doesn't know how to utilize that power, I must eliminate him. But you need not worry, you will see him soon, of course, in another world. Ha ha ha. Raditz laughed and walked towards Son Gohan once more. He intended to deliver a kick to eliminate this little brat before him. Whoosh. Suddenly a gust of wind whooshed past Raditz's ear. Following that, a shadow flashed before his eyes. Bang! Raditz, still unclear about the situation, was kicked away by Ling Tian. Raditz got up looking at the suddenly appearing man with an expression of horror. Raditz shouted loudly, "This is impossible. This weak human was supposed to have been killed by me just now. What is going on? Did he not die completely?" Raditz angrily said, "You human, I didn't kill you just now, and you still dare to come and ruin my plans. Prepare to die." Raditz's murderous intent was set. He crouched down and charged forward, throwing a powerful right punch. He aimed to take down this overconfident human with one punch. However, things did not unfold as Raditz had anticipated. Bang! Ling Tian did not dodge. He extended his left palm and directly caught Raditz's powerful punch. Raditz's fist was tightly grasped and could not move. Even as Raditz exerted all his strength, he was unable to withdraw his right fist. When Raditz first arrived on Earth, his fighting power was 1500. After battling with Sun Wukong and Piccolo for a long time, he was hit by Son Gohan, leaving him with a power level of around 900, while Ling Tian had a power level of 1605. Now he was completely under Ling Tian's control. At this moment, Raditz's face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Wasn't his fighting power only 5? How could he easily withstand my full-force strike and instantly counter me? Immediately, a deep-seated fear spread throughout Raditz's body. Under Ling Tian's pressure, Raditz was beginning to struggle to breathe. It was only now that Raditz realized that the person before him was definitely not the weakling he had encountered before, and this person's strength far surpassed his own. "What is your fighting power really?" Raditz couldn't help but ask. Ling Tian chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Just check the detector and you'll know." 1. 1605. Raditz stared at the numbers on the detector, falling into shock once again. If he had encountered this power when he first arrived on Earth, he might have been able to contend with it, but now he was completely outmatched. At this moment, Raditz finally discovered that the warriors on Earth all had one skill concealing their true strength. "You hit me so brutally before, now let me show you what that feels like." After saying this, Ling Tian released his left hand, bent down, and directly punched Raditz in the abdomen. "Ah!" Raditz screamed in agony. His mouth opened wide, nearly expelling his bile. He could feel that his entire body felt as if his bones were about to shatter. Bang! Ling Tian did not stop there. Instead, he kicked Raditz in the abdomen, and then concentrated his energy into a ki blast that struck Raditz. Raditz was hit by the ki blast and instantly flew backward. Boom! Raditz crashed into a giant mountain, leaving a human-shaped dent in the mountain under the enormous impact. With a thud, Raditz fell from the dent, crashing heavily onto the ground. At this point, Raditz's breath was extremely weak, and he had completely lost his fighting capability. Ling Tian mockingly laughed. "Raditz, how does that feel?" Raditz was furious and helpless, provoked, yet unable to retaliate. He felt as if he had truly arrived at the gates of hell. If Ling Tian struck again, he would surely bid farewell to this world. Even though Raditz was a cold-blooded scion, he still felt immense fear in the face of death. He had no choice but to forsake his dignity and began to plead for mercy from Ling Tian. "Please spare me." Raditz used his last bit of strength to plead desperately. Ling Tian looked at Raditz coldly and spoke. "Do you think it's possible to let you go?" Seeing that his pleas were in vain, Raditz directly gave up hope and said recklessly, "My detector has a communication function, and the other 2 scions have been monitoring everything. They will surely come to eliminate you and take revenge for me. They only need a year to come to Earth. By then you will suffer even worse than I did." Ha ha ha. Raditz completely fell into madness. Ling Tian raised his arms, slowly gathering energy. A brilliant light flashed through his hands as all his inner energy was concentrated in the palms. Kamehameha. Ah! Raditz let out a terrible scream. Boom! As the smoke cleared, a massive, deep pit appeared on the ground, and Raditz had long since vanished, reduced to ashes. Sun Wukong and Piccolo looked at the suddenly appeared youth in shock. The enemies they had struggled against with all their might were resolved in just a few blows. It was truly unbelievable. Ling Tian picked up Son Gohan and slowly walked over to the disheveled Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said gratefully, "Thank you for saving Gohan, Piccolo, and me. I am really grateful to you." Ling Tian smiled and replied, "It was nothing." Then Ling Tian took out 2 senzu beans from his pocket and handed them to Sun Wukong. "Your injuries are severe. Eat these first." Senzu beans. Sun Wukong looked puzzled but didn't ask further. After all, with this youth's strength, it was easy for him to climb Korin Tower and obtain senzu beans from Master Korin. With great difficulty, Sun Wukong brought the senzu bean to his mouth. Crunch. After eating the senzu bean, the severely weak Sun Wukong instantly became lively. Whoosh. Sun Wukong leaped into the air excitedly, saying, "I feel full of power now." After that, Sun Wukong handed the other senzu bean to Piccolo. He presented the senzu bean in front of Piccolo. "Piccolo, eat this. It's a great thing." Piccolo, knowing the effect of the senzu bean, chewed a few times before swallowing it. The immobilized Piccolo directly restored to his peak condition. Then Piccolo bent down, gritted his teeth, and gathered his energy. "Ah!" Piccolo shouted loudly. His severed arm grew back. Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo's regrown arm in shock and exclaimed, "Piccolo, that technique of yours is incredible. Even a severed arm can grow back." Ling Tian murmured softly, "This ability is truly monstrous. As long as the core part is intact, the body can regenerate infinitely, though it consumes a large amount of energy. This is the ability of the Namekians. Artificial human cell, as long as the chip in the brain is intact, it can infinitely revive and regenerate. Majin Buu can revive and regenerate with just one cell." At this moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo flew over from a distance. Sun Wukong bowed and "Thank you once again for your help. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know." "Sure, they'll count on you." Ling Tian smiled and nodded, just as he thought saving them at a critical moment would surely earn him much goodwill. Sun Wukong scratched his head saying, "Hello, can you tell us your name?" "Haha, I almost forgot to introduce myself after such a long time." Ling Tian touched his nose and smiled. "My name is Ling Tian. I didn't expect there to be such hidden power on Earth like you." Piccolo looked at Ling Tian with a serious expression. Sun Wukong requested, "Ling Tian, I get very excited when I see a strong person. Can we have a spar, just a little practice?" Ling Tian rejected Sun Wukong's request. "You're not my opponent yet. You should focus on your training first to improve your strength." Ling Tian continued, "You must have heard what Raditz said earlier. In a year, 2 more Scions will arrive on Earth, and their strength will be several times greater than Raditz's. With your current strength, you won't stand a chance against them. You should spend this year training well. Only by enhancing your strength can you protect the Earth and your family." "All right, I will definitely strengthen my training." Now Sun Wukong was filled with fighting spirit. Although Piccolo didn't say anything, his eyes were also filled with determination. Sun Wukong sincerely said, "Ling Tian, can you help me train? Your strength is so great, perhaps you could make my training twice as effective." Ling Tian once again rejected Sun Wukong. "Sorry, I have my own matters to attend to. You should find someone else to train with." Ling Tian rejected Sun Wukong because he didn't know anything himself. His skills and power were all system rewards. His system allowed him to become stronger upon death. He couldn't just ask Sun Wukong to kill him, right? Even if he were killed, his fighting power outweighed Sun Wukong's by several times, making it impossible to gain system rewards. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his life-saving trump card so soon. For now, it was better for Sun Wukong to find someone else to train with. Hearing Ling Tian's response, Sun Wukong inevitably felt a bit dejected. Ling Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. "Wukong, although I cannot assist you with your cultivation, you might ask the God of Heaven. As a deity, he should know of places where you can cultivate more effectively. You could also ask Bulma to repair Raditz's spaceship and transform it into a gravity chamber. Training in a gravity chamber will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. My current strength is derived from training in the gravity chamber." Wukong thought that neither he nor Piccolo knew how he had gained his power, so he could easily bluff his way through. "Perfect. It can also accelerate the enhancement of everyone's strength." Gravity chamber in the original work. Wukong trained for several days on Namek, reaching a combat power of 800 from a base of 800. The strength gained from training in the gravity chamber would increase rapidly. Wukong was unsure if the God of Heaven would take him to the North Kai for training, so he should probably ask Wukong to inquire himself. "Daddy." At that moment, Son Gohan woke up. Upon seeing his father, he tightly embraced him. Sun Wukong rubbed Son Gohan's little head and said, "Gohan, good boy. We are safe now." Sun Wukong looked at Ling Tian and spoke to Gohan. "It was Ling Tian who saved us." "Thank you, Uncle Ling Tian." Son Gohan had always been very polite. Just as everyone was about to leave, a loud noise echoed from the sky. Buzzing. Everyone looked up and saw a helicopter. Wukong. Wukong. A beautiful woman with light blue hair and a shiny bald man were leaning out of the helicopter's window. These two were Bulma, who had once searched for Dragon Balls with Wukong in their childhood, and Krillin, who had trained with Master Roshi. The helicopter landed on the ground, and 3 people stepped out: Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin, with an old sea turtle following Master Roshi. "Wukong, I'm so glad you're all safe." Krillin ran to Sun Wukong's side excitedly, saying, "Wukong, where did that despicable Scion go?" Wukong scratched his head and smiled, saying the Scion has already been eliminated by Ling Tian. "That's great. The Scion is dead." Bulma shouted in excitement. "Wait, wasn't that Scion defeated by you and Piccolo?" Wukong. "Who is Ling Tian?" Krillin felt something was off. Sun Wukong pointed at Ling Tian beside him and smiled. "Raditz was defeated by this strong person next to me." Him. The others were puzzled. This young man, though tall and handsome, did not exude a strong aura. How could he possibly have the capability to defeat the formidable Raditz? "Wukong, what on earth is going on?" Krillin was very confused. Sun Wukong did not intend to keep them in suspense and explained everything that had happened. Piccolo and I fought desperately but could not defeat Raditz, and then... How is that possible? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Bulma, with a face full of disbelief, said, I never expected there would be someone stronger than you Wukong in this world. Master Roshi sighed, saying, indeed, there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. At this moment, Sun Wukong continued, a year from now 2 more Scions will invade Earth. I need to go train with the God of Heaven. Does anyone want to come with me? Krillin shook his head, saying, Wukong, I plan to return to the Kame House to train. Piccolo snorted coldly, turning his head away, decisively refusing. As he and the God of Heaven were essentially one, but their personalities were completely different, Piccolo naturally would not choose to go to the Heavenly Palace. Ling Tian chuckled, saying, I have my own plans. Looking at everyone enjoying themselves, Ling Tian also began to say his goodbyes. I need to leave first, everyone. See you in a year. Ling Tian, goodbye. Sun Wukong waved his hand and shouted loudly, next time we meet you must fight me. Whoosh. Ling Tian took off into the sky, flying far away. All right. Sun Wukong slapped his head, suddenly recalling what Ling Tian had just instructed him. He quickly asked Bulma to modify the spaceship into a gravity chamber. Bulma thought this idea was great and immediately agreed. Okay, Wukong will go back and study it. He'll notify you once it's done. Then I can only go to the Heavenly Palace to find the deity myself. Sun Wukong, unsure of when Bulma would finish the gravity chamber, shouted loudly, Nimbus. Upon hearing the call, Nimbus immediately appeared before Sun Wukong. Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin. I'm leaving everyone, goodbye. Sun Wukong, mounted Nimbus, waved and sped towards the Heavenly Palace. Bulma looked at Son Gohan helplessly, saying, why didn't Wukong bring Gohan along? Forget it. We'll take you home instead. Just as Son Gohan was about to step closer to Bulma, he was abruptly grabbed by Piccolo. What are you doing? Let go of me. Son Gohan almost cried out loud. Just as he tried to break free from Piccolo's grip, he was knocked unconscious with a slap. Piccolo coldly said, Son Gohan, it'll take him away for now. See you in a year. Everyone looked at Piccolo in shock. What do you want to do with Gohan? Krillin rubbed his shiny bald head, pointing at Piccolo and saying, I understand. You aren't planning to eat Gohan, are you? Piccolo said with a cold face, how is that possible? Subsequently, Piccolo began to explain to the others. This little brat Son Gohan can become a powerful warrior with just a bit of training. A year later, when those 2 Scions invade Earth, he will be useful. Thus, I want to start training him. Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin exchanged hesitant glances and said to Piccolo, But this isn't allowed. At the very least, we should ask Wukong or his mother first. Piccolo angrily said, there's no time. Stop wasting breath, or he'll kill you. Whoosh. After saying that, Piccolo directly picked up Son Gohan with his left hand and took off into the sky. Bulma packed the spaceship into a capsule and turned to Krillin and Master Roshi, saying, I'm going home to make the gravity chamber. You guys need to inform Shishi about Gohan being taken away. What are we going to do? Shishi will definitely be angry. Krillin broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of Shishi's angry face. He felt it was better to leave it for now. We'll talk about it again a year later. The God of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace had been observing since Raditz invaded Earth. He was both shocked and puzzled by Ling Tian's appearance. He was astonished by Ling Tian's immense power. Yet he was very confused as to why Ling Tian would hide such power. If Ling Tian knew the god's thoughts, he would definitely laugh. Does a trash fighter like me need to hide? It all leads to the same result, whether hidden or not. Fortunately, Ling Tian was not a bad person. Tap, tap, tap. Sun Wukong arrived at the Heavenly Palace riding Nimbus. As soon as he saw the God of Heaven, he couldn't wait to ask. God of Heaven, that Scion's companion will invade Earth in a year. Do you know of any place where I can train? With our current combat power, we simply cannot compete with them. The God of Heaven listened to Wukong's account and indicated that he was already aware. Wukong, I will recommend you to train with Lord Kai. You must seize this opportunity. The God of Heaven then instructed Bobo, who was standing nearby. Bobo, go inform Yamcha and the others to come to the temple. I will personally guide them in their training. Bobo responded expressionlessly, understood, Lord God. Everyone began to prepare to resist the Scion invasion of Earth a year later. After that, the God of Heaven took Sun Wukong into the underworld. Ling Tian, who had been flying north all along, finally reached the extreme northern region. He was still wearing the thin clothes from summer and was shivering from the cold. He resisted the cold currents of the extreme north with his own chi. He would train here for a long period of time. While cultivating chi, Ling Tian did not neglect the development of his physical body, constantly engaging in physical training every day, running with weights on a cold snow mountain, pushing icebergs while swimming, diving to hone his physique. From the initial 120 meters to now 1500 meters, he had died several times in between. That feeling of being crushed by water was truly indescribable. Fortunately, the system revived him. After 9 months of relentless training, his physical body reached a certain strength, and his combat power soared. Ling Tian summoned the system in his mind. System check personal attributes. A mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Ding. Host Ling Tian. Age 22 years. Bloodline Earthling. Skills Chi Perception Energy Wave Flight Technique Kamehameha Divine Level Fighting Skills. Item Sinza Beans 3. Combat Power 12620. In the God Temple. Under Mr. Popo's notification, Yamcha, Krillin, Tian, Kairatsu, and Yachirobe arrived at the God Temple one after another. Under the guidance of the God and Mr. Popo, the group engaged in some basic training, resulting in a noticeable enhancement of their combat abilities. 1 month later, Bulma also finished the gravity room and handed it over to Krillin, bringing it to the God Temple for use by the group. 100 times gravity. After completing the guidance of the God, everyone trained daily in the gravity room, significantly enhancing their combat power once again. In a desolate wilderness. After completing a 6-month wilderness survival challenge, Gohan began formal training with Piccolo. After witnessing Ling Tian's strength, Piccolo was also tough on Gohan, immediately ramping up the intensity. Piccolo was also very strict with himself, sometimes training even in the middle of the night. In the underworld. After enduring numerous hardships, Goku successfully arrived at North Kai's planet. After telling a few not-so-funny jokes to North Kai, he successfully stayed on North Kai's planet to train. And so time passed day by day. Before long, a year had passed. Everyone's strength had seen a significant improvement. Now they were just waiting for the Scions to arrive on Earth. Through relentless effort, everyone's combat power had greatly increased. Ling Tian 12620 combat power. Krillin 4720 combat power. Yamcha 4368 combat power. Tien 5040 combat power. Kaiatsu 2430 combat power. Yachirobe 2789 combat power. Piccolo 3500 combat power. Gohan 2800 combat power. Goku 8000 combat power. Ling Tian, after completing his training, went to the city for a few months, thus his combat power had not increased. Piccolo and Gohan did not train in the gravity room like in the original. However, the two trained even harder, with Piccolo constantly upping the intensity for Gohan. The two also formed a bond that transcended father-son friendship. One day, in outer space, 2 spaceships appeared, rapidly flying toward Earth. From a distance, the 2 spaceships looked like 2 fireballs. Whoosh, whoosh. Passing through the atmosphere, the 2 Scion spaceships swiftly descended from the sky. Boom. The spaceships carved 2 golden arcs through the air before crashing down into a city. The smoke cleared. 2 massive craters appeared on the ground. The residents of the city were dumbfounded. What is happening? What fell from the sky? Is it a meteor? It's a round object. Wow, really? There's another one here. Gah. The spaceship's hatch opened, and Vegeta stepped out. It's a person. Someone has come out. Mph. Vegeta glared coldly at the surrounding humans. In the next moment, Nappa also exited the spaceship and flew to Vegeta's side. Who are they? Aliens. Both of them can fly. Onlookers were discussing the origins of Vegeta and Nappa. Is this Earth? The environment is quite nice. Vegeta looked around with an endless smile. They'll greet these guys first. Nappa smiled slightly and suddenly raised his hand. Instantly, a powerful energy burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, centered around Nappa, all the surrounding buildings were instantly flattened. A city simply vanished. Ha ha ha. Nappa laughed. My greeting seems a bit too enthusiastic. Nappa, you went too far? Vegeta frowned and said with dissatisfaction. If you destroy this planet too severely, we won't be able to sell it for a high price. First, let's find the strongest person on this planet. That person should be the one who killed Raditz. Vegeta pressed the detector and began scanning for combat power on this planet. Vegeta, something's not right. Nappa also activated his detector and was slightly surprised when he saw the numbers. There are more than just 1 or 2 reactions with combat power exceeding 1,000. How can such strong humans appear on this lowly planet? Then Nappa pointed in a direction and said, Vegeta, I found them. Over here. These 2 guys together have the strongest reaction. Vegeta and Nappa immediately flew swiftly toward the distance. Ha ha ha. Nappa laughed heartily. This is great. The gravity on this planet is so low, it's really convenient for us to move. Vegeta's lips also curled up slightly. The moment Vegeta and Nappa appeared on Earth, Krillin, Tian, Yamcha, and Piccolo and others immediately sensed their energy. They're here. They're planning to come here. Piccolo clenched his fists, already prepared for battle. Yes. Gohan nodded solemnly. In the mountains where Piccolo and Gohan were located, Piccolo had already removed his weighted clothing. He smiled at Gohan and said, there's nothing to be afraid of. We are much stronger than we were a year ago. Yes. Gohan was still a bit nervous. Something is approaching from that direction. Piccolo suddenly became alert. And over here someone is coming too. Gohan was immediately panicked. Are they Scions? Didn't they say there are only 2 Scions? Whoosh. At that moment Krillin descended from the sky. Is it a Scion? Gohan was startled. Krillin greeted Piccolo with a smile. Piccolo, long time no see. Piccolo glanced at the little bald head in front of him and said with dissatisfaction. So it's you. What are you doing here? Do you also want to challenge the Scions? Yes. Krillin nodded heavily and said with a smile. I've been training hard too. Piccolo chuckled lightly. So there are other fools coming here too? Krillin sighed yes. Everyone is coming. I'm the closest, so I arrived first. This damned Piccolo actually called us fools. I couldn't beat you before, so you could say whatever you wanted. Now that I've trained hard, I've already surpassed you. Forget it. Let's deal with the Scions first. Suddenly an idea struck Gohan, and he said to Krillin, I remember now, you're from Master Rose's place. Yes, I'm Krillin. Krillin patted Gohan's shoulder and smiled. You look really sturdy, just like Goku when he was little. Gohan scratched his head and smiled. Dad often talks about you saying you were short, but very powerful. Krillin snorted, frowning in response. Saying I'm short is ridiculous. Does he think he's so tall? Krillin rubbed his shiny bald head and asked. Gohan, training with someone like Piccolo must have been quite tough, right? Gohan replied seriously, Uncle Piccolo is a good person. Piccolo said coldly, stop chatting, they have already arrived. Krillin and Gohan looked up and were startled to find 2 people hovering in midair. Both of them had tails wrapped around their waists, and their clothing was very similar to Raditz's. In the sky above, Vegeta and Nappa were also looking down at Piccolo and the others. Ha ha ha, Nappa said. Now there's an extra guy, a total of 3 people. That Kakarot guy isn't even here, I wonder what he's up to. Vegeta chuckled lightly and said indifferently. They seem to have been prepared for a long time. It might be that Kakarot, that low-level warrior, is going to appear as a last resort. Vegeta called out to Nappa beside him, let's go down. The 2 descended from the sky and landed in front of Piccolo and the others. Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked with a smile, it seems you all can't wait any longer. That's right, exactly like that. Krillin looked at the 2 Scions in front of him, filled with fighting spirit. Before we fight, I want to ask you, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? Piccolo voiced his doubts. Vegeta did not rush to answer, but instead asked back, where did that waste Kakarot and the one who killed Raditz go? Piccolo confidently replied, they don't need to make a move, I will handle you myself. Nappa frowned as if he had discovered something and then pointed at Piccolo. Vegeta, that person seems to be a Namekian. Vegeta nodded, perhaps. No wonder he talks so big, I suspect Raditz's death is also related to him. Vegeta looked at Piccolo's son Gohan and Krillin with a cold voice. You 3 quickly hand over the method to control battle power. Piccolo's son Gohan and Krillin were all stunned. Isn't the ability to hide one's energy something everyone can do? Beep. Beep. Battle power 981 12 20 10 83. Nappa sneered. You 3 fools think you can compete with us with such low battle power. He clearly understood the strength of the 3 through the detector. Vegeta scolded Nappa fiercely. Nappa, are you a pig? We came to Earth to learn this method of controlling battle power. What use is it to check the values with a detector? Quickly take it off. Their battle power will continuously increase during the fight. The values on the detector are utterly unreliable and can sometimes mislead your judgment. You're right, Vegeta. Nappa nodded and then took off the detector. That waste Raditz was defeated because he trusted the numbers on the detector too much. Oomph. Vegeta scoffed and looked back at Piccolo's son Gohan and Krillin. You still refuse to hand over the method to control battle power. Then let me show you our strength. Nappa, should we plant the 6 cultivation seeds together? Ha ha ha. Nappa laughed and said, Vegeta, you really are enthusiastic. Cultivation seeds. What are those? Piccolo's son Gohan and Krillin looked confused. Nappa then took out a small bottle from his pocket. With a few taps, Nappa made 6 holes in the ground, poured the seeds inside, and watered them with a special liquid. Giggling, suddenly the soil on the ground stirred, and 6 green, alien-looking beings emerged. That's disgusting. Krillin frowned, showing a look of disgust. Very good. Vegeta smirked and issued orders to the 6 cultivators. Your target is those 3 people, give them a good beating. Bam, bam, bam. Just then Tian Yamcha and Kairatsu descended from the sky and landed beside Krillin and the others. Sorry, we're late, Yamcha said with a smile. Krillin excitedly said, Yamcha, I didn't expect you to come too. More helpers have arrived. Nappa was somewhat surprised. Vegeta sneered, they're all a bunch of useless trash. 6 people. This is really interesting. With the number of cultivators equal to theirs, Vegeta suddenly became interested. Let's play a game, shall we? It's perfect that you're also 6 people. How about a 1v1 battle against my cultivation soldiers? A game? Piccolo immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "You bastard, stop beating around the bush and get serious." Piccolo, don't get angry yet. Krillin quickly tried to calm Piccolo. Isn't this great? It just gives us time to wait for Goku. Krillin is right. They'll take the lead and let you see the results of my training during this time. As Tien stepped forward, haha. Nappa laughed heartily. If he knew how powerful the cultivators were, he would surely be terrified. However, Vegeta did not laugh. He felt that this three-eyed man seemed quite strong. The cultivators might not be his match. Vegeta glanced at the cultivator in front. Then let's start with this guy. Oh, remember, make sure to beat him well. Don't underestimate him. A cultivator stepped forward. Instantly, a fierce battle broke out between the cultivator and Tien. Tien suddenly struck with his palm directly, sending the cultivator flying. After landing, the cultivator split in two and sprayed a corrosive liquid. Tien quickly dodged. Bang! Tien took the initiative and struck the cultivator's head heavily with his elbow. Ah! The cultivator let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground. Nappa was stunned. The strength of these cultivators was almost on par with Raditz. How could they be so weak? Except for Son Gohan and Piccolo, everyone's strength was far higher than in the original work, making it easy to handle the cultivators. Vegeta looked at the cultivator sent flying by Tien, bringing his index and middle fingers together and pointed them at the cultivator. Bang! With a muffled sound, the cultivator was blown apart, completely vanishing. Everyone present was stunned. What a ruthless person. Krillin couldn't help but shiver. Cold sweat appeared on Piccolo's face as well. That scion blew the monster to bits in an instant. It was truly terrifying. Nappa felt a little confused. Vegeta, why did you kill him? Vegeta angrily replied. Keeping him would only waste time. He wouldn't win. Moreover, that cultivator underestimated me from the start. I said to go all out, yet he treated my words as if they were nothing. The remaining cultivators were trembling in fear, not daring to be careless anymore. Vegeta said indifferently, "Who will be next?" Nappa commanded, "This time, make sure to defeat them. Don't embarrass us, understood?" One of the cultivators stepped forward. "All right, let me do it this time." Krillin also stepped forward. "Let me handle it. The game should end now." Yamcha smiled and stepped forward, stopping Krillin. Krillin called out, "Yamcha, let me go." Yamcha said, "Krillin, let me handle it. It's a good chance for you to see my recent training results. If you want to go, then go." Krillin saw that Yamcha was insisting, so he could only let the opportunity go. Yamcha stood opposite the cultivator. In the next moment, Yamcha and the cultivator suddenly vanished. Bang, bang, bang. Both moved at high speed, launching fierce attacks at each other. "They're gone," Son Gohan exclaimed. "Fool, they're both moving at high speed. Feel their energy carefully." Piccolo spoke up to teach. Hearing this, Son Gohan suddenly understood. Soon Yamcha and the cultivator were battling in the air. Boom. Yamcha suddenly gathered a powerful energy wave in his hands and struck it at the cultivator. The cultivator couldn't evade and was smashed to the ground by the powerful energy wave, smoke billowing from his body. Another one down. Nappa was dumbfounded. When did the cultivators become so weak? Bang! Yamcha descended from the sky, landing at the edge of the small pit where the cultivator lay. Looking at the cultivator lying on the ground, now devoid of battle power, he confidently looked at Vegeta and Nappa. "These monsters are not as powerful as you think. Oh, let the remaining four come together. I can take them all down by myself." "Umph. This time you underestimated them." Vegeta chuckled. "What?" Yamcha was taken aback. Whoosh. The previously downed cultivator suddenly sprang up and tightly hugged Yamcha. A mischievous smile appeared on the cultivator's face. However, Yamcha simply pulled the cultivator off him. Boom. Immediately after, Yamcha threw the cultivator into the air and gathered an energy wave in his hand, swiftly defeating the cultivator. Ha ha ha. Yamcha laughed. "What do you think? My acting is pretty good, right?" Vegeta and Nappa realized they had been tricked and angrily ordered the remaining cultivators. "You all attack together." The four cultivators surrounded Yamcha. Faced with their combined assault, Yamcha showed no panic, directly punching out and defeating all four cultivators. Seeing this situation, Nappa was somewhat surprised. "Nappa, this person has a combat power far beyond that of a cultivator. Use all your strength." Upon hearing Vegeta's command, Nappa unleashed his full power and charged towards Yamcha. Bang! Yamcha was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. "Yamcha, are you okay?" Krillin swiftly appeared in front of Yamcha. "I'm fine, Krillin. I was careless just now. Now I will use all my strength." After saying this, Yamcha clenched his fists and his combat power soared. Immediately, he charged towards Nappa in the air. In the blink of an eye, Nappa and Yamcha had exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. "How is this possible? I've used all my strength, yet I can't defeat a mere human." Nappa was somewhat astonished. How could such a powerful person exist on this small earth? Feeling the aura that Yamcha unleashed, Piccolo's face turned green. The former underling had actually surpassed me in strength. Piccolo turned to Krillin and asked, "Little bald head, how did you train in the sacred land?" Krillin with a dark expression began to explain to Piccolo. At first our strength did not increase much. Since Bulma built the gravity room, we have made significant improvements while training in it. Now both I and Tianjin Han are stronger than Yamcha. Bang! While fighting in the air, Yamcha seized an opening and unleashed his signature move, Wolf Fong Fist. Naba was caught off guard and was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Knowing he was no match for Yamcha, Naba looked towards the others. Dumpling was stared at fiercely by Naba and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing Dumpling's reaction, Naba revealed a sinister smile. Taking advantage of everyone's unpreparedness, Naba unleashed his aura and charged at Dumpling. Dumpling was in a panic and before he could react was grabbed by Naba with one hand and sent away with a ki blast. After dealing with Dumpling, Naba looked at Yamcha in the air and said, "If I can't deal with you, killing your companions will be easy." Tianjin Han shouted, "Dumpling! Dumpling is dead." Sun Wukong said, his face pale. Dumpling's death caused everyone's auras to explode. "You bastard! I won't let you go." Tianjin Han was furious, and as he spoke he prepared to attack Naba below. "Oomph." Naba chuckled lightly, retreating back to Vegeta's side. "Naba, well done, you even dealt with one of them." After praising Naba, Vegeta reminded him, "Later we will join forces to deal with them." The death of that little dwarf has revealed their combat powers. Naba, the detector shows that there are 3 people with combat powers higher than yours. "No way," Naba exclaimed in shock. "Vegeta, how can there be so many strong people on Earth?" Seeing Naba retreat, everyone flew towards Dumpling's position. Tianjin Han held Dumpling's body, looking sad and distressed. Dumpling has already been revived by the Dragon Balls once. He can't be revived again. Tianjin Han laid Dumpling's body flat on the ground, clenching his fists. "I will avenge Dumpling." Tianjin Han glared at Naba, gritting his teeth. "Dragon Balls, revive." Vegeta recalled the rumors he had heard in the universe and said to Piccolo, "I heard a long time ago that Namekians have special abilities. So the Dragon Balls were created by you. What? Am I also an alien?" Piccolo was completely stunned. Once Piccolo regained his composure, he smiled lightly. "Regardless, I still have to thank you all. Oh, I finally figured out my identity. However, it's a pity that the Dragon Balls were not created by me. Ooh, I can only fight." As he spoke, Piccolo had already assumed a fighting stance. "At the Sacred Land, Mr. Popo said expressionlessly, "God, I didn't expect you to be an alien. No wonder I look different from others." God chuckled awkwardly. "The Dragon Balls were created by me a long time ago. I had a strange feeling at the time, as if I had seen something similar somewhere. Perhaps someone on Namek created something like the Dragon Balls. The memories of my ancestors still linger in my mind. That makes sense. I look completely different from Earthlings." In the combat zone, Vegeta arrogantly said, with his nostrils pointed up, "If you hand over the method to control combat power and the Dragon Balls, maybe I will spare your lives. We will not give the Dragon Balls to a villain like you." Krillin directly refused this request. Vegeta chuckled lightly. "It seems you are refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. Naba, let's take them out together, then we will go search for Namek." As soon as he finished speaking, Naba and Vegeta began to unleash their powers. Vegeta directly erupted with a combat power of 18000. Krillin and the others were shocked by Vegeta's aura. Once everyone adjusted their state, they prepared for battle. Naba faced Sun Wukong and Piccolo while Vegeta fought alone against Krillin, Tianjin Han, and Yamcha. In an instant, energy surged and explosions rang out continuously. "Wow!" Sun Wukong kicked out fiercely, directly hitting Naba's large face. Naba flew backward and crashed headfirst into the mountain behind him. Boom! The mountain collapsed, burying Naba under the falling rocks. "Sun Wukong is even stronger than I imagined," Piccolo expressed with disbelief. "Ah!" Naba roared angrily, his overwhelming aura blowing away all the rocks that had buried him. "I actually let this little thing kick me away. How embarrassing." Naba soared into the sky and quickly returned to face Sun Wukong. "Little thing, the game ends here." Naba roared angrily. "You will pay for this with your life." Naba gathered a ball of electric light in his hand and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was directly scared silly. "I'm so scared." He stood rooted to the spot, unsure whether to resist or flee. Swish! In this crucial moment, Piccolo showed no hesitation, appearing right in front of Sun Wukong and spreading his arms to block the incoming energy attack. Sun Wukong stood there in a daze. Krillin and the others were also stunned. Is this still the Piccolo we know? Boom! With a deafening roar, Piccolo forcefully blocked Naba's attack. "Uncle Piccolo!" Sun Wukong was so scared that he fell to the ground, crying softly. "Wukong! Wukong, run!" As soon as Piccolo finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. "Uncle Piccolo!" Sun Wukong rushed to Piccolo's side. "Uncle Piccolo, why did you save me?" Piccolo weakly replied, "Run. Wukong, run. Uncle Piccolo, please don't die. Dad will be here soon. Ew, I beg you, please don't die." Sun Wukong cried out loudly. Oomph. Naba snorted coldly indifferent. This fool has disrupted my order. But in the end it's all the same, you will all die at my hands sooner or later. Piccolo chuckled lightly. How tragic. I, the mighty Piccolo, am reduced to protecting a little child. It's all because of you two and your kindness that affected me. Wukong, now the only person I can talk to is you. I have enjoyed the time I spent with you these past few months. After saying this, Piccolo closed his eyes. At the sacred land, God gasped for breath, sweating profusely. God! Mr. Popo exclaimed in shock. My life is coming to an end. Wukong in the end couldn't make it in time. God sighed. However, in the end, Piccolo surpassed me, the god. Ooh, I am very glad. God! Mr. Popo fell silent. Popo, from now on this place will be entrusted to you. After saying this, God's body began to turn transparent. In the next moment, he completely vanished. In the battlefield, Sun Wukong cried out loudly, wah, wah. As he wept, a new power level appeared on Vegeta's scouter. Tears streaming down his face, Sun Wukong glared at the murderer across from him, placing his hands over his head as he began to gather energy. Magic flash. Sun Wukong shouted, launching the gathered energy towards Naba. Power level 6,700. These guys' power levels are indeed unpredictable. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Naba dodged quickly. Sun Wukong's anger increased his power level. What? Power level 6,700. Naba was equally shocked, quickly dodging the incoming energy blast. Bang! The energy blast changed direction and flew towards a distant mountain. Boom! A massive explosion erupted on the distant peak. As the smoke cleared, the towering mountain was obliterated by the energy. I didn't expect this little brat to unleash such tremendous energy. Naba felt a wave of fear. My power level has decreased. It seems I've exhausted all my energy from earlier. Vegeta glanced at the scouter displaying the power level. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo, I couldn't hit the enemy, and now I don't even have the strength to escape. Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo's body and gave an awkward smile. Slap. Sun Wukong knelt on the ground, having lost all confidence in fighting. Beast. How despicable. Krillin gritted his teeth. The three of them struggled against Vegeta and were being overwhelmed. Yamcha was sent flying, embedded in a rock, barely clinging to life. Tianjin, consumed by revenge for the death of his friend, overused his energy attacks and exhausted his life force. Vegeta urged Naba. Naba, quickly deal with that little brat. Slap. Naba raised his foot and stomped down hard towards Sun Wukong. In the next moment, Naba found himself stepping on the ground. The earth trembled violently. What's going on? Where did he go? Vegeta was equally astonished. In the distance, a tall and handsome young man was seen holding Sun Wukong. Ling Tian patted Sun Wukong's head. Wukong, are you all right? Uncle Ling Tian, am fine. But Uncle Piccolo was killed by that bald scion while protecting me. Though Sun Wukong had stopped crying, his mood was extremely low. Ling Tian held him tightly and flew towards Krillin. Sorry I'm late. Ling Tian took out the last 3 senzu beans from his pocket and handed them to Krillin. I still have 3 senzu beans, you guys eat first. Leave the next battle to me. Ling Tian said as he unleashed his energy and charged towards Naba. His overwhelming presence left Naba with no thought of resistance, retreating while shouting loudly. Vegeta, save me. In an instant, Ling Tian stood before Naba. Under Naba's astonished gaze, he swung his right fist and smashed Naba's head off. Afterward, he turned to the perennial second Vegeta. Beep. Power level 12620. I could take out a waste like Naba with just one hand. Vegeta mocked Naba and confidently declared, you didn't think I was that weak, did you? Listen well, my power level is a full 18,000. Do you know what 18,000 means? Ling Tian ignored Vegeta's words and launched an attack. Tap, 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 boom. The collision of fists and feet created a tremendous sound. In an instant, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Ling Tian stepped back, creating distance from Vegeta. He placed his hand on his waist, forming a flower-like structure as energy continuously gathered in his palm. Seeing Ling Tian gathering an energy wave, Vegeta soared into the sky, unleashing energy that coalesced in his hand. Kamehameha. Without hesitation, Ling Tian launched the gathered energy wave towards Vegeta in the air. Power Blast. With a furious roar, Vegeta fired his energy wave back at Ling Tian. Boom. The two energy forces collided in the air, unleashing a powerful aura. So strong. After eating the senzu beans, Krillin and Sun Wukong rescued Yamcha. Now they were on a high mountain watching this earth-shattering battle. Yes. Ling Tian and Vegeta were exerting all their strength to release their energy. Ultimately, Ling Tian was slightly weaker. A 6,000 power level difference wasn't easy to make up. The energy wave was directly suppressed. Boom. Ling Tian couldn't withstand Vegeta's attack. His clothes torn, his body battered, and he was barely hanging on. Wasn't it better to hide on Earth? Why come here to seek death? Vegeta said, gathering another energy wave to strike at Ling Tian. Bang! Ling Tian looked up at the rapidly descending energy wave, not a trace of fear of death on his face, even a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Boom! Ling Tian was blasted apart by the energy wave. As the smoke cleared, only a charred arm was left on the ground. Ha ha ha! Vegeta laughed heartily. Ling Tian. Krillin staggered back a few steps. Uncle Ling Tian, he actually died too. Sun Wukong couldn't stop the tears from flowing. If Ling Tian hadn't given us the sins of beans, perhaps he wouldn't have died when he fell just now. Yamcha was filled with regret. A flash of white light appeared and Ling Tian was resurrected. Ding! Congratulations, host, resurrection successful. Now distributing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, acquired skill Solar Fist. Ding! Congratulations, host, acquired skill Dragon Fist. Ding! Congratulations, host, acquired skill Power Blast. Ding! Congratulations, host, acquired reward power level 15,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, acquired reward Senzu Beans 10. The system checked personal attributes. Ding! Host Ling Tian. Age 23 years. Bloodline Earthling. Skills Chi Perception Air Dance Technique Energy Wave Kamehameha Dragon Fist Solar Fist Power Blast God Level Fighting Techniques. Power Level 27620. Items Senzu Beans 10. After resurrection, Ling Tian unleashed an even more astonishing aura. Didn't you just die? Vegeta looked at Ling Tian shocked and completely bewildered by what had just happened. Ling Tian. Uncle Ling Tian. Krillin, Yamcha, and Sun Wukong were equally perplexed. The Dragon Balls weren't even used. How did Ling Tian come back to life? Ling Tian looked up at Vegeta hovering in midair. Vegeta, you hit me pretty hard earlier. Now it's my turn to let you feel it. In a flash, Ling Tian appeared right in front of Vegeta. How is this possible? Seeing Ling Tian's explosive speed, Vegeta could hardly believe it. Ling Tian punched Vegeta in the stomach, causing him to curl up and fly backward. Before Vegeta could land, Ling Tian swiftly kicked him up into the air. Vegeta cried out in pain. Bang! After enduring a minute-long beating, Vegeta finally fell to the ground. At this moment, Vegeta's clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in blood. Damn! So damn frustrating. Vegeta gritted his teeth. This won't do. That guy's power has already surpassed mine. He'll have to use that technique. It will consume some energy, but there's no other choice. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta slowly gathered an energy sphere in his palm, which grew larger as the energy was severely depleting from his body. Who? Vegeta gasped heavily. Whoosh. He then hurled the gathered energy into the sky, causing the sphere to emit a dazzling light. What is he doing? Krillin and the others blocked their eyes with their arms, looking puzzled. As the light faded, a full moon suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the intense light, Vegeta transformed into a colossal black ape over 10 meters tall. Roar! The great ape Vegeta roared, your doomsday has arrived. The gigantic ape swung its massive fists down towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian stood his ground, swinging his fists, choosing to confront the great ape Vegeta Hedon. Bang! 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 Ling Tian's repeated attacks had little effect. Instead, he was continuously sent flying by the great ape Vegeta. Ling Tian was struck by a powerful punch from the giant ape Vegeta, hitting him squarely in the chest. Blood spurted from Ling Tian's mouth as he flew backward. Ling Tian crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The giant ape Vegeta seized the opportunity and stomped down. Boom! A deep pit appeared once again on the ground with Ling Tian completely embedded within it. Following that, the giant ape Vegeta opened his mouth wide, gathering energy, intending to finish Ling Tian off with a single blow. Bang! 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 At that moment, Son Gohan looked up at the full moon in the sky, his heartbeat quickening as his body slowly grew larger. Roar! In the distance, another giant ape identical to Vegeta appeared. Transformed into a giant ape, Son Gohan lost his sense of friend and foe, attacking Krillin and Yamcha. Krillin dodged while shouting, Gohan, Vegeta is over there. Go fight him. It was unclear if it was due to the influence of consciousness. The giant ape Son Gohan no longer attacked Krillin or Yamcha, but turned towards Vegeta, continually firing energy blasts from his mouth. Vegeta was interrupted in his assault on Ling Tian and angrily pounded his chest with his fist. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan's fist came crashing down and the two giant apes began to grapple. Boom! The ground was pounded into deep pits as the two giant apes fought in the most primal manner. Ling Tian swallowed a Senzu bean, having just recovered from his injuries, when Yamcha and Krillin flew over. Yamcha informed Krillin that cutting off the tail would revert the giant ape back to its original form. Krillin decided to come over and discuss a plan. Bang! You little brat. Vegeta kicked the injured giant ape Son Gohan away. He then opened his mouth wide, gathering energy to strike. Opt. Boom. Son Gohan was hit by the energy blast, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Just as Ling Tian and the others finished discussing their plan, Son Wukong arrived riding the Kintown. Wukong, you finally made it. Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Son Wukong surveyed the surroundings and asked, Krillin, where are the Saiyans? Where did everyone else go? Krillin replied sadly. Wukong, everyone else has been killed by the Saiyans. Gohan is over there, lost his ability to fight. That giant ape over there is a Saiyan, he has transformed. Got it, I understand, Krillin. Leave the next fight to me. Son Wukong was filled with rage, he was only a step late. Piccolo, Tien, and Chaozu had already been killed. With Piccolo's death, the Dragon God would also disappear. If the Dragon God dies, the Dragon Balls will cease to exist. Piccolo, Tien, Chaozu, I will avenge you. Krillin and Yamcha cautioned. Wukong, you must be careful. Go for it. Ling Tian nodded at Son Wukong with a smile. Wukong, let me see the fruits of your training over the past year. Kakarot, you finally arrived. The giant ape Vegeta looked at this low-class warrior with an inexplicable fondness. Huh. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, red aura erupting from his body as he unleashed the Kaioken. He suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a powerful energy blast towards the transformed Vegeta. The giant ape Vegeta did not slow down at all despite his massive size. His enormous palms swatted away the energy blast. Whoosh. Son Wukong soared upwards, heading directly for the giant ape Vegeta. Bang. Son Wukong landed a heavy punch on Vegeta's face. However, it caused no damage whatsoever. Kakarot, are you just tickling me, Prince? The giant ape Vegeta said as he launched a fierce counterattack against Son Wukong. Son Wukong found it difficult to withstand the giant ape Vegeta's assault, and in a moment of carelessness, he was struck away, spitting blood. Seeing how powerful the giant ape Vegeta was, Son Wukong felt even more exhilarated, pulling out a Senzu bean to eat. The last two given by Karin. Opt. Double Kaioken. The giant ape Vegeta gathered an energy blast in his mouth and fired it at Son Wukong. Whoosh. Son Wukong narrowly dodged the energy blast. Haha. The giant ape Vegeta mocked. Not bad. You managed to escape quite fast. Huff. Huff. Damn it. His power and speed. Even the double Kaioken cannot compare to him. Son Wukong gasped for air, constantly pondering ways to counter. Whoosh. Thud. Son Wukong landed and murmured, even if I have to be shattered to pieces, I must unleash the triple Kaioken. Alright. Hiss. Saying this, Son Wukong tore off his shirt. In this situation, there's no way to win unless I fight with all my might. Son Wukong placed the last Senzu bean into his mouth and chewed. Take this. Triple Kaioken. The North KO watched everything happening on Earth from KO's planet. No, Wukong, you won't be able to withstand this. I never expected the opponent to be so strong. This duel could end in defeat. Oh, the aura intensified. How could a low-class warrior possibly compare to me, the Saiyan Prince? Oh. The giant ape Vegeta roared in anger, his aura gradually increasing. Son Wukong placed his hands at his waist, forming a flower bud shape, gathering the Kamehameha, intending to end the battle with one blow. Seeing this, the giant ape Vegeta also gathered an energy blast in his mouth. Kamehameha. With that, Son Wukong pushed his flower bud hands forward. The giant ape Vegeta also unleashed an energy blast. Two streams of energy collided in midair, unleashing an incredible aura. The giant ape Vegeta laughed. Kakarot, let's see if you can withstand my attack now. Yeah. Son Wukong shouted loudly. The louder the shout in Dragon Ball, the more powerful it becomes. The energy in the air continued to clash, slowly pressing down on Son Wukong. Oh. 4 times Kaioken. 5 times Kaioken. Huh. It's being pushed back. The giant ape Vegeta looked shocked. Just as the Kamehameha was about to hit, the giant ape Vegeta quickly dodged. Huff. Oh. Son Wukong, having overused the Kaioken, felt intense pain all over his body, collapsing to the ground. He struggled to swallow the Senzu bean. With one Senzu bean down, Son Wukong's injuries instantly healed. The last 2 Senzu beans were consumed. Having eaten 2 Senzu beans, Son Wukong's power has now surpassed Vegeta. Boom. A loud explosion echoed in the sky, billowing thick smoke. Although the giant ape Vegeta dodged the fatal attack, he still emerged severely injured. How is this possible? Kakarot, how could this low-class warrior's combat power surpass mine? Damn it. Oh, impossible. I am a Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe. The giant ape Vegeta refused to accept this fact. In the blink of an eye, the giant ape Vegeta launched another attack against Son Wukong. Son Wukong unleashed the triple Kaioken, engaging in battle. Bang, bang, bang. You die. The giant ape Vegeta swung his fists, landing heavy blows on Son Wukong. Opt. Son Wukong was sent flying, hastily stabilizing himself in the air, placing his hands on his head to perform Tien's special technique. Solar flare. The pursuing giant ape Vegeta was directly blinded. What is this? My eyes. The giant ape Vegeta covered his eyes in pain. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong launched a rapid attack, landing punch after punch. Bang! The giant ape Vegeta, momentarily blinded, could not see where Sun Wukong was, and wildly swung his fists, taking hits passively. Seeing this, Sun Wukong kicked the giant ape Vegeta into the air, then again placed his hands on his waist to gather energy. Kamehameha. The now-sighted giant ape Vegeta blocked the incoming Kamehameha with both hands. Suddenly, the giant ape Vegeta's body began to shrink. What is happening? Vegeta looked up at the place where the artificial moon had been emitted. It was completely empty. The moon had long since disappeared. Damn it. It took too long, and the energy dissipated. They dragged me into a wheel battle for too long. I won't accept this. Vegeta was furious. Without being a giant ape, Vegeta could not withstand Sun Wukong's Kaioken attack. Bang! A loud noise echoed as Vegeta fell from the sky. With a thud, Vegeta crashed heavily onto the ground. Severely injured and unable to move, he completely lost his combat ability. Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta roared in frustration. As the battle ended, Ling Tian flew over with Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha. Wukong, you were amazing. You took down all the Saiyans. Krillin said in admiration. Yamcha smiled and said, Wukong, I didn't expect such great progress after a year of training. Son Wukong scratched his head and responded with a smile. When I fought Vegeta, he was already severely injured. If you hadn't beaten him to a pulp, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. As he said this, Son Wukong glanced at Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled and called up the system in his heart. System checks Son Wukong's combat power. Ding! Son Wukong 24794 combat power. Lineage Scion. Engaged in a near-death fight with Vegeta, consumed 2 Senzu beans. Wukong, let me kill that Scion. Krillin declared, striding toward Vegeta. Damn it! Vegeta seethed inwardly. Was he truly to be slain by a mere underling? Krillin raised his right hand, condensing a Destructo disc, ready to avenge the fallen Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Kaioth. Wait, Krillin! Goku suddenly called out. Krillin turned puzzled. Why had Goku stopped him? Goku scratched his head. Let him go. He's no longer capable of causing trouble. Wukong, have you lost your mind? Krillin pleaded with Goku. Though you've defeated him, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiotsu all perished, and he once sought to obliterate Earth. If we release him now, he'll surely return once healed. Goku stepped forward slowly, placed a gentle hand upon Krillin's gleaming bald head, and smiled. Perhaps. I relished our battle. I learned the Kaioken from King Kai, yet even that proved insufficient against him. Had it not been for 2 Senzu beans, I might well have fallen. Seeing persuasion futile, Krillin turned instead to Ling Tian. Ling Tian, what do you advise? Wukong, set this malevolent Scion free. Ling Tian chuckled softly. Let him depart. Perhaps we shall meet again. Even you, Ling Tian. Very well. Earth stands intact today, thanks entirely to you two. Krillin sighed, resigned, but powerless to object. Kakarot, you'll pay for this. Next time I'll make you suffer dearly. Just wait and see. As Vegeta boarded his spacecraft, he cast one final venomous glance back at them. Clang. Whoosh. The hatch sealed, the vessel ignited, and soared into the void. Hum. 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 Crack. No sooner had Vegeta departed than another craft descended nearby. Gohan. Shishi stormed over and swept Gohan into a tight, anxious embrace. Gohan, are you all right? Are you hurt? Mama's here. How pitiful. My little Gohan, still so young, and already thrust into battle with you lot. Never leave Mama again. Goku patted Shishi's shoulder. Chi-Chi, there's no need for such alarm. Gohan's perfectly fine. Mama, truly, I'm unharmed. Gohan added, bouncing lightly on his feet. Kame Sennin leaned on his cane, beaming with relief. Goku, Yamcha, you're both unscathed. That's wonderful. Bulma surveyed the scene, then asked, Goku, was that Scion killed? He wasn't killed, Goku admitted, scratching his head, but he's been thoroughly driven off. Kame Sennin interjected, it's more than enough. You've banished him successfully. Those fellows are astonishingly powerful. Krillin rubbed his gleaming scalp, grimacing. Of our 5, only we remain. Kaiotsu and Shinhan and Piccolo were all slain. Bulma dismissed their deaths without hesitation, smiling brightly. We already know. No matter. We'll revive them in a year using the Dragon Balls. Huh? Goku and the others stared, utterly bewildered. What's wrong? Bulma asked, perplexed by their stunned silence. Goku explained gently, Bulma, Piccolo is dead, so the Guardian of Earth must also be gone and the Dragon Balls have vanished. You're joking. Bulma's face paled. Without the Dragon Balls, how can we bring them back? Don't worry, Bulma. Ling Tian reassured her, then addressed the group. The Guardian's homeworld still possesses Dragon Balls. We need only journey there to retrieve them. Once found, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiotsu may all be revived. Truly, Ling Tian. Goku voiced disbelief. He'd never known Piccolo was an alien. Krillin chimed in, Wukong, it seems true. Those two scions mentioned Piccolo hailed from another world. That's fantastic. They'll live again. Goku beamed with delight. Ling Tian began issuing instructions. Wukong first consult King Kai for the coordinates of Namek. Then visit Kami's lookout to ask Mr. Popo where the Guardian lived as a child. There you'll find a spacecraft. Bring it to Bulma's home. Yamcha gasped, Ling Tian. How do you know everything? Krillin told me the gravity chamber was your idea. To have Wukong commission it from Bulma. Haha. Ling Tian waved dismissively, weaving a plausible tale. The Guardian is an alien. He must have arrived by spacecraft. It's only logical. Very well. I'll fetch the spacecraft from Kami's lookout and deliver it to Bulma's house. With that, Goku leapt onto his flying Nimbus and soared away. Wukong. Shishi watched him vanish, then turned firmly to Gohan. From now on you will not follow your father's path. You will become a great scholar. Let's go home and review your lessons. A collective speechless pause fell over the group. Ling Tian turned to the others, Krillin, Yamcha. Will you accompany us to the Guardian's homeworld to seek the Dragon Balls? Of course we will, they answered in unison. After a moment's reflection, Ling Tian spoke calmly. Krillin, retrieve the gravity chamber from Kami's lookout and transport it to Bulma's residence. We'll train intensively, and then depart together for Namek. Agreed. Krillin nodded and shot skyward, heading for Kami's lookout. Ling Tian smiled. Bulma, we'll be imposing on you for some time. Bulma laughed. Not at all, not at all. West City. Bulma's estate sprawled vast and wild, home to countless animals, even dinosaurs, so lush and untamed it resembled a private zoo. An hour later, Krillin and Goku both arrived at Bulma's home. Goku had secured Namek's coordinates from King Kai. Now all that remained was for Bulma to complete the spacecraft's modifications. Ling Tian, Goku, Gohan, Yamcha, and Krillin entered the gravity chamber. Defying Shishi's protests, Gohan rushed into train, determined to join the expedition to Namek and resurrect Piccolo. Upon learning Piccolo died protecting him, Shishi could only urge Gohan to stay safe. Ling Tian asked Krillin, Yamcha, what gravity level can you withstand? We've adapted to 23 times Earth's gravity. Krillin, you're incredible. Sustaining such force. I trained under King Kai at only 10-fold gravity. Goku exclaimed, astonished. Only Wukong and Gohan haven't yet used the gravity chamber. Ling Tian paused, then conceived a perfect plan. Here's the plan. Wukong spar with Krillin and Yamcha outside for now. Once Gohan and I reach 10-fold gravity, we'll call you in. All right, Gohan, give it your all. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair. Dad, I'll try my hardest. Gohan nodded resolutely. After the three exited, Ling Tian activated the gravity chamber and began training with Gohan, the gravity meter steadily climbing. Ling Tian, possessing immense combat power, adapted swiftly. Gohan, gifted beyond measure, gritted his teeth, driven solely by the vow to restore Piccolo. Within half an hour, both mastered 10-fold gravity. Ling Tian summoned Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha back inside. Whoa, Gohan's amazing. Krillin gaped. We took over 10 days to adapt to 10-fold gravity, yet you achieved it in just 30 minutes. Yamcha, equally astounded, muttered, they're all monsters. Goku grinned. Indeed, Gohan, you're extraordinary. Ling Tian gently stroked Gohan's head. His talent is exceptional. If he trains diligently, he'll become a warrior of unparalleled strength. Goku sighed wistfully. I sensed Gohan's potential even as a child, but Shishi forbids his training. I've no recourse. I'll speak with Shishi soon. For now, let's train. Ling Tian knew full well Shishi pushed scholarship for profit, and that after marrying Goku, she'd abandoned martial arts, convinced peace rendered them obsolete. Goku scratched his head and laughed. Thank you, Ling Tian. He truly hoped Ling Tian would persuade Shishi. Gohan's latent power dwarfed his own, his future greatness seemed assured. And yet another motive lingered to forge Gohan into Goku's rival, a worthy goal to spur relentless transformative growth. After brief conversation, they settled into rigorous training, endless physical drills, frequent sparring. Every waking hour save meals, and sleep unfolded within the gravity chamber. Gradually, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha, unable to endure higher gravities, resumed outdoor sparring. Ling Tian and Goku pressed onward, 65, 70, 75, 80-fold gravity. Goku clenched his jaw, straining, until with a thunderous crunch he collapsed beneath the crushing weight. Ling Tian instantly deactivated the chamber, retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket, and handed it to Goku. Shaking his head in concern, he admonished him sternly. Wukong, this is perilously reckless. Never exceed your body's limits. Had I not been here training alongside you today, you might well have suffered grave injury once more. After consuming the bean and regaining full strength, Goku scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. I simply wanted to test my absolute limit. I forgot myself in the moment. Shall we spar outside Wukong? Ling Tian wished to gauge precisely how far Goku's recent training had elevated his power. Absolutely. I've yet to engage you in true combat. Goku's eyes lit with excitement as he rolled up his sleeves. In a desolate wilderness, Ling Tian and son Wukong stood facing each other. Ling Tian seemed to recall something and spoke up. Wukong, use all your strength to fight me later. Especially when battling an enemy, do not think about testing them first before revealing your power. Such a habit is very detrimental. I understand. I will gradually correct this. Son Wukong nodded. From now on it will be Son Wukong at full power without testing step by step. Come on. Both clenched their fists tightly, unleashing their energy. Kaioken. Son Wukong shouted, enveloped by a layer of red aura. Son Wukong swiftly launched punches and kicks at Ling Tian, who defended and counterattacked simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists and feet colliding was immense. Afterimage fist. Son Wukong used his afterimages to confuse Ling Tian. In a moment of distraction, Ling Tian was knocked back by Son Wukong. Ling Tian quickly stabilized himself in the air, placing a hand by his head. Solar Fist. As Son Wukong saw the gesture, he immediately closed his eyes, knowing it was Tian's Solar Fist. As the brilliance faded, Ling Tian had already charged in. Bang! Their fists collided, both stepping back a pace. Ling Tian and Son Wukong exchanged knowing smiles. Both placed their hands at their waists, forming a flower bud shape, gathering energy. Simultaneously, they pushed their energy waves toward each other. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! The two energy waves collided, and for a moment it was impossible to determine a victor. Oh! Son Wukong shouted, triple Kaioken. The energy pushed steadily toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian also unleashed all his aura, speaking to Wukong. Wukong, can you use an even higher multiplier of Kaioken? If you can hurry up and use it. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong erupted with energy once more. 5 times Kaioken. Whoosh. After Son Wukong unleashed the 5 times Kaioken, the previously stalemated energy in the sky was suddenly overwhelming Ling Tian. Ling Tian had no means of resistance and was directly consumed by the energy. Son Wukong also collapsed to the ground after excessively using Kaioken. Boom. Ling Tian let out a miserable scream, completely engulfed by the energy wave. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully revived. Now issuing death rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained the skill Afterimage Fist. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained the skill Chi Round Slash. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward Combat Power 150000. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward Xiando 20. Checking personal attributes. Ding. Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling. Age 23. Skills Chi Perception, Sky Dance Technique, Energy Wave, Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, Afterimage Fist, Solar Fist, Chi Round Slash Power, Cannon, God Level Fighting Techniques. Combat Power 376986. Items Xiando 29. After reviewing his attributes, Ling Tian took out a Xiando and fed it to Son Wukong. Son Wukong, barely hanging on, completely recovered after eating the Xiando. The system checked Son Wukong's combat power. Ding. Son Wukong's combat power 168945. Bloodline Scion. Seeing Son Wukong's combat power, Ling Tian was left astonished. Every time he was on the brink of death, his combat power would increase. It was completely overpowered. Now Son Wukong could, with a double Kaioken, contend with me, while a 5 times Kaioken would soar to 800 combat power. Thank you, Ling Tian. After finishing the Xiando, Son Wukong was full of vitality. Ling Tian asked, Wukong, do you feel that your power has greatly increased? Ling Tian, do you know what's going on? Son Wukong scratched his head, looking puzzled. Last time when battling Vegeta, I also gained a lot of combat power after eating a Xiando. If I hadn't increased my combat power, I might not have been able to beat him. Ling Tian quickly began to explain. Wukong, you are a warrior race of Scion. Scions grow stronger through battle, and each revival from the brink of death significantly increases their combat power. So that's how it is. I didn't know that before. Son Wukong nodded. Ling Tian noted that it was getting late and spoke up. Wukong, let's head back. Okay. The two soared into the sky, flying towards Bulma's house. A week quickly passed by. Ling Tian and Son Wukong had completely adapted to the 100 times gravity. Son Gohan experienced 96 times gravity. Krillin and Yamcha faced 81 times gravity. Bulma had also repaired the spaceship. Everyone packed their things and prepared to head to Namek. Ling Tian, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma boarded the spaceship. Whoosh. The spaceship gradually ascended, leaving Earth and heading into the depths of space. In the vast universe, the spherical spaceship traversed the endless starry sky, moving through the dark void. This spaceship did not have a gravity chamber installed, so everyone could only meditate for training. Bulma, unable to stand the group of training fanatics, sat alone in her room reading and sleeping. Unknowingly, a month passed in this way. The spaceship also indicated that it was approaching Namek. After a brief rest, everyone prepared to land. Boom. Ling Tian and the other spaceship finally landed on Namek. The fresh air, lush greenery, and warm sunlight made one feel extremely comfortable upon stepping onto this planet. Bulma suppressed her emotions, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is so beautiful. Is this the hometown of Uncle Piccolo?" Son Gohan looked around. Krillin exclaimed, "This planet is so large. It has 3 suns." Ling Tian reminded everyone. "All right, let's put the spaceship away." Bulma made it into a universal capsule. "Someone is coming. Everyone be careful." Krillin scratched his head, speaking with some confusion. "Could it be the Namekians?" Bulma said, her voice trembling. "No, it's not the Namekians." As soon as the words left her mouth, 2 ugly aliens wielding weapons approached them. Ling Tian instructed Krillin. "Krillin, quickly deal with them." "Krillin, let me handle this. I haven't fought in a long time." Sun Wukong stepped forward and grabbed Krillin. "Those guys don't seem to be Namekians." "Forget about that. Anyway, Lord Frieza's orders are to eliminate everything on this planet." Beep, 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 beep. The detector beeped loudly. What? The combat power keeps rising. The 2 aliens displayed incredulous expressions, thinking the detector had malfunctioned. Seeing Krillin and Wukong dallying, Ling Tian erupted with all his aura and raised his right hand to unleash 2 energy blasts. Boom. The 2 aliens didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated. Ling Tian warned everyone, "They have detectors that can locate us. We need to leave quickly." Okay. Sun Wukong, seeing the enemies eliminated, could only reserve his opportunity to fight next time. Ling Tian, make sure to let me handle the next enemy. Wukong, this planet has many enemies. We need to find the Dragon Balls first. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to fight later. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. Wukong was still so eager for battle. Bulma took out 3 Dragon Ball radars she had prepared in advance and handed them to everyone. What? Krillin checked the Dragon Ball radar, exclaiming in surprise. It shows that the Dragon Balls are clustered together, and there are actually 4 Dragon Balls. It seems that those 2 earlier were not just random, they are also searching for the Dragon Balls. We need to get 1 Dragon Ball first to prevent them from gathering them all. This time the enemies we face are very powerful. We may not be their match, so everyone be cautious. Ling Tian distributed the 28 Xian Do rewarded by the system to everyone. Wukong took 10, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Son Gohan each took 6. Everyone flew toward the location of the Dragon Balls, while Bulma found a cave to stay in. Everyone's combat power: Ling Tian 567954, Sun Wukong 339566, Son Gohan 129653, Krillin 86789, Yamcha 79358. In the 100 times gravity chamber, Son Gohan is weaker than Sun Wukong because he has not experienced revival from the brink of death. A few minutes later, Ling Tian and the others found a Namekian village and were just about to communicate with the Namekians. Dodoria, Frieza's loyal henchman, flew over with a group of aliens from a distance. These 5 people looked different from the Namekians. Could they also be here to search for the Dragon Balls? Dodoria spoke with some confusion. Beep, beep. The highest combat power is only 3,000. Dodoria, unwilling to deal with trash, waved his hand, and several minions armed with weapons attacked Ling Tian and the others. Sun Wukong, seeing an opportunity to fight, charged forward. Huh. Sun Wukong roared, enveloped by a white aura. Beep. Bam. How is this possible? Dodoria's detector exploded as it exceeded its limits. His combat power is beyond my capability. I must flee quickly. Duodolia muttered to himself, highly valuing his own life. With a single punch, Sun Wukong dispatched an extraterrestrial being who offered no resistance. In the blink of an eye, all the extraterrestrial beings were defeated by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he swiftly caught up with the fleeing Duodolia. Where are you going? Duodolia trembled in fear. Sun Wukong raised his right hand, conjuring an energy orb which he pressed against Duodolia's chest before turning away and flying toward the location of Ling Tian and the others. Boom. Shortly after Sun Wukong left, the energy orb exploded violently. Duodolia didn't even have time to scream before vanishing from this world. Slap. Sun Wukong descended from the sky, landing beside Ling Tian. Ling Tian, these enemies are too weak. There's no challenge at all. Klin shook his head, helplessly unable to comprehend what thoughts occupied Wukong's mind. Isn't it better when the enemies are weaker? After dealing with all the enemies, Ling Tian and Yamcha communicated with the elders of the village to explain the situation. Upon seeing that Sun Wukong had defeated the enemies and saved the village, the elder handed a Dragon Ball about the size of a basketball to Ling Tian. What a large Dragon Ball, everyone exclaimed. Elder Muley said to the small Namekian beside him, Dondi, please take them to the Grand Elder. All right, Elder Muley. Follow me. Dondi soared into the air and flew ahead. Ling Tian and the others followed closely behind Dondi with the Dragon Ball. In another village on Namek, dozens of Namekians lay dead on the ground. Beside the bodies stood a group of varied extraterrestrial beings arranged in an orderly manner. They were well-equipped, all wearing the same combat uniforms. At that moment, they looked respectfully at a short figure sitting in a baby carriage. This person was the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, who instilled fear throughout the universe. King Frieza, we lost contact with Duodolia a while ago. He may have already been killed. A handsome man with long hair reported to Frieza. He was another of Frieza's trusted General Sabo. Frieza wore a cold smile, swirling the red wine in his glass, and said, Oh, it seems those guys are not here with good intentions. Could they also be after the Dragon Balls? King Frieza, the scanner indicates that those people are moving in that direction. Sabo looked at the scanner and reported to Frieza once again. Frieza smiled and spoke in a calm tone. No matter what they are here for, since they have come, let's send them to their deaths. Sabo will leave this matter to you. Yes. Sabo received Frieza's instructions and placed the Dragon Ball on the ground. Immediately afterward, he chased after the direction indicated by the scanner. Let's go, we are heading to the next village. Frieza commanded, rising from his baby carriage and flying into the distance. His subordinates, not daring to delay, picked up the Dragon Ball on the ground and followed suit. Meanwhile, Ling Tian and the others under Danda's guidance finally arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Seeing Neru, who looked very similar to Piccolo's son Wufan, couldn't help but ask, Are you Uncle Piccolo? Neru looked bewildered. Dondi explained to son Wufan, Wufan, this is brother Neru. During their flight, Dondi and Wufan became good friends. The Grand Elder knows you are coming. Follow me inside, Neru said as he walked toward a small, oval-shaped house. Ling Tian and the others hurried to keep up. Upon entering the house, Ling Tian and the others gasped at the appearance of the Grand Elder of Namek. So big. The Grand Elder, sitting on a stone chair, slowly inquired, I wonder what brings you to Namek. Clint explained to the Grand Elder, Our companions were killed by the Scions, and we request that you lend us the Dragon Balls for a while. The Grand Elder did not immediately agree, but instead requested to see Clint's memories. Child, may I see your memories? Once I see them, I will understand everything. All right. Clint, in order to obtain the Dragon Balls to revive Tianjin, Jiaozi, and Piccolo, could only comply. The Grand Elder placed his enormous hand on Clint's shiny bald head. Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that Earth also has Namekians that have fallen far from home. I now understand your intentions. I thank you for traveling such a long distance to Namek to help us fend off the enemy. Child, you are not yet a match for that person. I can sense that your strength is not weak. Let me help you unlock your potential. Grand Elder, your health. Neru attempted to stop the Grand Elder from unlocking their potential, as the Grand Elder's life was already waning. It's all right. The Grand Elder smiled, and then began to unlock Clint's potential. After 1 minute, everyone could clearly feel Clint's energy surging. Clint expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Grand Elder. You all come over too. The Grand Elder waved to Ling Tian and the others. Thank you, Grand Elder. Ling Tian approached the Grand Elder and expressed his thanks. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, placing his hand on Ling Tian's head. Time passed second by second. Ling Tian felt his power double. All right, child. The Grand Elder removed his hand and spoke to Ling Tian. Ling Tian expressed his gratitude once more, saying, Thank you, Grand Elder. Not long after, the remaining Yamcha son Wukong and son Wufan also unlocked their potential in turn. Everyone expressed their thanks to the Grand Elder. After unlocking the Grand Elder's potential, everyone's combat power increased. Ling Tian won 92 million combat power. Son Wukong won 24 million combat power. Son Wufan 60,000 combat power. Clint 270,000 combat power. Yamcha 250,000 combat power. Someone is coming. We need to take care of the enemies first. Ling Tian sensed an evil aura outside. Those inside, listen up, come out and die. The speaker was none other than Sabo, who had followed them via the scanner. Faced with this minor soldier, Ling Tian had no intention of making a move and instead passed the opportunity to son Wufan. Wufan, go take care of him. Later we will find the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. All right, Uncle Ling Tian. Son Wufan nodded. Ha ha ha. Seeing a small boy step out to challenge him, Sabo couldn't help but laugh. Huh. Son Wufan shouted, unleashing all his energy. Beep, beep, beep. Sabo's scanner beeped, the numbers displayed fluctuating rapidly, and with a bang the scanner exploded. What? How is that possible? Exceeding 1000 combat power. Sabo expressed disbelief. How could a small boy be so strong? Before Sabo could recover from his shock, son Wufan's punch exploded his head. There are still many enemies over there. The strongest ones are there. Let's go. After saying this, Ling Tian and the others erupted in energy, soaring into the sky, toward the location of the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Meanwhile, in another village on Namek, Frieza, searching for the Dragon Balls, listened with a dark expression to his subordinate's report. King Frieza Sabo has also gone missing. Now the scanner shows that several people are heading toward our location. A crocodile-headed extraterrestrial reported to Frieza, trembling with fear, fearing that Frieza might suddenly erupt and eliminate him upon hearing this news. It seems these people are not to be underestimated. They killed 2 of my generals and still dare to come here. Frieza crushed the red wine glass he had been shaking in his hand. His subordinates trembled in fear, terrified of his rage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian and the others flew to the opposite side of Frieza and stopped. Ho ho ho. Are you the ones who killed Duodolia and Sabo? Frieza's eyes glinted with malice as he scrutinized Ling Tian and the others. Sun Wukong asked, Are you Frieza? Ho ho ho. I didn't expect you to know this, king. Frieza chuckled lightly and then extended an olive branch to Ling Tian and the others. I see that your strengths are quite impressive. How about considering becoming my subordinates? Your status would be just below mine, and I could even gift you a few planets as presents. Don't dream, we won't become your subordinates and do your evil deeds. Sun Wukong declared with righteousness. Oh, Frieza sneered. You don't want to be my subordinates while having killed 2 of my trusted aides. It seems you are tired of living. Attack together and take care of them. Frieza commanded his minions to launch an assault. After receiving the order, the minions surrounded Ling Tian and the others with advanced weapons. The weapons continuously fired energy cannons. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. A barrage of attacks hit Ling Tian and the others. Bang, bang, bang. As the smoke cleared, Ling Tian and the others emerged from the intense assault unscathed with only a bit of dust on their clothes. Waste. A bunch of waste. Frieza furiously shouted. The minions, seeing their king's wrath, could only attack even harder, fearing for their own safety. Ling Tian and the others, not wanting to suffer another attack, unleashed their ultimate techniques. Turtle School Kamehameha, Power Burst, Chi Round Slash, Demon Flash, Energy Bomb. Odd. Under the colorful energy attacks, the small soldiers let out shrieks consumed by the energy. In an instant, all the small soldiers were annihilated. Only the cosmic Emperor Frieza remained in his baby carriage. Ling Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. Frieza, now you are the only one left. Good. Very good. You have successfully enraged me. Frieza floated in midair, kicking his baby carriage away. Immediately, Frieza raised his right hand, gathering energy at his fingertips, and unleashed it towards everyone. Death Beam. Waves of laser-like energy shot from Frieza's fingers. Ling Tian, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan easily dodged the attacks. However, Krillin and Yamcha, due to their vastly inferior combat power, could not evade. The 2 were pierced through the chest by the beams, spitting blood and falling to the ground. Krillin, Yamcha. Sun Wukong hurriedly ran over to check on their condition. Struggling, Krillin and Yamcha took out the senzu beans from their pockets and swallowed them. With one senzu bean consumed, their injuries were instantly healed. At this time, Ling Tian approached and said to Krillin and Yamcha, Krillin, you 2 take the Dragon Radar and go find the other Dragon Balls with Dandy. We'll leave this to the 3 of us. Sorry, we can't help much, Krillin said, feeling quite dejected. Yamcha spoke up. We can only do it this way for now, or staying behind will only hinder Ling Tian and the others. All right then. After bidding farewell to Krillin and Sun Wukong, they went to search for the Dragon Balls. Oh, those 2 just didn't die. Frieza was somewhat shocked. Sun Wukong shouted angrily, Damn, you dare to hurt Krillin. Sun Wukong unleashed all his energy and charged at Frieza. Ling Tian looked at Gohan and said, Gohan, let's join in. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. Sun Gohan nodded. Ling Tian and Sun Gohan also erupted with astonishing energy. What? How is this possible? Frieza looked shocked at the 3 approaching him. The energy they unleashed was even higher than my first form. When did such a powerful being appear in my jurisdiction? Frieza stood frozen in place. Sun Wukong's figure flickered and appeared right in front of Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Oh! Frieza let out a tragic scream, his body bending like a shrimp as he flew backward. Seeing this, Ling Tian quickly moved in front of Frieza and kicked him towards Sun Gohan. Frieza hurriedly steadied himself in midair, bracing against the incoming punches from Sun Gohan. Bang! The 2 fists collided, each stepping back a pace. Frieza sought to press the attack against Sun Gohan. Unexpectedly, Ling Tian kicked Frieza in the side. Oh, damn it. Frieza flew backward again, unable to withstand the joint assault of the 3. On the other side, with Frieza out of the way, Krillin and the others smoothly searched for the Dragon Balls with the Dragon Radar. On the way, they saw village after village destroyed and corpses of Namekians everywhere. Dandy couldn't help but burst into tears. Krillin hurriedly comforted him. Dandy, we can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Dandy shook his head, his voice choked with sobs. It's useless. The Eternal Dragon Purunga can only resurrect one person at a time. With 3 wishes, we can only bring back 3 people. Krillin replied, we also have Dragon Balls on Earth that can bring everyone back at once. Once Piccolo is revived, the Dragon Balls on Earth can also be used for you. Really? Thank you so much. Dandy's face lit up with excitement. The deceased Namekians could truly be revived. Yamcha said, let's quickly find the remaining Dragon Balls. All right. Krillin and Dandy nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. Yamcha, Krillin, and Dandy accelerated their flight and found the 3rd Dragon Ball in a village. Beep. Krillin checked the Dragon Radar and said the Dragon Radar shows that the last 4 Dragon Balls are with Frieza. Hurry back, Krillin. The group prepared to return to steal the 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza and make their wishes. Boom. Suddenly 2 round spaceships descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. More people have arrived. The 3 were quite puzzled. Who else could possibly come at this time? Crack, crack. The 2 spaceships opened their hatches in succession. Vegeta cursed as he walked out of the spaceship. That damned Frieza dared to steal my Dragon Balls. The other person was the weakest of Frieza's subordinates, Kaiotsu. Kaiotsu and Vegeta are sworn enemies, often clashing while working under Frieza. Kaiotsu mocked, Vegeta, did you get dumbfounded by the Earthlings after visiting Earth? You still want to steal King Frieza's Dragon Balls? Damn it. Kaiotsu, say that again. Vegeta was furious. Kaiotsu continued to ridicule Vegeta. What's wrong, Vegeta? I remember your power level was 18000 while mine is 19000. I'm a full 1000 above you. I told you, what can you do to me? Kaiotsu finished speaking and grabbed Vegeta's shoulder, preventing him from searching for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta shouted angrily, Kaiotsu, let go of me. Vegeta, I won't let you disturb King Frieza. Kaiotsu held on to Vegeta, stubbornly showing no signs of releasing him. Kaiotsu, you're looking for death. Vegeta exploded with rage and broke free from Kaiotsu's grasp. Immediately, Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Kaiotsu. Kaiotsu easily defended against Vegeta's assault. With a mocking tone, he said, Vegeta, you're still the same. You can't beat me like this, and besides, there's no moon on this planet. Ha ha ha. Do you think I only have this much power? Oh. Vegeta increased his energy again, raising his power level to 2400. Beep. Beep. The scouter emitted an alarm. What? Your power level reached 2400. Kaiotsu was instantly paralyzed with fear. Once he regained his senses, Kaiotsu began to retreat and said to Vegeta, I've long been annoyed with Frieza. Vegeta, let's join forces to kill Frieza. Facing this sworn enemy, Vegeta knew that Kaiotsu was certainly trying to deceive him and refused to fall for it. Seeing that Vegeta was not fooled, Kaiotsu immediately thought of a plan. He pointed in a direction, feigning shock. King Frieza, how did you get here? What? Frieza. Hearing those 3 words, Vegeta turned pale with fear and couldn't help but look back. Haha. Vegeta, go. Kaiotsu condensed energy and hurled it at Vegeta. Kaiotsu, you dare to deceive me. Vegeta swatted the energy blast away and quickly attacked Kaiotsu, knocking him out of the fight in just a few strikes. Immediately, Vegeta gathered energy in his hand and blasted it at Kaiotsu. Power burst. Boom. Kaiotsu was obliterated by the energy. Just as Vegeta was about to leave to search for the Dragon Balls, he sensed an energy fluctuation nearby. Vegeta learned to sense ki and hide his energy after visiting Earth. Vegeta looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation. He saw 3 people on a bare little island staring at him. Vegeta soared into the air, flying towards the little island. That person is coming. Dandy trembled a bit, realizing this person could kill without blinking. Yamcha patted Dandy's shoulder, reassuring him. Dandy, you don't need to be afraid. My and Krillin's powers have surpassed that person. Let's see what he came to Namek for. Why are these 2 Earthlings here on Namek? What are those 3 round balls they have? Vegeta was somewhat puzzled and then asked, Earthlings, what are those things in your hands? Krillin whispered to Yamcha. Yamcha, it seems that Sion doesn't know these are Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Vegeta still heard Krillin's tiny voice. It turns out that the golden sphere with a few stars inside is indeed the Dragon Ball. They just happen to have 3. Now they are mine. Vegeta arrogantly declared. You guys hurry up and hand over the Dragon Balls in your hands. Dandy trembled in fear. Krillin, what should we do now? I can't take it anymore. I want to go beat him up for the sake of Tien and the others. Yamcha said while powering up, preparing to charge at Vegeta. You, a defeated opponent, dare to challenge me. Who gave you the courage? Vegeta was completely unconcerned about the enraged Yamcha, believing Yamcha's strength was still the same as before. Just as Yamcha was about to attack Vegeta, a violent tremor suddenly erupted on Namek. At the same time, a powerful and sinister aura emerged from the distance. What's happening? Yamcha asked, puzzled. Krillin sensed the aura and said, It's from Goku and the others. We need to hurry over. Alright. Hearing this, Yamcha had no choice but to abandon the idea of repairing Vegeta. Soon Yamcha, Krillin, and Dandy picked up the Dragon Balls from the ground. They soared into the sky, flying toward the battlefield where Ling Tian and the others were. Whoosh. Whoosh. What are they up to? The Dragon Balls are still in their hands. Do I have to follow them? Vegeta took to the air, stealthily following behind them. Bang. 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 Meanwhile, Frieza was being relentlessly beaten by Ling Tian, Goku, and Gohan. Oh. Frieza was struck into the water by Goku's Kamehameha. Damn it. Injured Frieza emerged from the water, looking up at the three in midair, saying, how about a unknown fight? He had been surrounded and had no chance to transform into the next phase. If not for his resilience, he would have been finished by now. Ha ha ha. Seeing Frieza in such a miserable state, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. Goku suggested, Ling Tian, why not let Gohan handle him? Sure. Ling Tian was unconcerned, but still reminded Gohan. Gohan, be careful, he can still transform. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. Gohan nodded. Oh, they actually listened to my advice. Frieza chuckled. Then Frieza began to transform. Frieza clenched his fists and roared deeply, a large mass of white energy condensing around him. The ground beneath him began to crack. Golden light enveloped Frieza's entire body. Soon Frieza's body began to swell, his limbs stretching outward, and the two horns on his head became curved and sharp. As his body changed, the aura grew stronger. Frieza roared in anger, completing his second transformation. Second transformation, 1 million battle power. Frieza spoke with great courtesy. Sorry to keep you waiting. As a courtesy, I will kill all of you. Is that all? I feel like I'm about the same as you. Goku did not sense the overwhelming strength of Frieza. Ling Tian smiled helplessly. Once Frieza unleashed his full power, they would see just how formidable he was. Ho ho ho. Frieza laughed heartily and then said, open your eyes and watch closely. Soon you'll realize how insignificant you are before me. Gohan's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Frieza. His fist crackled as it smashed toward Frieza's forehead. Bang! The fist and head collided, producing a tremendous noise. Frieza remained motionless, taking the attack heat-in. Kid, is that all your attack has? Frieza shook his head and said, now it's my turn. Immediately Frieza launched a fierce assault on Gohan. Fists rained down on Gohan, who cried out in agony. This is for the beating you gave me, Frieza said as he spread his palms, energy surging forth. Death beam. Tat, tat, tat. His hands unleashed energy blasts like a machine gun rumbling. In an instant, explosions erupted, sinking the battlefield island. Ha ha ha. How do you like that move? Frieza looked at Goku. Goku shouted Gohan. Ling Tian reassured Goku Gohan is fine. As the smoke cleared, Gohan was floating in the air, covered in wounds, his clothes tattered. Fortunately, the senzu beans were not destroyed. Gohan said, taking out a senzu bean to eat. After swallowing a senzu bean, his injuries instantly healed. Gohan erupted with energy, charging toward Frieza in midair, ready to battle again. What did that kid eat just now? He recovered so quickly. Shortly after they began their battle, Frieza found himself at a disadvantage. Something's not right. What did he eat? I was dominating him a moment ago, and now I can't even keep up. Frieza's face was filled with confusion. Bang! Their fists collided and Frieza used his tail to swing and knock Gohan away. This won't do. There are still two people over there who haven't made their move. I have to reveal my final form. I can't keep playing around, or he'll get surrounded again. Frieza muttered to himself. He then began the next phase of transformation. Once again, golden light radiated from Frieza's body. Frieza's battle suit displayed numerous spiderweb-like cracks. A terrifying aura unleashed monstrous waves that spread outward. The entire planet shook violently, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Impressive. So impressive. Goku watched Frieza in the midst of his transformation, feeling not fear, but excitement. After a long wait of over a minute, Frieza finally completed his final transformation, his body becoming compact, yet emanating an astonishing aura. Your doomsday is upon you. Frieza said proudly, this form has a battle power of a full 3 million. Just transformed 3 million battle power. 50 is 6 million battle power. 100 is 120 million battle power. Goku, let's go together. Gohan can't handle him alone. Ling Tian rushed toward Frieza. 3 million battle power was no joke. Goku was excited. It was the first time he had encountered someone so strong. Hey! Ling Tian, Goku, and Gohan could only barely withstand Frieza's attacks. Bang! 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 The continuous collisions of their bodies produced loud sounds. Double Kaioken. Goku unleashed the Kaioken, engaging Frieza. Ling Tian and Gohan, meanwhile, were launching surprise attacks on Frieza. Damn it. Frieza was furious. Having just powered up, he was already being pressured again. At that moment, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dandy rushed over. Wow, Goku and the others are so strong. Krillin exclaimed in shock. This level of battle power. Can a human even reach that? Yamcha expressed disbelief. Seeing Yamcha, Krillin, and Dandy arrive, Ling Tian immediately withdrew from the battle with Frieza and flew toward them. Clap. Ling Tian descended from the sky, landing beside them, and said, Krillin, the remaining Dragon Balls are behind that small hill. You guys go summon the dragon and make a wish while we hold off Frieza. Okay. Ling Tian. Krillin nodded, leading Yamcha and Dandy to sneak and retrieve Frieza's Dragon Balls. Whoosh. Ling Tian rejoined the battlefield, flying above Frieza and gathering energy in his hands. Goku, get out of the way. Kamehameha. With Ling Tian's warning, Goku quickly dodged the attack. However, Frieza was not so lucky, being directly blasted into the ground by the Kamehameha. What? Kakarot and that Earthling have become so strong. Vegeta, just arriving, was utterly shocked. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I am the strongest warrior. Vegeta, unwilling to back down, prepared to charge at Frieza for an unknown fight. As Frieza emerged from the pit, he saw Vegeta attacking him. Damn Saiyan monkey. I knew you would betray me. Frieza, filled with rage, slapped the stubborn Vegeta away. Vegeta spurted blood and was sent flying backward. Boom. Vegeta crashed into a small hill, barely hanging on. Goku, seeing this, rushed over quickly, pulling a Senzu bean from his pocket and stuffing it into Vegeta's mouth. Kakarot, you. Goku said, Vegeta, eat this and you'll be fine. Barely conscious, Vegeta, after eating the Senzu bean, instantly recovered, his battle power skyrocketing. I can't believe I possess such power. Vegeta could clearly feel his strength had multiplied several times. Goku took out the remaining 9 Senzu beans from his pocket and split 4 of them for Vegeta. Vegeta, after you get hurt, eating this will heal you. Kakarot. Vegeta, let's go together. Goku soared into the air, charging toward Frieza. Meanwhile, Gohan overlapped his hands above his head, continuously gathering energy. Demon Flash. Gohan shouted, launching a powerful attack at Frieza. Boom. Frieza, caught off guard, was hit. Heaten. Damn you, little brat. Frieza glared at his slightly charred body, filled with fury. Flame shot. Frieza raised his right hand, unleashing fireballs to attack Gohan. Gohan was instantly engulfed by the fireballs, letting out cries of despair. Gohan. Goku shouted. Frieza attempted to continue the pursuit until he saw Ling Tian placing his hands by his ears. Solar flare. My eyes. Frieza yelled. The dazzling light caused Frieza to go temporarily blind. Good opportunity. Ling Tian and Goku simultaneously placed their hands on their waists, gathering energy. Seeing this, Vegeta also took to the air, continuously gathering energy in his hands. Ling Tian's son Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed their gathered energy towards Frieza. Kamehameha wave. Final flash. Boom. Frieza was engulfed by the 3 streams of energy, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, Frieza emerged injured and clutching his right arm with part of his tail severed. Damn it. How dare you treat this king like this? Frieza was filled with rage. I will not spare you. Frieza unleashed 20% of his combat power. 24 million. Ling Tian and the others struggled to withstand Frieza's unleashed aura. Frieza suddenly vanished and reappeared in front of Ling Tian. His eyes glowed red, shooting out 2 beams of light. Eye lasers. Ling Tian was pierced through the chest by the beams plummeting from the sky. Ling Tian. Son Wukong, filled with fury, unleashed a 5-fold Kaioken and charged at Frieza. Bang. Just as he rushed towards Frieza, he was knocked back. 10-fold Kaioken. Son Wukong shouted angrily. Swish. Frieza raised his right hand, creating an energy sphere, and hurled it at Son Wukong. Son Wukong extended his hands forward, blocking the incoming energy sphere. Stronger than I expected. But compared to me, you are still far behind. Frieza regarded Son Wukong as merely a slightly stronger ant. Suddenly, Vegeta hovered in the air, observing Frieza. Golden light emanated from him, encasing his entire body in energy. What is this Saiyan monkey doing? Frieza looked puzzled. Infinite expansion. Vegeta shouted, radiating energy in all directions from his center. I thought it was something significant. Frieza effortlessly dodged all the attacks. He soared into the sky, rapidly firing multiple purple energy waves from his fingertips. Multiple death beams. The death beams relentlessly shot at Vegeta. Vegeta's body was pierced by the beams, emitting painful cries. How could that damned Frieza be so powerful? If it weren't for Kakarot's beans, I might have died several times by now. Seeing Vegeta's continuous screams, Wukong quickly gathered his energy, preparing to interrupt Frieza's assault. Kamehameha wave. Upon seeing the energy approaching, Frieza had no choice but to abandon his attack. He hurriedly gathered an energy wave in his hand and shot it out. Bang! The 2 energy waves collided in midair, resulting in a stalemate. 20-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong increased the Kaioken multiplier again. Oh, stronger again. Frieza was slightly startled. Suddenly dark clouds appeared in the originally clear sky resembling night. What's going on? Frieza looked around and noticed a gigantic being in the distance glowing with golden light. Sun Wukong exclaimed great. Krillin and the others finally gathered the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. Summoning the dragon. After eating a Senzu bean, Vegeta was fully revived. I must fulfill my wish for immortality. Upon hearing this news, Vegeta completely disregarded Sun Wukong, who was fighting Frieza, and flew towards the dragon's location. Damn it! Frieza was enraged to learn that the 4 Dragon Balls he had painstakingly collected were stolen and summoned. You bastards! Only I, Frieza, can grant wishes. You won't succeed. Oh. Frieza roared in fury, unleashing 50% of his combat power 60 million, directing the energy wave overwhelmingly towards Sun Wukong. Boom. The energy wave struck the ground, creating a tremendous noise. Swish. After pushing Sun Wukong back, Frieza accelerated to the limit, flying towards the dragon. On a small island of Namek, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dandy secretly moved the Dragon Balls to this location while Frieza was battling Ling Tian and the others. With the 3 Dragon Balls in hand along with Frieza's 4, there were exactly 7 Dragon Balls. Yamcha immediately summoned the dragon. Come forth, dragon. Fulfill my wish. What's going on? Why isn't the dragon appearing? Krillin looked puzzled. Dandy quickly explained to the two. Krillin, the dragon Purunga can only be summoned using Namekian language, and wishes must be made in it too. Yamcha said, so that's how it is. Thank goodness Dandy is here, otherwise Krillin and I wouldn't know what to do. Krillin urged, let's summon the dragon first. Dandy, it's up to you. Alright. Dandy said, come forth. The dragon Purunga. Fulfill my wish. In Namekian language. The 7 Dragon Balls the size of soccer balls emitted golden light and resonated with each other. As the golden light faded, a muscular dragon with 2 horns appeared in the sky. Krillin couldn't help but say, Dandy, the Namekian dragon looks terrifying. Purunga's eyes glowed red as he said, the one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Speak your wish. No matter what wish it is, I will fulfill it. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully revived. Now issuing death rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host acquired skill cutting disc. Ding. Congratulations, host acquired skill death beam. Ding. Congratulations, host acquired skill death energy ball. Ding. Congratulations, host acquired skill telepathy. Ding. Congratulations, host acquired reward combat power 30 million. Ding. Congratulations, host acquired reward Senzu beans 100. System checking personal attributes. Ding. Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling. Age 23. Skills Chi sensing flight technique Kamehameha wave. Death beam cutting disc death energy ball telepathy god level fighting technique. Combat power 33. 29 million. Items Senzu beans 100. Revived Ling Tian found Sun Wukong, who was unable to move on the ground, and Gohan, who was unconscious on the shore. After Sun Wukong ate a Senzu bean to recover his injuries, he woke up Gohan and fed him a Senzu bean, and the 3 soared into the sky using the flight technique to head towards the dragon. The dragon Purunga urged the one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. No matter what wish it is, I will fulfill it. Dandy asked Krillin, what should the first wish be? Krillin pondered for a moment and said, let Piccolo be revived here with us. Dandy shouted, Purunga, please let Piccolo from Earth be revived in front of us. In Namekian language. This wish is very simple. The eyes of the dragon Purunga shone brightly. Revived Piccolo suddenly appeared in front of Krillin and the others. Your wish has been granted. Please state your next wish. Dandy asked Krillin, what is your next wish? Yamcha thought for a moment and said, we don't know. Ling Tian and Wukong are not here. Should we revive Kaiatsu and Tenshinhan first? Piccolo was unsatisfied with this wish and quickly intervened. Reviving those 2 now is pointless. The enemies are not yet dealt with, and they might die again right after being revived. What wish should we make then? Krillin looked at Piccolo. The dragon Purunga urged, please state your wishes. Krillin, have you made your wish yet? Suddenly Ling Tian's voice reached Krillin's ears. Ling Tian, is that you? Krillin was somewhat confused. Ling Tian replied, Krillin, I'm using telepathy to talk to you right now. Krillin said, we used 1 wish to revive Piccolo, and now we have 2 wishes left, but don't know what to wish for. Krillin, let Purunga reinforce Namek to the best of his ability. Ling Tian stated a wish. Krillin replied, okay. I will tell Dandy right now. The dragon Purunga urged somewhat impatiently, please state your wishes. No matter what wish it is, I will fulfill it. Krillin said, Dandy. Ling Tian said to reinforce Namek. Krillin, thank you. Dandy was very grateful. Dandy loudly declared, Purunga, please reinforce Namek to the best of your ability. In Namekian language. This wish is very simple. The eyes of the dragon Purunga shone brightly. After a minute of waiting, the red light in the eyes of the divine dragon Purunga gradually faded, Your wish has been granted. Please state your final wish. At that moment, Vegeta and Frieza arrived in succession. Vegeta anxiously asked, Earthling, do you have any wishes left? Hurry up and wish for me to attain immortality. Vegeta, are you trying to steal my wish? Frieza unleashed a ki blast, sending Vegeta flying to the other side of the planet. Frieza shouted loudly, Dragon, please let me grow 20 centimeters taller. Krillin and the others were left dumbfounded. Oh, what kind of wish was that? However, Palunga did not react to Frieza's words and instead said to himself, Please state your final wish. What's going on? Didn't the dragon hear what I said? Frieza was furious and turned to look at Krillin and the others, threatening them. You guys better help me grant my wish. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Dandy flatly refused Frieza. I won't help a villain like you wish away. Damn it. You're all seeking death. Frieza's explosive aura sent everyone flying. At that moment, Ling Tian, Son Wukong, and Son Gohan arrived to rescue everyone. The Grand Elder's life was coming to an end, and the divine dragon Palunga turned into 7 stones, heavily crashing to the ground. Grand Elder, Dandy couldn't help but cry. The dragon is gone. It's all because of you people that I wasn't able to fulfill my wish. You all deserve to die. Oh. Frieza unleashed his full power, revealing a combat strength of 120 million. Ling Tian and Son Wukong exploded with rage and charged at Frieza. 20 times Kaioken. Son Wukong, on the brink of death, several times reached a combat power of 372 million. Yamcha murmured to himself, what a powerful enemy, my legs are shaking. Damn it. Piccolo's face turned as green as it could get. Bang, bang, bang. The disparity in strength among the group was too great, making it impossible to see the battle clearly. All they could hear were loud booms in the air. Ling Tian and Son Wukong unleashed their afterimages, battling Frieza. Initially unable to discern their true forms, Frieza was hit a few times, but after adjusting, he began to dominate the fight. You all shall die. Frieza shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy from his right hand. Flame burst. Countless flames shot toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian was unable to avoid the attack and was struck heated, letting out cries of agony. Cutting disc. Similar to Krillin's ki sphere, but much more powerful. With his other hand, Frieza conjured a circular disc of energy and hurled it at Son Wukong. Son Wukong struggled to dodge. Seeing Son Wukong blocked, Frieza quickly turned his attention back to Ling Tian. Snap! Frieza extended his hand forward, grabbing Ling Tian from the smoke. Bang! 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 Frieza's knee struck Ling Tian's abdomen heavily. Ling Tian endured a barrage of strikes from Frieza, not knowing how many ribs he had broken, only able to let out painful wails. Bang! Frieza kicked Ling Tian directly into the ground. Immediately after, Frieza conjured a massive energy blade in his hand and swung it fiercely at Ling Tian. Earth Splitter. A crack appeared on the Namekian planet. If the planet was not reinforced, it might have split in half. Ling Tian was engulfed by the energy and vanished from sight. Krillin shouted loudly, Ling Tian. His call caught Frieza's attention. It's that bald guy who stole my Dragon Ball. He's the reason I couldn't fulfill my wish. Frieza glared intensely at Krillin. Seeing Frieza's unwavering gaze, Krillin's body kept retreating. Little bald head, prepare to die. Frieza opened his palm, and with his telekinetic powers, he directly restrained Krillin. Krillin's body floated uncontrollably in midair. Krillin panicked. Wukong, save me. Son Wukong's face darkened. Frieza let Krillin go. Ha ha ha. Frieza completely ignored Son Wukong and directly detonated the energy. Boom. Krillin's body began to swell like a balloon. Unable to withstand the immense energy, Krillin exploded. Son Wukong shouted, Krillin. Krillin. Memories of living with Krillin flooded Son Wukong's mind, from their first meeting to their first training and their first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong's fist suddenly clenched, and he let out an earth-shattering roar. As Son Wukong's continuous roar echoed, the energy within him surged and overflowed. Boom. The Namekian planet shook violently, and even the originally clear sky turned overcast with flashes of lightning streaking across. The energy released by Son Wukong caused countless fragments of stone and dirt to levitate in midair. Lightning struck down around Son Wukong. As the roar gradually ceased, Frieza stood frozen in shock, realizing that Son Wukong had transformed into a different being. Son Wukong was enveloped in a golden aura. His once black hair had turned golden and stood upright. Son Wukong successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. This form increases his normal combat power by 50 times. Son Wukong's normal power of 372 million transformed into an astonishing 18.6 million. How is this possible? Golden hair. Frieza was astonished. He recalled his ancestors' warning to be wary of the golden-haired Saiyans. Frieza had never believed this legend, considering it mere nonsense. Vegeta, returning from the other side of the planet, watched Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan, feeling deeply resentful. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I am the strongest Saiyan in the universe. Why? How can Kakarot, a low-class warrior, transform into a Super Saiyan? And yet I cannot. Why? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully resurrecting. Now distributing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Magic Penetrating Light Cannon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill 4-Body Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Telekinesis. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Combat Power of 100 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward 200 Senza Beans. Checking personal attributes. Ding! Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling. Age 23. Skills Chi Perception Flight Technique Ki Blast Turtle School Ki Blast Dragon Fist 4-Body Fist. Telekinesis Sound Transmission over Long Distances Divine Level Fighting Techniques. Items 298 Senza Beans. Combat Power 132 million. The just resurrected Ling Tian was also shocked. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. It seems Krillin really did sacrifice himself. Frieza, I will not spare you. Sun Wukong charged at Frieza. Frieza mocked. Even if you are a Super Saiyan, what does it matter? You cannot defeat me. Seeing this, Ling Tian also rushed towards Frieza. Bang, bang, bang. The two attacked from different directions, unleashing their full power, making their bodies seem ethereal, and in an instant Frieza received dozens of blows. Oh, damn it. Frieza retreated, enveloping himself in energy, unleashing his strongest attack towards Ling Tian. New Star Strike. Wrapped in a purple energy sphere, Frieza appeared before Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. Bang. The two fists collided. How is this possible? My strongest technique has no effect on him. Does that mean his power is on par with mine? Frieza began to doubt his life. Sun Wukong, filled with rage, launched an attack against Frieza in the air. Oh. Frieza wanted to retaliate, but found no way to do so. Sun Wukong rained down punches on Frieza's face. In a short while, Frieza's face was swollen and disfigured. Damn you. Both of you die. Frieza roared in fury, his hands continuously gathering energy. One after another, violet energy spheres erupted from his palms. Patter, 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 boom. Countless energy blasts struck the ground, obliterating mountains and lakes alike. Yet Ling Tian and Son Goku remained unscathed. Frieza, is this truly the extent of your power? Son Goku shook his head with mild disappointment. Ever since his transformation into a Super Saiyan, Frieza had ceased to pose any meaningful challenge. Damn it. Then perish, along with this planet. Gritting his teeth, Frieza gathered a seething orb of energy at his fingertip, its size swelling rapidly. Planet-destroying sphere. Seeing this, Son Goku instantly placed his hands at his waist and began gathering energy. Meanwhile, Ling Tian raised his right hand and formed a circular disc of radiant light. Kamehameha. Cutting disc. At the very instant, the planet-destroying sphere collided with the Kamehameha wave. Ling Tian guided the luminous disc with precise control, slicing cleanly through Frieza's leg. F. Impossible. Frieza bellowed in shock and rage. How do you know my techniques? Ling Tian smiled faintly and shook his head. You need not know so much. Frieza, I shall send you on your final journey. Alone I might still stand a chance, but now facing two opponents. If I persist, I will surely die here. Frieza murmured to himself. I have no choice but to resort to this technique. Clutching his wounded leg, he raised both arms high above his head, channeling immense energy. A colossal energy sphere materialized in his grasp, then slammed violently into the planetary crust. Planet-piercing sphere. Ha ha ha. A cruel, triumphant grin spread across Frieza's face. You are finished. This planet will explode imminently. You lack the ability to survive in open space, so wait here and slowly meet your end. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his teeth. Is this how the Prince of the Saiyans meets his end, eh? Boom. The sphere detonated deep underground, yet the earth fell silent, yielding no further reaction. Frieza, your plan has failed. Ling Tian chuckled softly. I long ago wished upon Shinran Purunga to reinforce Namek itself. No matter how fiercely you strike, this planet is now unbreakable. Ling Tian, you're incredible. Had you not enlisted Krillin and the others to make that wish, I'd be utterly lost right now. Son Goku gave Ling Tian a hearty thumbs up. Impossible. How could this be? Frieza unleashed a barrage of devastating techniques, blasting the ground again and again. Thud. Boom. Each impact echoed with thunderous force, yet the surface remained unmarred, utterly impervious. Frieza, it is time for your final reckoning. Ling Tian and Son Goku placed their hands at their waists, gathering energy before unleashing twin torrents of power toward Frieza. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! No! Struck full force by the twin beams, Frieza was hurled violently off Namek, hurtling helplessly into the void of space. Boom! The Kamehameha waves detonated violently in the vacuum of space. At last, it was over. Piccolo, Yamcha, Gohan, Dende, and Vegeta arrived one by one, soaring through the sky. Dad? Uncle Ling Tian. You're so amazing. Gohan gazed up, eyes wide with awe. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yamcha nodded vigorously, fully endorsing Gohan's words. Dende bowed deeply. Thank you both for saving Namek. Oomph. Arms crossed sternly across his chest, Piccolo let out a dismissive grunt. Son Goku, I will surpass you. Everyone's safe. That's all that matters. Unfazed by Piccolo's declaration, Son Goku immediately turned his attention to checking each comrade for injury. Kakarot, this transformation, is this truly the Super Saiyan? How did you achieve it? Vegeta recalled the ancient legends whispered across planet Vegeta. Vegeta, I'm not entirely sure myself. All I remember is Krillin's death at Frieza's hands, and then overwhelming rage, followed by this change. Son Goku scratched his head, bewildered by his own state. Ling Tian smiled serenely. Vegeta, if you wish to become a Super Saiyan, your base battle power must exceed 3 million. Only then, through absolute transcendent fury, may the transformation ignite. A Super Saiyan's power is 50-fold that of their normal state. 3 million. 50 times. Then Goku's power must now exceed 100 million. Yamcha stood stunned. He himself possessed only several 100,000 battle power. Ling Tian addressed the group calmly. Goku's current power stands at 186 million. Mine, at 132 million. Frieza during our battle wielded 120 million. Damn it. I will become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze locked onto Son Goku with unshakable resolve. First, I'll contact Earth's Kami to make a wish, to revive all Namekians slain by Frieza. Using telepathic transmission, Ling Tian relayed the wish to Kami and instructed him to gather the Dragon Balls. Thank you, Ling Tian, Dende said gratefully. Thank you, even Piccolo, ever stoic and unyielding, offered quietly. Understood. Kami replied, Ling Tian, I have received your message. Earth's lookout. With divine authority, Kami summoned all 7 Dragon Balls back to the sacred shrine. Appear, Shenron. Grant my wish. All 7 Dragon Balls shimmered brilliantly, resonating in unison. As the radiance faded, the mighty dragon emerged. Shenron's eyes blazed crimson as he intoned, O summoner who has gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. No matter its nature, I shall fulfill it. Please revive all Namekians killed by Frieza. Kami declared. A simple wish, Shenron replied, his eyes flaring with golden light. After 3 long minutes of silence, your wish has been granted. Farewell. Shenron dissolved into 7 stone orbs scattering across Earth. On Namek, newly revived Namekians blinked in confusion. Was I not just in the underworld? Very well. Dende has fulfilled the wish. Let us go to the Elder's residence. We still need to revive 3 more companions, and your Dragon Balls must be used once more. Ling Tian spoke. Follow me. Dende responded. They located the petrified Dragon Balls, each person cradling one, and flew behind Dende in formation. After 10 minutes of flight, they arrived at the Elder's dwelling. Most Namekians had already gathered there, offering heartfelt gratitude to Ling Tian and his allies. Muri had been appointed the new Grand Elder by the previous Elder. After expressing profound thanks, Grand Elder Muri employed the Namekians' unique spiritual artistry to restore the petrified Dragon Balls to their original form. With a new creator, the Dragon Balls were reborn, ready to grant 3 wishes once more. Shenron Porunga was summoned anew. O summoner who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. No matter its nature, I shall fulfill it. Ling Tian, what is your wish? Grand Elder Muri asked. Revive Tien Shinhan Kairatsu and Krillin from Earth, and bring them here before us. Ling Tian replied. Understood. Grand Elder Muri nodded solemnly and intoned. Porunga, revive Tien Shinhan Kairatsu and Krillin from Earth, and bring them to this place. In Namekian, a simple wish. Porunga's eyes gleamed brightly, and one by one Tien Shinhan Kairatsu and Krillin returned to life. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Porunga shattered into 7 stone orbs, plummeting from the sky and striking the ground with heavy thuds. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, you're finally back. Son Goku beamed with unrestrained joy. Goku, did you defeat Frieza? Krillin asked, voice trembling with sorrow. Ling Tian affirmed, Frieza has been vanquished. Krillin, you need fear no longer. Yamcha clapped Krillin reassuringly on the shoulder. Son Goku rubbed Krillin's gleaming bald head and grinned foolishly. Haha, Krillin, it's wonderful to see you again. Thank you. for reviving me and Kaiatsu. Tian Shinhan bowed deeply in gratitude. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian grinned broadly. We are friends. Helping one another is simply what friends do. After exchanging warm farewells, they bid goodbye to Dend and Grand Elder Muri and prepared to depart. Wait. Ling Tian seemed to recall something and immediately spoke up. Did we forget something? What thing? Ling Tian. Everyone was puzzled. Suddenly cold sweat broke out on everyone. Bulma is still in the cave. After the battle, they forgot to bring her over. Ling Tian, we're in big trouble. Clinton panicked. We're definitely going to get scolded again. Yamcha sighed helplessly. Huh. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed, saying Clinton, you and Yamcha are still so afraid of Bulma. Let's hurry up and find Aunt Bulma. Sun Wufan suggested. Meanwhile, Bulma was angrily looking around at the mountaintop. Whoosh. Whoosh. Bulma, we're back. Before they landed, Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Bulma pointed at Sun Wukong and scolded him. Wukong, you still know how to come back. You actually left a weak woman waiting in a place like this. This planet has been shaking from time to time lately. It's almost scared me to death. It's okay, Bulma. Ling Tian smiled and said Frieza has been dealt with by us and Tianjin Fan and the others have been revived. Yes, we are preparing to leave now. Upon hearing this, Bulma became even angrier. Preparing to leave. Don't tell me you don't have a spaceship and are relying on the ship in my hands. You're really going to drive me crazy. This Earth woman is really troublesome. Vegeta scoffed. Silence. How can this scion be with you guys? Bulma quickly hid behind Sun Wukong and urged Wukong hurry up and drive him away. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, who was arrogantly crossing his arms, and said, Bulma, he won't do bad things anymore. From the previous joint battle, Sun Wukong also felt Vegeta's immense talent. If he were to be trained by Ling Tian, perhaps he could indeed become incredibly strong, even surpassing himself. With Frieza dead, Vegeta had also severed ties with the Frieza force. If he doesn't do bad things, maybe they can work hard together and improve. It's not that he looks down on Piccolo, Clinton, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Dintao. Rather, at the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he realized a different realm. Restricting his strength to train with Piccolo and the others would only lead to stagnation. He needs an equally matched opponent. And Vegeta is the best choice. He is not only a Saiyan, but also the Prince of the Saiyans, and his talent must be exceptional. Bulma, let's leave Namek Star first. You must protect me. Bang. Bulma took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground, transforming it into a spaceship. Ling Tian, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Yamcha, Vegeta, Tianjin Fan, Dintao, Clinton, Piccolo, and Bulma boarded the spaceship. In the original work, after Wukong defeated Frieza, he unexpectedly arrived at Yardrat and learned instant transmission. Now they have no idea of the coordinates for Yardrat. Ling Tian seemed to think of something and then spoke up. Wukong asked King Kai for the location of Yardrat. We should go there first. Ling Tian, why are we going to Yardrat? Aren't we going back to Earth? Clinton asked in confusion. Yardrat is a very mysterious planet with marvelous secret techniques that people dream of. The Yardrat people are a peaceful race. They are hospitable and dislike fighting, yet they have developed countless astonishing techniques. Ling Tian responded lightly, we're going to Yardrat to learn a few techniques. Ling Tian, are those techniques powerful? Sun Wukong turned to Ling Tian. Yardrat has many powerful techniques, it just depends on whether you can learn them. Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. I want to learn. I'll contact King Kai right now. Sun Wukong activated the special ability taught to him by King Kai. King Kai, can you hear me? It's Wukong. North Kai said excitedly. I saw your battle on Namek. I didn't expect you to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. And you defeated Frieza. You all performed wonderfully. Sun Wukong asked King Kai, I want to ask for the location of Yardrat. Well, let me find out where it is first. After a full minute, North Kai finally responded. Wukong, Yardrat is at the coordinates Su-94, position 8760YX. Thank you, King Kai. Sun Wukong then cut off contact with North Kai. Ling Tian, I've got the location. Wukong, then go tell Bulma the location. Ling Tian smiled. The spaceship sped towards Yardrat. A week later, the spaceship landed on Yardrat. The houses of the Yardrat people were all built on stone pillars dozens of meters high, resembling giant lollipops from a distance. Before they had gone far, they were surrounded by thousands of Yardrat people. Everyone expressed friendly attitudes and provided explanations to Ling Tian. Thousands of Yardrat people transformed into a single person before everyone. Where are the others? Why is there only him? Clinton scratched his bald head, utterly confused. Pibra explained, this is our Yardrat secret technique used to confuse enemies and fend off outsiders. This technique is amazing. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were up against so many people. After being shocked, Yamcha looked on with envy. At that moment, 5 round spaceships landed on Yardrat. Boom. The 5 spaceships heavily crashed into the ground, creating several huge craters. The hatches slowly opened, revealing 5 people dressed in uniform battle suits. As soon as they appeared, they began to perform. Ling Tian quickly moved behind Sun Wufan and covered his eyes. Uncle Ling Tian, what are you doing? Sun Wufan asked in confusion. Everyone was also puzzled. Ling Tian thought to himself, I'm doing this for Wufan's good. He is going to be the man of Shunfan in the future. How could he be made to do such shameful actions? Vegeta recognized Jinyu and the others, and knowing their habits, he turned his head to look away. Ling Tian and that scion are both acting strangely. Bulma was very puzzled. At that moment, Jinyu and the others began a dance announcing their names in turn, and the five of them shouted together, "We are the Jinyu Force." Everyone was almost. Ling Tian, Vegeta, you two didn't tell us. If we had known, we wouldn't have watched. Captain, they are mocking us. Kareem turned to Jinyu. Art said they just don't understand art. G-Eyes pointed toward Vegeta in the distance and suggested Captain Vegeta is over there too. Let me go deal with him. Jinyu thought for a moment and said blandly, you four go together. First deal with that group of people, then we'll attack this planet. As soon as Guldo walked in front of Vegeta, he pretended to be imposing. Vegeta, don't you greet your Lord Guldo. You're looking for death, furried frog. Vegeta casually fired an energy blast, killing Guldo. That bastard Vegeta. He actually killed Guldo. Our 2.5 years of practice for this entrance has become imperfect. Kareem was furious. Sun Wufan struggled to pry Ling Tian's hand away, wanting to see what was happening. Ling Tian firmly covered Sun Wufan's eyes. Clint and Yamcha, hurry up and take care of them. Are you still waiting for them to dance? Oh. The two gathered their energy and attacked the remaining four. Chi circle slash. Energy ball. Bart and G-Eyes were cut in half by Clinton's controlled Chi circle slash. Kareem was hit by the energy ball and exploded, vanishing. Vegeta, King Frieza won't let you go. Jinyu, seeing the tragic deaths of his four teammates, hurriedly threatened everyone. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Frieza has long been dead. You're still foolishly carrying out orders. You can go die too. Vegeta gathered energy in his hand and killed Jinyu, who died, without understanding why Vegeta had become so powerful. Sun Wufan also broke free from Ling Tian's grip, looking around. Did a battle just happen? Yamcha said, Wufan children don't need to know so much. Sun Wufan nodded. Oh. Ling Tian smiled. Since Sun Wufan didn't see Jinyu's actions, he wouldn't become a scion superhero in the future. That's great. Thank you for helping us fend off outsiders. Please follow me. I'll take you to the Grand Elder's residence. The group followed Pibro, walking to a palace that looked completely different from the houses built outside. Pibro pointed to the palace and said, the Grand Elder is inside. You may enter. Friends from afar, please come in. A voice came from the room as if it had long known that Ling Tian and the others were coming. Ling Tian was taken aback for a moment, but then he remembered that the Yardrat people could master various miraculous techniques, and it was not surprising that they could foresee their arrival. Let's go. Ling Tian smiled and took the lead into the palace. In the palace, a middle-aged man dressed in Adalat star attire sat leaning against a stone chair. Upon seeing Ling Tian and the others enter, his voice resonated long and deep. I never expected that after the destruction of planet Vegeta, we would still see the figures of the Scions. The elder said with some surprise, his aged voice echoing in the ears of everyone present. Thank you for helping our Adalat star fend off external enemies and for defeating the malevolent cosmic emperor Frieza. Ling Tian chuckled lightly and said indifferently, it is said that the Adalat people possess miraculous secret arts, and it seems the rumors are indeed true. Since you elder are aware of our identities, you should also know the purpose of our visit. The elder nodded, saying, I can allow you to learn the secret arts here on Adalat Star. However, whether you succeed or not depends not on me, but on yourselves. I hope you can learn the secret arts you need. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian nodded. He wasn't concerned about the difficulty of instant transmission. Even if it took years, he was determined to master it. The elder turned to Pabala and instructed. Pabala, take these folks with you. Yes, elder. You all follow me. Pabala said to Ling Tian and the others before heading outside. Ling Tian and the others hurriedly followed. After wandering with Pabala for over 10 minutes on Adalat Star, they finally stopped in front of a granite door at the foot of a cliff. This is the place. Pabala patiently explained to Ling Tian and the others. The stone walls inside are inscribed with various secret arts of our Adalat Star. You can select some to learn. However, whether you can master them depends on your comprehension abilities. Ling Tian nodded and asked, Bulma, I'll trouble you to take care of things here. You can bring some alien technology for her to study. She is very clever. Pabala replied with a smile. Bulma glanced at Pabala and shouted loudly to Ling Tian and the others. Ling Tian, you all need to hurry up and come out. Except for Bulma, the others entered the secret chamber. Pushing open the stone door, they stepped inside, revealing a long, winding staircase descending down. As they descended the staircase, the space inside suddenly became expansive, revealing a gigantic palace with stone walls etched with all sorts of secret arts. Ling Tian spoke to the group. Pay attention to the patterns and symbols on these stone walls. The secret arts of Adalat Star are hidden within them. If you concentrate, the names and abilities of the secret arts will reveal themselves. Everyone go find the secret arts you need. The group split up, continuously searching the stone walls for suitable secret arts. Ling Tian walked around the palace, absorbing the information about various secret arts while searching for the existence of instant transmission. Ling Tian, come here quickly. Sun Wukong seemed to have discovered something and shouted excitedly. I found a secret art that can teleport to any location. It must be instant transmission. Ling Tian hurried over. He focused his attention, sensing the stone wall above, and indeed, it was instant transmission. Everything is fate. I couldn't find instant transmission after searching all around, yet Wukong found it so easily. Ling Tian smiled and turned to Sun Wukong. Wukong, this secret art is very useful. Once you master it, you will be able to sense the energy of deities on Earth from Adalat Star and instantly return to the heavenly temple. I have been looking for this secret art. I didn't expect you to find it first. I thought this place was a bit special, so I came to take a look. Sun Wukong scratched his head with a smile. Ling Tian asked, Wukong, do you want to learn this together? Sun Wukong replied with a grin, of course I want to learn it, it's too awesome. Hearing the discussion between Ling Tian and Sun Wukong, the others also approached. Kakarot, since you want to learn this, then I want to learn it too. Vegeta was not willing to fall behind. Then I'll learn this too, Piccolo snorted. Tianjin Fan focused on trying to learn, but found his progress was incredibly slow. This is too difficult. If I want to learn it, it should take me years. Chaozu, let's go learn something else. Tianjin Fan said, helplessly unable to learn such a powerful secret art. No way. Is it this hard? Yamcha watched Tianjin Fan leave in disappointment. If Tianjin Fan can't learn it, it seems we have no hope either. Krillin shook his head and dragged Yamcha to search for other secret arts. Ling Tian looked at the hesitant Son Gohan. Gohan, you can give this a try. If you really can't learn it, then look for something else. Alright. Son Gohan smiled and nodded. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. Ling Tian, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo sat down together and began to comprehend instant transmission. Unknowingly, they spent half a year in the palace. When hungry, they ate the senzu beans. Ling Tian had already distributed 30 beans to each person when they entered. The system rewards showed 298 senzu beans, remaining 240 were distributed, leaving 58 for himself. One noon, Ling Tian finally mastered instant transmission. Soon after, Ling Tian found another secret art for nurturing plants on the stone wall and began to learn it. 2 months passed. Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta also learned instant transmission. Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Chaozu learned secret arts to strengthen their previous techniques. Ling Tian mastered instant transmission and plant nurturing. Wukong, we should go out. Bulma has been waiting for us outside for over half a year. The group left the palace and headed outside. Upon sensing Pabala's energy, they all used their flight techniques to rush over to find Bulma. During this half-year, Bulma also researched many alien technologies. After bidding farewell to the Elder and Pabala, the group used instant transmission to leave Adalat Star. Earth. The group appeared at the Kame house holding hands. Their sudden appearance startled Master Roshi, who was reading a magazine. After chatting for a while, everyone went their separate ways. Vegeta, having no place to stay, was arranged by Bulma to stay at her house. Ling Tian, on the other hand, went to Baozi Mountain with Sun Wukong. Ling Tian ruffled Son Gohan's hair. Gohan, you go home first. I have some matters to discuss with your father. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. Son Gohan replied and hurriedly ran home. Ling Tian, why are we going to the back mountain? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Ling Tian patted Sun Wukong's shoulder and smiled. Wukong, hasn't Shishi always said you don't go out to earn a living for the family? I thought of a great way to make money. What method? Tell me quickly, Ling Tian. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Ling Tian explained. We'll transform the back mountain into an outdoor resort and then inside. Ling Tian, this idea of yours is really good. Sun Wukong was very satisfied with Ling Tian's idea. Why hadn't he thought of it before? Ling Tian used his energy to cut through large stones on the ground. Sun Wukong searched for fruit trees in the forest. After 2 days of hard work, Ling Tian and Sun Wukong finally completed the project. They built exquisite wooden houses, planted wildflowers everywhere, and set up various fruit trees, fish ponds, swimming pools, and rockeries. Finally, Ling Tian used his secret art to nurture the trees, forming a natural wall. Mission accomplished. Ling Tian and Sun Wukong returned to Baozi Mountain to inform Shishi of the news. Upon hearing this, Shishi immediately became teary-eyed. Wukong finally. Shishi no longer pressured Son Gohan to become a scholar. After hearing this news, Bulma also helped by putting an advertisement on TV, attracting countless people to come and visit. Shishi counted money every day until her hands cramped, finally free from financial worries. As time passed, Ling Tian's son, Wukong's son Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta practiced together every day. Krillin stayed on Kame Island every day. Yamcha went off who knows where, while Tianjin, Fan, and Chaozu went to the deep mountains for training. Bulma learned alien technology on Adalat Star and brought back many mineral materials, crafting a gravity chamber with 500 times the normal gravity. Ling Tian and the others practiced in the gravity chamber every day. Half a month later, Vegeta and Son Gohan successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. The system checked the battle power of Son Wukong and the others. Ding! Son Wukong battle power 8. 27 million Bloodline Scion. Vegeta battle power 5. 26 million Bloodline Scion. Son Gohan battle power 4. 69 million Bloodline Scion Hybrid. Piccolo battle power 36. 27 million Bloodline Namekian. The system checked personal attributes. Ding! Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling. Age 23 years. Skills: Chi Perception, Flight Technique, Energy Wave, Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, Solar Flare, 4-Body Fist, Afterimage Fist, Chi, / Energy Cannon, Death Beam, Disc Cutter, Death Energy Bomb, Telekinesis, Long Distance Transmission, Plant Nurturing, Instant Transmission, God Level Combat Techniques. Items: Senzu Beans 24. Battle Power 270 million. One day Ling Tian used distant sound transmission to summon everyone to Bulma's house, informing them that he would be leaving Earth to cultivate in the universe. Stronger enemies will appear in the future. Goku, you all must cultivate diligently. I will return. After giving everyone his instructions, Ling Tian activated instant transmission and left. Ling Tian goodbye. Everyone waved to bid him farewell. Swish. Ling Tian activated instant transmission, arriving at one star after another, enjoying his journey through the stars. Ling Tian appeared on a planet covered in yellow sand, devoid of any greenery. What is the situation on this planet? Ling Tian felt puzzled. The ground was covered in quicksand, and walking on it would likely cause one to sink halfway. There is a reaction of energy over there. Let's go take a look. Ling Tian sensed the energy and soared into the air, flying eastward. The entire planet was lifeless, littered with animal bones and withered trees. After flying for a few minutes, a towering tree appeared in the distance, its trunk piercing through the clouds and extending into outer space. Ling Tian muttered to himself, such a large tree, could it be that Dailies planted it on this planet? The spirit tree, a tree that can only grow in the divine realm. Once planted on a lower realm planet, it rapidly absorbs the entire planet's life force to grow and bear spiritual fruits. The spiritual fruits contain immense energy. Consuming them can increase combat power and extend one's lifespan slightly. A planet where the spirit tree is planted will be destroyed as the tree grows. A destroyed planet would take hundreds of years to recover. With so many planets in the universe, it's surprising that I encountered this one, so the spirit tree is mine. Ling Tian chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Dailies and his group were gathering under the spirit fruit tree, waiting for the fruits to mature. Great! The speed at which the fruits are maturing is even faster than I expected. Dailies exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the fruits on the spirit tree. Boss, the life force of this planet is much stronger than that of previous planets. If we get a few more such planets, our combat power could soon surpass 1,000,000. Ha ha ha! Dailies and several subordinates laughed heartily. Beep, beep, beep. The detectors of the group began beeping. Someone is coming. Dailies instructed several of his subordinates. You go deal with him, don't harm the spirit tree. Ling Tian hovered in midair, carefully examining Dailies. I must say Dailies looks just like Son Wukong. Whoosh, whoosh. For subordinates soared into the air, surrounding Ling Tian. Seeing Ling Tian remain still, they began to speak. This kid, could he be scared silly by us? Who cares, let's just take care of him. The fruits are about to mature, I can hardly wait to eat them. The fruits are about to mature. Ling Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then there's no need to fight you, it's just a waste of time. What is this person talking about? The 4 aliens looked confused. In response, Ling Tian unleashed a wave of energy. The 4 aliens screamed in horror, obliterated by the energy wave. Seeing his subordinates eliminated in an instant, Dailies had no choice but to take action himself. Dailies exploded with rage and attacked Ling Tian. His lightning-fast movements appeared as slow as a snail in Ling Tian's eyes. Ling Tian raised his right hand and directly caught Dailies' fist. No matter how hard Dailies struggled, he could not break free. Damn it! Dailies' other hand gathered an energy bomb and hurled it at Ling Tian. Boom! The energy bomb collided with Ling Tian's chest, resulting in a violent explosion. Thick smoke billowed from the location where Ling Tian and Dailies stood. As the smoke cleared, Ling Tian showed no signs of injury, not even his clothes were damaged. In contrast, Dailies was injured all over from his own energy explosion. How is this possible? Dailies wore an expression of disbelief as he realized that his powerful attack had no effect at all. This is truly boring. It should come to an end. Ling Tian brushed the dust off his clothes and kicked Dailies into the air. Then he raised his right hand, gathering energy on his fingertip. Death Beam. Dailies, filled with terror, had lost his combat capability due to the earlier explosion. Now he could only watch helplessly as the energy beam rushed towards him. Ah! Dailies let out a scream as the energy pierced through his heart. Bang! Dailies fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, completely losing his life force. After glancing at Dailies, Ling Tian flew towards the spirit tree. Let me see how many fruits the spirit tree has produced. Ling Tian searched the branches and picked a total of 142 fruits and 1 seed. Ling Tian took out 2 spiritual fruits while placing the rest into the universal capsule. The taste of the spiritual fruits was no different from ordinary fruits, boosting his combat power by hundreds of thousands and slightly extending his lifespan. The first time consuming spiritual fruits greatly enhances combat power, but consuming too many yields diminishing returns. However, extending one's lifespan slightly is still quite good. Now Ling Tian's combat power was nearly 300 million, making the spiritual fruits less beneficial. He then activated instant transmission to head to the next planet. Swish! Ling Tian appeared on top of a high mountain. From afar, he could see countless residents carrying large and small packages entering a spaceship. It seemed as if some great disaster was about to befall this planet, and everyone wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Ling Tian stopped an old man passing by to inquire about the situation on this planet. After the old man's explanation, Ling Tian learned that this planet was called Sergi Star. The inhabitants of the planet had originally lived stable and happy lives. However, recently a group of evil individuals had been searching for something in the nearby star systems. The planets they visited were basically all destroyed. Otherwise, they would kill all the inhabitants of a planet and then resell it. Recently, that group of evil people was preparing to invade Sergi Star, prompting the residents to plan their escape. At that moment, Ling Tian sensed 3 extraordinarily powerful auras suddenly appearing on this planet. They had likely just descended from outer space. The energy of these 3 auras exceeded one's zero combat power, and their presence was extremely sinister. These must be the invaders that the old man mentioned. Ling Tian soared into the air, flying towards the invaders' location. On the other side of the planet, a forest was ablaze, having been struck by a spaceship with thick black smoke carrying a pungent odor spreading everywhere. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the black smoke. Nez smiled and said to the person in front, "Captain, this is another planet with a beautiful environment very suitable for life. If we conquer this place, we can sell it for a good price." Frieza also agreed with Nez's words, but reminded him, "Nez, the task from King Gula is more important. This small planet can be left to others." "That's right." Dre nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, "Captain, if we can find the spirit fruit tree, it would be worth more to King Gula than selling thousands of planets." These 3 were Gula's elite team, the Mecha Squad. Nez opened his detector to check and said, "Captain, the inhabitants of this planet are leaving in droves." "It seems the inhabitants of this planet have learned about our arrival," Frieza sneered. "They dare to escape. I will take care of them." Dre was furious and soared into the air. "Dre, stop." Frieza stopped Dre from going to kill the native residents. "Let's first find the spirit tree." "Yes, Captain." Dre did not dare defy Frieza's command and could only descend from the air. Nez scratched his head, asking in confusion, "Captain, are there really spirit trees on such planets? I heard that planting a spirit tree would drain the entire planet's energy, but it doesn't seem to be the case here." Frieza, Dre, and Nez looked around, observing the lush scenery. Frieza shook his head. Perhaps there was an error in the rumors. Beep, beep, beep. Dre glanced at the detector and said in panic, "A very powerful guy is flying toward us." "Dre, your detector must be broken." Nez shook his head helplessly. The planet they were on was a low-level planet. How could a low-level planet have someone with high combat power? "He's already here." Frieza looked at the distance where a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian appeared before the 3. Nez asked, "Kid, are you a resident of this planet?" Ling Tian did not respond to Nez, but instead countered, "Aren't you the Mecha Squad of Gula? What are you here looking for?" "Huh." Dre burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. "It seems our Mecha Squad's reputation has spread throughout the universe, and even a random person knows about us." Frieza sternly scolded, "Kid, what we are looking for has nothing to do with you. Hurry and leave. Get lost, you brat. Don't obstruct us here." Nez raised his fist, threatening, "Otherwise I'll let you taste my fist." "Oh." Ling Tian chuckled lightly and beckoned to Nez. "I still want to try what your fist feels like. Come at me quickly. You little brat, are you looking for death?" Nez was furious, swinging his fist and launching an attack at Ling Tian. As Ling Tian merely glanced at Nez, Nez felt as if he had plunged into an ice cave. Nez halted his attack, his body trembling uncontrollably as he retreated repeatedly. This sense of oppression was something he had only felt from King Gula. Nez, what are you doing? Frieza asked, puzzled. Captain. Nez stammered in response. This person's combat power may surpass ours. What? Frieza and Delii exchanged incredulous glances. Just moments ago they thought the detector was broken, never expecting this guy to possess such high combat power. In years of interstellar travel, they might not even encounter one. Delii, you should join in too. Frieza looked at Delii, believing that with Nez and Delii teaming up they could take down this guy. Delii and Nez attacked Ling Tian from both sides. Bang, bang, bang. The three engaged in fierce combat, the air resonating with the sound of powerful strikes. After a round of attacks, Ling Tian remained unharmed. Delii and Nez, however, were in dire straits, covered in injuries. Huff, huff. Delii gasped, this guy's combat power has far exceeded ours. It's too late to realize that now. Ling Tian said with a smile, it's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he used instant transmission and appeared right in front of Delii. Before Delii could react, Ling Tian unleashed 2 energy waves from his hands. Whoosh. At such close range, this sudden strike was devastating. Oh no. Oh. Delii was directly blasted away by Ling Tian's 2 energy waves. Bang. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Delii is a formidable mech squad. How could this happen? Delii lay on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate, his consciousness fading as he soon perished. Damn it. Nez glared furiously at Ling Tian. Delii. Frieza witnessed his teammate being killed and began gathering energy in his hands furiously. Finger beams. Rays of light shot from Frieza's hands, surging toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian braced himself against the beam attack and quickly charged at Frieza, landing a heavy punch on his head. Boom. With a deafening sound, Frieza was directly blasted underground. Captain. Nez looked anxiously at Frieza, his concern for their safety growing. With Delia's fate as a warning, this situation could very well unfold for them too. How is this possible? Frieza scrambled out of the pit, his expression one of disbelief. When did such a powerful figure emerge in this universe? It seemed clear that he was no match for Ling Tian. Gritting his teeth, Frieza felt a deep sense of discontent. Nez, hurry and contact King Gula, or we will both meet our end here. Beep, beep. Nez quickly relayed the information to Gula's spaceship via the detector. In the universe, a massive donut-shaped spaceship appeared. A figure strikingly similar to Frieza could be seen seated inside, sipping red wine and gazing at the cosmic starry sky. King Gula, bad news. A soldier rushed into the room in a hurry. If you don't give me a reason, just go die. Gula was very displeased with the interruption. The soldier took a deep breath and reported, King Gula, General Nez just sent word that they encountered a very powerful enemy, and General Delii has already been killed. What? Who in the universe dares to oppose me? Gula was furious, his tail striking the ground heavily. Frieza, where are they right now? How long will it take to get there? The soldier quickly responded, King Gula, Captain Frieza and the others are currently on Selgi Star. If the spaceship goes at full speed, it should arrive in about half a day. Then hurry up and prepare. Yes. Selgi Star. Oh. Ling Tian chuckled upon hearing this. You even notified Gula? Oh, I was just worried about not having a strong opponent. Since Gula is coming, you two are of no use anymore. Ling Tian raised his right hand, gathering energy at his fingertips and shooting it at the two. Death beam. No. Frieza and Nez were pierced through the chest by the beam and collapsed to the ground lifeless. Afterward, Ling Tian hunted a wild wolf in the wilderness, skewering it on a branch to roast. He waited for Gula's arrival while cooking. Half a day later. Boom. A massive cosmic spaceship landed nearby. Soldiers armed with weapons rushed out of the ship. Once the soldiers exited, they lined up neatly on both sides to welcome Gula. Gula resembled Frieza, but was a head taller. Gula assessed the young man before him and spoke. So you were the one who annihilated the mech squad. Don't you know they are my subordinates? So what if they are? Ling Tian replied, his aura surging, his combat power skyrocketing. 290 million combat power. The raging energy blew away all the weaker fighters around. Not bad. You actually reached the level of my useless brother. Gula nodded in satisfaction, asking Ling Tian, would you consider becoming my subordinate? Ling Tian did not respond to Gula. Instead, he directly swung his fist and launched an attack at Gula. With a bang, Gula was sent flying by Ling Tian's punch. Damn it. You're seeking death. Oh. Gula quickly stabilized himself in midair, preparing for his final transformation, unleashing 100 of his combat power. 470 million combat power. Bang. 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 In the blink of an eye, the two were engaged in battle. The disparity in strength was too great. Ling Tian was kicked away by Gula in an instant. Is this all the strength you have, and you dare to challenge me, Gula? Gula sneered. Two purpler beams of light quickly formed in his eyes. Destruction beams. The two beams shot toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian placed his hand on his forehead, sensing Gula's energy, and used instant transmission to appear right behind Gula. What? Gone. No, behind me. Just as Gula turned around, Ling Tian placed both hands beside his head. Solar fist. Ah, my eyes. Gula cried out in pain, covering his eyes. Ling Tian raised his right hand, forming a circular disc of light, and threw it at Gula. Cutting disc. Although Gula was temporarily blinded, he sensed danger approaching and swiftly dodged. Seeing Gula evade the attack, Ling Tian guided the disc to follow. Gula could not avoid it, and had a section of his tail severed. Once his vision returned, Gula was furious, raising his right hand above his head, gathering a massive energy ball at his fingertips. You will perish along with this planet. Supernova? Gula declared, hurling the energy ball towards Selji Star. Seeing this, Ling Tian quickly placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy. Kamehameha. Bang. The two forces collided midair, producing a thunderous roar. However, it was evident that Ling Tian was at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha. Gula laughed loudly. You will die. Bang. Ling Tian could not withstand the attack and was blasted into the ground. Boom. Selji Star erupted in a violent explosion, fissures appearing on the surface, trees collapsing, and volcanoes erupting. The sky was filled with dark clouds and lightning, and soon Selji Star would be destroyed. A flash of white light appeared, and Ling Tian successfully revived. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully reviving. Now distributing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring skill Earth Split / Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring skill Planet Destruction Bomb. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring reward Storage Ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring reward Combat Power 350 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring reward Divine Beans 500. Checking personal attributes. Ding! Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling. Age 24. Skills Chi Perception Flight Technique Energy Wave Kamehameha Dragon Fist. Telekinesis, Telepathy, Instant Transmission Plant, Growth, God-level Fighting Techniques. Item Storage Ring Spiritual Fruit 140 Spiritual Tree Seeds 1 Divine Beans 514. Combat Power 640 million. Ling Tian inquired with some confusion. System. What is the use of the storage ring? A mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Host, the storage ring contains a space the size of Earth where you can freely store anything, but living creatures cannot be placed in it. A space the size of Earth. Ling Tian was instantly astonished. Regaining his composure, he took out the storage ring and put it on his right hand, placing all the immortal beings into the storage ring. Ha ha ha. Looking at the impending explosion of the Selji Star, Gula couldn't help but laugh heartily. Gula, what are you laughing at? Ling Tian soared into the sky, hovering in midair. You didn't die, eh? Gula was somewhat puzzled. Then he'll just kill you again. In a flash, Gula appeared before Ling Tian, condensing energy in his fingers, and launched an attack at Ling Tian. Enhanced Death Beam. Ling Tian looked at the beam in front of him, completely unfazed, and casually swatted it away. What's going on? Something seems off. It seems his strength has increased. Gula found it hard to believe, not understanding what had gone wrong. Bang! Taking advantage of Gula's momentary daze, Ling Tian quickly kicked him into the air. Immediately, Ling Tian was enveloped by a golden dragon radiating dazzling golden light. Dragon Fist. Ling Tian shouted, charging towards Gula in midair, and an enormous dragon head phantasm was clearly visible on his fist. Odd. Gula was struck hidden, leaving a dent on his chest. His body was not pierced directly by the dragon fist, which must be said the Ice Demon clan could indeed take a beating. Damn it. Gula, heavily injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems his feeling was right. He had indeed grown stronger and may have even surpassed me. This won't do. I will surely be finished here. Gula, enduring the excruciating pain, flew into outer space, trying to escape this place. Gula, where are you going? Ling Tian flashed and instantly appeared in front of Gula, blocking his path. Damn it, get out of my way. Countless energy bullets shot out from Gula's hands, bombarding Ling Tian. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, explosions erupted and thick smoke billowed from Ling Tian's position. As the smoke cleared away, Ling Tian appeared before Gula, completely unharmed. How is this possible? Gula showed an expression of disbelief, realizing that this person had surpassed him in just a few minutes. Now my attacks can't even break through his defenses. Ling Tian chuckled softly, placing his hands on his waist, gathering energy. Kamehameha. With a sudden push of his hands forward, a blue energy wave roared towards Gula. No. Gula let out a reluctant roar as he was pushed back to the planet by the energy wave. Ling Tian didn't even glance back and performed instant transmission, leaving Selji Star. Boom. Just after Ling Tian left, Selji Star exploded, completely vanishing from the universe. On Earth, Sun Wukong's son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others felt too extremely powerful and evil energies rapidly approaching Earth. Son Gohan scratched his head. Dad, one of these energies feels very similar to Frieza. Old son, isn't Frieza already eliminated by you and Ling Tian? Piccolo looked puzzled. Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. Son Wukong also looked bewildered. Vegeta snorted coldly, stating indifferently. Kakarot, let this enemy be dealt with by this prince. Vegeta, don't be like that. I haven't fought in a long time, let's split them evenly. Son Wukong did not accept Vegeta's proposal. Piccolo suggested, let's go take a look first. They're about to land on Earth. The group used the instant transmission technique to fly to the location where the spaceship was about to land. Krillin, Tianjin, Dend, and Yamcha also sensed the evil energy and quickly rushed over. In the cosmic space, Frieza's spaceship sped towards Earth. Dad, that's Earth. Frieza had already been modified into a half-machine. The parts that were severed by Ling Tian were all repaired with intricate machinery. Damn those Super Saiyan's and Earthlings, they almost killed me. Frieza clenched his fists. Frieza, this planet isn't large, just destroy it directly, there's no need to land. King Cold thought Frieza was overreacting. King Cold, currently in his second form, was quite tall. Compared to King Cold, Frieza looked like a tiny figure. That would be too merciful for them. I want them to witness my power. Frieza was absolutely confident, as both he and King Cold had seen significant increases in strength after training. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and others had arrived in a desolate wilderness. Looking at the situation, they should land around here. Vegeta looked up at the sky. Clap, clap. Krillin and Yamcha descended from the sky, landing near Son Wukong. Wukong, I knew you would come. Krillin said excitedly. Krillin, Yamcha, you guys are here too. Son Wukong greeted the two with a smile. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by gusts of wind, Tianjin and Dend also flew over from afar. Clap, clap. Tianjin and Dend landed beside the group. Everyone is here. Vegeta disdainfully said. You guys coming here is useless, you might as well go home and drink milk. Just leave this to this prince. Vegeta completely looked down on these Earthlings, deeming them weak and unworthy of joining the fray. That Vegeta, Krillin, and the others were speechless. Piccolo pointed ahead, saying they're coming. Just as he finished speaking, a large spaceship appeared in their line of sight. Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin, and Din were all terrified. However, Son Wukong and the others remained calm, completely unfazed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spaceship slowly descended from a distance. That's right, Son Gohan exclaimed. This energy is Frieza's. I can't believe he's still alive. Besides Frieza, there is another presence with equally strong energy. Krillin's voice trembled. Krillin had been killed by Frieza on Namek, leaving him with a psychological scar. If you're this afraid of death, you shouldn't have come. Vegeta exclaimed as he flew forward. Krillin, don't mind Vegeta, that's just how he is. Son Wukong comforted Krillin, then said, let's go over too. Tianjin asked, Wukong, were you fighting with that guy before? Previously, Tianjin had only heard about Frieza's strength from King Kai. However, Tianjin had no concept of Frieza's true power. Now sensing Frieza's energy, Tianjin finally understood how terrifying the opponent was. It's okay, Tianjin. Son Wukong patted Tianjin's shoulder, reassuring him. I defeated Frieza once before, now I have become stronger, so you don't have to worry. The group flew to a high mountain to observe the situation around. Frieza's spaceship. Is this Earth? Frieza chuckled, the environment seems pretty good. King Cold examined the detector with a puzzled look. Frieza, is that Super Saiyan really on this planet? The detector shows that there are no strong energies nearby. Frieza explained patiently. Dad, they must have a method to hide their energy, when they fight their power increases significantly. I see. King Cold was somewhat surprised, not expecting such special techniques on this small planet. Frieza, shouldn't we go look for them? Dad, they must be nearby, watch me draw them out. Frieza's lips curled slightly. You all split up and kill everyone on this planet. Frieza commanded the soldiers. Yes. The aliens, armed with advanced weapons, prepared to fly in all directions. Clap. Just then a person suddenly appeared on the scene. Frieza was taken aback and turned to look at the person who had appeared. The young man wore a Capsule Corporation outfit with blue hair and a long sword strapped to his back. Who is this person? What is he doing here? Frieza was a bit confused. I still wanted to lure Son Wukong and the others out, but this person suddenly appeared and disrupted my plan. Frieza sneered. Earthling, do you have something to say? The young man responded calmly. I came specifically to kill you. Frieza was stunned. King Cold also widened his eyes, looking at the young man as if he were an idiot. What did you say? You said you want to kill us. You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. The young man said flatly. I know who you are Frieza, right? What an honor. The corners of Frieza's mouth inexplicably curled up. Kill him. Frieza commanded his soldiers, encircling the young boy. The rest of you hurry and eliminate the inhabitants of this planet. Yes, Lord Frieza. The soldier adjusted his energy gun, aiming it at the boy across from him. The soldier snorted coldly and pulled the trigger. A mere weakling with a battle power of only 5. Die. A beam of energy swiftly shot towards the boy. Huh. The boy released a slight aura, effortlessly blowing the energy beam away. What? What is happening? The soldier who had just fired the shot was left dumbfounded. Bang. The boy swiftly struck, killing the soldier with a single punch. The other soldiers who witnessed this scene were shocked. This person is not weak. Bastard. Attack together. The soldiers surrounded the boy. Swish. The boy drew his long sword from behind. Swoosh. Swoosh. He swung the sword, swiftly slicing through the soldiers. As the boy returned the sword to its sheath, all of Frieza's soldiers lay dead on the ground. Sun Wukong and the others on the mountain were also astonished. The suddenly appearing boy possessed such formidable strength. Earthling, you're quite impressive. Frieza smiled, clapping his hands as he surveyed the scene. Do you know where the Super Saiyan is? The boy coldly responded, I am a Super Saiyan too. That's truly astonishing. Frieza covered his mouth, revealing a look of surprise. You're also a Super Saiyan. You certainly don't look like one. Now it's your turn. As he spoke, an endless killing intent emanated from the boy. Frieza, did you hear that? King Cold chuckled. He still wants to kill us. Father, this arrogant guy is seeking his own death. They'll teach him a lesson. Frieza stepped forward, facing the boy. The crowd's battle power. Bulma had developed a gravity chamber with 1,000 times the gravity. After Ling Tian left, Sun Wukong and the others entered the room of spirit and time training for a year. After being repaired into mechanical Frieza, he also trained with King Cold. Sun Wukong 207200 battle power. Vegeta 194600 battle power. Sun Gohan 172800 battle power. Piccolo 1900 battle power. Trunks 4200 battle power. Frieza 9200 battle power. King Cold 7400 battle power. In the blink of an eye, I can annihilate you. You two better be careful. The boy smiled, seemingly confident of his victory. Huh. Frieza chuckled lightly, filled with disdain. Be careful. Are you joking, kid? Who gave you the courage to speak to me this way? From the beginning, I will give it my all. Ooh, I won't be soft like Mr. Sun Wukong. The boy looked determined, staring intently at Frieza. Sun Wukong. You really know him? Then you shall die. Upon hearing the name, Sun Wukong, Frieza became furious. Huh. The boy shouted in anger, his aura continuously rising, emitting a golden glow. The golden light dissipated. The boy was engulfed in golden flames, his blue hair turning golden and standing on end. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. You're also a Saiyan. Who I get annoyed just seeing Saiyans. Odd. Frieza, filled with rage, unleashed all his battle power. How is this possible? How can Frieza be this strong? The boy was a bit confused, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. That kid can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was somewhat surprised, but then he became furious. It was time for him to handle Frieza. Huh. Vegeta shouted loudly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then used instant transmission to appear right in front of Frieza. Frieza looked at the somewhat familiar face and asked, Are you Vegeta? On the mountain, Gohan, let's join them. Alright, Piccolo said, then used instant transmission. Son Gohan, seeing this, quickly followed suit. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, Krillin, hurry up and grab me. We should go too, or else Frieza will leave it all to Vegeta. Okay, Wukong. Krillin and the others reluctantly placed their hands on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Sun Wukong took Krillin and the others using instant transmission. In the battlefield area, swish, swish. Next to Frieza and the boy, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu suddenly appeared. Huh. Sun Wukong, you finally made it. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to become a Super Saiyan too. Frieza wore a sinister smile. This group of Saiyans arriving was perfect for him to catch them all. What's going on? The boy revealed an incredulous expression. Frieza became stronger, which was one thing. But why could Mr. Vegeta also transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta stepped forward, positioning himself between the two. Kid, step back. Frieza, let me take care of it. The boy suggested. Mr. Vegeta, Frieza's strength is formidable. We should team up. Kakarot, leave Frieza to me. The rest is for you. Vegeta snorted coldly, ignoring the boy's words, and charged directly at Frieza. Huh. Frieza chuckled lightly, beginning to recount Vegeta's heroic tales. Vegeta, you've become arrogant after just a year apart. I still remember you crying out after I defeated you on Namek. Frieza, you seek death. Vegeta seethed with rage, swinging his fist toward Frieza's head. Bang. The two fists collided, creating a thunderous sound. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu were knocked back by the resulting shockwave. Sun Wukong called out, Krillin, you all need to get out of here. Okay, Wukong. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu flew back to the mountain to watch the battle. How is this possible? Frieza displayed an incredulous expression. How could this monkey Vegeta become so powerful? Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed again, their speed so fast that it was nearly impossible to track, with booming sounds echoing through the air. Sun Wukong pointed at King Cold in the distance, saying, "Gohan, you and Piccolo go fight that guy." The strongest Frieza had already been preempted by Vegeta. As for fighting King Cold, Sun Wukong felt it was not challenging. He simply passed it on to Son Gohan. "Okay, Dad." Son Gohan nodded, calling over to Piccolo. "Piccolo, let's team up." "Huh?" Son Gohan shouted, his aura continuously rising, his dark hair gradually turning golden and standing upright. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Piccolo erupted with all his power. The two of them instantly appeared in front of King Cold. "Oh." Before King Cold could react, he was sent flying by Son Gohan's punch. "You two are seeking death." King Cold roared angrily, unleashing all his power enveloped in a white flame. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone was fully engaged in battle, with loud explosions resonating from the sky. The boy snapped out of his moment of self-doubt. "Mr. Wukong, aren't you going to help them?" The boy asked in confusion. Wasn't Mr. Wukong fond of fighting? Why was he not taking action now? "Gohan, they can handle it, don't worry." Son Wukong smiled. "I should help," the boy said, rushing towards King Cold. Son Gohan, Piccolo, and the boy teamed up to launch a fierce attack on King Cold. King Cold's strength was far weaker than Son Gohan's, and with the help of Piccolo and the boy, he remained in a passive position, taking hits. Ah! King Cold cried out in pain, unwilling to concede, shouting, "Frieza, come help me." "Damn it, you Saiyan monkeys." Frieza knocked Vegeta back and attempted to assist, but was blocked by the suddenly appearing Son Wukong, forcing him to engage in battle. "Kakarot, get away. Frieza is my opponent." Vegeta was very dissatisfied with Son Wukong stealing his opponent. "Vegeta, Frieza came over by himself, you can't blame me." Son Wukong chuckled, continuing to fight Frieza. "Damn it." Vegeta disregarded everything and directly joined the battle. When Son Wukong and Vegeta teamed up, Frieza fell into a state of being beaten. Swish! Frieza dodged the attacks of the two and soared into the air. Next, he raised his right hand, continuously gathering energy. "Planet Destruction Ball." Frieza shouted loudly, throwing the charged energy ball towards the two. Son Wukong and Vegeta began to unleash their ultimate moves in response. Son Wukong placed his hand on his waist, beginning to gather energy. Vegeta positioned both hands in front of his chest, concentrating energy in his palms. Kamehameha Wave. Final Flash. They both shouted, launching their gathered energy into the sky. Bang! 3 streams of energy collided in midair. The Planet Destruction Ball was devoured in an instant. The two energies continued to rush towards Frieza. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed in the sky as Frieza was struck directly by the energy. "Oh!" Frieza let out a cry of despair as he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. "Damn it! How dare you treat this king like this?" Frieza gritted his teeth and struggled to rise from the ground. With a thud, King Cold was also kicked by Son Gohan and landed beside Frieza. "Frieza, are you alright?" King Cold, enduring the excruciating pain, checked Frieza's injuries. "These Saiyan monkeys are truly despicable." Frieza couldn't help but recall the scene of being besieged on Namek. For the first time since his birth, he had trained so hard, yet he never expected such a result. "No!" Frieza shouted in frustration. As Frieza roared, it seemed as if his body broke through some shackles, and his combat power gradually began to rise. "Frieza, you!" King Cold was stunned by the scene before him. The boy also widened his eyes and, coming to his senses, immediately made a suggestion. "Mr. Goku, it seems Frieza is getting stronger. Let's finish them off quickly. You brat, don't cause trouble. This is none of your business." Vegeta warned the boy. By the way, Vegeta seemed to remember something and continued, "Where did you come from?" "I remember that after Planet Vegeta was destroyed, there were hardly any Saiyans left." "That's right." Son Goku turned his head to look at the boy. "We still don't know your identity. What's your name?" "This? I can't say." The boy seemed a bit troubled. "You can't even say your name?" Son Goku asked, puzzled. "Sorry, Mr. Goku, I will explain it to you later." The boy stubbornly refused to reveal his origins. "Oomph." Piccolo snorted coldly. This boy was indeed too suspicious. Frieza's aura finally ceased to grow. Currently, Frieza's combat power 1.25 billion. King Cold asked, "Frieza, how are you doing?" "Dad, I'm fine. My combat power has reached a new height. Dealing with them should be a piece of cake. I will make them pay." Frieza felt an inexhaustible energy within him and regained his confidence. "Frieza, are you ready?" Vegeta was a bit impatient. "Ha ha ha." Frieza replied with a smile, "Vegeta, I didn't expect you to be so eager for death." "Then this king will grant your wish." With a burst of energy, Frieza's combat power exceeded everyone present. "What?" Vegeta found it hard to believe. Frieza's unleashed aura seemed to surpass his own. Vegeta took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, and rushed toward Frieza with clenched fists. Bang! Frieza chuckled softly, slowly raising his right hand to catch Vegeta's powerful punch. Immediately after, Frieza's tail swung heavily into Vegeta's face. Opt! Vegeta let out a cry, his body sent flying by Frieza. Mr. Vegeta, are you alright? The boy looked worriedly at Vegeta. Damn it! How could I, a prince, be humiliated in public? This is unforgivable. Huh? Vegeta shot up into the sky, releasing a continuous stream of energy blasts towards Frieza. Continuous energy blasts. Prince's battle technique. Bang! Boom! Explosions erupted, and the surroundings were devastated, smoke billowing everywhere, obscuring the battlefield. Hoo! Vegeta, exhausted from releasing energy blasts, gasped heavily. Uncle Vegeta, did we win? Son Gohan looked at the position of Frieza, shrouded in smoke. Piccolo patted Son Gohan's shoulder and explained carefully. Gohan, feel Frieza's aura carefully, but still the same as before. It seems that such attacks have no effect on Frieza at all. Frieza is quite strong. Son Goku, showing no fear in the face of a strong opponent, instead looked excited. The smoke cleared. Frieza appeared before everyone completely unharmed. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and mocked. Vegeta, it seems you aren't that impressive either. Then Frieza suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of Vegeta, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Opt! Vegeta screamed in pain, his body curling up and flying backward. Frieza quickly pursued the advantage, pummeling Vegeta in the air. Vegeta cried out, writhing in agony. Mr. Vegeta. The boy wanted to help Vegeta as he watched him being beaten. However, he was stopped by King Cold, and the two instantly engaged in battle. King Cold smiled, thinking this boy truly did not know his place. In no time, the boy was battered and on the verge of defeat. Opt! The boy was struck by an energy blast from King Cold, landing beside Son Goku and the others. Ignoring his injuries, he turned to Son Goku and pleaded. Mr. Goku, you all need to help Mr. Vegeta. Dad, we... Son Gohan felt a pang of compassion upon seeing the dire situation of Vegeta and the boy. Alright then. He'll go help Vegeta. Gohan, Piccolo, you deal with King Cold. As Son Goku spoke, he used instant transmission to leave. Swish! Son Goku appeared directly above Frieza, delivering a heavy punch to his head. Boom! Frieza fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Frieza did not expect someone to suddenly appear and attack him. Damn Son Goku! Seeing Vegeta being rescued, Frieza erupted in fury. In an instant, the three re-engaged in battle. Son Gohan and Piccolo quickly moved in front of King Cold, unleashing a barrage of punches. In a frenzied assault, they left King Cold with no chance to retaliate. Opt! A miserable cry continuously escaped King Cold's lips. Soon King Cold was left bruised and battered by Son Gohan and Piccolo. Damn it! You will die. King Cold dodged their attacks and quickly ascended into the sky. Then King Cold raised his right hand, gathering energy on his fingertip to form an energy sphere the size of a planet, hurling it at Son Gohan and Piccolo. Death Energy Blast. This energy blast can instantly destroy Earth. Uncle Piccolo, we must block it. As Son Gohan spoke, he raised his hands above his head, gathering energy. Piccolo brought his right index and middle fingers together on his forehead, starting to charge up. After regaining his strength, the boy joined in, placing his hands at his waist to gather energy. Demon Flash. Demon Wave Cannon. Kamehameha. The three energies converged in the air without exploding, instead becoming even more powerful. Bang! The energies collided midair, producing a thunderous roar. The Death Energy Blast had no power to resist, and along with King Cold was pushed out of Earth, flying into outer space. No! King Cold let out a furious roar. Boom! A massive explosion occurred in the universe, engulfing King Cold. On the other side, Frieza relentlessly pushed Son Goku and Vegeta back, a brilliant smile gracing his face. Upon hearing King Cold's wail, Frieza turned his head. Seeing his father being killed, Frieza's fury surged, repelling Son Goku and Vegeta. He raised his right hand, concentrating energy on his fingertip, and shot it towards Son Gohan. Death Beam. Piccolo shouted Gohan. Seeing that Son Gohan might not be able to dodge, Piccolo used his body to push Son Gohan out of the way, while he himself was pierced through the shoulder by the beam. Uncle Piccolo, you. Seeing Piccolo injured, Son Gohan recalled the moment when Piccolo had died, saving him. Son Gohan's anger boiled over, glaring fiercely at Frieza. Frieza, I won't let you go. Son Gohan exploded in fury, his combat power skyrocketing. Son Gohan's rage increased his combat power, but once his emotions faded, he would revert to his original state. What? How is this possible? Frieza was utterly stunned. Son Gohan's combat power had surged to 1.5 billion. Before Frieza could react, Son Gohan used instant transmission to appear behind him. With a firm grip, Son Gohan delivered a heavy punch, sending Frieza deep into the ground. Boom! Frieza crashed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Damn, why is this happening? Why has this little brat also become stronger? Frieza grumbled as he got up from the ground. Gohan has gotten stronger again. Son Goku exclaimed excitedly. Kakarot, what's going on? Vegeta asked, puzzled at how Son Gohan had suddenly increased his combat power by several billion. Son Goku smiled and explained to Vegeta, when Gohan gets angry he gets stronger. He saved me with this technique when Raditz invaded Earth. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly. Bang. Just as Frieza flew out of the pit, Son Gohan kicked him into the air. Damn. Frieza quickly stabilized himself in midair, gathering energy to form a circular disc and threw it at Son Gohan. Cutting disc. Seeing the disc coming, Son Gohan reached out to catch it and with a slight push crushed it. I will avenge Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan placed his hands at his waist, forming a blossoming shape, energy continuously gathering to form a blue energy sphere. Kamehameha. Son Gohan shouted, launching the gathered energy at Frieza. Seeing this, Frieza quickly gathered energy on his hands to resist. Boom. Frieza's resistance was futile. He was engulfed by the Kamehameha and completely vanished from this world. After defeating Frieza, Son Wukong returned to Piccolo's side to check on his injuries. Uncle Piccolo, how are you doing? Son Wukong looked concerned. I'm fine. Your performance just now was truly impressive. Piccolo smiled. Slowly rising, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and unleashed a surge of energy. Ah! Piccolo shouted as new flesh grew over his pierced shoulder, restoring him to his former self. Uncle Piccolo, I'm so glad you're okay. Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin, Fan, and Daz, who were far away on the mountain, flew over upon seeing the battle conclude. Frieza has finally been dealt with. Krillin patted his chest and said, You really scared us there. Good thing Wukong was with us. Wukong, I didn't expect you to surpass us at such a young age. Yamcha said in shock. Oomph. Vegeta snorted, staring intently at the young boy. You guys should stop chatting. There's still an unknown kid here. After hearing Vegeta's words, everyone turned to look at the young boy, curious about his explanation. This. The boy hesitated, not wanting his identity to be exposed, and walked over to Son Wukong. Mr. Wukong, let's talk over there. He'll explain everything to you. Vegeta snapped. Kid, you tell it here, you're not going anywhere. Son Wukong said, Vegeta, don't do that. He'll tell you all shortly. He and the boy flew to the other side of the mountain to begin their conversation. Though the others could see the two figures, they had no idea what they were discussing. However, there was one exception, Piccolo, due to his unique ear structure. At that moment, Piccolo was able to hear every word exchanged between Son Wukong and the boy. Why are they so far away, acting all mysterious? Exactly. Why only talk to Wukong? Krillin scratched his bald head. Having learned of Son Wukong and the other's strength from the previous battle, the boy no longer tested Wukong's power. Instead, he directly informed Son Wukong about future events. He then revealed his identity, stating that he was the child of Vegeta and Bulma Trunks. Son Wukong was shocked to learn how much had transpired in the future. Vegeta and Bulma had a child. Trunks took out a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Son Wukong. Uncle Wukong, this is a special medicine. It will help when heart disease flares up. Son Wukong replied gratefully, Thank you, Trunks. Trunks voiced his confusion. Uncle Wukong, why have you all become so strong? Son Wukong smiled and said, Ling Tian said that powerful enemies will appear in the future, so we train hard every day. Who is Ling Tian? Didn't he come today? Trunks asked, puzzled. Trunks, is there no Ling Tian in your timeline? Son Wukong was somewhat surprised, and then replied, he left Earth a few months ago to train in the universe. Uncle Wukong, there's no one by that name in my timeline. Trunks shook his head, wondering if this Ling Tian was really as extraordinary as Uncle Wukong described. He was eager to meet him. By the way, Son Wukong seemed to have thought of something, looking excited. Trunks, why don't you train with us? Once we have the strength to defeat those androids, you can go back. No, Uncle Wukong. I have to go back immediately. He'll come again in 3 years. Trunks wished he could agree, but his mother was still in the future timeline. After their conversation, Trunks pulled out a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a bang, the capsule transformed into a flying machine. Trunks sat on it and pressed the start button. A flash of white light erupted in Trunks, and the flying machine vanished. After Trunks left, Son Wukong also flew back to the others. Vegeta asked, Kakarot, what did that person tell you? Why did he leave so suddenly? Son Wukong was about to explain, but didn't know where to start. Seeing Son Wukong's expression, Piccolo shook his head helplessly. Let me explain. Piccolo said. When did you find out, Piccolo? Son Wukong was shocked. Piccolo smiled. My ear structure is quite special, allowing me to hear far-off sounds. Don't worry, I won't speak out of turn. Son Wukong nodded. Then go ahead, Piccolo. Piccolo repeated the crisis that Trunks had described, while cleverly avoiding mentioning Trunks' identity. Everyone gasped. What? We're all going to be killed by the androids. Piccolo nodded. That's how it is, everyone needs to train hard. Krillin, do you want to train with us? Sun Wukong turned to Krillin. No, Wukong. Your high-intensity training isn't suitable for us. Krillin shook his head. All right then. Everyone see you in 3 years. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Vegeta, and Piccolo soared into the sky, flying towards the training grounds. Krillin returned to the Kame House. Yamcha went to the city while Tianjin Fan and Daz returned to the dojo they had built in the mountains. Everyone engaged in their training to prepare for the android crisis 3 years later. In the universe, Ling Tian utilized instant transmission, traveling from planet to planet, gathering useful materials, technology, and food. The storage ring contained a variety of items. Whoosh! Ling Tian appeared before a group of hostile aliens. The fierce-looking aliens completely ignored Ling Tian's sudden appearance, brandishing their weapons as they continued to rush forward. Ling Tian looked up to see that they were chasing a figure resembling Ultraman along with a young, beautiful girl. Why do these two look so familiar? Ling Tian pondered in his mind. Oh, it's Gak and Tais. Tais is Bulma's sister. Gak was a galactic patrol officer executing missions throughout the universe daily. Tais dreamed of becoming an outstanding novelist, drifting through space in search of good story material. Gak, aren't you a super elite? Hurry up and protect me. Tais' face looked somewhat pale. Tais, while I am a super elite, there are just too many of them. We should run. Gak dared not confront these aliens. In a moment of carelessness, Tais tripped over a rock. Gak quickly helped her up, wanting to escape. However, they were soon surrounded by the pursuing aliens. Gak, are we going to die here? I miss my mom and dad so much. Someone please save me. Tais panicked. Gak stood firmly in front of Tais, resolutely stating, Tais, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Gak's tone was seemingly firm, but his body trembled uncontrollably in the face of so many aliens. Ling Tian, seeing this, instantly appeared before Tais. Raising his right hand, he gathered energy and obliterated all the aliens. Gak was left dumbfounded. Ling Tian asked, Tais, are you alright? Tais responded, her voice trembling. I'm fine. Thank you. Tais, do you know this person? Gak looked at Ling Tian with suspicion. I don't know him. What's wrong, Gak? Tais replied, puzzled. Then how does he know your name? Gak glared at Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled and began to explain his identity. Tais, I'm a friend of Bulma. Isn't it too dangerous for you to be alone in the universe? It's alright. I will protect Tais. Gak said confidently. Ling Tian shook his head, saying, Gak, your strength is simply too low. You can't protect Tais. What do you know? I'm a super elite in the Galactic Patrol. Gak claimed, striking a pose he thought was cool. Ling Tian ignored Gak's nonsense and looked at Tais. Tais, it seems you haven't returned to Earth in a long time. Would you like me to take you back? After thinking for a moment, Tais replied, Is that really possible? Gak angrily pointed at Ling Tian and said, Hey, do you know how far away Earth is? A spaceship takes at least several months to travel. Shut up. Ling Tian slapped Gak in the face, knocking him unconscious. Tais, hold on to me, I'll take you back to Earth. Tais nodded. Ling Tian grabbed Gak with one hand and with Tais activated instant transmission. Earth, the Celestial Temple. With a flash, Ling Tian activated instant transmission, arriving before the Celestial God alongside Tais and Jark. Celestial God, long time no see. Ling Tian, it is you. The Celestial God nodded and asked, Sun Wukong told me you departed for cultivation across the cosmos. Have you completed your training? Not yet. Ling Tian shook his head and explained, This time I've come to return Bulma's elder sister to Earth. Please contact Sun Wukong afterward and have him escort her to Bulma's home. No problem. The Celestial God nodded firmly. Farewell, Celestial God, and Tais. Goodbye, Ling Tian. Tais waved as Ling Tian vanished once more with instant transmission departing Earth. Having left Earth, Ling Tian used instant transmission to arrive on an unfamiliar planet. The moment he materialized, a colossal beast lunged forward, jaws agape, aiming to devour him whole. With a single Kamehameha blast, Ling Tian sent the beast hurtling away. A thunderous boom echoed across the wasteland, drawing swarms of nearby monsters. Ling Tian ascended into the air, surveying the desolate expanse. The planet's environment was brutally inhospitable. Endless ochre sands, no trace of greenery, and monstrous behemoths roamed everywhere. Meanwhile, deep within a mountain cave on this world, two figures sat beside a crackling fire, roasting a scorpion-like creature. Why have the beasts outside erupted into chaos again? The middle-aged man frowned in bewilderment. Suddenly, a golden flash ignited in his mind. He realized someone had arrived on this planet. They had lived here for over a decade, every day consumed by the desperate yearning to escape. He called out to the young man, and together they soared toward the epicenter of the monster uprising. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Ling Tian pondered whether to leave the planet, two figures streaked across the sky from afar. Ling Tian turned to face them. The youth stood expressionless, bare-chested, towering over 2 meters tall, his physique sculpted with dense corded muscle. The middle-aged man, however, gazed at Ling Tian with unbridled elation, as if a man stranded in the desert for 3 months had just glimpsed water. Could this man harbor that kind of inclination? Ling Tian instinctively covered his rear and stepped back. "Hello," the man greeted warmly. "I am Paragus, and this is my son Broly." Paragus, Broly. Their hair was wild and tangled, their garments tattered and long neglected. Without close scrutiny, they were nearly unrecognizable. Ling Tian was stunned. He'd merely sensed a faint resonance and teleported at random, never imagining he'd land on planet Vampa. "Who are you?" Broly demanded, eyes sharp with suspicion. "I am Ling Tian." Paragus fired off rapid questions. "Did you arrive aboard a starship? Where is your vessel? Can you take us away from here?" Ling Tian replied calmly. "No, I have no starship. But yes, I can take you away. Broly, we're finally escaping this godforsaken planet Vampa." Paragus cried, trembling with joy. Even Broly's stoic face softened into a rare, quiet smile. Ling Tian spoke. "I have one condition. I wish to fight Broly." "Fight Broly?" Paragus cautioned Ling Tian. "Broly is immensely powerful. Are you certain?" In Paragus's eyes, Broly surpassed even King Vegeta by an incalculable margin. "Yes, Broly, attack me now." Ling Tian affirmed with a firm nod. Paragus urged gently, "Broly, go easy. Do not harm him. We still need his help to leave." Broly nodded. His aura erupted violently, and he charged. Thud! Ling Tian lifted a hand, effortlessly catching Broly's fist squarely in his palm. "Is this the extent of your strength, Broly?" Ling Tian sighed, then drove a crushing kick into Broly's abdomen. Boom! Broly rocketed backward, slamming into a distant mountain buried beneath a cascade of boulders. "Impossible!" Paragus stared, disbelief etched across his face. The stranger's power defied all expectation. Then Broly's body pulsed anew, radiating overwhelming feral energy. Rocks cascading from his form were blasted aside by sheer force. Aya! Aya! No! Broly's losing control. Paragus frantically pulled a remote from his pocket, aiming to stun Broly with electricity. Ling Tian snatched it midair and crushed it to dust in his fist. What are you doing?" Paragus's face paled with terror. "You have no idea how catastrophic Broly's rampage can be." Boom! Broly's frame swelled, his aura surging exponentially. In an instant, he reappeared before Ling Tian, unleashing a barrage of furious punches. Thud! 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 Fists collided, each impact detonating like cannon fire. Ignoring wounds, Broly pressed his assault relentlessly. Seeing his blows fail, Broly seized Ling Tian in a crushing embrace and gathered searing energy in his chest. Chest beam. He detonated the blast. Both warriors hurled apart in the explosion. Ling Tian stabilized midair, channeling energy into his fingertips, then unleashed searing beams. Death beam. Yet Broly adapted swiftly, his combat prowess escalating with every exchange. Broly conjured energy spheres in his palms, hurling them to intercept the beams. Ling Tian vanished, reappearing behind Broly, and struck a devastating blow to his spine. Boom! Broly plummeted, crashing onto the barren earth with bone-shattering force. Aya! He roared, launching skyward, green energy blazing around his body like living flame. Explosive meteor. Broly bellowed, unleashing a storm of energy projectiles radiating outward from his core. Ling Tian formed a lotus-shaped seal at his waist, compressing immense energy. Kamehameha. Boom! Struck full force, Broly spiraled down from the heavens. Aya! Undeterred by grievous injury, Broly surged forward once more, seizing Ling Tian's arm and hammering relentless blows into his abdomen. Then energy coalesced again in his chest. Chest beam. Aya! Ling Tian screamed, a searing explosion tearing his arm clean off. Broly's body bore deep lacerations, but his aura burned fiercer than ever. He encased himself in a shimmering barrier and charged anew. Ling Tian struck with full force, yet his fist shattered against the barrier without a ripple. Broly's power has already eclipsed mine, so swiftly. Ling Tian marveled at the terrifying potency of legendary Scion blood. Broly ascended, concentrating vast energy into his right hand. Gigantic meteor. With a roar, he hurled the sphere, its mass swelling mid-flight into a cataclysmic orb of pure destruction. Boom! Ling Tian vanished, engulfed by the blast. Then, a flash of white light. He stood reborn. Ding! Congratulations, resurrection successful. Death reward granted. Ding! Skill acquired, light thread vision. Ding! Reward acquired, legendary Scion bloodline. Ding! Reward acquired, consciousness restoration, serum 5. Ding! Reward acquired, combat experience, 1 billion. Ding! Reward acquired, Senzu beans 500. System displaying profile. Host Ling Tian. Lineage Human Earth Legendary Scion. Age 24. Skills Key Sensing Flight, Key Blast Kamehameha Dragon Fist. Light Thread Vision Telekinesis, Telepathy, Instant Transmission Flora Acceleration, Supreme Martial Arts Mastery. Inventory Storage Ring Consciousness Restoration Serum 5, Spirit Fruit 140, Spirit Tree, Seed 1 Senzu, Beans 987. Combat Power 1. 72 billion. Ling Tian queried System. What is Consciousness Restoration Serum? A mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Host. The serum synergizes with legendary Scion bloodline loss of control states, or instantly breaks external mental domination upon ingestion. Hearing this, Ling Tian took out a vial of potion and drank it. He had no idea whether having the Super Scion bloodline would lead to losing control. Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly, unleashing all his aura as the violent energy of the Super Scion bloodline surged out of his body. Although a ferocious energy erupted from Ling Tian, his consciousness remained completely unaffected. Broly sensed Ling Tian's aura and rushed over quickly. Broly, I might have feared you before, but now that we both possess the Super Saiyan bloodline, it's just a matter of who can last longer. Besides, I have Senzu beans. Ling Tian chuckled lightly and charged towards Broly. Bang, bang, bang. The two stood face to face, exchanging blows relentlessly. Even while getting injured, Ling Tian could distinctly feel his combat power continuously rising. Truly, the Super Saiyan bloodline was remarkable. Suddenly, Ling Tian was caught by Broly's large hand pressing his head towards the ground. Broly held on to Ling Tian and began to run across the planet. In no time, they had circled the entire planet. Ling Tian was completely stunned, not expecting Broly to use this move. Ling Tian shouted loudly, breaking free from Broly's grip and unleashed the four bodies fist technique. He instantly split into four surrounding Broly. The four Ling Tian continuously gathered energy in their hands, unleashing various ultimate moves towards Broly. Demon Convergence Beam, Kamehameha, Death Beam, Power Cannon. Seeing this, Broly formed a protective shield around himself, preparing to withstand Ling Tian's onslaught. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed and thick smoke billowed from Broly's position. As the smoke cleared, Broly was seen kneeling on the ground. Broly struggled to rise, letting out beast-like roars as the energy within him became even more chaotic. Immediately after, Broly swung his fists again, launching another attack at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, unwilling to show weakness, retaliated with his right fist. Bang! The two exchanged punches, both stepping back. Ling Tian soared into the sky, raising his right hand high, gathering energy at his fingertips, and hurled it at Broly. Planet Destruction Bomb. Seeing this, Broly hurriedly formed a massive energy sphere in his hands to defend. Boom! The two energies collided in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. Ling Tian instantaneously moved, appearing right in front of Broly, placing his hands beside his head and executing the solar fist. My eyes! Broly clutched his eyes in pain. Ling Tian quickly seized the opportunity, appearing directly above Broly, and kicked down onto him. Bang! Broly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ling Tian gathered all his energy into his right hand, forming a massive energy blade, and struck down fiercely towards Broly on the ground. Earth-shattering slash. Boom! A gigantic fissure appeared on the planet. In no time, the planet trembled, volcanoes erupted, and lava flowed across the surface. Broly roared angrily as he burst from the ground, wanting to continue attacking Ling Tian. However, his body could not withstand the overwhelming Super Saiyan energy, and he spat blood before losing consciousness. Ling Tian swiftly dodged and caught the falling Broly. He then began to sense Paragus' aura and quickly flew towards it. What is happening with this planet shaking? Why is Broly unconscious? Paragus appeared somewhat anxious. Ignoring Paragus, Ling Tian grabbed him and used instant transmission to leave planet Wampa. Boom! Just moments after they left, planet Wampa exploded, completely vanishing from the universe. Ling Tian, along with Broly and Paragus, instantaneously transported to an unfamiliar planet. Paragus looked at this strange place in disbelief. A cerulean sky and a beautiful environment. For 10 long years, he had hoped for a spaceship to take him and Broly away. Now they had finally escaped that desolate planet Wampa. By the way, Broly. Paragus looked at the unconscious Broly beside him. He then angrily questioned Ling Tian. What did you do to Broly? Ling Tian calmly responded, Broly is just exhausted from the fight. He will wake up soon. Following this, Ling Tian took out a universal capsule for a house from his storage ring and tossed it on the ground. With a bang, an oval-shaped house appeared before them. Let's get Broly inside the house. Ling Tian entered first. Such a small thing, yet it can turn into a house. Paragus was astonished. Not long after entering the house, Broly regained consciousness. Broly felt sore all over and was covered in injuries from the battle. Broly, you're finally awake. Paragus exclaimed excitedly. Broly, eat this. Ling Tian took out a Senzu bean and handed it to Broly. Without bothering to ask what it was, Broly tossed it into his mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed. A warm current swept through his body, and soon his injuries were completely healed. Broly asked Ling Tian what was that thing. Ling Tian began to explain to both of them. This is a healing Senzu bean. Eating one can restore injuries and stamina. It can also be used as a meal. One bean can sustain you for 10 days without eating. This thing is too magical. Paragus was once again stunned. Ling Tian, you just gave this to me like that? Broly said in disbelief. Ling Tian chuckled. It's fine, I have plenty more. Following this, Ling Tian took out a pile of food and clothes from his storage ring. Broly, you guys should eat something first, then go wash up. The food smells so good. Ling Tian, can I really eat this? Broly's mouth watered. Eat up. Broly, from now on you will have meals like this. Ling Tian smiled. Broly and Paragus, who had stayed on planet Wampa, had never eaten such delicious food, and they kept shoving food into their mouths. Ling Tian took out another huge pile of food from his storage ring, and only then did they manage to feel somewhat full. Broly, let's rest here for one day. Tomorrow we will leave this planet. The next day, Ling Tian asked, Broly, Paragus, where do you plan to go from here? Paragus replied angrily, of course we are going back to planet Vegeta to take revenge on King Vegeta. He is the reason why I and Broly have lived on planet Wampa for so long. Broly remained silent, watching from the side. Ling Tian began to explain, Paragus, planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza long ago. Now there are hardly any Scions left alive. What? Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza? Paragus was incredulous, since they Scions had always worked under Frieza, helping to conquer planets. Why did Frieza destroy planet Vegeta? Ling Tian chuckled lightly and responded, Frieza feared the emergence of Super Scions, so he destroyed planet Vegeta. By the way, now the surviving Scions have already become Super Scions and have even eliminated Frieza. Super Scion. The legendary Super Scion. Paragus was shocked. Ling Tian began to explain to both of them. The Super Scion is not a mere legend, it's a transformation of the Scions that greatly increases their combat power. Paragus, if you work hard in your cultivation, you might also become a Super Scion. The legendary Super Scion is Broly, who possessed immense combat power from birth. His Super Scion bloodline is quite special, allowing him to enhance his strength without training. I can also become a Super Scion. Broly is the legendary Super Scion. Paragus was completely dumbfounded. Ling Tian took out a mental recovery potion from his storage ring and handed it to Broly. Broly, when you lose your senses during battle, it's the effect of the Super Scion bloodline. Drink this and you won't lose control anymore. Broly gratefully said, Ling Tian, thank you. He took the potion and downed it in one gulp. Ling Tian then said, Broly, try releasing your aura now and see if your consciousness is affected. Alright. Broly clenched his fists, his aura continuously rising as the violent energy of the Super Scion bloodline surged forth. Boom. Broly's powerful aura caused the planet to tremble violently. Broly raised his aura to its peak, and the raging energy did not affect his consciousness. Great. I won't lose consciousness and attack recklessly anymore. Broly exclaimed with excitement. Paragus bowed gratefully, saying, Thank you for helping Broly. Ling Tian smiled, and then called upon the system in his mind. System, check the battle power of Broly and Paragus. A mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Ding. Broly 36. 7 billion battle power. Bloodline legendary Scion. Paragus 2600 battle power. Bloodline Scion. Broly's battle power reached 36. 7 billion so quickly. When I first arrived on Wampa Star, I only had 720 million battle power, easily able to send Broly flying. To have such a significant increase in battle power after just 2 battles, the legendary bloodline truly is powerful. My battle power should be comparable to Broly's. System check personal attributes. Ding. Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling legendary Scion. Age 24. Skills Chi Perception Sky Dance Technique Ki Blast Kamehameha Dragon Fist. Telekinesis Long Distance, Telepathy, Instant Transmission Plant Growth, Ultimate Fighting Techniques. Items Storage Ring Consciousness Recovery Potion 3, Spiritual Fruit 140, Spirit Tree, Seeds 1 Senzu, Beans 986. Battle Power 42. 6 billion. Upon seeing that battle power section, Ling Tian was directly stunned. 42. 6 billion battle power. This is incredible. I didn't expect that obtaining a legendary bloodline would lead to such a significant increase. It seems I need to seek out more powerful opponents for battle. Ling Tian, what are you doing? Why are you lost in thought? Broly patted Ling Tian's shoulder. I'm fine, Broly. Ling Tian regained his focus and asked the two. Broly, have you decided where to go? I don't know, Broly shook his head. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. King Vegeta has died. We came out of Wampa Star for revenge, but now we don't know where to go. At this moment Paragus also appeared a bit confused. Ling Tian suggested, Broly, how about you both train with me in the universe? We can think about living on a stable planet later. Really? Broly asked somewhat excited. Paragus said, Ling Tian, then I will trouble you. Broly, Paragus, hold on to my shoulders, and we will go to the next planet. Broly and Paragus placed their hands on Ling Tian's shoulders. And so Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus trained on various planets throughout the universe, occasionally battling with Broly. Meanwhile, Ling Tian taught them how to sense chi and some easy-to-learn techniques. 2 years passed unknowingly. One day, Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus appeared on a new planet. The three of them circled the planet, but found no signs of human habitation. The environment of this planet was quite good, with towering trees reaching 100 meters in the forest and land and ocean, each occupying 50. Broly inquired, Ling Tian, there are no people on this planet, should we leave? Let's not rush to leave. This planet happens to be uninhabited, a rare encounter. Let's plant spirit trees here. Ling Tian surveyed the surroundings. Spirit trees. Paragus was surprised. Is that the fruit we ate before? Yes, that's the fruit from the spirit tree. Ling Tian said, taking seeds from the storage ring, digging a hole in the ground, and placing the seeds inside. Before he could even bury the seeds, they transformed into saplings, growing larger and instantaneously becoming towering trees that pierced through the clouds and reached outer space. On the massive tree, unripe fruits began to form. Ling Tian, this seed's transformation is astonishing. It changed in an instant. Broly was dumbfounded. Paragus was also startled by the transformation. This is my first time planting a spirit tree. The fruits you ate before were from trees planted by others. Ling Tian smiled. We can just wait for the fruits to ripen. Broly checked the situation around and said, the environment on this planet has changed significantly, and many areas have turned into deserts, and the ocean is almost drying up. Ling Tian explained to the two. Broly, this is a normal phenomenon. Planting spirit trees will damage the planet. Previously, I refrained from planting because there were inhabited areas. This spirit tree is too powerful. It's about to drain the planet's energy. Paragus was shocked. The spiritual fruits are ripe. Let's quickly pick them and then leave this planet. The three of them split up to harvest the fruits, and after finishing, Ling Tian found seeds at the top of the tree. Back on the ground, Ling Tian began counting the fruits they gathered, totaling 367. I didn't expect there to be so many fruits this time. It seems the quantity of fruit is related to the size and environment of the planet. Ling Tian distributed 100 spiritual fruits each to Broly and Paragus, putting the remaining 167 into the storage ring. Ling Tian, you've given us too much. Broly was momentarily at a loss. Ling Tian smiled and said, Broly, just pack them in the universal capsule. In the future, if we encounter uninhabited planets, we can continue to plant them. Paragus gratefully said, all right. Thank you, Ling Tian. Let's leave. Ling Tian used instant transmission to take Broly and Paragus away from the planet. Whoosh. Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus suddenly appeared in a conference room. Their sudden appearance startled everyone around. A humanoid alien with a wild boar's head shouted loudly, quickly capture them all. Snap, snap, snap. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from all directions. In no time, Ling Tian and the others were surrounded by hundreds of aliens. What happened here? General Ankyla, these three suddenly appeared at the base, and we are preparing to capture them and hand them over to King Sherlag. The soldier quickly reported the situation. Sherlag, I didn't expect to be transported to his base. Ling Tian muttered to himself. Ling Tian, what should we do now? Broly scratched his head. Broly, let your father Paragus deal with them. We'll wait outside for someone to come. Father, please take care of this. I will wait with Ling Tian outside. Broly and Ling Tian instantly appeared outside the base. Where did those two go? The soldiers wondered. Forget it, just capture this person first. Don't let him escape. The aliens rushed toward Paragus. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't touch even a corner of Paragus' clothing. Ankyla angrily shouted, you bunch of useless fools, how can so many of you not handle one person? Then Ankyla charged angrily at Paragus, intending to attack, but was unexpectedly swatted away by Paragus. This is so boring, I should go out quickly, Paragus said, then punched the roof of the base. Immediately Paragus shot into the sky, gathering energy in his hands. Kamehameha! Paragus shouted, unleashing the condensed energy toward the base below. Boom! After a massive explosion, the soldiers and the base disappeared without a trace. Who did this? A voice suddenly roared from a distance. Before them appeared a towering Namekian suspended in midair. His clothes were tattered, clearly damaged by an explosion. Sherlag was still asleep when he was jolted awake by a ki blast. He glared at Ling Tian and the others, asking, did you destroy my base? Ling Tian pointed at Paragus and said, It wasn't us, that was him who destroyed your base. Paragus was left dumbfounded. Didn't you tell me to deal with them? How come now? You are looking for death. Shirag was furious, swinging his fist towards Paragus. With a loud bang, Paragus was sent flying by Shirag. How is this possible? Paragus quickly steadied himself in the air, his face displaying disbelief. His combat power had increased significantly, and in the 2 years in the universe, he had not encountered anyone stronger than himself. Paragus had a base power of 8.26 million and could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Shirag had a base power of 20 million, which increased tenfold when he grew larger. Oomph. Shirag snorted coldly. I thought you were strong, but it turns out you are at this level, daring to destroy my base. You die? Shirag rained down punches on Paragus. Paragus had no ability to resist, only able to let out cries of pain. Something feels off. Ling Tian pondered. He had originally wanted to see if he could make Paragus transform into a Super Saiyan. He never expected that Paragus being beaten would not show any desire for power or extreme anger. Forget it. He would look for other opportunities in the future. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly and said, Broly, hurry up and save your father. Just beat that Shirag half to death. I still have use for him. Seeing his father being beaten, Broly was already eager to jump in. He and Ling Tian shared the same thought, not expecting Paragus to be unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Broly instantly flashed beside Paragus, grabbing Shirag's fist that was about to strike again. Then Broly slapped Shirag across the face. Shirag let out a scream as he was sent flying backward. Boom. Shirag crashed into a mountain buried under rolling stones. Shirag shouted loudly, releasing all his energy to begin transforming. His body began to grow larger, becoming a giant the size of a small mountain. With a combat power of 200 million. You all died. Shirag concentrated energy in his hands, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Broly and Paragus. Seeing this, Broly quickly formed a protective shield of energy around Paragus. Bang boom. Explosions erupted and thick smoke billowed from the spot where Broly and Paragus were. As the smoke cleared, Broly and Paragus appeared unscathed. How is this possible? Shirag was shocked that his strongest attack had no effect. Broly's figure flickered as he instantly appeared in front of Shirag, raining punches on Shirag's abdomen. Shirag could not withstand Broly's overwhelming assault. Blood poured from his mouth as his mountain-like body crashed heavily to the ground. Broly did not care about that. He swung his fists and continued to attack Shirag. Ling Tian said not to kill you, so he'll leave you with a breath. Shirag had no ability to resist, only able to scream in agony. Shirag was beaten by Broly until he could no longer maintain his giant form, shrinking back to his original size. Now Shirag was covered in wounds, bruised and battered, with not a single good spot left, barely clinging to life. Broly extended his hand, grabbing Shirag and flying towards Ling Tian. Whoosh! Broly descended from the sky, landing beside Ling Tian. Ling Tian, what do you want with this guy? Ling Tian approached the limp Shirag and said, Shirag, I heard that you Namekians can merge, and merging increases another person's combat power. I want you to merge with someone. Are you willing? Back on Namek, Piccolo did not merge with anyone, so he had no idea how strong he was now. Shirag, this villain, still had some value. Merge. Shirag shouted with the last of his strength. I don't want to merge. Just kill me. I will never merge. It seems you won't agree unless you suffer a bit. Ling Tian shook his head and took out 20 sins of beans from his storage ring, handing them to Broly. Broly, you didn't get to enjoy beating him yet, right? Feed him a senza bean. Every time you beat him half to death, give him one. When Shirag agrees, you won't have to hit him anymore. All right, Ling Tian. Broly accepted the senza beans and dragged the half-dead Shirag aside. After eating a senzu bean, all of Shirag's injuries instantly healed, and he soared into the sky, flying away. But Shirag hadn't flown far when Broly struck him with a heavy punch. Boom! Shirag plummeted from the air, crashing hard to the ground. Damn it! After several beatings, Shirag became obedient, quickly agreeing to Ling Tian's condition to merge with someone. Shirag, I thought you could last through 20 sins of beans, but I didn't expect you to give in after just a few. Ling Tian chuckled. Paragus asked, Ling Tian, where are we going now? Let's go to Earth. It's been a while since I returned. Ling Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. Ling Tian, what kind of place is Earth? Broly asked, somewhat puzzled. That's the planet I've lived on all this time. The remaining Saiyans are mostly on Earth, so you can go meet them. Ling Tian smiled, wondering how Broly would react upon seeing Goku. I wonder what Earth is like. Broly was quite excited. Ling Tian said, Broly, hold on to Shirag and don't let him escape. We're heading back to Earth now. Okay. Broly nodded and grabbed Shirag's arm. Found the god of Earth. Ling Tian performed instant transmission, bringing Broly, Paragus, and Shirag with him. Earth's heavenly realm. Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, and Shurag appeared before the god. God, it's been a while. How have you been recently? It's you, Ling Tian. The god nodded and asked, are these three your friends? This Namekian has a very evil aura. On the other side, Son Wukong's son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo were practicing, feeling four powerful auras suddenly appearing in the heavenly realm, one of which was very evil. What is going on? Has an enemy appeared in the temple? Son Wukong looked puzzled. Let's hurry over, Piccolo said, leaping into the air, flying towards the heavenly realm. Old man, you mustn't be in trouble. If you die. Son Wukong's son Gohan and Vegeta followed closely behind. Krillin from Kame House, Yamcha from the city, Tianjin from the mountains, and Dazai also sensed the aura from the heavenly realm and quickly rushed towards it. In the heavenly realm, looking at the Namekian before him, Shurag was completely stunned. You can't be serious about wanting me to merge with this old man. Broly slapped Shurag on the head and said, be obedient. Ling Tian began explaining to the god. God, these two beside me are my friends. This Namekian is an evil being who destroys planets everywhere. I brought him to Earth to merge with Piccolo. I see. The god nodded and asked, do you need me to call Piccolo? Ling Tian smiled and said, no need, god. They are already on their way here. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, Piccolo's son, Wukong's son Gohan, and Vegeta appeared in the heavenly realm. Clap, clap, clap. The four landed beside Ling Tian. Ling Tian, so it was you who returned. Last time you sent Bulma's sister back, you didn't come to see us. Son Wukong excitedly hugged Ling Tian. Kakarot. You are Kakarot. Broly's anger flared up immediately. Do you know me? Son Wukong looked puzzled. Huh. Broly's aura erupted and the violent energy of his scion bloodline surged forth. Broly's figure flickered as he instantly appeared in front of Son Wukong, landing a punch to his abdomen. Son Wukong was completely unprepared for an attack and spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. Broly quickly pressed the advantage and chased after him. Vegeta looked at the flying Son Goku and shouted loudly, Kakarot. Vegeta. Paragus, seeing this familiar figure, also became furious, his aura continuously rising. For a moment, he even forgot that planet Vegeta had long been destroyed. Vegeta resembled his father greatly, sharing the same hairstyle and a large M. The only difference was their height. Come at me with your life. Paragus swung his fist towards Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. Paragus and Vegeta instantly clashed together. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, taunting. With this level of power, you dare challenge this prince? Paragus was sent flying by Vegeta time and again. Seeing the chance for revenge, yet lacking the strength, Paragus felt extremely unwilling. Why is this happening? I want power. I want power. Paragus roared to the sky, suddenly enveloped in golden light. After a roar of fury, Paragus' black hair turned golden, standing upright. Paragus successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Vegeta was shocked this person had actually transformed into a Super Saiyan. Paragus' figure flickered and instantly appeared before Vegeta, swinging his fist towards his head. With a loud bang, Vegeta was directly blasted away by Paragus. Damn it. Vegeta roared in anger, also transforming into a Super Saiyan. Alright, you two, stop fighting. Also, Paragus, you can't defeat Vegeta now, Ling Tian said as he stepped forward to stop the two from continuing their battle. On the side, Shurag turned pale with fright, realizing that everyone was stronger than him, and it seemed he could not escape being assimilated. In the distance, Broly, who was fighting Son Goku, also sensed his father's aura of transformation into a Super Saiyan. He decided not to continue fighting Kakarot and turned to fly towards the Divine Temple. Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind, Broly appeared at the Divine Temple. Father, you finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. I saw King Vegeta and became furious, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Paragus glanced at Vegeta. Ling Tian chuckled lightly. Paragus, this is King Vegeta's son, Vegeta. Paragus was somewhat surprised, not expecting this person to be King Vegeta's son. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. The power was simply indescribable. Whoosh! At this moment, a battered Son Goku also returned. Krillin rushed to Son Goku's side, showing a concerned expression. Goku, how did you get so badly injured? Krillin, I'm fine. That guy is just too strong. Son Goku trembled slightly while looking at Broly. Alright, I know you're all confused. Let me explain it to you. Ling Tian began to explain to everyone. The one who just fought Goku is Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. This is his father, Paragus. Broly and Goku were born in the same year. Goku had a battle power of only 2 at birth, while Broly was born with a battle power of 100. Their infant incubation chambers were very close. Goku cried from being frightened by Broly's aura, and Goku's cries constantly disturbed Broly's sleep, which made Broly very angry whenever he saw Goku. Later, when King Vegeta learned that Broly was born with a battle power of 100, he exiled Broly to planet Vampa. Afterward, the spaceship broke down, and without a spaceship to go to that planet, Broly and his father lived there for over a decade. Until they met me, they left planet Vampa, born with a battle power of 1000. Krillin was directly stunned. They had cultivated for decades for only a few hundred battle power, and it was only after meeting Ling Tian that their battle power soared. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta questioned with a puzzled face. Correct. Ling Tian nodded. Your Super Saiyan transformation is a form. As long as a Saiyan trains hard, they may reach this realm. Broly is incredible. I had no ability to resist when I fought him just now, Son Goku said excitedly. Goku, you need to train harder in the future. Ling Tian patted Son Goku's shoulder. I will. Son Goku nodded firmly. Piccolo pointed at Shrag in the distance and asked, Ling Tian, who is that Namekian? His aura is so evil. Ling Tian replied, he is Shrag, notorious throughout the universe. I brought him here for you to assimilate and boost your strength. Shrag, hurry up and assimilate. Do you want to get beaten? Broly kicked Shrag in front of Piccolo. The divine being explained the role of assimilation to Piccolo. Piccolo gratefully said, Ling Tian, thank you. Ling Tian chuckled lightly. Shrag, don't resist later, or you'll be in for it. Piccolo placed his hand on Shrag, beginning the assimilation process. Piccolo's aura grew increasingly strong, while Shrag disappeared. Huh. Piccolo roared, unleashing all his aura. Piccolo, how strong. It feels like you've surpassed me. Son Goku was filled with fighting spirit. Uncle Piccolo's so awesome. Son Gohan said excitedly. Yamcha asked, Ling Tian, do you have any way to help us become stronger? Krillin, Tianjin, and Yajirobe also looked enviously. The speed at which Goku and the others increased their strength was too fast, and they could no longer keep up. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. In the original story, these people remained side characters until the later stages, and he wondered how they participated in the Tournament of Power. As for the methods to increase strength, it could only be through pushing their bodies to the limit. Now you should ask Bulma to make some high-multiplicity gravity chambers for training. He'll tell you more when I have a way in the future. Yamcha, Tianjin, Krillin, and Yajirobe nodded. Ling Tian called out to the system in his heart. System, check everyone's battle power. Everyone trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year. They used the gravity chamber with 1,000 times the gravity every day. Ding! A mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Son Goku 46. 67 million battle power. Son Gohan 40. 77 million battle power. Vegeta 45. 98 million battle power. Piccolo 4. 25 billion battle power. Broly 195. 6 billion battle power. Paragus 9. 2 million battle power. It seems Goku and the others have been working hard on their training these past 2 years. Piccolo's 4. 25 billion battle power increased directly by more than tenfold due to this assimilation. System check personal attributes. Ding. Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling legendary Saiyan. Age 26. Skills Chi perception flight technique energy wave Kamehameha. Telekinesis, telepathy, instant transmission plant growth god level combat skills. Items storage ring mind recovery potion 3, spirit fruit 167, spirit tree, seed 1 senzu, beans 947. Battle power 216. 2 billion. The legendary bloodline is indeed powerful completely on a different level from ordinary Saiyan bloodlines. Guh. Just then Son Goku's stomach growled. Ha ha ha. Son Goku scratched his head and laughed. After that fight I'm hungry. Ling Tian suggested. Let's all go to Bulma's house for a meal. I brought back a lot of materials and ores from space. Just in time to deliver them to Bulma. Great. It's been a long time since we've all gathered together. Krillin said excitedly. Everyone soared into the air flying towards Bulma's house. The divine being smiled pleased. The stronger their powers, the more secure the earth would be. Mr. Popo behind them watched all of this expressionlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bulma. Son Goku began shouting from afar. Half reclining on a chair, Bulma looked furious. Goku, is that you? You all haven't come to see me in so long. Ling Tian, you've returned from space. Will you leave again this time? Huh? Son Goku laughed, scratching his head. Bulma, we've been too busy training, that's why we haven't had time to visit you. Ling Tian replied with a smile. I want leave this time. By the way, Bulma, do you have a large open space at your home? I brought back a lot of things for you to study. My yard can't hold it. Bulma was somewhat puzzled. Ling Tian looked around and said, it probably can't hold it. I brought a lot of things this time, including a spaceship. Bulma thought for a moment and said, then let's go to that farm in the east. That's my family's. Under Bulma's guidance, everyone arrived at a huge farm. In the farm, Ling Tian used his flight technique to soar through the air, constantly taking items out from his storage ring. Bang! Various items fell to the ground from the sky. A few minutes later, the items Ling Tian took out filled the entire farm with some even stacked on top of each other. Wow, so many things. Thank you. Bulma's eyes sparkled. She won't be bored anymore from now on. Goo goo goo. At that moment, Sun Wukong's stomach growled again. Bulma, I'm starving. Hurry home and make us some food. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating, Wukong. Bulma said helplessly. Bulma's home. Bang, bang. The Scions devoured their meals, 2 bites of rice followed by 1 slurp of noodles. Fortunately, they were at Bulma's house, otherwise if they went to a restaurant the serving speed wouldn't be able to keep up with their appetite. Ling Tian shook his head, glad that after gaining the Transcendence bloodline his appetite hadn't increased. Otherwise, how much would he need to eat in one sitting? The robot served food continuously for over 10 rounds before finally filling Wukong and the others. Ugh, I'm so full, Sun Wukong said with a satisfied expression. Ling Tian, is the universe fun? Are there any strong opponents? Ling Tian pondered for a moment and replied calmly. Wukong, the universe is vast. I have only traveled through a small portion of it. I haven't encountered other formidable opponents. By the way, Wukong, I have something good for you. Ling Tian took out some spiritual fruits from his storage ring and distributed 5 to each of them. Ling Tian gave Bulma 20 spiritual fruits. Bulma, eating this fruit can make you younger and extend your lifespan. You can give some to your parents later. Really? Thank you so much, Ling Tian. Bulma excitedly began to eat. This fruit is so magical. After eating it, I feel like my strength has increased a bit. Krillin looked on in astonishment. Ling Tian began to explain to everyone. These spiritual fruits increase battle power and a bit of lifespan, but the effects diminish the more you eat. Ling Tian asked, Wukong, has anything major happened recently? Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering for a moment before responding. Ling Tian, after you left Frieza and his son came to Earth once. Frieza's power has become significantly stronger, but fortunately he was defeated by Gohan. By the way, a future boy also came. He said that artificial humans are going to appear soon. Piccolo said calmly, those artificial humans will show up in a month. With Frieza's power increasing, the artificial humans will likely become stronger as well. Unexpectedly, despite Wukong and the others working so hard to train, they still couldn't change the plot. Ling Tian shook his head and said, Wukong, Vegeta, you handle the artificial humans. Broly and I are going to the room of spirit and time. All right. Sun Wukong nodded. Ling Tian, you must fight me next time. I feel like you've become much stronger. Leave those puppets to me, Vegeta said arrogantly. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. Vegeta had retained this habit for years. Next, Ling Tian took out 5 spiritual fruits and 2 universal capsules from his storage ring and handed them to Son Gohan. Gohan, take these 5 spiritual fruits and 2 universal capsules back for your mom. They contain a lot of various jewels and valuable items from the universe. Thank you, Uncle Ling Tian. Son Gohan bowed in gratitude. Goodbye, everyone. Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus flew towards the heavenly temple. Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus appeared before the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, Broly and I would like to use the room of spirit and time. Sure. The Supreme Kai nodded and instructed a servant nearby. Bubbles, take them there. Ling Tian took out 10 spiritual fruits and handed them to the Kai and Bubbles. Supreme Kai, these can extend lifespan, and please take care of Paragus for me. All right. The Supreme Kai nodded. Ling Tian and Broly followed Mr. Bubbles, and after wandering around the heavenly temple for a minute, they finally arrived at the room of spirit and time. Mr. Bubbles said expressionlessly, Ling Tian, you can go in now, or there is food inside. However, you must come out before the hourglass runs out. Otherwise, the door will close automatically, and you will be trapped inside forever. Having immense power allows one to break the dimensional barrier and exit the room of spirit and time. Ling Tian and Broly entered the room of spirit and time, where food, water, and everything was available. The air was thin and uncomfortably hot, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees, and the gravity was 10 times that of Earth. Broly, let's start training now. Boom. The two unleashed all their energy and clashed together. Ling Tian used 4 clones to surround Broly. Broly formed a protective shield with his energy, directly enduring the attacks and sending Ling Tian's clones flying. Immediately after, Broly gathered a massive energy ball in his hands and threw it at Ling Tian. Vast Omega. As the energy ball left Broly's hand, it split into multiple energy blasts rushing towards Ling Tian. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, explosions erupted and Ling Tian's clones were sent crashing to the ground, disappearing. Ling Tian transformed back into one person. In a flash, Ling Tian appeared behind Broly, swinging his fist towards him. Broly let out a scream and was sent flying. Then Ling Tian placed his right index and middle finger on his forehead, gathering energy. Demonic Convergence Blast. Boom. Broly couldn't evade, and was hit directly by the energy. However, he did not sustain much damage. Ling Tian and Broly both released their energy and charged at each other. Bang, bang, bang. The two continuously punched each other without any evasion. The Transcendence bloodline played a significant role at this moment, continuously boosting their battle power. Suddenly, Broly grabbed Ling Tian's fist, gathering energy at his chest. Chest energy blast. Broly shouted, detonating the gathered energy. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, sending Ling Tian flying. Ling Tian quickly stabilized himself in midair, placing his hand on his waist, concentrating energy, and blasted it at Broly. Kamehameha wave. Bang. The two energy waves collided midair, resulting in a stalemate. Huh. Oh. Ling Tian and Broly both roared, their energy continuously growing stronger. Bang. The energy exploded, and both Ling Tian and Broly were sent flying. As the smoke cleared, their clothes were tattered, and they were covered in wounds. Ling Tian took out 2 sins of beans from his storage ring, ate one himself, and then gave one to Broly. The two of them had been battling nonstop except for sleeping and eating. Unknowingly, they had stayed in the room of spirit and time for 2 years. As the hourglass was about to run out, Ling Tian called for Broly, and they left the room of spirit and time together. Broly, how did you come out after just 2 days? Paragus asked, somewhat puzzled, wondering if they had completed their training so quickly. Broly explained, Father, time inside the room of spirit and time is different from outside. 2 days outside equates to 2 years inside. Oh, I see. What a special place. Paragus was astonished. The Supreme Kai asked, Ling Tian, how was your training this time? Ling Tian smiled slightly. Not bad, I've had a significant power increase. Ling Tian and Broly were now able to transform into legendary Super Saiyan 1. The hair of the Transcendence transformation turns slightly green, and during the transformation, it becomes golden. After transforming, their muscles swell dramatically, and their height increases significantly. In this form, their power and speed significantly increase, without burdening their bodies. Their stamina does not deplete rapidly, and they possess extremely high defense. In the future, when Ling Tian and Broly transform into legendary Super Saiyan, they will no longer be called legendary Super Saiyan. Just like ordinary Saiyans, it will simply be Super Saiyan. I feel it's too troublesome to write about 2 kinds, so I might as well write them the same. I hope you don't mind. Ling Tian said as he took off with Broly and Paragus flying towards the seaside. The 3 of them spent a month leisurely fishing and enjoying the scenery. One day, Ling Tian called Broly and Paragus, using instant transmission, to appear beside Sun Wukong. At that moment, they were on a high mountain, quietly waiting for the appearance of the androids. Wukong, how long have you been here? Sun Wukong checked the watch on Gohan's wrist. We've been here for almost an hour, but the androids still haven't appeared. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied. Kakarot, was that boy just fooling us? Ling Tian ignored the two who were about to argue, and instead walked towards Bulma. Bulma, how could you bring Trunks to such a dangerous place? I just wanted to see what the androids look like. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in shock. Ling Tian, how did you know his name is Trunks? I haven't told you yet. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian laughed, and explained to everyone. Wukong and Piccolo know too. Actually, that future boy is just the grown-up Trunks. Kakarot, why didn't you tell me back then? Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed Sun Wukong by the collar. Sun Wukong brushed Vegeta's hand away and said with a smile, this was a request from Trunks, you can ask him. It seems the androids won't be appearing, let me take you to find them. With that, Ling Tian soared into the sky, flying towards the north. Seeing this, everyone followed behind Ling Tian, flying towards the location of the North Capital. Soon they arrived at a mountain range in the North Capital. Ling Tian spoke to everyone, saying, the base of the androids should be in a nearby cave. Let's pair up and search separately. If you find it, elevate your energy, and we will rush over. Okay. Sun Wukong and the others nodded, forming pairs and flying in different directions. Inside a cave, an emaciated old man dressed in a jacket and wearing an black hat with a red ribbon insignia, with long hair and a white beard, was continuously operating a computer surrounded by various precision instruments, seemingly researching something. The android No. 20 was the modified Dr. Gero. 20, it seems someone has arrived, a plump man said. I sense a lot of powerful energy nearby. We've never been outside, how could our base be discovered? Android No. 20 was puzzled, and then instructed the fat man beside him. 19, go out and see who has come. Got it, 20. Android No. 19 nodded and walked out of the cave. My ultimate weapon cell is about to be completed. Then I can take revenge on Sun Wukong and the others. Why is someone interrupting at this time? Android No. 20, fearing someone would disrupt his plan, kept typing commands on the computer to hasten the progress. Cells from Broly, Paragus, and Slug have been collected. With the cells of the 3 cells, evolution accelerated significantly. Meanwhile, the android No. 19, just out of the cave, encountered 2 people. According to the information displayed, these two should be Yamcha and Krillin. Their energy isn't very high, though I can absorb them easily. Krillin, we've been searching for so long, yet we still haven't found a cave. How about we sit down and rest for a bit? Yamcha descended from the sky looking for a big tree to shade under. Yamcha, this isn't good, is it? Ling Tian, they should still be searching for the android base. Krillin descended and started to dissuade Yamcha. Android no. 19 flashed behind Yamcha and slapped the back of his head, causing Yamcha to faint before he could react. Immediately, Android no. 19 rushed forward and covered Krillin's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. Unable to make a sound, Krillin could only keep punching and kicking at Android no. 19, trying to break free from the restraint. Stop resisting, you become my energy. The energy absorption device on Android no. 19's palm continuously drew in Krillin's energy. Ha ha ha. Android no. 19 laughed. Little bald head, your energy is really impressive. I feel my strength increasing significantly. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus were searching for the android base. My. Ling Tian sensed that Krillin's energy was rapidly weakening, then exploded with energy and flew towards Krillin's location. Broly and Paragus also erupted with energy following suit. They never expected that the two could get caught and have their energy absorbed by androids. As Sun Wukong and the others searched for the androids, upon sensing Ling Tian's explosive energy, they also released their energy and flew towards Ling Tian. In an instant, everyone arrived at the location where Krillin was. Ling Tian stepped forward and kicked Android no. 19, who was absorbing Krillin's energy away. He then took a healing bean from his storage ring and fed it to Krillin. Krillin, how are you? Sun Wukong asked with a worried expression. I'm fine. After eating a healing bean, Krillin instantly returned to peak condition. He began to explain to everyone. That android has a device that can absorb energy. Just now I was almost drained completely. You all need to be careful. Vegeta stepped forward and examined the pudgy android. This is what an android looks like. It doesn't seem impressive at all. You can absorb energy, huh? Watch as this prince turns you into dust with my fist. Huh? Vegeta shouted, his energy continuously rising, a golden aura erupting from him as his black hair transformed into golden spikes. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, Vegeta immediately attacked Android no. 19 without hesitation. With a bang, Vegeta's punch struck Android no. 19's abdomen. Android no. 19 let out a scream, his body curling up as he was sent flying backward. How is this possible? Android no. 19 quickly stabilized himself in midair, displaying an expression of disbelief. This Vegeta was even stronger than the information collected last time at the Heavenly Temple. No, they have so many people. I need to hurry back and notify no. 20 to come and help. After realizing this, Android no. 19 began firing energy blasts towards the ground. Boom. Bang. Suddenly explosions erupted, raising clouds of dust and smoke from the ground. Android no. 19 seized the opportunity to escape. As the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Android no. 19. Damn, he actually got away. Vegeta seethed with anger. Ling Tian, why can't I sense that person's energy? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Ling Tian began to explain to everyone. They are androids, and when they don't release energy, they have no energy signature. That's why we can't sense them, or else Krillin and Yamcha wouldn't have been ambushed. Whoosh. Accompanied by a gust of wind, a young man with blue hair and a long sword on his back appeared before everyone. This person was future Trunks. Trunks asked, Uncle Wukong, have you dealt with the androids yet? Vegeta angrily pointed at Trunks and shouted, Trunks, why didn't you tell me before that you were my son? Trunks replied, Dad, I was afraid it would affect my birth in this timeline, so I didn't tell you. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a smile. Trunks, Vegeta just fought the android, but he let him escape. Kakarot, what are you talking about? Vegeta was furious. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly and turned to Broly and Paragus, saying, Let them argue here. Let's go search again together. Broly and Paragus followed Ling Tian and flew into the distance. Uncle Wukong, who are those three people? Trunks asked, puzzled, as he had never seen any of them in his future timeline. Sun Wukong began to explain to Trunks. The one flying at the front is Ling Tian, whom I told you about. The other two are also Scions brought back by Ling Tian from the universe. That tall Scion is stronger than me and Vegeta. I will surpass them sooner or later. Vegeta snorted coldly. Stronger than Uncle Wukong and Dad. Trunks was shocked. We should hurry and find the android base. After saying this, Piccolo flew forward. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed. Inside the cave, Android no. 19 gasped for breath as he rushed to the side of Android no. 20, who was conducting research. Android no. 20 said with great dissatisfaction, 19, what are you doing? You got so tired just from going out for a look. Huff huff. Android no. 19 panted heavily. 20, the ones coming from outside are Sun Wukong and the others. Am not even their match. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed. Sun Wukong. That damn Sun Wukong. Android no. 20 was furious. When Sun Wukong was still a kid, he had destroyed the Red Ribbon Army that he used for research, and now he had found their base. Looking at the ultimate cell that was about to be completed, Android no. 20 handed a remote control to Android no. 19. 19, go release no. 16, 17, and 18 to block Sun Wukong and the others. But, what if they go out of control? Android no. 19's face showed a look of terror. You have the remote control, what are you afraid of? Android no. 20 urged. 19, hurry up. Once the ultimate cell is complete, we can kill Sun Wukong and rule the world. Upon hearing this, Android no. 19 could only comply, tightly gripping the remote control as he walked outside. Android no. 16 is a pure mechanical body, tall, wearing green armor, a black bodysuit, and green boots. Android no. 17 is a handsome young man with a red scarf, a human-based modified android equipped with a perpetual energy furnace that grants him unlimited energy, and his cell aging is very slow, making him hard to age. Android no. 18 has blonde hair, blue eyes, and a tall figure embodying a cold and beautiful appearance. She is also a human-based modified android possessing a perpetual energy furnace that grants her unlimited energy with slow cell aging and resistance to aging. She is also the older sister of Android no. 17. After stretching, Android no. 17 said, 19, it's you. Why did you release us? Where did Dr. Gero go? Android no. 17 and Android no. 18 only wanted to kill Dr. Gero and harbored little hatred for other androids. Android no. 19 tightened his grip on the remote and said lightly, Dr. Gero has other matters to attend to. Now Sun Wukong and the others are already outside the base. Let's go deal with them. Sun Wukong. It seems our mission is about to be completed. Android no. 18 said and flew out first. 18, oh, wait for us. Androids no. 16, 17, oh, and 19 quickly followed. Outside the cave. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly 4 androids appeared before the flying Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, looking at the 4 in front of him. You finally dare to come out. I thought you would hide forever. Where is Android 20? Android 19 revealed a wicked smile and commanded the 3 beside him. 16 to 17, oh, and 18 attack together and kill them all. We are here to find Sun Wukong. You can handle this yourself. Android 17 ignored the fat one dismissively, saying a few words before flying towards Sun Wukong's position. Android 16 and Android 18 followed suit. Hey, wait for me. Android 19, is seeing no one to help him, did not dare to stay alone. You think you can leave? Ling Tian flashed and instantly appeared in front of Android 19, slapping him down to the ground. Just as Android 19 wanted to escape, he was surrounded by Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus. Ling Tian said coldly, 19, hurry and take us to Android 20. I will not take you. Android 19 looked determined to die. Fine. Ling Tian said as he unleashed his aura, raising his right hand to form a circular disc of light and threw it at Android 19. Cutting disc. Oh. Android 19 screamed in agony, wanting to absorb the disc's energy directly. Unexpectedly, both of his hands were severed. How's 19 doing? Ling Tian chuckled. Next time it won't just be a hand. Android 19 trembled at the sight of the floating cutting disc. This? I will take you to find Android 20. Android 19 surrendered, not wanting to die. Following Android 19, Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus walked for several minutes until they finally reached the cave. The base was quite hidden, covered with large trees outside. From the air, one would never see that there was a cave here. Android 19 pointed to the cave and said, Android 20 is inside, you can go in. Broly angrily said, you aren't coming with us. Where do you think you're going? Under Broly's fierce gaze, Android 19 had no choice but to obediently lead the way. After entering the cave, everyone wandered around for a minute before finally reaching the underground level. They finally saw Android 20. At this moment, he was still busy operating on the computer. Hearing the commotion, Android 20 thought it was Android 19 returning triumphantly and quickly turned around. Upon seeing them, he nearly got scared to death. 19, how did you bring Ling Tian and the others to the base? Damn it. Android 20 shouted in frustration. I only need a few more minutes to complete the experiment. The ultimate cell is about to be born. Cell is coming out so soon? Ling Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. Android 20 continued. It was supposed to take years to finish, but because you fought in the temple of the Kai, cells were collected and Cell's evolution accelerated. Do you want to witness Cell's power? It will only take 3 minutes. He was worried that he wouldn't be a match for the 3 of them and that Cell might be destroyed. Ling Tian chuckled softly. Just 3 minutes, huh? That can wait, but you two don't need to stay here. What do you mean? Android 19 and Android 20 looked confused. Ling Tian and Broly acted in an instant, blasting both of their heads apart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong and the others encountered 3 androids. Trunks pointed at Android 17 and Android 18, gritting his teeth. Uncle Wukong, these two are the androids that wreaked havoc in the future. However, the tall android I have never seen before, he must be the one whose existence I changed by traveling through time. These 3 androids are for this prince to handle. Vegeta scoffed, thinking these 3 puppets were as weak as Android 19. Sun Wukong 47. 26 million battle power. Son Gohan 43. 21 million battle power. Vegeta 46. 93 million battle power. Piccolo 4. 3 billion battle power. Trunks 10 million battle power. Android 16 2. 5 billion battle power. Android 17 2 billion battle power. Android 18 1. 9 billion battle power. Huh. Vegeta roared loudly, unleashing all his energy, turning his dark hair into golden, standing upright enveloped in a golden aura. Vegeta successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Puppets, die for me. Vegeta swung his fists and charged at the 3 androids. Seeing this, Android 18 quickly engaged in battle with Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of their fists and kicks produced loud noises. Huh. Trunks, seeing these 2 androids filled with rage, unleashed all his energy, his blue hair gradually turning golden and standing upright surrounded by a golden aura. After transforming, Trunks wanted to help Vegeta. However, Android 17 directly blocked Trunks' path. Don't disturb their battle. Get out of my way. Trunks swung his sword at Android 17. Android 17 merely used 2 fingers to pin Trunks' sword. With a slight force, the sword was broken. How is that possible? Trunks exclaimed, incredulous. This android was far stronger than those from his timeline. Android 17 casually tossed aside the broken sword and kicked Trunks in the abdomen. Oh! Trunks spat out blood and flew backward. Bang! Trunks crashed heavily to the ground, reverting from his Super Saiyan form and losing his combat ability. Suddenly, Android 18 was sent flying by a punch from Vegeta. Android 16 reminded, 18, don't fight Vegeta, Heat his strength has surpassed yours. How is that possible? Android 18 was directly stunned. Didn't Dr. Gero say they were the strongest in the world? Seeing his sister get hit, Android 17 rushed towards Vegeta to seek revenge. With a loud bang, Android 17 successfully ambushed Vegeta, kicking him away. Damn! Vegeta quickly stabilized himself in midair, gathering energy into a purple energy ball in his palm and launching it at the androids. Energy wave. Android 17 and Android 18 gathered their energy waves to defend. The 3 energies collided in midair and sent Vegeta flying backward. Boom! With a loud noise, Vegeta was struck directly by the 2 energies and fell from the sky. Krillin and Yamcha hurried over to bring Vegeta and Trunks back to Sun Wukong and the others, taking out senzu beans to feed them. Something's off. They haven't exhausted any energy after fighting for so long. Sun Wukong observed for a long time without noticing anything unusual. Oomph! Android 17 snorted proudly. My sister and I have infinite stamina. Even if we exhaust ourselves, we can outlast you. So that's how it is. Sun Wukong suddenly understood, turning to Son Gohan. Gohan, let's attack together. Let's fight with all our strength. Okay, Dad. Son Gohan nodded. Huh. With a roar, their energies surged, their black hair turning golden, standing upright surrounded by a golden aura. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan wasted no time attacking Android 17 and Android 18. Bang, bang, bang. The collisions of fists and bodies produced loud sounds. In an instant, Android 17 and Android 18 were knocked to the ground. How is this possible? Android 17 and Android 18 questioned their existence, wondering how they could be so strong. Sun Wukong and Son Gohan placed their hands on their waists, gathering energy. Kamehameha wave. They shouted, unleashing their gathered energy at the 2 androids. Android 17 and Android 18 looked at the incoming energy with fear. They might die here. At the critical moment, Android 16 flashed and appeared in front of Android 17 and Android 18, blocking the Kamehameha wave. Bang! The 2 Kamehameha waves were intercepted by Android 16. I didn't expect you to be stronger than those 2. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, as he loved battling strong opponents. 16 you? Android 17 and Android 18 were in shock, not expecting this quiet guy to possess such immense strength. Piccolo remarked lightly. Wukong, it seems you can't handle them anymore. Piccolo, I could manage 2 of them, but with 3, I can't handle it anymore. Sun Wukong shook his head. Though he enjoyed fighting strong foes, he also had to consider the safety of Earth. Forcing them into a corner wouldn't be good, so he decided to leave it to Piccolo. How could this happen? Trunks was in despair, wondering how the androids could be so powerful, questioning if he could change the future. It seems I have to rely on myself. Piccolo smirked slightly. Huh. Piccolo roared, his energy rising, surpassing everyone present. The three androids turned pale. How could Piccolo's strength be so formidable? Damn Dr. Gero, the data he provided was completely inaccurate. Android 17 raged furiously. Piccolo flashed, appearing in front of the three androids, knocking them away with a punch. In just one strike, the three androids were heavily injured and unable to rise. I didn't expect Uncle Piccolo to be this powerful. Trunks was astonished. Just as Piccolo was about to unleash the Demon Convergence Light Cannon to end the three androids, Krillin shouted. Wait a moment, Piccolo. Krillin turned to him. He shared his thoughts with everyone. Piccolo, I feel that these three are good people, let them go. Moreover, they didn't kill Vegeta and Trunks just now. Trunks said that in his timeline there is no Android 16. Our history is completely different from his. Why should we kill anyone? The three androids looked confused. Android 18 said, somewhat displeased, our target is only Son Goku. If you hadn't attacked us, we wouldn't have bothered to fight you. Huh, is that so? Everyone was bewildered. Trunks couldn't believe why the same person would differ so much across different timelines. Piccolo, why not just let them go? I feel that Krillin is right. Son Goku smiled at Piccolo. Fine. If something happens later, you handle it yourselves. Piccolo grunted, dissipated his energy, and flew off to train. Uncle Piccolo. Goten hurried after him. Damn it. Vegeta was quite unwilling. Not only was Kakarot surpassing him, but now he was also being bullied by androids. Trunks, come train with me. We must defeat them next time. Vegeta took Trunks and flew off into the distance. You three must not do any bad things, or I will definitely defeat you. Son Goku warned the three androids. With the matter regarding the androids resolved, everyone flew away. Android 18 took Android 17 and thanked Krillin before leaving. Krillin felt that his springtime was about to arrive. In the cave, the ultimate cell, which possessed cells from Broly, Paragus Son, Goku Son, Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, Shrag, Piccolo, Frieza, and his son, and Krillin, was finally complete. Ultimate Cell shattered the cultivation device and stepped out. It made a creaking sound as it walked. This cell emerged as a perfect being with two pairs of wings on its back and its tail tucked in. Its body was primarily green, covered in small spots, with feet resembling human feet and a face that looked more human. Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, what are you doing here? Where is Dr. Gero? Ultimate Cell asked in surprise. Ling Tian replied coldly, Dr. Gero is over there on the ground. Do you want to take revenge for him? Ha ha ha. Ultimate Cell laughed heartily and then shook his head. Of course not. I just want to thank him for giving me the strongest power in the universe. Cell, it seems you are quite confident in your strength. Ling Tian stepped forward and grabbed Cell. What are you doing? Let go of me. Despite all its efforts, Ultimate Cell could not break free from Ling Tian's grasp. Ling Tian said, Paragus, you go back to the island first. Broly, hold on to me. Ling Tian took Broly and Ultimate Cell and activated instant transmission. In the universe swish, Ling Tian, Broly, and Ultimate Cell appeared on an unnamed planet. Where is this? Ultimate Cell looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and turned to leave. Come on, Cell. I heard you have Broly's cells. Let me see if your fighting will continue to get stronger. Huh. Ling Tian released all his chi, his figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared in front of Cell, kicking the fleeing Ultimate Cell into the air. Immediately after, Ling Tian placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy and sending it towards Ultimate Cell in the air. Kamehameha. Ultimate Cell let out a scream as its lower body was completely engulfed by the Kamehameha, disappearing without a trace. Ling Tian urged impatiently. Cell, stop dawdling. Hurry up and regenerate. I know you have Shrag and Piccolo's cells. Damn it. You are courting death. Ultimate Cell exploded in rage, its destroyed lower body reformed. Its combat power has increased significantly. It seems that the Scion cells have played a substantial role in you. Ling Tian chuckled. Huh. Ultimate Cell unleashed all its energy and swiftly attacked Ling Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimate Cell's fists pounded against Ling Tian. Yet such a powerful assault caused no harm to Ling Tian at all. Seeing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, Ultimate Cell gathered energy in both hands and continuously released energy blasts towards Ling Tian. Bang, boom. In an instant, the sound of explosions erupted and thick smoke rose from Ling Tian's position. When the smoke dissipated, Ling Tian appeared unscathed. How is this possible? Ultimate Cell was stunned. He couldn't believe Ling Tian could possess such immense power. Ling Tian swiftly dodged and appeared in front of Ultimate Cell, landing a punch in its abdomen. Ultimate Cell screamed and spat out a mouthful of black liquid. It actually didn't get blown away. It seems Cell has become tougher. Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Suddenly a golden light burst from his eyes, and two beams shot towards Cell. I beam. Opt. Ultimate Cell had not reacted before being pierced through the chest by the beams. Ling Tian kicked him down again. Boom. Ultimate Cell crashed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Cell lay slumped in a massive pit. After a fierce battle, Ling Tian realized that even with Broly's cells, Ultimate Cell could not become stronger like Broly in battle. However, having the cells of Broly, Paragus, and Shrag made its physique stronger and its recovery ability much greater. Damn, why are you so strong? Ultimate Cell was extremely unwilling. According to Dr. Gero's data, it was a perfect being upon birth with the strongest power in the universe. Cell, do you want to become stronger? I can help you. Ling Tian said with a slight smile. How can I become stronger? Ultimate Cell looked puzzled. Ling Tian raised his right hand, forming a circular disc of light, and threw it at Cell. Cutting disc. Opt. Ultimate Cell screamed and was directly cut in half. Ling Tian, weren't you supposed to help me become stronger? What are you doing? Ultimate Cell was very confused. Ling Tian replied with a smile, Cell, don't worry. Regenerate your body. Opt. Following Ling Tian's command, Ultimate Cell exploded with rage and its lower body reformed. How is it? Ling Tian chuckled. Do you feel your strength has increased significantly? Ultimate Cell nodded. It seems to have increased quite a bit. Ling Tian waved his hand, and the disc flew towards Cell again. Seeing this, Ultimate Cell quickly dodged the attack. Cell, don't you want to get stronger? Ling Tian was somewhat puzzled. No. Ultimate Cell shook his head hurriedly. You do it yourself. I'm going back to Earth with Broly. You better stay on this planet. We'll come back in a few days. After saying this, Ling Tian took Broly and activated instant transmission to leave. In the following days, the news reported that people in the city mysteriously disappeared, leaving only piles of clothes on the ground. It seems that the Cell who used the time machine has acted, Ling Tian muttered. This Cell is simply too weak. He might be eliminated by Android 17 and the others before the game even begins. After a simple meal, Ling Tian took Broly and Paragus and went to the city to look for Cell. Meanwhile, Cell, who was absorbing human essence in the city, had greatly increased in power. Ha ha ha. Cell laughed heartily. The androids 17 and 18 of this timeline have not been eliminated yet. Once I absorb them and evolve into my perfect form, I will gain the strongest power in the universe. Beep, beep. Hey, you ugly freak, don't block the road. Android 17 was driving a blue car. Cell turned to look into the car. Just when I was thinking of becoming a perfect being, you came to me. Cell gathered a key blast in his hand and threw it at the car. Android 16, Android 17, and Android 18 quickly jumped out of the car. Boom. A violent explosion sounded as the car disappeared without a trace. Ugly freak, do you know what you are doing? Android 17 glared at the spot where his beloved car had vanished, burning with anger. Ha ha ha. Cell ignored what Android 17 said and continued, today is a momentous day. Android 17 and 18, hurry up and fuse with me into my perfect form. The three were completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what this hideous creature was babbling about. It seems you are still unclear about your mission, so let me enlighten you. Sheriff's lips curled into a slight smile as he began to recount his grand plan. I am Dr. Gero's creation, the artificial human Cheru, made using the cells of Sun Wukong and others after years of research. As long as you two allow me to absorb you and become part of my body, we will become an invincible warrior. Artificial human, no. 17 shouted at Cheru. You want me to be absorbed by you, this hideous monster? You're dreaming. Cheru chuckled lightly. Whether you like it or not, you are destined to become part of my body. With a loud shout, Cheru unleashed all his energy and charged at artificial human no. 17. At that moment, Cheru envisioned himself in his complete form. However, before he could attack, he was kicked away by artificial human no. 17. Artificial human no. 17 scoffed, beginning to mock Cheru. With such strength, you think you can absorb us? Cheru quickly steadied himself in midair, bringing his right index and middle fingers together on his forehead as energy continuously gathered toward his fingertips. Demon Convergence Light Cannon. Cheru shouted, unleashing a golden spiral beam toward artificial human no. 17. That's the technique that Piccolo used before. I almost got killed by it. No. 17 was enraged and swatted the energy away, swiftly charging at Cheru and landing a heavy punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom. Cheru fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately after no. 17 gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Cheru. Bang. Boom. Before Cheru could rise, he was engulfed by countless energy blasts. From Cheru's position, thick smoke rose along with cries of anguish. As the smoke cleared, Cheru's head was the only part intact. His body was mangled with one arm severed. How is this possible? Why is no. 17 so powerful. Sharon now lacked the strength to move, slumped on the ground, unable to believe what had just happened. Hideous monster, you will die. Artificial human, no. 17 opened his palm, energy gathering continuously to form a glowing sphere that shot toward Sharu. No. Sharu was filled with reluctance. Where had the time machine brought him? Why was this happening? He could only watch helplessly as the energy wave approached. At this critical moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared before Sharu, one of whom casually swatted the energy wave into the sky. Just in time. The newcomers were Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus. Sensing a battle in the distance, Ling Tian quickly used instant transmission to arrive. What's going on? Sharu was puzzled. Were these 3 here to save him? Dr. Jero hadn't researched other artificial humans either. Artificial human, no. 17 filled with rage, shouted at them, Ling Tian, get out of my way. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, standing in front of Sharu without budging. Sharu is still useful to me. You cannot kill him yet. No. 17 furious pointed at Sharu and said, this hideous monster wants to absorb me, and no. 18. If you don't step aside, I'll take you down too. Ling Tian turned to Broly beside him. Broly, it seems he still wants to fight us. Why don't you go have some fun with him? Huh. Broly let out a mighty roar, releasing all his energy as he beckoned no. 17 with a hand. Come at me. No. 17 turned pale with fear, struggling to withstand Broly's overwhelming aura, completely unable to resist. In the distance, Sun Wukong and others who were training were shocked by this immense aura. Who is fighting? They quickly flew toward the source of the energy. Broly, I told you to play with him. Why are you using all your strength? Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. Isn't it like that? Broly looked confused. Forget it, let's leave. Ling Tian said as he grabbed Sharu and initiated instant transmission with Broly and Paragus. Are you okay, no? 17. Artificial human, no. 18 asked with concern. They are just too strong. No. 17 was soaked with sweat. Swish. Swish. At this moment, Sun Wukong and others arrived one after another. Sun Wukong asked, no? 17, so it was you. Who were you fighting just now? No. 17 explained, it was Ling Tian and the others. They took away the monster that attacked the human city. That monster is also an artificial human created by Dr. Jero. He possesses the cells of all of you and can unleash your techniques. Ling Tian, they are so powerful. Sun Wukong said excitedly. I will surpass them sooner or later. Vegeta snorted. Uncle Ling Tian, why are you taking away the artificial humans? Sun Wufan asked, puzzled. Sun Wukong smiled and said to everyone, Ling Tian definitely won't do anything bad. Let's go back. Everyone nodded and began to leave. Ling Tian appeared beside Ultimate Sharu with Broly, Paragus, and the Sharu from the future time. Ling Tian smiled and said, Sharu, you are quite obedient, not running away. Ultimate Sharu's lips curled into a confident smile. Of course I won't run, knowing the method to increase my power. I have been using it these past few days. Now my strength is so immense that even I cannot imagine it. Ling Tian, you came at just the right time. I can finally seek revenge for last time. Ling Tian turned to Broly beside him. Broly, you can unleash your full strength this time. As long as his head is intact, he won't die. He has regenerative abilities, so you can play with him for a while. Broly responded with a smile. Got it, Ling Tian. With a roar, Broly unleashed all his energy and charged toward Ultimate Sharu. Ultimate Sharu remained unfazed as Broly approached. Unexpectedly, Broly grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground, then began to run wildly across the planet. In no time, Ultimate Sharu was dragged along the ground by Broly, leaving a deep trench on the planet. Broly casually tossed Ultimate Sharu aside and laughed. Sharu, how does that feel? Hurry and show me your full strength. Damn it. Ultimate Sharu, in a fit of rage, swung his fists at Broly. Bang, bang, bang. Broly withstood Ultimate Sharu's punches, taunting him. Is that all you've got? Did you forget to eat? Broly grabbed Ultimate Sharu tightly, gathering energy in his chest. What are you doing? Let go of me. Ultimate Sharu panicked. Chest energy blast. Broly shouted, detonating the gathered energy. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, obliterating everything except for Ultimate Sharu's head. Broly urged, Sharu, hurry and use your regeneration abilities. Wait, something's not right. He remembered that last time Ling Tian said the same thing, and after he regenerated, he got a beating. It seemed that his strength had not yet surpassed theirs. He needed to continue training. Ultimate Sharu shook his head and said, let's not fight anymore. It's almost time for dinner, and exercising before meals is not good. Ling Tian said, Broly, come back. After Broly left, Ultimate Sharu dared to regenerate his body. Ling Tian called out to Ultimate Sharu in the sky. Sharu, come here. I brought you an old friend. Who is this hideous monster? Ultimate Sharu was puzzled. Ling Tian began to explain. This is also Sharu, but from another timeline. You can enhance his combat power using that method, and make him become complete. Ha ha ha. Ultimate Sheru burst into laughter, quickly agreeing. No problem. This was something he was very good at. Previously Ling Tian and the others had tormented him, and now he had a punching bag. Ultimate Sheru kicked the injured Sheru. Hurry and regenerate your body. Don't you want to become complete? Ling Tian along with Broly and Paragus flew into the distance. After finding a flat area, they took out their house capsule from the storage ring, preparing to stay on this planet for the night. The next day, Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus stood before Ultimate Sheru. Looking at the other timeline Sheru, he had also transformed into his complete form. The two looked exactly the same. If their strengths were the same, one wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Not bad. He became complete overnight. Ling Tian chuckled. Ultimate Sheru said casually, there was no choice. He was very eager to gain power, which is why he worked so hard. Upon hearing this, Sheru nearly burst into tears. No one knew what kind of torment he had endured the night before. Sheru possesses Piccolo's cells for infinite regeneration, and Scion cells significantly boost combat power after severe injuries. In the original story, Sun Wukong takes Sheru to King Kai's planet and self-destructs, leading to Sheru's significant power boost upon recovery. If Sun Wufan's final blow had not completely destroyed Sheru, he might have been able to grow stronger. With a swift motion, Ling Tian transported Broly, Paragus, and the two Cell back to Earth. He then began to arrange for the next actions of Cell in the future timeline. Cell, later you will find Sun Wukong and the others, and engage them in a battle inflicting serious injuries. Then return to this small island, and I will plan your next move. Do not even think about escaping, or it will be just like yesterday. The ultimate Cell glared viciously at Cell. Alright. Cell's body trembled slightly. Everyone's battle power. Sun Wukong 490700 battle power. Sun Gohan 4627000 battle power. Vegeta 4859000 battle power. Trunks 17000 battle power. Piccolo 43500 battle power. Cell 22800 battle power. Fully formed, suddenly Sun Wukong and the others who were training sensed a powerful energy approaching them. They all stopped training and waited on the spot. Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind, Cell appeared before them. I thought it would be Ling Tian and the others. Sun Wukong felt a bit disappointed. Piccolo coldly said, Who are you? Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, so you are all here. This way I don't have to look for each of you one by one. Cell scanned the area and nodded in satisfaction. I almost forgot to introduce myself. You all should know me. I am the android Cell created by Dr. Gero. Cell. Sun Gohan was somewhat surprised, wasn't Cell taken away by Uncle Ling Tian? That can't be right. Sun Wukong scratched his head, sizing up Cell. According to what the 17th said, you don't look like this, and your strength isn't this great. Cell beckoned towards Sun Wukong and the others, taunting them. You don't need to know so much, let's all go at once. You're seeking death. Vegeta, filled with rage, unleashed all his energy. A golden aura enveloped Vegeta, and his black hair turned golden, standing on end. Without hesitation, after transforming into Super Saiyan 1, Vegeta swung his fist at Cell. Bang! Vegeta's punch struck Cell, who didn't move an inch. Cell shook his head and slapped Vegeta's face with a backhand. Vegeta let out a scream as he was sent flying by Cell. Damn it! Vegeta quickly stabilized himself in midair, shooting up into the sky, gathering all his energy into his hands to form a dazzling energy sphere and hurled it at Cell. Final flash. Seeing this, Cell placed his hand on his waist, condensing energy. Kamehameha. Boom. The two energies collided midair, with one side overwhelmingly pressing down on Vegeta. After a loud explosion, Vegeta fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, completely losing his combat ability. Dad? Trunks looked worried. Sun Wukong, since you guys aren't going to act, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Cell chuckled coldly. Cell exploded with energy, releasing all his power as he rushed towards Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Trunks roared in anger, unleashing all their energy, their hair turning golden, surrounded by a golden aura. After transforming, the three charged at Cell. Piccolo unleashed all his energy, placing his right hand's index and middle fingers on his forehead, beginning to gather energy. Bang! Cell punched Trunks, sending him flying. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan kicked Cell from the left and right. Facing the two's powerful attacks, Cell remained unharmed. If you only have this level of strength, then it should end here. Old Sun Gohan, quickly get away. Special beam cannon. Piccolo shouted, and a golden spiral beam shot towards Cell in midair. Just a minor skill. Cell snorted coldly, raising his right hand to directly swat the energy away. How can this be? Piccolo was shocked. His strongest attack had no effect at all. Whoosh! Cell suddenly flashed and appeared before Sun Gohan, punching him in the abdomen. Opt. Son Gohan spat out a mouthful of blood flying backward. Gohan. Piccolo seethed with rage, glaring fiercely at Cell. It's your turn now. Cell unleashed 4 fists attacking Son Wukong and Piccolo. Son Wukong and Piccolo had no ability to resist being pummeled by the 4 cells with cries of distress. Bang! Bang! In no time, Son Wukong and Piccolo fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, completely losing their combat ability. Seeing the task completed, Cell immediately flew towards the small island where Ling Tian was. On the small island, Ling Tian looked over, surprised at how quickly Cell had acted. Clap! Cell descended from the sky, landing beside Ling Tian. Ling Tian asked, Cell, have you completed the task? Cell replied with a smile, I have. All of Son Wukong's group are gravely injured and have lost their combat ability. Good. Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction and began to assign Cell the next task. Cell, I have another task for you now. Go to the city, find a television station, and do a live broadcast announcing that you will hold the world's #1 martial arts tournament in South City. If no one can defeat you, you will destroy the Earth. After holding the world's #1 martial arts tournament, you will be free. Okay, I will definitely handle this well. Cell said as he took off, flying towards the city. Minutes later, Cell barged into the television station in West City, announcing his intentions. He gathered an energy ball in his hand and threw it at a distant mountain for intimidation. In Kame House, Krillin saw the news on television and hurriedly contacted Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu to discuss what to do at Son Wukong's training location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu arrived from afar, looking incredulously at Son Wukong and the others. Wukong, are you guys okay? Krillin rushed to Son Wukong's side, looking concerned. Tien Shinhan asked, Wukong, who did this? It was that guy, Cell. He's too strong. We are completely no match for him. Son Wukong said with difficulty. Wukong, wait for me. I will go to Korin to get some senza beans. Yamcha said as he flew away. Krillin and Tien Shinhan moved everyone into a room. Wukong, what should we do now? Cell has already barged into the television station and informed all of humanity. In 7 days, the world's #1 martial arts tournament will be held in South City. If no one can defeat him, he will destroy the Earth. 7 days. Time is extremely tight. After pondering for a moment, Son Wukong said, Looks like we can only train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo stated, We still have a year to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Wukong, the senza beans are here. Korin said there are only 10 beans, and I brought them all. Yamcha rushed into the house. Son Wukong thanked him, saying, Thank you, Yamcha. After Yamcha fed the senza beans to everyone, their injuries instantly healed. This time I will be the first to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks, come with me. Vegeta pulled Trunks and flew towards the heavenly temple. Whoosh, whoosh. Son Wukong and the others also flew towards the heavenly temple, preparing to enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train. The first batch to enter was Vegeta and Trunks. After training, they came out already at full power as Super Saiyan 1. The second batch was Son Wukong and Son Gohan, who emerged as Super Saiyan 2 after training. Following that, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu entered the hyperbolic time chamber one after another. The Supreme Kai, sensing Cell's power, hoped Piccolo could fuse with him to protect the Earth together. Piccolo heeded the old man's advice. The Supreme Kai began the fusion with Piccolo, causing Piccolo's power to surge instantly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Son Wukong and the others flew from various directions towards the venue of the martial arts tournament in South City. Android 16, Android 17, and Android 18 also learned the news through television and headed for the tournament location. Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, and the 2 cells were waiting on the arena for everyone. The ultimate cell was cloaked, completely obscuring his appearance. On a distant hillside, a host was live broadcasting with his assistant. Dear viewers, we have now arrived at the venue of the martial arts tournament, where apart from Cell, there are already 4 unknown individuals appearing on the stage. Ling Tian waved at the host, signaling them to come over for the live broadcast. The host and his assistant hurried down the hillside towards the arena. Looking at the shivering duo, Ling Tian said, "You don't need to be afraid. I will protect you. You just need to commentate the whole broadcast." Beep, beep. Suddenly a horn sounded from afar as a car drove towards the arena. A middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle stepped out of the car, carrying a huge travel bag and wearing a champion belt. "I can't believe Satan actually showed up." Ling Tian murmured to himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, world champion Mr. Satan has also come to participate in the competition." The host exclaimed, and the cameraman quickly focused the camera on Satan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son Wukong and the others descended from the sky, landing beside the arena. The host commented, "Viewers, it seems those people just flew down from the sky." "Mr. Satan scoffed, saying, "Those are just tricks." "Quickly turn the camera there." Ling Tian pointed towards the horizon. The cameraman hurriedly complied, and the host also looked towards the horizon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The incoming figures were Android 16, Android 17, and Android 18. The three descended from the sky, landing next to Sun Wukong and the others. Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to come as well, Sun Wukong said excitedly as he walked towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder and spoke. Wukong, this time we have to rely on you to defeat Shalu. Broly, and I will not intervene. Ling Tian, what if Wukong and the others lose? Krillin said anxiously as he certainly didn't want to die. Ling Tian smiled and said, Krillin, you must trust Wukong. Just like before, believe that Wukong can definitely do it. The combat power of everyone. Sun Wukong Super Saiyan 220. 9 billion combat power. Son Gohan Super Saiyan 224. 7 billion combat power. Vegeta Super Saiyan 1 full power 16. 6 billion combat power. Trunks Super Saiyan 1 full power 15. 8 billion combat power. Piccolo 52. 2 billion combat power. After assimilating with the great god, combat power increased tenfold. Shala 22. 8 billion combat power. Complete form. After scanning the surroundings, Shalu said lightly, it seems everyone is here. Who do you want to send up first? Of course this prince will go first. Vegeta said confidently, as if he was certain he could defeat Shalu. The explosive-haired uncle placed his hands on his hips, clearly displeased. How can you decide the order of appearance without consulting me, Mr. Satan? Master Satan, let us go first. The two disciples pushed each other, not wanting to miss the chance to be broadcasted live worldwide. If they defeat Shalu in the ring, they will become heroes of the world. All right. Satan nodded, and then gave a series of instructions. You two go up. Make sure you don't embarrass me. Damn it. Why is everyone so eager to rush in and get themselves killed? Vegeta was burning with anger. As soon as Satan's two disciples entered the ring, they began their performance, proving they had indeed learned the true teachings of Satan. With a wave of his hand, Shalu summoned a strong wind that blew Satan's two disciples away. Satan's two disciples thought they encountered a ghost and fell off the ring screaming. The host quickly began to comment. Mr. Satan's two esteemed disciples have failed in their challenge. It seems the task of saving the Earth still relies on our world champion, Mr. Satan. The cameraman adjusted the lens to give Satan a close-up. After showing off his muscular physique to the camera, Satan grabbed his travel bag and walked towards the ring. Immediately, Satan took out 15 tiles from his travel bag and demonstrated his skill, failing to break the last tile each time. Shala died. Satan rushed in front of Shalu, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Good. The host exclaimed, starting to comment. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satan is now launching a fierce attack on Shalu. Shala seems to be intimidated by Mr. Satan's momentum. He appears frozen in place, unable to move, and can only endure the blows. If this continues, Mr. Satan will soon achieve victory. Shalu snorted coldly. He really couldn't understand why so many foolish young people were coming forward when he had once destroyed a mountain 1,000 meters high during a promotion at the television station. Were they really not afraid of being killed by him? Forget it. It's better not to cause trouble. As long as he completed Ling Tian's task, he would be free. After realizing this, Shalu kicked Satan in the abdomen. Satan spat out a mouthful of bitterness, falling outside the ring. The host with a sorrowful face commented, Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satan has fallen out of the ring. Now it is uncertain if anyone else can challenge Shalu. Satan began to defend himself. I just slipped a bit, I'll take a rest, and then challenge Shalu again. Shalu turned to look at Vegeta outside the ring. The irrelevant people have already been dealt with. Vegeta, do you want to go up first? Of course. I will defeat you in one go. Vegeta confidently walked towards the ring. Vegeta roared, unleashing all his energy, causing the entire ring to shake violently. Ling Tian grabbed the host and the cameraman, bringing them to his side. You two just stay here and broadcast live. Nothing will happen. I will protect you. Okay. The host and cameraman nodded and continued the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, a mysterious individual has now challenged Shalu. A powerful aura is making the ground tremble. Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, his dark hair turning golden and standing upright. Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1 full power. Shalu was somewhat surprised that this Vegeta had undergone a tremendous change in just a few days. Fortunately, he had set the time frame to 7 days, otherwise if they continued to train they might end up in trouble. Damn it. The android no. 17 outside the ring was very unwilling. Why had the strength of the two defeated subordinates increased so rapidly? How did they train? Vegeta's figure flickered and appeared right in front of Shalu, swinging his fist toward him. The speed of Vegeta was so swift that the audience outside could barely see it. However, in Shalu's eyes, Vegeta's astonishing speed was no different from that of an ordinary person. Shalu threw a right punch to defend. Bang! Vegeta and Shalu's fists collided, both stumbling backward. Shalu placed his hand by his head and unleashed the solar flare. Vegeta, be careful. Sun Wukong shouted loudly from outside the ring. My eyes. Vegeta cried out in pain, covering his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Shalu swiftly dashed, appearing directly above Vegeta, and kicked him back onto the ring. Boom. The giant ring was instantly smashed into a deep pit, with spiderweb-like cracks everywhere. Following that, Shalu began to gather energy in his hands, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Vegeta. Bang. Boom. In an instant, explosions erupted and thick smoke billowed from the entire ring. As the smoke cleared, the ring had completely vanished. Vegeta lay in the deep pit, injured and motionless, completely losing his ability to fight. Dad? Trunks flickered next to Vegeta, bringing him back to Sun Wukong and the others, feeding him a senzu bean. The host, regaining his composure from the shock, began to comment again. Ladies and gentlemen, the ring has been destroyed by the battle between the two. I can hardly imagine that humanity possesses such tremendous power. However, that brave warrior has still lost to Shalu. Now it is time for our world champion, Mr. Satan, to take the stage. Oh, my stomach hurts so much, I'll wait a bit before going up. Satan clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground. Shalu floated in midair, looking at his handiwork with satisfaction, speaking to Sun Wukong and the others. Now the ring is gone. The rules have changed. The entire land will be our arena. Have you decided who will challenge me? Ling Tian murmured. Shalu, not bad. It seems only Super Saiyan 2 can handle this. By the way, Ling Tian seemed to think of something and turned to look at Ultimate Shalu, who was draped in a cloak. Ultimate Shalu, do you still have absorption ability? When Shalu is about to die, you should go up and absorb him. It should increase your power significantly. Ultimate Shalu's cold voice echoed. Then I will absorb him later. Shalu, I will fight you. Sun Wukong soared into the sky, confronting Shalu. Huh? Sun Wukong shouted loudly, releasing all his energy, his dark hair turning golden and standing upright, with a few bangs left on his forehead, enveloped in a golden aura, surrounded by numerous small lightning bolts. Sun Wukong successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The terrifying aura spread around, shocking everyone present. Damn it. Vegeta was very unwilling despite training together. Why did Kakarot always take the lead? Come on, Sun Wukong. Shalu waved his hand. Sun Wukong no longer hesitated and swiftly launched an attack on Shalu. Bang, bang, bang. The two quickly engaged in combat, their speed increasing. Those with weaker abilities couldn't see anything. They could only hear the sounds of explosions in the air. In an instant, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Sun Wukong stepped back, gathering a powerful Kamehameha energy wave in his hands, launching it toward Shalu. Bang! Shalu slapped the Kamehameha away with a backhand, sending it flying. Swish! Sun Wukong instantly teleported behind Shalu and punched him away. Shalu quickly stabilized himself in midair, unleashing the four bodies fist with four Shalus surrounding Sun Wukong. Next, the four Shalus brought their right hands together, placing their index and middle fingers on their foreheads, gathering energy. Demon Convergence Light Cannon. The four Shalus shouted in unison, unleashing golden spiral beams towards Sun Wukong. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong appeared unscathed. Sun Wukong shook his head and began to instruct Shalu. Shalu, when you split into four, your combat power will decrease accordingly. Oomph. Shalu snorted coldly and smiled. I already knew that. I just wanted to test whether you could withstand it. Sun Wukong, take a look at this. The four Shalus raised their right hands, forming circular discs of light and throwing them at Sun Wukong. Cutting discs. Following that, Shalu recalled all his clones, returning to one Shalu. He placed his hand on his waist and continuously gathered energy, creating an energy ball in his hand. Kamehameha. Just as Sun Wukong dodged the attack from the discs, the Kamehameha wave struck. If he dodged, the earth would definitely be destroyed. Seeing this, Sun Wukong could only gather the Kamehameha to defend. Bang! The two powerful energy waves collided in midair, making it difficult to determine the victor. The host inquired, Sir, can they really emit something like lasers? Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Did you not see clearly? The ground has been blasted into large pits. What do you think? The host stammered. This is just hard to believe. Oomph. Satan snorted coldly and began his performance. Those are just tricks that can't hold up. They must have planted explosives to detonate in advance. Ling Tian was very dissatisfied with this clown. Yes. You're right. It's all tricks. Soon you'll be the one to challenge Shalu. Oh, my stomach hurts so much. I'm going to die. Satan clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground. How can there be such ignorant humans? Paragus shook his head helplessly. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise erupted from the sky. The Kamehameha waves of Sun Wukong and Shalu continued to collide, causing a violent explosion. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong, even if you exert all your effort to protect the earth, it's useless. You have completely lost all combat ability. You've lost. Shallow laughed heartily. He had finally completed Ling Tian's task. He was free. Shallow, I admit I have lost. Sun Wukong acknowledged the fact that he had lost, then spoke. However, there will still be someone to fight you. He will definitely defeat you. Ha ha ha. And Sun Wukong, are you joking? And how could there possibly be someone stronger than you and Vegeta here? Surely you don't expect Ling Tian and the others to step in. Cell now believed Sun Wukong had been utterly dazed by his blows. Gohan, it's your turn. Believe in yourself. You can do this, Gohan. Cell was utterly stunned. Piccolo asked cautiously, Gohan, do you truly believe you can defeat Cell? Uncle Piccolo, I'm perfectly confident. Dad says my power has already surpassed his. In what? Vegeta stared in disbelief. This child had already overtaken Kakarot. Go Gohan. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, and Kairatsu cheered Gohan on with fervent cries. Whoosh. Gohan shot skyward, hurtling towards Cell. How dare you send a mere child into battle against Cell? Mr. Satan bristled with indignation at Sun Wukong's group. Announcer, hurry and film this. Capture everything. Excellent. Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Yes. The announcer fixed his gaze intently on Gohan hovering midair while the cameraman zoomed in for a tight close-up. With a thunderous roar, Gohan's raven black hair blazed golden, each strand standing erect. A few strands fell across his forehead as crackling lightning arced around his body. Gohan had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan level 2, his combat power now exceeding Cell's outright. Impossible. Cell's face twisted in utter disbelief. How could this boy wield such overwhelming might? Just moments earlier he'd assumed Sun Wukong was jesting, never imagining this. Seizing Cell's momentary stupor, Gohan vanished and reappeared before him in an instant, driving a devastating punch deep into Cell's abdomen. Aff! Cell screamed in agony, curling like a shrimp as he rocketed backward. Damn it. He swiftly stabilized himself midair, channeling energy into his index finger, and fired a searing beam straight at Gohan. Death Beam. Seeing the attack, Gohan crossed his arms overhead, gathering radiant energy before unleashing it towards Cell. Gallic Gun. The two torrents of energy collided. Cell's Death Beam instantly devoured by Gohan's Gallic Gun, which surged onward unimpeded. No. Cell roared in furious defiance as half his body dissolved beneath the torrent. The announcer erupted into frenzied commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears Cell has just been vanquished by that young boy. Krillin turned to Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Has Cell truly been eliminated? Sun Wukong shook his head. Not yet. The trace of his ki remains intact. Suddenly Cell's severed torso hung, suspended in midair. A wave of immense energy radiated outward, and his ravaged form regenerated in full. Yamcha murmured, Cell carries Piccolo's cells. He possesses infinite regenerative ability, and damn you die. Cell's aura surged anew. His tail, concealed within his wings, extended forth, coiling and pulsing until 4 miniature cells writhed free from its tip. Cell and his 4 clones converged their energies, launching a coordinated assault upon Gohan. Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, Death Beam, Final Flash, Destructo Disc, Whoosh. Whoosh. A barrage of devastating techniques descended upon Gohan. Boom. Crack them. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, gouging colossal craters where Gohan had stood. Where is he? Cell froze, utterly bewildered. Such an onslaught shouldn't have failed to obliterate Gohan. Wait. No. Sensing a colossal surge of energy behind him, he whirled about in alarm. Moments before Cell's assault struck, Gohan activated instant transmission, reappearing directly behind him, hands drawn to his waist as energy coalesced. Kamehameha, hold it back. Cell and his 4 clones countered in unison, summoning their own Kamehameha waves. No. As the opposing energies pressed forward, one clone after another disintegrated. Cell's face contorted in terror. Ultimate Cell, your time has come. Ling Tian glanced toward a cloaked figure standing nearby. If we don't intervene now, Cell may truly perish. Once you save him, take him elsewhere to absorb energy. Upon hearing Ling Tian's command, Ultimate Cell vanished, reappearing instantly before Cell and absorbing the full force of the Kamehameha. Boom. At the instant of detonation, Ultimate Cell seized Cell and fled the battlefield at blinding speed. Sun Wukong and the others, vastly outmatched, could not even track Ultimate Cell's movement. Thank you for saving me. Cell gasped, gratitude flooding his voice. You're thanking me too soon. With a flick of his cloak, Ultimate Cell revealed his tail and consumed Cell entirely. No. Cell shrieked in despair. Kakarot. Gohan has defeated Cell. Krillin cried, elated. Piccolo frowned. Something feels off. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Yeah, it does feel strange. Still, Cell's ki has vanished completely. Ling Tian beckoned to the announcer. Announcer, come with me for an interview right away. Yes, yes. The announcer and cameraman hurried after Ling Tian without hesitation. Ladies and gentlemen, Cell has been vanquished by this young hero. He is Earth's savior. Let us now approach him for an exclusive interview. Only Mr. Satan remained, left utterly flustered in the wind. Sun Wukong gently tousled Gohan's hair and smiled. Gohan, I knew you could do it. Kakarot, what does Ling Tian want with the announcer? Krillin asked, puzzled. The group exchanged baffled glances. Why would Ling Tian associate with a mere announcer? Ling Tian said, Gohan, come over here for your interview. From now on you'll be a true legend. Yes, Uncle Ling Tian. Gohan nodded and walked toward Ling Tian. As the cameraman framed him tightly, the announcer began the interview. Never imagined someone so young could possess such extraordinary power and single-handedly defeat Cell to save Earth. My strength. It's really quite ordinary. There are others far stronger than I. Where do you live? And why do all of you transform into golden-haired warriors? I live on Mount Paozu. This is my father. Gohan endured the interview with quiet composure. From then on, throngs of people journeyed daily to Mount Paozu seeking Gohan. Chi-Chi no longer fretted over finances. After brief pleasantries, the crowd dispersed. Knowing the grim fate awaiting the future timeline, Ling Tian brought Trunks to his secluded island for rigorous training. In 1 week later, Kakarot, what are you doing? Ling Tian transmitted his voice across vast distances. Sun Wukong replied, I'm training alongside Vegeta and Piccolo. Join me on my island. We'll train together with Broly. Wonderful. I'll tell Vegeta and Piccolo immediately. Sun Wukong beamed with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh. In moments, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo appeared on the island via instant transmission. Ling Tian, we've arrived. Sun Wukong greeted him with a warm smile. Kakarot, where's Gohan? Ling Tian asked, puzzled. Sun Wukong explained, Chi-Chi kept him home today. Every day crowds gather at our house hoping to interview Gohan. I see. Follow me to that smaller island. Broly is currently training Paragus and Trunks. Ling Tian soared ahead, and the others rushed to keep pace. Thud, thud, thud. Before even nearing the island, they heard the sharp, rhythmic impact of fists colliding. Whoosh. Paragus and Trunks fought Broly in tandem, yet every strike was effortlessly absorbed. Ling Tian called out, Broly, pause for now. Kakarot and the others will join your training shortly. No trouble at all. Even more challengers would suit me fine. Broly showed no concern for their number. Vegeta asked Trunks, son, how's your recent training going? Trunks replied, Dad, I can now transform into a Super Saiyan level 2. What? Vegeta's face paled. His own son had surpassed him. Sun Wukong and Piccolo clapped hands over their mouths, stifling laughter. Ling Tian clarified, transformation merely amplifies power. Base combat strength remains the true foundation. Vegeta, if your base power during the Cell battle had reached 4 or 500 million, your full power Super Saiyan level 1 would have eradicated Cell in a single blow. I understand now. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly grasped the revelation. Ling Tian began to arrange the training for several individuals. Wukong, Vegeta, soon you will team up with Paragus and Trunks to attack Broly. You can only use your normal state, no transforming into Super Saiyan. Piccolo inquired, Ling Tian, should I also join Wukong and the others? Ling Tian pointed to the distant Ultimate Cell. Piccolo, you can fight that cloaked person with all your strength. All right, Piccolo exclaimed, unleashing all his aura, startling Wukong and the others. Wukong asked, Piccolo, when did you become this strong? During the battle with Cell, I didn't see you make a move. Piccolo responded, that old guy, the god of Earth, merged with me. So that's how it is. Vegeta recalled the scene of Piccolo merging with Slug, his power skyrocketing. By the way, Ling Tian seemed to think of something and said, Piccolo, I almost forgot to mention, since the god of Earth has disappeared, the Dragon Balls can no longer be used. What should we do now? Wukong scratched his head, feeling that not having the Dragon Balls was quite troublesome. Wukong, you all can train here. He'll go to Namek to find a new god of Earth. As Ling Tian spoke, he activated instant transmission and left Earth. On Namek. Zing. Ling Tian appeared in a village on Namek. The Namekians who were working gathered around. They still remembered this person who once saved Namek. Elder Robo asked, Ling Tian, have you come to Namek for something? Ling Tian smiled. Can you help me contact Elder Muley? I have something to discuss with him. Elder Robo used his unique Namekian ability to contact Elder Muley and then looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, I have already notified the Elder. A few minutes later, whoosh, a group of Namekians flew over from a distance. Elder Muley asked, Ling Tian, what do you want to see me about? Ling Tian began to explain, the god of Earth on Earth has merged with Piccolo to combat powerful enemies. I want to know if there are any Namekians willing to go to Earth to be the god of Earth. I see. Elder Muley nodded and beckoned to a small Dondi standing nearby. Dondi, come here. Dondi, ever since we parted last time, I've been mentioning you all the time. Dondi, would you be willing to go to Earth to be the god of Earth? Elder, I am willing. Dondi exclaimed excitedly, finally able to find Gohan and the others. With the matter settled, Ling Tian bid farewell to Elder Muley. Elder Muley, we will be leaving first, goodbye. Elder Muley nodded. Ling Tian took Dondi and activated instant transmission. On Earth, Ling Tian and Dondi appeared in the God Temple. Mr. Popo looked at Ling Tian and Dondi expressionlessly. Ling Tian began to explain. Mr. Popo, this is Dondi. He is the new god of Earth I brought from Namek. You can take out the Dragon Balls to let him repair them. Dondi, please wait here for a moment. I will go bring Gohan and the others over. Ling Tian activated instant transmission several times, bringing Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha to the God Temple. With Mr. Popo's help, Dondi successfully repaired the Dragon Balls. After that, he started playing with Gohan and the others. Ling Tian smiled and activated instant transmission to leave. After returning to the small island, he began training with Broly and Wukong. After a month of training, Trunks was also ready to use the time machine to return to the future. Ling Tian reminded him, Trunks, you must continue to train. When you return to the future, a stronger enemies will appear again in the future. Trunks responded, Uncle Ling Tian, I will work hard to train. Goodbye to everyone, Dad, Uncle Wukong, Uncle Ling Tian. A flash of white light appeared as Trunks left in the time machine. Ling Tian turned to look at Piccolo and Ultimate Cell. Piccolo, you first fight Broly with Wukong and the others. I have something to discuss with him. All right. Piccolo nodded and went to find Broly for training. Ling Tian took Ultimate Cell and activated instant transmission. In the universe, Ling Tian and Ultimate Cell appeared on an unfamiliar planet. Ling Tian, what are we doing here? Ultimate Cell was quite puzzled. Ling Tian said, we're going to fight on this planet, so I can see how much your power has increased after absorbing Cell. Ha ha ha. Ultimate Cell laughed loudly and then confidently stated, after absorbing Cell, my strength has increased dozens of times. Now my power might even surpass yours. You can find out by trying. Come at me quickly. Ling Tian beckoned towards Ultimate Cell. Huh. Ultimate Cell roared, unleashing all his aura, causing the planet to tremble continuously as his aura spread outwards. Even Wukong and the others far away on Earth felt it. Wukong trembled and asked, Broly, is that aura from the one in the cloak? Broly looked at Wukong's trembling body and smiled. That's right. Kakarot, are you scared? Wukong excitedly replied, how could I be scared? I am just too excited. I didn't expect all of you to be this strong. I must train hard and have a match with you. Damn it. I will definitely surpass you all in the future. Vegeta clenched his fists. I never expected the one who constantly fought with me would have such tremendous power. Piccolo muttered to himself, you all are still far from my strength. Keep attacking me. Broly beckoned them with his finger. Ultimate Cell absorbed Cell, and now there is only one Cell left in this timeline. From now on, Ultimate Cell will simply be called Cell. After unleashing his aura, Ultimate Cell rapidly attacked Ling Tian. Bang! The two instantly clashed, with Ling Tian punching Cell's afterimage as Cell took the opportunity to kick Ling Tian away. Ling Tian stabilized himself in the air and looked at Ultimate Cell, saying, I didn't expect your power to increase this much. You still have transformations left. Cell was slightly taken aback and urged, then quickly use them. I don't even need to transform to deal with you. As Ling Tian charged at Cell, he exclaimed, bang, bang. Their fists collided, producing loud cracks. Since you don't want to transform, I will beat you until you do. Cell was furious at being underestimated. Ling Tian quickly dodged and appeared above Cell, gathering energy to form a slicing disc and threw it at Cell. Cutting disc, a trivial skill. Cell scoffed. Cell attempted to catch the disc barehanded. Unexpectedly, his entire right arm was sliced off. Cell, are you joking? Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Huh. Cell unleashed his aura to regenerate his arms, soaring into the air as he continuously gathered energy in his hands, launching countless energy blasts towards Ling Tian. Boom. Ling Tian was hit by numerous energy blasts, his clothes tattered. In the smoke, Ling Tian activated instant transmission and appeared behind Cell, kicking him underground. Immediately after, Ling Tian gathered energy in his right hand, forming a massive energy blade, and slashed down at Cell. Earth-shattering slash. Bang. Boom. Cell was sliced in half, creating a huge fissure on the planet. Damn it. How could you be this strong? It seems I can only use that move to win. Cell murmured. Cell, it seems you have your trump card. Quickly use it. Ling Tian was excited. If I use that move, you might die. Aren't you afraid? Cell chuckled lightly. Ling Tian urged, let me see your trump card. All right. Cell regenerated his body and instantly appeared in front of Ling Tian, hugging him tightly and detonating the energy within. Cell, you wouldn't be planning to. Bang. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Ling Tian Cell and an entire planet vanished without a trace. In the cosmos, something resembling a chip was squirming, slowly growing larger as Cell successfully regenerated. Cell looked up at the spot where the planet used to be. It had completely vanished, and Ling Tian was nowhere to be found. Sigh. Cell sighed and muttered to himself, if I had known, I wouldn't have used that move. I will go to Earth to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared in the distance. Ding. Congratulations, host, resurrection successful. Now distributing death rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Energy Shield. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Instant Transmission KO Shin version. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Time Travel. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward Battle Power 500 billion. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward Senzu Beans 1000. The system checks personal attributes. Ding. Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling Legendary Scion. Skills Chi Perception Void Dance, Ki Blast Turtle School Ki Blast. Energy Shield Teleportation King Kai Version Plant Growth Acceleration Telekinesis Long Distance Communication Time Space Travel Divine Level Combat Techniques. Combat Power 16. 894 billion. Items Storage Ring Consciousness Recovery Potion 3. Spiritual Fruit 12. Spiritual Tree Seed 1. Divine Beans 1024. System can time-space travel traverse anywhere. A mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Yes, host. As long as the host thinks of a place and time in his mind, waving a hand will create a dimensional barrier. Upon entering, you will arrive at your desired location. System, can I take others with me during the travel? Host, you can take up to 10 people at a time. That's amazing, I can take 10 people at once. Ling Tian was very excited. This was much better than the King Kai version of teleportation. Whoosh. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Cell flew over from afar. Hey, Ling Tian, what are you doing? I thought you disappeared just now and was about to go back to Earth to find the Dragon Balls to revive you. Cell, are you okay? Ling Tian was somewhat puzzled. He had just been blown to bits, yet Cell seemed completely unharmed. Of course I'm fine. Cell explained with a smile. I must say, Dr. Gero is truly a genius. Even if I self-destruct now, it would be hard to destroy the chip. It's better to use that ultimate move less often. You scared me just now. Ling Tian shook his head and then took out 2 spiritual fruits and a spiritual tree seed from his storage ring, handing them to Cell. Cell, this is a spiritual fruit. Eating it can slightly increase your combat power and lifespan. Since you don't have much to do now, how about planting the spiritual tree? Cell took a couple of bites of the spiritual fruit and said this combat power increase is almost negligible, but it's good for extending lifespan. How do you plant this spiritual tree? It's very simple. Ling Tian explained with a smile. You just need to find a planet and throw the seed on the ground, and it will grow automatically. Then it will bear fruit, and the seed will be the last fruit at the top of the tree. All right then. He'll go try planting it. Cell nodded. Ling Tian took out dozens of empty universal capsules from his storage ring and handed them to Cell. Cell, you can eat the fruits that grow, but please leave some for Broly. He likes to eat them too. Whoosh. Cell took the universal capsules, used teleportation, and began his tree planting journey. Watching Cell leave, Ling Tian also teleported back to Earth. First, let's visit Bulma's house. Whoosh. Ling Tian soared into the sky, flying towards Bulma's home. Ling Tian, is that you? Are you here to find Bulma? Tai Si was sitting under a large tree holding a small notebook. Is Bulma not home? I wanted to find Bulma to research something. Bulma went out, she should be back tonight. Tai Si, I thought you went off to space again with Jike since I didn't see you last time. After returning to Earth last time, I wrote a novel about my experiences and what I saw in space. I didn't expect that people on Earth don't like to read it. I have no plans to go into space to seek inspiration anymore. Tai Si, since you love writing so much, let me share some stories with you. Let's see if you get any creative inspiration after hearing them. Ling Tian told Tai Si the stories he had seen before crossing over, including anime, martial arts, and cultivation. After listening, Tai Si was exceptionally excited. What had he written before? No wonder no one read it. Ling Tian, your stories are truly fascinating. If you became a novelist, you'd definitely gain a huge following. Ling Tian smiled and shook his head. He wasn't in the Dragon Ball world, so perhaps he could still do that. But in the Dragon Ball world, it was destined to be a world of the strong. Unknowingly, it was evening. Ling Tian, what brings you here? Bulma returned home, riding a small electric scooter. Bulma, you're finally back. I want you to help me make a Dragon Ball radar. Ling Tian's face was full of excitement. I still have a Dragon Ball radar at home, I'll get it for you now. Bulma said as she walked towards the living room. Bulma, wait a minute. Ling Tian called out to Bulma and began to explain. Not the small Dragon Ball radar. I want you to make a Super Dragon Ball radar that can detect across the universe. The Dragon Balls are about the size of a planet. Unlike the dragon on Earth, the Super Dragon can grant any wish. I really want to see what a planet-sized Dragon Ball looks like. Bulma's eyes lit up as she spoke. I'll try to see if I can make it. Ling Tian come back in a few days. Okay. Goodbye, Bulma and Tai Si. Ling Tian used teleportation to leave. Whoosh. Ling Tian appeared next to Son Goku and the others. Ling Tian, you're back. Where did that cloaked person go? Son Goku looked around and saw only Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled. He has other matters to attend to. He is currently in the universe. Is that so? Son Goku nodded. He was still looking forward to battling that cloaked person. Ling Tian turned to look at Vegeta. Vegeta, I've learned a new skill that allows me to travel through time and space. Would you like to see the future timeline of Trunks? Is that really possible? Vegeta was shocked. Goku, go bring Gohan here. Let's go together. Ling Tian wanted Gohan to see the tragic state of Trunks' future. Alright. Son Goku used teleportation and left. In no time. Whoosh. Son Goku used teleportation to bring Gohan over. Gohan asked Uncle Ling Tian, what do you need me for? Ling Tian replied, we're going to the future timeline of Trunks. With a wave of his hand, a dimensional barrier appeared in front of everyone. Ling Tian took Broly, Paragus, Son Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo and entered together. Future Trunks timeline. As everyone came out of the dimensional barrier, a devastated city came into view. Is this the future timeline? Piccolo couldn't believe it. Is this really Earth? Vegeta was also taken aback by the scene before him. Ling Tian, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Follow me. Ling Tian sensed Trunks' energy and soared into the sky, flying ahead. The others hurriedly followed. I can't believe Earth has become like this. Son Goku was also very shocked. Broly said, Kakarot, isn't it? Because you guys in this timeline lack strength that the androids destroyed the Earth. This. On the other side, Trunks was having lunch with Bulma. Suddenly, he sensed many powerful and familiar energies flying towards him. Bulma put down her chopsticks and looked at her dazed son. Trunks, what's wrong? Mom, someone's coming. I'll go take a look. Trunks said as he walked outside. Be careful. As Trunks just emerged from the basement, he heard a series of wind-splitting sounds. Whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian and the others flew over from afar. Dad, Uncle Ling Tian, Uncle Goku. Why is everyone here? Trunks was exceptionally excited. Trunks, where's Bulma? Vegeta looked around, but could not find that familiar figure. Trunks said, Mom is in the basements, come with me. The others followed Trunks as he wound through to a very hidden basement. Trunks, you came back so quickly. Bulma's voice came from afar. Goku, Vegeta, have you been resurrected? Sorry. Bulma released Vegeta, her face filled with regret. It's fine, Bulma. Vegeta said nonchalantly. Bulma invited everyone to sit in the living room. Ling Tian asked Trunks, did you deal with the androids and Cell? Uncle Ling Tian, I've dealt with 2 androids, but I don't know where Cell is hiding. I see. Broly, come with me, we're going to find Cell. Ling Tian said as he took Broly and left the basement. Is he Ling Tian? Bulma was somewhat puzzled. Mom, that's Uncle Ling Tian. Bulma, peace will soon be restored to Earth. Ling Tian and Broly released their full aura, continuously searching for Cell's location on Earth. The aura was terrifying. Cell was darting through the city looking for a suitable place to hide. You think you can hide? Broly condensed an energy sphere in his hand and hurled it at a derelict building. As the energy sphere was about to strike, Cell jumped out of the window. Ling Tian swiftly appeared in front of Cell and with a single punch obliterated him, making Cell disappear completely from this world. After eliminating Cell, Ling Tian took Broly and initiated instant transmission. Whoosh. Ling Tian and Broly appeared beside Trunks. Trunks inquired, Uncle Ling Tian, has Cell been dealt with? It's done. Ling Tian nodded and then spoke. Trunks, let's restore the Earth now. If you catch me, I will take you to Namek. Trunks said excitedly as he placed his hand on Ling Tian's shoulder. Son Wukong and the others placed their hands on Ling Tian's shoulders. Namek. Whoosh. Ling Tian brought Trunks, Broly, Son Wukong, Son Wufan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Paragus to Namek. After explaining the situation to the Grand Elder, he conveyed the message to the other elders to bring over the Dragon Balls. The elders from various villages flew over one after another with the Dragon Balls. Before long, the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a soccer ball, were gathered together. The Grand Elder shouted, come forth, the Eternal Dragon Purunga. Please grant my wish. Namekian language, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated with each other, and as golden light dissipated, the Eternal Dragon Purunga appeared in the sky. Purunga with red light in his eyes spoke, the one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Please state your wish. Whatever the wish, I shall fulfill it. The Grand Elder asked, Wukong, what wish do you wish to fulfill? Son Wukong pondered for a moment and said, Grand Elder, bring Piccolo back to life in front of us. The Grand Elder said, Purunga, please resurrect Piccolo from Earth here. Namekian language, this wish is quite simple. Purunga's eyes sparkled. A flash of golden light passed, and Piccolo instantly appeared before everyone. Wasn't I already dead? Who revived me? Why do you look just like me? Future Piccolo was bewildered. Your wish has been granted. Please state your next wish. Ling Tian said. Grand Elder, let Purunga use his utmost power to strengthen Namek and Earth. The Grand Elder asked, do you really want to fulfill this wish? Absolutely. Ling Tian nodded affirmatively. Thank you, Ling Tian. The Grand Elder bowed to express his gratitude. The Grand Elder said, Purunga, please use your utmost ability to strengthen Namek and Earth. Namekian language, these two wishes are quite simple. Purunga's eyes shone brightly. 3 minutes later, your wish has been granted. Goodbye. Purunga transformed into 7 stones and crashed heavily onto the ground. After some casual exchanges, Dandy also agreed to go to Earth as the new Supreme Kai. Grand Elder, we will be heading back now. Goodbye. Ling Tian said, and then took everyone to use instant transmission and left. Earth. Whoosh. Ling Tian brought everyone to the Temple of the Supreme Kai on Earth. In a small room within the Temple of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai, after long contemplation, chose to assimilate with Piccolo, causing future Piccolo's power to surge. With Mr. Popo's help, Dandy successfully repaired the Dragon Balls. They can grant 3 wishes, and those who have died multiple times can be resurrected. Ling Tian shouted loudly, come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated with each other, and a golden light appeared in the sky as the Eternal Dragon was summoned. The Eternal Dragon with red light in his eyes said, the one who gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Whatever wish it is, I shall fulfill it. Ling Tian shouted, Eternal Dragon, please resurrect Sun Wukong, who died of a heart disease. This wish is quite simple. The Eternal Dragon's eyes sparkled. Sun Wukong was resurrected amidst ruins. Your wish has been granted. State your next wish. Ling Tian pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Eternal Dragon, please restore the Earth to its state before it was destroyed by the androids. This wish is quite simple. The Eternal Dragon's eyes sparkled. 1 minute later, the once devastated Earth transformed back to its former beautiful state. Your wish has been granted. Please state your final wish. Ling Tian continued, Eternal Dragon, please resurrect all the humans killed by the androids. The Eternal Dragon hesitated for a moment, and then said, this wish is quite simple. The Eternal Dragon's eyes sparkled, and the humans killed by the androids began to resurrect one after another. 3 minutes later, your wish has been granted. Goodbye. The Eternal Dragon transformed into 7 stones and flew off in different directions on Earth. Ling Tian called out to Dandy beside him. Dandy, come with us to see the resurrected Wukong and the others. Sure. Dandy nodded with a smile. Hearing about the deaths of Sun Wufan, Krillin, and others when they were on Namek, Dandy was very sad for a long time. Ling Tian took Broly and Paragus and used instant transmission to leave the Temple of the Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong and the others also used instant transmission in turn following Ling Tian. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone appeared in front of Bulma. Trunks, you really did it. Bulma was very excited at this moment. Her decades of effort were not in vain, and she never expected to change the future. Ling Tian patted Trunks on the shoulder and said, Trunks, unleash your aura. Bring your father and Sun Wukong over here. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. Trunks nodded. Huh. Trunks shouted loudly and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The powerful aura spread across the earth. What's going on? Who has such a powerful aura? Whoosh. Future Sun Wukong used instant transmission and appeared beside Trunks. Who revived us? Krillin asked in confusion. Yamcha pointed in Trunks' direction and said, there's a powerful aura over there. Let's hurry and check it out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, Sun Wufan, Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjinhan, and Chaos flew in from all directions. Future Sun Wukong pointed at the main timeline. Sun Wukong shocked. Why do you look exactly like me? Future Vegeta snorted coldly. How could there be 2 Wukongs, 2 Vegetas, and 2 Sun Wufans? Krillin and the others were very confused. Ling Tian said, Trunks, you explain to them. After Trunks explained to everyone, they finally understood what was going on. Trunks, you've worked hard. Future Sun Wufan patted Trunks' shoulder. Brother Wufan. Trunks embraced Sun Wufan tightly. Memories of Wufan sacrificing himself to save him flooding his mind, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. That's great. Wufan, you're finally back. Dandy was also very excited. Thank you, Dandy. Future Sun Wufan looked at Dandy. Ling Tian took out the last 10 spirit fruits from his storage ring and distributed them to Bulma and future Sun Wukong. Eating this will make you younger and extend your lifespan. Wukong, take it home for Chi-Chi. Thank you, Ling Tian. Future Sun Wukong and future Bulma expressed their gratitude. Ling Tian suggested, Wukong, Wufan, Vegeta, Piccolo, would you like to train with your future selves here? Can we really? Vegeta looked at his future self, who was so weak and truly wanted to give him a beating. Then you can stay here for a month. I will come back to pick you up later. Ling Tian waved his hand, and a dimensional wall appeared before everyone. Goodbye, Uncle Ling Tian. Trunks waved his hand. Ling Tian took Broly and Paragus into the dimensional wall. After Ling Tian and the others left, everyone went to Bulma's house for a gathering to celebrate. Future son Wukong also brought Chi-Chi and Master Roshi along. During dinner, they chatted and learned how difficult it was in the future timeline. A night passed like this. The next day, Son Wukong and the others brought their future selves to a small island where they began to battle each other. Trunks started training Krillin, Yamcha, Tien and Chaos. Bring it on, and let me see just how strong my future self truly is, and Vegeta beckoned toward his future counterpart with a flick of his fingers. Huh. And with a thunderous roar, future Vegeta erupted in a blazing golden aura. His raven black hair, surging upward, transformed into radiant gold. Having ascended to Super Saiyan Level 1, future Vegeta spoke with unwavering confidence in, "This is the full extent of my power. And is this truly all the combat strength you possess?" Vegeta shook his head in disdain. "It seems your base battle power is woefully inadequate." And Clenching his fists, he let out a low, guttural snarl, the air around him surging with escalating energy. His hair blazed gold and stood rigidly erect. Crackling arcs of lightning danced across his silhouette as he achieved the Super Saiyan Level 2 transformation. "Behold, the Super Saiyan Level 2, and for the next month I shall subject you to merciless, grueling training. See if you can endure it." As he spoke, Vegeta lunged at his future self, delivering a relentless barrage of blows until the latter lay bruised and battered, face swollen and bloodied. "Vegeta, why treat your future self this way?" Goku asked, bewildered. And Vegeta's voice turned icy. "Because your weakness, all of yours, is precisely what doomed that future. Now rise, training begins now, and damn it." Future Vegeta seethed inwardly. "Once I surpass you, I'll repay every blow tenfold." After this brief confrontation, the group commenced unknown instruction, each master imparting tailored cultivation methods, combat techniques, and refined disciplines to their future selves. And so a month passed. One day, Ling Tian pierced the dimensional barrier and arrived at Bulma's residence in the future timeline, ready to escort Goku and the others back to the primary timeline. "Goku, are your preparations complete?" And Goku scratched his head, eyes alight with exhilaration. "Training's finished. We've all advanced tremendously." Ling Tian turned his gaze toward Trunks, who was conversing with Bulma. "And, Trunks, greater enemies loom ahead. Never let your vigilance waver, nor your training slacken. You may also train within the hyperbolic time chamber. Once your strength reaches Super Saiyan Level 3, its temporal constraints will no longer bind you. You can even shatter its barriers outright, with raw power alone." In Super Saiyan Level 3. And not only were those from the future timeline stunned, so too were their counterparts from the primary timeline. They had assumed Super Saiyan Level 2 marked the apex, no further evolution conceivable. And beyond Level 3 lies an even higher realm. Press onward, train without cease. I believe, without doubt, you will attain it. In future Vegeta's jaw tightened with unshakable resolve. "I will be the first to achieve Super Saiyan Level 3. Future Goku clapped future Vegeta's shoulder and grinned. "In Vegeta, I'll reach Super Saiyan Level 3 before you do. Farewell, everyone." And with a graceful sweep of his hand, Ling Tian summoned a shimmering dimensional rift before them, and then guiding Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others stepped through. In Earth, the primary timeline. And the group materialized upon Ling Tian's secluded island. And Ling Tian gently ruffled Gohan's hair. "Gohan, what thoughts stirred within you during your journey to the future?" And Gohan replied with quiet steel, "Uncle Ling Tian, I vow to train harder than ever before, to protect everyone, and Earth." And Gohan, and Piccolo stared stunned. This Gohan was utterly transformed, his heart now ablaze with the fierce, unrelenting desire to grow stronger. "Ha ha ha, excellent." And Ling Tian chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to Goku and Vegeta. "And Goku, Vegeta, you must train diligently too, or risk being overtaken by Gohan. We'll push ourselves harder from now on." Both Goku and Vegeta affirmed with solemn nods. "And Kakarot, please look after my father. Include him in your training sessions, if possible." Broly fixed his glare upon the irksome Goku. "And Broly, are you leaving Earth?" Piccolo asked, puzzled. Ling Tian addressed the group. "I am departing for the cosmos with Broly shortly. My return may take months, or even years." "Ling Tian, may I join you?" And Goku's face lit up with unrestrained excitement. "And Goku, this time it's best you stay behind." Ling Tian shook his head gently. "There'll be another chance. I will bring you along then." And after brief farewells, the group dispersed. In the following day, Ling Tian rose at dawn, activated his flight technique, and soared westward toward Bulma's residence in West City. And minutes later, shush. And from afar he spotted Bulma basking lazily in the sun upon her balcony. Thud. Ling Tian descended from the sky and landed beside her. Bulma, have you completed the Super Dragon radar I commissioned? Ling Tian, it's you? Startled Bulma gasped, then relaxed. The Super Dragon radar has long been ready. You never came to collect it. I'd begun to think you'd changed your mind. Follow me. Ling Tian trailed Bulma into her laboratory. Upon a circular workbench rested 2 colossal dragon radars, each dozens of times larger than an ordinary model. Bulma flashed a wide grin. These are the Super Dragon radars. I made 2 just in case you broke one. Thank you, Bulma. Ling Tian placed both radars into his spatial ring, then instantly teleported back to his island. Ling Tian declared, Broly, we depart now. Understood. Broly nodded and placed his hand firmly upon Ling Tian's shoulder. Ling Tian and Broly vanished, reappearing moments later beside Elder Guru on Namek. At Ling Tian's request, Elder Guru once again summoned the eternal dragon Porunga. Porunga's eyes blazed crimson as he intoned O gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls. Speak your wish. Any desire shall be fulfilled. Elder Guru turned to Ling Tian. What wish shall you make this time? Ling Tian smiled faintly. Elder Guru, I wish to master the divine language. In the divine language, Elder Guru furrowed his brow, confused. What manner of wish was this? Still he voiced the wish to Porunga in Namekian. Porunga, grant this young man mastery of the divine tongue. High above Porunga hesitated, then replied. A simple wish, but it consumes 3 wishes in total. We are deeply grateful, Porunga. Elder Guru bowed his head. Porunga's eyes flared brilliantly, and suddenly Ling Tian's mind flooded with profound alien knowledge. Your wish is granted. Farewell. Porunga shattered into 7 stone fragments, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ling Tian withdrew a crystalline device from his spatial ring and handed it to Elder Guru. Elder Guru, this is a telepathic communicator I crafted. Shatter it, and I shall sense your call instantly. Elder Guru accepted the crystal with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Ling Tian. Farewell, Elder Guru. Ling Tian and Broly vanished once more, teleporting away from Namek. Deep in the cosmos, they rematerialized upon an unnamed planet. Ling Tian retrieved the Super Dragon radar from his spatial ring and pressed its activation switch. Upon activation the radar illuminated. A single pulsing dot blinked steadily in the southeast quadrant. Clearly its range spanned only a fraction of the vast universe. Ling Tian and Broly instantly teleported toward the signal. Whoosh. Truly. The K-Ocean level instant transmission made celestial navigation effortless. Beep, beep, and the radar chimed insistently, indicating the Dragon Ball lay nearby on an adjacent planet. Ling Tian said, Broly, let's search separately. Blast craters into each planet's surface. If it's hollow beneath, it's the Dragon Ball. Understood. Broly nodded. Together they traversed planet after planet, launching concentrated energy blasts straight into the ground. After scouring dozens of worlds with no success, Ling Tian urgently contacted Broly via long-range telepathy. Broly, have you found it? Broly's voice crackled with elation. Ling Tian, I found it. Hurry. In an instant, Ling Tian teleported beside him. Before them loomed the planet. Ling Tian gathered immense energy in his palms, unleashing a torrent of explosive orbs. Boom. Crash. The dust settled, the encasing soil and debris had vanished, revealing the Dragon Ball in pristine clarity. 5-star Super Dragon Ball. Ling Tian, this Dragon Ball is enormous. How on earth do we carry it? Broly stared dumbfounded. Let me test whether instant transmission can relocate it entire. Ling Tian focused his energy, enveloping the colossal orb in a shimmering aura, and initiated the technique. Whoosh. Ling Tian glanced downward, astonished. It had worked. He immediately re-teleported to Broly's side. Broly, grab hold. We move on to seek the next Dragon Ball. So across the infinite void, 2 figures leapt from star to star, chasing destiny through the dark expanse. A week later, swish. Ling Tian and Broly appeared in the Western universe with the Super Dragon Balls. Ling Tian, this Dragon Ball is too hard to find. Broly said, impatiently, thinking that searching for the Super Dragon Balls would be similar to looking for Dragon Balls on Earth. Broly, the universe is simply too vast. We can only rely on the Dragon Ball radar to detect the Dragon Ball's reactions. Ling Tian also felt helpless. He had thought that with the Kaioshin's instant transmission and the Super Dragon Ball radar, finding the Super Dragon Balls would be smooth sailing. Beep, beep. Suddenly the Super Dragon Ball radar emitted a prompt sound indicating a dot moving rapidly in the northwest, while another was flashing continuously in the southwest. The Dragon Ball is moving. Could it be that someone else is searching for the Dragon Ball? Ling Tian muttered to himself. Broly, let's head over as soon as we locate the Dragon Ball. As Ling Tian spoke, he used instant transmission, taking Broly towards the southwest. Swish! The two appeared on an unfamiliar planet. Broly pointed to the south and shouted loudly, "Ling Tian, look over there." Ling Tian turned to see that the Dragon Ball was not covered by dust from meteorite impacts. From a distance, the Super Dragon Ball emitted a dazzling light. 1, 2, 3, 3 Super Dragon Balls. Ling Tian was just about to gather energy to envelop the Dragon Balls and take them away. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the Super Dragon Ball radar blared a series of sounds. What's going on? Why is the Super Dragon Ball moving so fast? Before Ling Tian could react, a massive Dragon Ball appeared before him. The 3 Dragon Balls resonated with each other, emitting a brilliant light. "Bardoss, are these 2 humans trying to steal my Dragon Balls?" said a cat, with a purple body, a plump figure, and a short tail standing upright. Yawning, it lazily asked a beautiful woman nearby. This cat was bare-chested, wearing a black and white band around its neck, gold arm rings on its arms, gold bracelets on its hands, and loose cloth pants on its lower body. The beautiful Bardoss was unconcerned. "Lord Kampa, there are only these 2 humans nearby." Bardoss, known for her noble elegance, had a tall, curvy figure, blue-green skin, long white hair tied in a high ponytail, and wore a large blue halo around her neck, holding a long staff. "Why are these 2 here searching for the Dragon Balls?" Ling Tian said in confusion. "Humans, you can leave now. These 2 Dragon Balls are mine," Kampa said arrogantly, his nostrils flaring with pride. Broly, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Why should we leave? These 2 Dragon Balls were hard-earned. Since you refuse to leave, I'll have to destroy you," Kampa said, casually launching 2 energy blasts towards Ling Tian and Broly. "What?" Ling Tian didn't expect Kampa to attack without warning. He struggled to fend off the attack, while Broly was blasted away to a nearby planet. "Ha ha ha." Bardoss covered her mouth and laughed. "Lord Kampa, it seems these 2 humans have some level of strength." Damn it. Not managing to kill the 2 humans made Kampa feel embarrassed in front of Bardoss. Fuming with anger, Kampa gathered a massive energy ball in his hand and hurled it at Ling Tian. "Huh." Broly shouted angrily, releasing all his energy as his violent aura surged forth. His black hair turned grass green, standing upright, his physique grew taller, muscles bulging, and a long black tail extended behind him. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1A, Broly charged out from the planet and stood protectively in front of Ling Tian. Then he used his energy to create a protective shield blocking Kampa's energy ball. Damn it. Being continuously thwarted by humans was humiliating. Other destroyers would surely laugh at him. Kampa darted forward, appearing instantly in front of Broly, and kicked him hard. Broly spat blood, arching backward like a shrimp. Is he still alive? Kampa was slightly shocked. When did this skinny universe gain such a powerful human? Seeing Broly being hit made Ling Tian furious. He unleashed all his energy, with violent energy erupting from him. His black hair turned grass green, standing upright, his physique grew taller, muscles bulging, and a long black tail extended behind him. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, without hesitation, Ling Tian charged towards Kampa. Overestimating yourself. Kampa snorted, coldly grabbing Ling Tian's attacking fist and delivering a brutal knee strike to his abdomen. Ling Tian coughed up blood. In disbelief, he couldn't comprehend how a destroyer could possess such formidable strength. Disappear. Kampa raised his right hand, gathering a purple energy ball to blast at Ling Tian. Break. Before Kampa could finish his sentence, Broly flew back and kicked him in the waist. Kampa was interrupted and sent flying. He quickly stabilized himself in midair, filled with rage. Damn it. You 2 humans shall die. Kampa unleashed all his energy, appearing before Ling Tian in an instant. Destruction. As Ling Tian's body made contact with the purple energy ball, it began to vanish piece by piece. Ling Tian. Broly shouted. Broly recalled every moment spent with Ling Tian, and his overwhelming anger caused him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Has he grown stronger again? Kampa found it hard to believe this person was quite unusual. Bardoss warned. Lord Kampa, releasing your energy like this will attract Whis. We must leave quickly. Kampa nodded, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared before Broly, raising his right hand to gather a purple energy ball. Even if you're stronger, you're still like an ant. Die. Destruction. Broly's body touched the energy, completely vanishing. After dealing with Broly, Kampa immediately returned to Bardoss' side and urged, Bardoss, let's go. He didn't want the skinny universe to discover his presence. Okay, Lord Kampa. Bardoss lightly tapped her staff, and with Kampa and the 3 Super Dragon Balls, they transformed into a rainbow-colored light and disappeared. A flash of white light passed, and Ling Tian was revived. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful resurrection. Now distributing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill, Chi Scythe. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill, Flash Time Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the reward 12 universe information maps. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the reward 10 trillion combat power. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the reward 1,000 Senza beans. The system checks personal attributes. Ding. Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling Legendary Scion. Skills Chi Perception Sky Dance Technique Ki Blast Kamehameha. Chi Scythe Flash Time Technique Instant Transmission Kaioshin Version Plant Growth Telekinesis Long Distance Telepathy Time Space Traversal God Level Combat Skills. Combat Power 278. 94 billion. Items Storage Ring 12 Universe Information Maps Consciousness Recovery Potion X3 Senzu Beans X 1986. At the moment Ling Tian appeared, he no longer saw Kampa and Bardos. They must have left with the Dragon Balls. Broly. Ling Tian searched continuously around the planets. Whooshed. Suddenly a man resembling Bardos appeared before him. With blue-green skin and long white curls, purple pupils, and lips, a large light blue halo around his neck, and holding a long staff. Whis. Do you know me? Whis covered his mouth in surprise. Angels typically don't appear in the universe unless under special circumstances, so few would recognize him. Ling Tian revealed Whis' identity and requested his help. I know you, you're the angel of Universe 7. Please help me find out where Broly is. Whis shook his head and said, your companion has already vanished. Ling Tian pleaded, Whis, is there any way you can assist me? Those who have been eliminated by the destroyers can only be revived by the Super Dragon. Whis began to feel troubled. Ling Tian once again pleaded with Whis. Please help me just this once, I can treat you to the best delicacies in the universe. Whis' eyes lit up, but he still shook his head. It's already been over 3 minutes, I can't do anything. Ling Tian was filled with rage. Whis asked, what caused the conflict you just had? It wouldn't hurt to tell Whis about the search for the Super Dragon Balls. After pondering for a moment, Ling Tian said, Broly and I are collecting the Super Dragon Balls and Kampa is also gathering them. We ran into each other, and he tried to seize the Super Dragon Balls from us. Whis looked a bit puzzled. The Wish Orbs. Why is your sister looking for something like that when she has everything from Lord Kampa? Whis studied Ling Tian for a while and asked, I see your strength is quite impressive. Would you like to come with me to train in the God of Destruction realm? Thank you for your kindness. Ling Tian bowed in gratitude to Whis and said, however, I still need to find a way to resurrect my companions. Then Ling Tian took out several universal capsules filled with food and a bunch of delicacies from other planets and handed them to Whis. These are delicacies I've collected from various planets, a gift for you. Goodbye, Whis. After saying this, Ling Tian used instant transmission to leave. What an interesting little fellow. Whis chuckled, lightly waved his staff to store the items, and transformed into a streak of light heading towards the God of Destruction realm. Earth. Whoosh. Ling Tian appeared in the heavenly temple on Earth. Cell, are you there? Ling Tian used telepathy to communicate. At that moment, Cell was picking ripe spiritual fruits. Ling Tian, what's the matter? I'm waiting for you at the heavenly temple on Earth. Hurry back. All right. Cell quickly picked the spiritual fruits and seeds, began sensing Ling Tian's aura, and activated instant transmission. Whoosh. Cell suddenly appeared next to Ling Tian. Cell asked, Ling Tian, your complexion doesn't look good. Oh, what happened? Broly was killed, and we need to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Broly was killed. Cell showed an incredulous expression. Broly's power was far beyond his own. Let's talk about this later. We need to focus on resurrecting Broly. With a wave of his hand, Ling Tian caused a dimensional barrier to appear before them. Then he took Cell inside. Ling Tian and Cell passed through the dimensional barrier and arrived in the main timeline 1,000 years ago. Ling Tian took out 12 cosmic information maps and began to examine them. Now that he knew where the God of Destruction realm was, he could avoid it. Whoosh. Ling Tian used instant transmission with Cell and appeared in Universe 6. He took out the Super Dragon Ball radar and began searching for the Super Dragon Balls. A month later, he finally found 3 Super Dragon Balls in Universe 6. Ling Tian used instant transmission to take Cell and the 3 Super Dragon Balls out of Universe 6. Whoosh. Ling Tian, Cell, and the 3 Super Dragon Balls appeared in Universe 7. Then Ling Tian took out the Super Dragon Ball radar and started searching for the 4 Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7. 2 months later, Ling Tian and Cell found the last Super Dragon Ball at the edge of the universe. Looking at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, Ling Tian was filled with excitement. Broly, we can finally resurrect you. Hurry and summon the Eternal Dragon. Cell urged. Ling Tian nodded and began the summoning of the Super Shenron. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish. Dragon language, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated with each other, emitting a golden light. Suddenly, a massive golden dragon with wings appeared in the sky. The dragon soared through the universe, swallowing countless galaxies radiating infinite golden light, and looked very majestic. After galaxies are swallowed, they compress inside to form a universe. Ling Tian, we've been swallowed by the dragon. Will we be alright? Cell expressed some concern. Broly hadn't been resurrected yet, and they were in trouble again. Ling Tian began to explain to Cell. It's fine, the eternal dragon once summoned will swallow the summoner into its body. It will then manifest its consciousness within to grant the summoner's wish. The eternal dragon's eyes glowed red as it spoke, the one who gathered the dragon balls. State your wish. I will grant any wish you desire. Dragon language. Ling Tian said loudly. Eternal dragon, please resurrect Broly who was destroyed by Kampa. Dragon language, that wish is simple. The eternal dragon's eyes sparkled, and Broly was successfully resurrected before Ling Tian. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Dragon language, the eternal dragon spread its wings emitting golden light, and transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls flying towards the 2 universes. Broly, you have finally been resurrected. Ling Tian was filled with excitement. His months of effort had not been in vain. Broly bowed in gratitude. Ling Tian, Cell, thank you for resurrecting me. Cell asked, Broly, who killed you? Broly, overflowing with raging energy, spoke each word clearly. A cat with purple skin. That guy's energy is very strange. It disappeared as soon as it touched my body. Really that powerful? Cell was utterly astonished. If even Broly couldn't withstand a single move, how strong could that person be? Ling Tian, I remember you were also hit by that move and disappeared. Why are you okay? Broly was a bit puzzled. My body is special, let's head back first. Ling Tian chuckled softly. He wouldn't reveal the system to others. Ling Tian waved his hand, and a dimensional barrier appeared before them. He then led Broly and Cell inside. Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell passed through the dimensional barrier and returned to Earth 1,000 years later. Goku, are you there? Ling Tian used telepathy to communicate. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who was training with Vegeta, suddenly stopped defending and was sent flying by a punch. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta was very displeased. How could he be distracted during a battle with himself? Was he looking down on this prince? Ling Tian, is that you? Sun Wukong asked in confusion, thinking Ling Tian had gone to the universe. It's me. Ling Tian affirmed and continued to say. Bring everyone to the heavenly temple. I'm waiting for you here. Okay. Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Paragus, you all go to the heavenly temple. Ling Tian is waiting for you there. I'll go find Krillin and the others now. Sun Wukong said, then used instant transmission to leave. Let's go check what's going on. All right, Piccolo said, and then took Paragus with him using instant transmission. Vegeta and Gohan hurriedly followed with instant transmission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Piccolo, Paragus, Vegeta, and Gohan suddenly appeared in the heavenly temple. Vegeta asked, Ling Tian, why did you call us here? Let's wait until Goku arrives to discuss together. Whoosh. Sun Wukong appeared next to Ling Tian with Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin, and Dofu. Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled and nodded, turning to look at the mysterious person cloaked in a robe. Cell, how many spiritual fruits have you planted? Cell. Everyone present was bewildered. Uncle Ling Tian, where is Cell? Seeing Ling Tian directly revealing his identity, Cell held the universal capsule in his hand and casually discarded the cloak. How can this person be Cell? Piccolo was shocked. He had trained with this person for over a month and hadn't realized he was Cell. Vegeta was filled with rage. He still remembered the Cell games where he was publicly humiliated when he lost all fighting ability to Cell. Now, although many people praised him as a hero, he had always felt a grievance inside. Huh? Vegeta shouted loudly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, ready to attack Cell. Ling Tian hurriedly stepped forward to stop Vegeta and said, Vegeta, this is not the same Cell as before. Although he is also an android created by Dr. Gero, he has reformed his ways. Hearing Ling Tian say this, Vegeta immediately withdrew his transformation. Cell handed the universal capsule to Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, the spiritual fruits and seeds are inside. There should be around 3,000 to 4,000 fruits left. Ling Tian took the universal capsule, took out 500 fruits and seeds himself, and shared the remaining fruits with everyone. Thank you, Ling Tian. Sun Wukong and the others quickly bowed in thanks. Ling Tian scanned the crowd and asked, Broly, Cell, and I are going to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Do you want to join us? Ling Tian, we've already trained in there for 2 years. Can we still go in? Piccolo was a bit puzzled in the memories of the old man. Once the time exceeded 2 years, they wouldn't be able to come out. Huh? Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud, then said, of course we can. Clin rubbed his shiny bald head. Ling Tian, won't we be trapped inside the hyperbolic time chamber once we enter? Shara chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, this is too easy. Even I can break through the hyperbolic time chamber. He continued, if you guys can break through Super Saiyan 3 inside, you can force your way out. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he led Broly, Sharu, and Paragus towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Son Gohan turned to look at Piccolo, who was crossing his arms. Uncle Piccolo, let's go together. Okay. Piccolo nodded with a smile. Kakarot, they'll be waiting for you to come in. Vegeta said this and followed along. Son Wukong patted Klin's shiny bald head. Klin, you should join us too. Klin replied, Wukong, I still want to return to Master Rose's house to train. Yamcha also shook his head. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong, recalling their first battle at the World Martial Arts Tournament, never expecting their power levels to diverge so greatly now. Tianjin Fan said somewhat reluctantly, Wukong, Jiaozi, and I won't go either. Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi have lost the heart to continue training and growing stronger, feeling that no matter how hard they trained, they couldn't keep up with Sun Wukong. Alright then. Sun Wukong scratched his head and walked toward the hyperbolic time chamber. Ling Tian saw that only Sun Wukong was going, which was expected. He immediately arranged the training method. Sharu, can you handle fighting all 5 of them alone? No problem, Sharu said without concern, as if it were a simple task. Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Paragus, you 5 will attack Sharu together. While training here, you don't need to worry about so much, just transform into Super Saiyan and fight. Ling Tian said as he took out 1,000 Senza beans from his storage ring and placed them in the hyperbolic time chamber. The Senza beans are right here, take as many as you need during your training. Alright. Sun Wukong and the others nodded. After arranging for Sun Wukong and the others, Ling Tian flew forward with Broly stopping at a position far from Sun Wukong and the others. Ling Tian said, Broly, let's train. We must avenge that cat. Broly nodded firmly. Huh. Broly erupted with energy, unleashing his full power, and the raging energy enveloped his entire body, immediately charging towards Ling Tian. Bang. Before Ling Tian could react, he was sent flying by a punch. Broly, you're not playing fair. I wasn't ready yet. Oh. Ling Tian stabilized himself in midair, releasing all his energy in a powerful burst. The two instantly engaged in battle. Bang. 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 Broly's punch hit Ling Tian, who bent like a shrimp and flew backwards. Broly wanted to press the advantage. However, Ling Tian used instant transmission, appearing directly above Broly and delivering a heavy punch that slammed Broly into the ground. Bang. With a massive explosion, the ground was smashed into a huge pit. Broly shot upwards, wrapping his arms around Ling Tian and gathering energy at his chest. Not this again. Ling Tian used all his strength, but could not escape Broly's grip. Energy sphere. Broly shouted, directly detonating the energy he had gathered. Boom. Ling Tian was blown hundreds of meters away, his clothes torn and his body covered in wounds. Ling Tian executed the 4 body fists surrounding Broly and continuously pounding him. Huh. Broly formed a protective shield with his energy charging through and sending all 4 of Ling Tian's bodies flying. Ling Tian was caught off guard, and the 4-body fist was broken by Broly. Broly soared into the sky, enveloping himself in energy. Explosive meteor. Broly shouted, unleashing energy blasts in all directions, attacking. On the other side, Sun Wukong and the others felt the explosive energy from Ling Tian and Broly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Broly, you've become even stronger than before. Paragus said, somewhat surprised. Damn, how can you be this strong? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. I want to become as strong as Uncle Ling Tian in the future. Son Gohan said with determination. Gohan, I believe you can do it. Piccolo smiled. Let's hurry and train. Sun Wukong said, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and charging toward Sharu. Huh. Sharu erupted with energy, unleashing his full power and casually knocking Sun Wukong, who had just charged and flying back. Sharu, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Sun Wukong quickly stabilized himself in midair, excited, and called to Vegeta beside him. Vegeta, let's go together. Several of them transformed and instantly engaged in battle. On the other side, Ling Tian saw the dense energy blasts heading towards him. Ling Tian immediately used instant transmission, appearing behind Broly. Broly releasing energy blasts was intended to lure Ling Tian into using instant transmission to come close. Suddenly, Broly turned, grabbing Ling Tian's head and slamming it down towards the ground. Bang! The ground was smashed into a huge pit. Following that, Broly gathered an energy ball in his hands and threw it at Ling Tian. Gigantic meteor. The small energy ball gradually transformed into a giant energy ball as it approached Ling Tian. Seeing this, Ling Tian placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy to defend. Kamehameha. Boom. The two energies collided in midair, producing a tremendous sound. Ling Tian and Broly exchanged knowing smiles, both refraining from releasing energy attacks and directly engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists collided repeatedly. As they fought and were injured, their combat power continued to surge. After a fierce battle, both sat facing each other, covered in wounds. Ling Tian took out a Senza bean from his storage ring and tossed it to Broly, who ate it, concluding today's training. Broly, let's go see how Sun Wukong and the others are doing in their training. With that, Ling Tian and Broly flew towards Sheru. Whoosh, whoosh. Broly, I didn't expect your father could also transform into Super Saiyan 2 now. Ling Tian said. Yeah, it seems that after we left he has been training with Kakarot every day, Broly replied. Bang, boom. Various techniques struck Sheru without inflicting significant damage. When everyone saw Ling Tian and Broly arrive, they stopped their training. Ling Tian, Sheru is really too strong. Sun Wukong said. I just saw you guys performed excellently and worked well together. Ling Tian replied, everyone keep up the hard training. Once you can successfully transform into Super Saiyan 3, I will teach you the next stage of transformation. Alright, Sun Wukong and Vegeta said excitedly. Son Gohan was shocked, not expecting there to be another transformation after Super Saiyan 3. Day by day, Ling Tian and Broly trained diligently. The group trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for 5 years. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Paragas could all transform into Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Sun Wukong was very excited, urging Ling Tian, we all transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Quickly teach us the next stage of transformation. Ling Tian began to explain to everyone. There are 2 types of transformations in the next stage. The first requires transforming into a golden great ape and regaining consciousness to transform into Super Saiyan 4, but it requires a tail. The second type requires 6 righteous Saiyans to concentrate their righteous energy onto one person. After absorbing the light of the 5, one will transform into Super Saiyan God. The transformation requires a tail. Ling Tian, Vegeta, and Gohan don't have tails. Sun Wukong scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Damn it. Vegeta regretted deeply at this moment, realizing he shouldn't have cut off his tail in the first place. Ling Tian took out 2 consciousness recovery potions from his storage ring and handed them to Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong received the potion from Ling Tian, scratching his head in confusion. Ling Tian began to explain to Sun Wukong. Wukong, when a lower-level Saiyan transforms into a great ape, they lose their rationality. If they cannot regain their rationality, they won't be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4. If you drink this potion, you won't lose consciousness. Most Saiyans can maintain their rationality when transforming into great apes, but only a very small number of lower-level Saiyans lose their minds. Hearing this, Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Vegeta, who was crossing his arms. Vegeta, don't you need one? Ha ha ha. Vegeta couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Kakarot, I am the prince of the Saiyans. I will not lose my rationality when I transform into a great ape. Ling Tian called out to Vegeta, Vegeta, release an artificial moon into the sky. Broly, Paragus, and I will transform into Super Saiyan 4 first. No problem. Vegeta nodded and slowly concentrated an energy sphere in his palm, making it larger. Then he tossed the gathered energy sphere into the air. The energy sphere emitted a dazzling light in midair. As the light faded, a full moon appeared in the sky. Bang! 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 Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus looked up at the full moon, their heartbeats quickening and producing loud thuds. Roar, roar, off. 3 towering black great apes appeared before Sun Wukong and the others. Immediately, the 3 great apes raised their energy to the maximum, enveloped in a golden aura, their dark fur gradually turning golden as the black great apes transformed into golden great apes. The bodies of the golden great apes slowly shrank and a brilliant light flashed. Suddenly, 3 incredibly powerful auras emerged. Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The hair of Super Saiyan 4 is dark and becomes even messier and longer, draping over their shoulders with red body hair covering their chest and palms, representing the primal wildness of the Saiyans. So strong. Vegeta was shocked, thinking he also wanted to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Uncle Ling Tian, your transformation looks so cool. Sun Wufan's eyes sparkled with desire for this transformation. Ling Tian, your transformation is so much stronger than Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong sensed Ling Tian and the others' auras, revealing an incredulous expression. Let's go. You all can transform into Super Saiyan 4 too. While saying this, Ling Tian concentrated an energy sphere in his hand and blasted it forward. Boom. The hyperbolic time chamber trembled violently as a massive crack appeared before everyone. Everyone left the hyperbolic time chamber through the crack. In the Supreme Kai's palace, Ling Tian said, Dondi, we damaged the hyperbolic time chamber, please fix it later. Ling Tian scratched his head a bit awkwardly. It's okay as long as you guys are out, that's good. Dondi smiled. Then we'll take our leave. Goodbye, Dondi. After bidding farewell to Dondi, everyone left the Supreme Kai's palace and flew towards Bulma's house. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ling Tian, how did you all change like this? I almost didn't recognize you. Bulma looked at the suddenly appeared group, somewhat surprised. Ling Tian replied, "This is the new Super Saiyan transformation." Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Bulma, quickly let me use the dragon radar." "Here you go." Bulma took out a dragon radar from the room and handed it to Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Sun Wukong took the dragon radar and went to search for the Dragon Balls. "Is this Wufan?" Bulma looked at the adult who resembled Wufan greatly. Sun Wufan smiled and explained, "Aunt Bulma, we have been training in the hyperbolic time chamber for 5 years, so I have grown up. Bulma, please prepare some food for us." "Sure." Bulma welcomed everyone to sit down, and 7 or 8 robots kept bringing food over. Clang, clang. Several Saiyans were eating, and their bowls and chopsticks kept clashing. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Sun Wukong returned from searching for the Dragon Balls. "Ling Tian, you actually didn't wait for me," Sun Wukong said as he joined in. "Kakarot, that chicken leg is mine." "Vegeta, don't be so stingy," Sun Wukong said as he snatched the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Piccolo shook his head helplessly while drinking water. Half an hour later, everyone was full and satisfied. Ling Tian inquired, "Wukong, did you find the Dragon Balls?" "I found them." Sun Wukong took out 7 Dragon Balls from his bag. Kakarot, hurry and summon the Eternal Dragon. Vegeta urged impatiently. "Bulma, goodbye." Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone soared into the sky and flew off into the distance. On a deserted island. "Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish." The 7 Dragon Balls resonated with each other, emitting a dazzling light, and as the light faded, the Eternal Dragon was summoned. "Whoever gathers all 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. I will grant any wish." Sun Wukong shouted, "Eternal Dragon, please give me Vegeta and Sun Wufan our tails." This wish is simple. The Eternal Dragon's eyes shone brightly. The tails of Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Vegeta sprouted. "Great. Now I can transform into Super Saiyan 4 too." Vegeta was extremely excited. "Your wish has been granted. Please state your next wish." Sun Wukong asked, "Ling Tian, do you want to make a wish?" Ling Tian declared loudly, "Eternal Dragon, please develop Piccolo's potential to the maximum." This wish is simple. The Eternal Dragon's eyes shone brightly. Suddenly a white light enveloped Piccolo. Piccolo gratefully said, "Ling Tian, thank you. Your wish has been granted. Please state the last wish." Ling Tian asked, "Eternal Dragon, can you give me soil suitable for the growth of the Tree of Might?" "Sorry, the Tree of Might is a tree that grows in the divine realm, and it is beyond my capabilities. Please choose another wish." Ling Tian felt a bit disappointed and subsequently stated his final wish. "Eternal Dragon, please develop Cell's potential a bit." This wish is simple. The Eternal Dragon's eyes shone brightly. A white light enveloped Cell. "Your wish has been granted. Goodbye." The Eternal Dragon turned into 7 stones and flew off in different directions across the earth. Vegeta urged, "Kakarot, Wufan, quickly drink the potions and prepare to transform." "All right." Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan took out the potions and gulped them down. Seeing the two drink the potions, Vegeta concentrated an energy sphere in his palm and tossed it into the air. The energy sphere emitted a dazzling light in the air, and as the light faded, a full moon appeared in the sky. Roar off! Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan transformed into black great apes. Suddenly Sun Wukong seemed to go wild, repeatedly pounding his chest with his fists. Roar! Sun Wukong roared angrily, punching Vegeta away. "Ling Tian, is your potion broken?" Vegeta was bewildered. "Ha ha ha! Ling Tian, your potion really works, oh, I won't lose control at all." Sun Wukong grinned. "Kakarot, do you dare to play with me?" Vegeta was filled with rage. Vegeta gathered energy in his mouth and was about to blast Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong suggested, "Vegeta, let's transform into Super Saiyan 4 before we fight." "All right." Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan unleashed all their energy, and the great apes were slowly enveloped in golden light. As the golden light faded, the 3 transformed into golden great apes. The golden great apes slowly shrank, and the 3 successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta said, "Kakarot, this time I will definitely surpass you." Sun Wukong smiled. "Vegeta, that's not necessarily true." The two soared into the sky and instantly engaged in battle. Bang, 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 bang. "This power is too strong, ooh, I can't fully control it now." Sun Wukong was shocked. Taking advantage of Sun Wukong's moment of distraction, Vegeta quickly launched an attack. Sun Wukong was caught off guard and was kicked away by Vegeta. Boom! Sun Wukong crashed into a mountain buried under falling rocks. "Kakarot, unleash your full power now. Fight me." Vegeta bristled with impatience, frustrated by Goku's habitual hesitation and his tendency to conceal his true strength mid-battle. Huh! At Goku's roar, a violent surge of energy erupted from his body, blasting away the boulders that had buried him. In an instant he vanished and reappeared directly before Vegeta. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Fists and kicks collided in furious succession as both warriors launched relentless assaults. Goku soared into the air and delivered a crushing kick straight to Vegeta's face. Gritting his teeth against searing pain, Vegeta countered with a thunderous punch to Goku's abdomen. Staggering backward, Goku raised both hands beside his head. Vegeta instantly shut his eyes. Having fought Kakarot countless times, he knew every one of his signature techniques by heart. Yet Goku abandoned the solar flare entirely. In a flash, he repositioned himself high above Vegeta and drove a devastating blow straight down, burying him deep into the earth. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air as the ground ruptured, swallowing Vegeta whole beneath a colossal crater. Suddenly, he shot skyward, a golden aura blazing fiercely around his body. Infinite scatter. An endless barrage of golden energy spheres erupted outward in all directions. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan blurred into motion, intercepting every single blast aimed at the distant city. Sigh. That Vegeta, Piccolo muttered, shaking his head in weary resignation. Seeing the chaos unfold, Goku swiftly placed his hands at his waist and began gathering immense energy. Kamehameha. A brilliant cobalt blue wave of ki surged forth from Goku's palms, roaring upward toward the airborne Vegeta. Crockum. The beam struck true, detonating with cataclysmic force. Undeterred by grievous wounds, Vegeta clenched his jaw and vanished, reappearing instantly behind Goku. Channeling every ounce of his power into his fists, he unleashed a blinding strike. Final flash. Goku had no time to evade. The blast struck him Hedon. Tum. Goku was hurled violently backward. Mountains behind him vaporized into oblivion. Watching his fallen rival soar helplessly through the air, Vegeta broke into a triumphant grin and collapsed onto the ground. Gohan, give them Senzu beans. Ling Tian withdrew 2 Senzu beans from his spatial ring and handed them to Gohan. Yes, Uncle Ling Tian. Gohan snatched the beans and dashed to Goku and Vegeta's side, placing one into each unconscious mouth. Instantly, their wounds sealed, bones mended, and vitality flooded back, restored to perfect health. Piccolo stood nearby, fists subtly clenching. He believed unlocking his latent potential would finally place him on equal footing with them, only to realize bitterly how deeply mistaken he'd been. Goku's and Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformations were simply overwhelming, beyond anything he could hope to match. Against such power, victory seemed utterly impossible. Clearly, he'd need to train harder than ever before. Gohan descended from the sky and landed beside Ling Tian. Uncle Ling Tian, can we achieve the second transformation now, eh? Of course you can. Ling Tian nodded with a gentle smile. But first master Super Saiyan 4, then we'll move forward. I will master it. Fast, declared Goku resolute. Oomph. Vegeta scoffed. It'll be me who achieves it first, Kakarot. Ignoring their bickering, Ling Tian turned instead to Gohan. Gohan, do you still attend school? Gohan scratched his head and grinned. Uncle Ling Tian, I don't go to school anymore. I'm tutored at home now. Uncle Ling Tian, many people want to learn martial arts from me. What should I do? Teach them if you wish, or ask Krillin and Yamcha whether they'd like to open a dojo together. I'll go find Uncle Krillin right now. With that, Gohan vanished via instant transmission. After brief farewells, the others departed in turn. Ling Tian activated instant transmission, carrying Broly, Cell, and Paragus with him. Whoosh. They materialized upon a quiet, secluded island. Something feels off, Broly murmured, puzzled. Father, what's wrong? Paragus glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, the brightly lit house, and frowned deeply. I've spent these past months training with Kakarot and the others. I haven't returned here in ages, yet someone's clearly living in our home. I'll find out what's going on. Cell stormed forward, fury burning in his eyes. Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus followed closely behind. Before they reached the wooden cabin, raucous cheers and clamor spilled from within. Cell kicked the door wide open, revealing a crowd of young men and women surrounded by cameras and recording equipment. A middle-aged man clapped Cell on the shoulder. Brother, you're still dressed like this after work. Cell raised his hand to strike, but Paragus seized his wrist, halting him. Who are you, and why have you invaded my home? Paragus's voice rang out sharp and commanding, silencing the room. All turned and stared bewildered at 4 strangers standing in their midst. You claim this is your home. Then why has it sat empty for so long? Whether I live here or not is none of your concern. Paragus snapped. A portly, balding man stepped forward, sizing Paragus up with cool appraisal. Friend, if you truly own this place, then surely I can buy it from you. Name your price. As expected of Director Pig, the women around him shimmered with admiration. Nearby, Ling Tian's expression darkened. He recognized them instantly, filmmakers shooting the Cell movie on his island. Though he hadn't formally purchased the land, those cabins were built by his own hands. Sweat, time, and care poured into every timber. And now strangers had desecrated them without permission. Unforgivable. Broly, Paragus, Cell, let's go. Ling Tian, are we just walking away? Cell blinked stunned. This wasn't like him at all. Ling Tian had no intention of letting it go. Stepping clear of the house, he rose into the air and gathered radiant energy into a spinning razor-edged disc in his palm. Cutting disc. Guiding the disc with precision, he sliced the island apart, layer by layer, until the vast landmass dissolved entirely, leaving only a few solitary wooden cabins suspended over the sea. Anyone stepping outside would plummet straight into the ocean. Then Ling Tian wove a shimmering barrier around the remnants. Since you enjoy staying here so much, stay for 1 month. Cell smirked. The island held nothing now, not even food. With a flick of his wrist, Ling Tian conjured a dimensional rift before them. Homes could be rebuilt. For now, adventure beckoned elsewhere. Ling Tian led Broly, Cell, and Paragus through the rift. Emerging from the rift, they sensed 2 overwhelming auras, vast, ancient, and terrifyingly potent. Lifting their gaze, they beheld a colossal planet hanging in the void. Those twin auras emanated from its surface. Ling Tian and his companions had crossed into the GT timeline. The massive world before them was Zarbon's planet, forged by Baby's wish upon the Black Star Dragon Balls. Let's investigate. Ling Tian activated instant transmission once more, Broly, Cell, and Paragus vanishing alongside him. Whoosh. They materialized amid devastation, just in time to witness a golden Great Saiyaman rampaging through the city. Ling Tian, shall we stop him? Broly felt an uncanny familiarity, as though he'd seen this beast before. Ling Tian smiled faintly. No need. He'll become Super Saiyan 4 shortly. Suddenly, a little girl darted toward the golden ape, shouting frantically. Has that child lost her mind? Paragus recoiled in shock. He knew firsthand the monstrous power a Great Saiyaman possessed. Grandpa, it's me. Pan. Wake up, Grandpa. Look, this is you, and this is Grandma Shishi. She thrust a photograph toward the towering beast, voice trembling with tears. Drawn by her voice, the golden ape halted his destruction and lunged at the girl. She barely dodged, yet the photo slipped from her grasp and was torn apart in the ape's massive fist. Staring at the shredded image and at the sobbing child, the golden ape's eyes flickered. Memories surged back, clarity piercing the haze of bestial rage. Rule war. He raised both arms toward the heavens and roared, a torrent of golden energy erupting from his body. Crack, crack. Lightning lashed downward. His massive frame shrank, glowing with incandescent light, until in a final blinding flash he stood transformed Super Saiyan 4, regal and indomitable. It's Kakarot. Broly exhaled softly, understanding dawning. No wonder he'd felt such resonance. Cell turned slowly toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you already knew, didn't you? Ling Tian smiled warmly as he explained. This timeline mirrors ours. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta all exist here. Enough. Let's go join them. They ascended into the sky and sped toward GT Goku's location. Pan, behind me. Someone's coming. GT Goku stood alert, muscles coiled. Grandpa. Pan nodded and ducked behind him. Whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, and Paragus appeared before him in a ripple of displaced air. GT Goku froze, stunned by faces impossibly familiar. Cell, wasn't he erased by me? And those 3, they have tails. Are they Saiyans too? Ling Tian smiled gently. Wukong, we come from different time and space. This Shalu is a good person as well. GT Sun Wukong had never heard such a thing before, but he quickly dismissed it. Then why are you here? Ling Tian replied. We are here to have some fun and see if there are any powerful opponents. All right then. The 4 of them appeared incredibly strong. If they had wanted to harm me and Xiaofeng, they could have done so when I was out of control, just now. GT Sun Wukong lowered his guard, saying, Xiaofeng, stay here and don't run around. They'll go deal with Baby. Okay, Grandpa. Xiaofeng nodded. Soon GT Sun Wukong found Baby, and the 2 instantly engaged in battle. The power of the Super Saiyan 4 GT Sun Wukong far surpassed that of Baby. Boom. Baby was struck down by a heavy punch from GT Sun Wukong, crashing into the ground. A deep pit was created, sending up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, GT Sun Wukong quickly landed in front of Baby. It was clear that Baby was no match for him. GT Bulma arrived, operating the Beerus light device, targeting Baby. Baby, I'm here to help you. No. Don't, Bulma. Baby exclaimed, trying to stop her. However, GT Bulma had already pressed the launch button. A dazzling beam of light shot from the Beerus light device, illuminating Baby. Baby was instantly transformed into a golden giant ape. Roar. Baby let out an enraged roar and began to wreak havoc on the surrounding city. GT Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped in to stop the rampaging golden giant ape. Unexpectedly, Baby shot out an energy cannon from his mouth, targeting GT Sun Wukong. Bang. GT Sun Wukong was sent flying by the energy cannon. You haven't lost your mind at all, you're just too despicable. GT's son Wukong reacted instantly. Baby laughed heartily. It was Vegeta who transformed into the giant ape, not me. Of course I won't lose control. GT Wukong is still too naive. Ling Tian shook his head and turned to Paragus beside him saying, Paragus, you should also try out your Super 4 power. Huh. Paragus roared, unleashing all his energy. His black hair gradually grew longer, messily draping over his shoulders. Red fur sprouted from his chest and palms, and his muscular build was complemented by a long red tail behind him. Xiaofeng exclaimed, it's Grandpa's transformation. Without any hesitation, Paragus charged towards Baby after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Swish. Baby, caught off guard, was kicked down by the approaching Paragus. What? Baby was stunned, thinking he had already controlled all the Saiyans. Where did this person come from? And he is a Super Saiyan 4. One that he couldn't even defeat, and now another had appeared. You can transform into a Super Saiyan 4 too. GT's son Wukong was astonished. Paragus suggested, Kakarot, quickly deal with him. Alright. GT's son Wukong nodded. Boom, 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 boom. Paragus and GT's son Wukong teamed up to attack, leaving Baby with no chance to retaliate. Baby was left battered and bruised. Damn it. Baby shot up into the sky, raising his hands towards the heavens, declaring, all Zuffians, raise your hands and lend me your power to eliminate these despicable Saiyans. Lord Baby. Upon hearing this, the Earthlings from Zuffer raised their hands, lending their strength to Baby. A large amount of negative energy began to gather toward Baby's location. Subsequently, Baby raised both arms high, creating a gigantic energy sphere filled with dark energy. Die! Baby shouted, launching the condensed energy sphere towards GT's son Wukong and Paragus. Revenge Death Ball. GT's son Wukong and Paragus remained unfazed. As the Revenge Death Ball approached, Paragus shouted loudly and kicked the attack out of Zuffer. Boom. With a violent explosion, the Revenge Death Ball detonated in space. How is this possible? Baby couldn't believe that his strongest move was so easily countered. Paragus placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy, intending to finish off Baby in one go. Kamehameha. No. GT's son Wukong swiftly appeared in front of Baby, blocking the Kamehameha. Ha ha ha. Baby laughed wildly after being saved by GT's son Wukong. Kakarot, what the hell are you doing? Paragus was bewildered, wondering who taught him to block attacks for the enemy during a battle. GT's son Wukong smiled wryly. If you attack like this, Vegeta will also die. Suddenly, Baby seemed to have thought of something and turned to face the earth. He clasped his hands behind him, gathering energy into a purple energy sphere and hurled it towards the earth. Super Gallic Gun. Ha! Earth, disappear for me. Baby laughed. Damn, you're truly despicable. By the time GT's son Wukong reacted, the energy cannon had already been fired from Baby's hands, and it was too late to stop it. Ling Tian shook his head and used instant transmission to appear on Earth. He gathered a massive energy sphere on his fingertip and threw it forward. Death Energy Ball. Boom. The two energies collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Seeing Ling Tian make a move, Shalu would not sit idly by. Shalu quickly appeared in front of Baby, using energy to form a disc, and threw it at Baby. Cutting disc. Baby couldn't evade in time, and his tail was severed. His body reverted from the giant ape transformation and gradually shrank. No. Baby let out an unwilling roar as he separated from Vegeta. Shalu, watching Baby trying to escape, gathered energy in his hand at his waist. Kamehameha. Baby was hit by the Kamehameha and turned to ash. Swish. Ling Tian used instant transmission to appear before everyone. You are all so amazing. Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Thank you for blocking Baby's energy cannon and saving the earth. It was nothing. GT's son Wukong bowed in gratitude. Ling Tian helped him up. Suddenly, Ling Tian thought of how the main timeline's son Wukong had not died fighting Shalu and had not participated in the underworld martial arts tournament, missing out on the fusion technique. No wonder he always felt something was off in the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly, help son Wukong here for a bit, I'll be back shortly. Ling Tian said as he waved his hand, causing a dimensional barrier to appear. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian stepped inside. As he entered, the dimensional barrier closed behind him. How amazing! GT's son Wukong and Xiaofeng were left astonished. They could no longer sense Ling Tian's energy. Not long after Ling Tian left, Jebet God arrived with GT Timeline's son Gohan and others flying from a distance. The East Kaishin from the GT Timeline and Jebet merged using the Patera earrings and did not wish for anything from Namex Purunga, thus they remained in their merged state. Lord Kaishin. GT's son Wukong greeted. Jebet nodded and said, Wukong, I obtained the super divine water from the heavenly temple and it woke them up. I see. Uncle Wukong, where did my dad go? GT Trunks asked. Vegeta is over there. GT's son Wukong pointed into the distance. GT Trunks hurriedly flew over calling out for GT Vegeta. Dad. GT Vegeta immediately awoke upon hearing Trunks' voice. Trunks. Dad, are you okay? GT Trunks asked with concern. I'm fine. GT Vegeta, enduring the pain, inquired. Where did that despicable guy baby go? He had to personally take down the guy who had occupied his body. GT Trunks shook his head. Dad, by the time I got here the battle was already over. Uncle Wukong should know. GT Vegeta and GT Trunks then flew towards GT Son Wukong. Whoosh. GT Vegeta and GT Trunks flew in from the distance. Kakarot has baby been eliminated. Resolved. GT Son Goku scratched his head and said, but it wasn't me, it was Cell who eliminated him. Cell? Isn't Cell dead? GT Vegeta turned to look, his expression one of disbelief. GT Son Goku explained, it's someone from another timeline. This Cell is also a good person. After the Supreme Kai used the Super Divine Water, all the Earthlings on Zypher Star regained consciousness. Broly, Cell, and Paragus also assisted GT Son Goku in transferring everyone back to Earth. Then Cell gathered the Kamehameha Wave and destroyed Zypher Star. Ling Tian passed through the dimensional wall and returned to the main timeline at the Divine Palace. He then used instant transmission to arrive at the training ground of Son Goku and the others. Bang, 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 bang. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo were engaged in a chaotic battle. Goku, stop fighting for now. I'll take you to a place to learn a super powerful technique. Ling Tian directly called a halt to the fight. Everyone stopped their battle. What powerful technique? Where are we going to learn it? Son Goku was very excited at the mention of a powerful technique. Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you get there. Then with a wave of his hand, a dimensional wall appeared before everyone. Ling Tian led Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Piccolo through the dimensional wall. In the GT timeline, the group celebrating at GT Bulma's house suddenly saw a dimensional wall appear before them. Ling Tian and the others walked out from inside. Ling Tian, you're back so soon? Broly asked in confusion. I just went back to bring Goku and the others over. Ling Tian, is this the timeline of future Trunks? Vegeta looked at the familiar figures in front of him. This is not the timeline of future Trunks, but this timeline also has you guys. Ling Tian chuckled. How can there be two grandfathers? Xiaofang looked at the big and small Son Goku, surprised. The GT crowd was drawn by Xiaofang's voice and turned to look all shocked. You. How come you look so much like me? GT Son Goku pointed at Son Goku. Ling Tian had no choice but to step forward and explain to everyone. These people are from the same timeline as me. So that's how it is. What? You. All of you can transform into Super Saiyan 4. GT Vegeta instantly became unsettled. I didn't expect that the Gohan from another timeline is as powerful as Dad and Uncle Goku. GT Trunks exclaimed in shock. GT Son Gohan, upon hearing this, could only bury his head in his food. The Son Goku and others from the main timeline also joined the gathering, making it lively. The next day, Ling Tian took everyone to an uninhabited island. GT Goku, could you teach Son Goku and Vegeta the fusion technique? Vegeta, let's fuse once so they can see it. GT Son Goku turned to GT Vegeta. Impossible. Kakarot, I would never do such a shameful move with you. GT Vegeta decisively rejected. The Metamorph fusion technique requires two individuals of similar power, height, and build to perform corresponding dance steps to fuse. GT Vegeta, don't you want to try out the strength of your counterpart from another timeline? Ling Tian wanted to provoke a fight among them, knowing that after Son Goku and Vegeta witnessed the power of the fused warrior Gogeta, they would surely want to learn the fusion technique. Vegeta, we can't fight them without fusing. Just this once, I beg you. GT Son Goku kept pleading with GT Vegeta. Alright, this is the last time. Seeing Son Goku's persistent request, GT Vegeta could only reluctantly agree. GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta stood side by side performing a strange mirror dance, then extended their hands, each touching a finger together. When their fingers touched, a brilliant light suddenly appeared. As the light faded, Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta emerged. GT Vegeta is not yet able to transform into Super Saiyan 4, so he couldn't fuse into Super 4 Gogeta. Ling Tian, this move is indeed very powerful. However, doing such a move is still quite difficult for Vegeta. Ling Tian urged, Goku, Vegeta, aren't you going to try out Gogeta's power? Son Goku was eager to try, and the two fused together, instantly transforming into a super powerful warrior. As Son Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full energy, their black hair gradually transformed, messily draping over their shoulders, with red fur sprouting from their chests and palms, and a long red tail behind them. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, the two quickly charged at Gogeta. So my opponents are you two? Gogeta murmured. Son Goku and Vegeta attacked Gogeta from both sides. Tot-a-tot. Bang. The three instantly engaged in battle. Gogeta easily deflected their attacks, landing a punch in Vegeta's abdomen and a kick on Son Goku's waist. The two were sent flying. How is this possible? Both Vegeta and Son Goku found it hard to believe that the Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta would possess such immense power. The GT crowd has trained for a long time and has a higher base combat power. The Gogeta they fused is even stronger. It seems you two aren't that impressive. Gogeta touched his nose quite cocky. Damn it. Vegeta was furious upon hearing this. He charged into the sky, energy surging from both hands, continuously releasing energy blasts towards Gogeta. Continuous energy blasts. Prince's battle technique, bang. As the smoke cleared, Gogeta appeared unscathed. Gogeta swiftly dodged and appeared above Vegeta, delivering a heavy punch that sent him crashing into the ground. Gogeta attempted to take advantage of the situation. However, the lying Vegeta used instant transmission to appear beside Son Goku. Vegeta, are you alright? Seeing Vegeta gasping for breath, Son Goku hurriedly expressed his concern. Before Vegeta could respond, Gogeta charged at the two. Seeing this, Son Goku placed his hands at his temples and unleashed his ultimate technique. Solar Flare. A dazzling light radiated from Son Goku. Taking advantage of this moment, Vegeta kicked Gogeta into the air, gathering all his energy into his hands to form an energy sphere and hurled it at Gogeta. Final Flash. Son Goku placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy and firing at Gogeta. As he saw the two energy blasts approaching, Gogeta quickly gathered his own Kamehameha wave to defend. The three energy blasts collided, and for a moment the outcome was uncertain. Suddenly Gogeta shouted loudly, and the energy wave became even more powerful. The energy wave pressed down on Son Goku and Vegeta. The onlookers thought Gogeta would triumph over the two Super Saiyan 4s. However, due to excessive energy use, Gogeta's fusion time was shortened, forcing him to revert. What's going on? GT Son Goku and GT Vegeta looked bewildered at the incoming energy. Ling Tian used instant transmission to appear before the two, raising his right hand to block the energy. GT Goku, GT Vegeta, from now on, when you fuse you must finish quickly. Don't drag it out. If the time passes you'll revert, and expending too much energy will shorten the fusion time. Understood. The two nodded. After witnessing the power of the fusion technique, Son Goku and Vegeta from the main timeline also began to learn. The two repeatedly practiced the movements, and after fusing into Fat Gogeta and Old Gogeta, they successfully grasped the elements of fusion. A brilliant white light flashed, and the two successfully fused into Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. After Son Wukong and Vegeta successfully learned the fusion technique, Ling Tian did not bring everyone back to the main timeline. Thus, in the main timeline, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Paragus trained and battled alongside their counterparts from the GT timeline every day. Ling Tian watched as GT Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, standing out amongst the crowd, and with a flash transported him to Namek, where he wished to the eternal dragon Purunga to grow a tail. After GT Vegeta grew a tail, he gathered an energy ball and threw it into the sky, causing a full moon to appear. After a series of operations, GT Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Unbeknownst to them, over 10 days had passed. One day, GT Trunks appeared before everyone, covered in injuries. After some inquiries, it was revealed that he had been attacked by Android 17. It seemed that Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew and Hell had teamed up to create Hell's Android 17, and they were now trying to open the gate between Hell and the human world with the help of Hell's Android 17 and GT's Android 17. Ling Tian said calmly, "Everyone, a new crisis has emerged. Isn't it just that Trunks was injured by Android 17? What crisis could possibly arise?" Everyone was quite confused. Just then the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive black hole appeared on Earth. This black hole was the gateway to Hell, opened by Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew using the cooperation of Hell's Android 17 and GT's Android 17. After the gate to Hell appeared, enemies that had been defeated by the GT crew began to emerge from Hell. As many villains wreaked havoc in the city, the GT crew and the main timeline crew quickly sprang into action. "Demon, get away from me. Help me. Someone save me." They began to engage in battle with these villains in various cities. Bang! Boom! The sound of explosions reverberated as battles erupted all over the Earth. Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell had just finished dealing with a group of minions and were preparing to head to the next location. Cell. Just then a familiar figure appeared before Ling Tian and the others. This person was Hell's Android 17, created by Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Dr. Gero, Cell is right next to us. How could there be another Cell? Did you create a new one? Dr. Mew and Hell glanced at the Cell beside him. Something's not right. Dr. Gero was somewhat confused, but still responded. "I did not create a second Cell, and I have not seen any of the people next to him. And now there are two Son Wukongs, Vegeta's Son Gohans, and Piccolo's. Cell then erupted with energy and launched an attack on Hell's Android 17. Cell, you think you can challenge me? Hell's Android 17 snorted coldly, believing that the Cell before him and the one in Hell were of comparable strength. Seeing the fist coming at him, Hell's Android 17 casually raised his hand to block. Bang! Unexpectedly, Hell's Android 17 underestimated the strength of the Cell before him and was sent flying by a punch, crashing into a dilapidated building. Damn! Hell's Android 17, seething with anger, charged out of the abandoned building and attacked Cell. The two instantly engaged in battle. Cell easily dodged Hell's Android 17's attacks, landing a heavy punch that sent him deep underground. Boom! With a loud crash, a massive pit was created in the ground, and Hell's Android 17 collapsed. 17, is this all the strength you have? Cell sneered. Damn! Hell's Android 17 struggled to rise from the ground. In Hell, seeing the people emerging from the gate to Hell being eliminated one by GT Son Wukong and the others, Hell's Android 17 was defeated, and Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu could no longer contain their anger. The two then brought GT's Android 17, GT Cell, and GT Frieza out of Hell. Damn it, it's all your fault for ruining our plan. Dr. Gero glared at Ling Tian and the others, gritting his teeth. Dr. Gero, it's all right. Dr. Mu patted Dr. Gero on the shoulder and said firmly, I believe that the two Android 17s combined will definitely defeat them and eliminate Son Wukong. The two 17s. Cell looked at the two identical figures in surprise. Upon hearing Dr. Mu's words, Hell's Android 17 instantly regained confidence. Cell, don't get too complacent. You'll soon know our power. Hell's Android 17 said, then fused with GT's Android 17. Before long, the two successfully fused, and the resulting Super Android 17 was tall and robust. All right, Cell, prepare to face my wrath. Is this your fusion? It doesn't feel impressive at all, Cell said as he clenched his fists and unleashed all his energy, causing the entire earth to tremble. How is this possible? Dr. Gero looked incredulously at the scene before him, wondering why this Cell was much stronger than the one beside him. Broly, let's clear out the irrelevant people first, Ling Tian said as he charged toward Dr. Gero and GT Frieza. Broly hurriedly followed. Super Android 17, save us. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu shouted as they retreated. GT Frieza and GT Cell tried to unleash their energy to resist, but Ling Tian and Broly easily neutralized their attacks. Ling Tian and Broly gathered energy and struck GT Frieza and GT Cell. Boom! With two explosive sounds, GT Frieza and GT Cell were obliterated. Seeing that Super Android 17 did not come to save them, and that their two major generals had been eliminated, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu could only turn and flee. Run! Where do you think you're going? Ling Tian instantly appeared before the two, delivering a punch to each, causing them to explode. In an instant, only Super Android 17 remained on the battlefield. Super Android 17, after watching Dr. Gero and the others get eliminated, showed no reaction, but kept his gaze fixed on Cell. Cell suddenly appeared in front of Super Android 17. The two faced each other and launched attacks simultaneously. Bang! 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 Their punches collided, producing a series of thunderous noises. Super Android 17 retreated, continuously firing energy blasts at Cell. Cell charged forward, enduring the energy blasts. What? Super Android 17 was stunned, seeing Cell injured after being hit by the energy blasts, yet he still dared to continue the assault. Seizing the moment while Super Android 17 was in a daze, Cell rushed forward and repeatedly struck Super Android 17's abdomen with his knee. Damn it! Cell, you're asking for death. Super Android 17 gathered energy into his hand, and a massive energy ball smashed down on Cell. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the air as both were blasted away by the energy explosion. Super Android 17's clothes were torn, while Cell lost an arm. Huh! Cell let out a low roar, and the arm he had lost began to grow back. He then placed his hands on his waist, gathering energy to strike at Super Android 17. Kamehameha. Super Android 17 stood still, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he watched the Kamehameha wave approaching. When the Kamehameha wave hit Super Android 17, it did not explode. Instead, Super Android 17's muscles swelled as the energy from the Kamehameha wave was absorbed into his body, transforming into his own strength. Seeing his Kamehameha wave being absorbed, Cell was furious. He instantly teleported behind Super Android 17 and kicked him away. At that moment, the GT crew and the main timeline crew who had eliminated all the villains flew in from a distance. GT Son Wukong asked, Ling Tian, is that person Android 17? Everyone turned their gaze toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian shook his head and began to explain to the crowd. He is not Android 17. He is the result of the fusion between Hell's Android 17 and Earth's Android 17. also known as Super Android 17. Super Android 17. The crowd gasped in surprise. That's right, and this is all part of Dr. Jiro's plan. However, Dr. Jiro has already been eliminated, now only Super 17 remains. Damn Dr. Jiro, he doesn't even rest in hell. GT Piccolo clenched his fists. Bang, bang, bang. Cell and Super 17 began to engage in close combat. Cell landed a punch on Super 17's face, who despite the excruciating pain kicked Cell into a shrimp-like position. Their battle is so intense. I want to join in, both Wukongs exclaimed. Hearing the noisy discussions around him, Cell turned his head and noticed that everyone was watching him fight. However, as he turned his head, Super 17 punched him away. Do I Cell have no pride? Quickly stabilizing himself in midair, Cell adjusted his stance and launched another attack at Super 17. Bang! The two exchanged punches and were sent flying backward. Cell gathered a circular energy disc in his hand and threw it at Super 17. Cutting disc. Facing the attack, Super 17 remained motionless, quietly waiting for the disc to approach. It seemed that if this Super 17 wanted to absorb energy, he could only stand still. Cell noticed this detail and teleported behind him, kicking him toward the disc. Super 17 was interrupted in his skill activation and, unable to evade, lost a leg to the disc. Ha ha ha. Aren't you supposed to absorb energy? Why didn't you do it just now? Cell laughed loudly. Enduring the pain of his severed leg, Super 17 soared into the sky, wrapping his hands in sparks to condense a black energy ball, firing it at Cell. Hellblast. Seeing this, Cell placed his hands on his waist to gather energy for defense. Kamehameha wave. Boom. The two energies collided in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. Cell swiftly dodged, appearing before Super 17, grabbing him and teleporting away from Earth. What just happened? Everyone was puzzled as to why Cell had taken Super 17 away from Earth. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the universe. Moments later, Cell teleported back in front of everyone. Cell, what was that loud noise? GT Sun Wukong asked. Was Super 17 eliminated? I just randomly found a planet to self-destruct and Super 17 has been obliterated. Cell replied casually. Self-destruct? The GT crowd and those from the main timeline were shocked. Ling Tian shook his head, realizing that Cell must think Super 17 had infinite energy and could keep consuming it, so it was better to eliminate him all at once. After the crisis was resolved, everyone returned to GT Bulma's house. At that moment, GT Sun Wukong and the others had gathered all the Dragon Balls and placed them on the lawn in Bulma's yard. GT Sun Wukong shouted loudly at the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire sky of Earth immediately darkened, and a black smoke emerged from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a Shenron with wings, exuding an evil aura. The black smoke Shenron was also smoking a cigar. Aunt Bulma, is this really Shenron? Xiaofang couldn't believe that Shenron looked like this while smoking a cigar. GT Bulma replied, I don't know, but he didn't look like this before. However, since he came out of the Dragon Balls, he must be Shenron. GT Sun Wukong said loudly, Shenron, please help us revive all the humans who died in this battle. Hearing this, the black smoke Shenron took a cigar and inhaled deeply, then blew out rings of smoke, saying, I am not Shenron, but an evil dragon. Evil dragon. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone was choked by the smoke and thought they had misheard. That's right. The black smoke Shenron had an arrogant demeanor. From this day forth, I will no longer follow human commands. No longer follow human commands. GT Bulma asked, do you mean that from today onwards the Dragon Balls cannot be used anymore? That's right, and I will also destroy your Earth. As the black smoke Shenron spoke, he transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and flew off in different directions across Earth. Destroying Earth, is that something Shenron can do? GT Bulma still found it hard to believe. The 7 Dragon Balls have scattered across Earth again, and the wish was not granted. What should we do now? GT Trunks was also confused. Although everyone didn't understand why the Dragon Balls had suddenly changed like this, it was undoubtedly a bad omen. From a distance, Broly asked, Ling Tian, why is this Shenron different from the previous ones? Ling Tian began to explain to everyone. This is not a Shenron meant for granting wishes, but an evil dragon that will destroy the universe. The Dragon Balls cannot be used frequently. Every time Shenron grants a wish, it increases the negative energy. The negative energy will automatically dissipate after some time. The evil dragon from earlier is a result of wishing too frequently. The negative energy hasn't dissipated, yet you continue searching for the Dragon Balls to make wishes. The cracks on the Dragon Balls indicate that the negative energy has reached its limit. Ling Tian, will that Shenron really destroy Earth? GT Bulma turned to Ling Tian. Yes. Ling Tian nodded. This young man is absolutely correct. Suddenly, an old voice echoed in their ears. GT Sun Wukong asked, Is that you, old Kaioshin? Yes, it's me. Wukong, I have been watching since you made your wish to Shinran. Originally, the Dragon Balls violate the laws of nature, but you all have ignored my advice and kept using them frequently, especially you, Bulma. Me, GT Bulma was taken aback. Of course it's you. Normally, it takes a long time for an ordinary person to gather all the Dragon Balls, yet you invented the Dragon Radar, making it easier to gather them. Each time the Dragon Balls are used, it adds a bit of negative energy. Originally, if the Dragon Balls were left for a certain period, they would automatically purify the negative energy generated from wishes, but you all upgraded the Dragon Balls to grant 3 wishes. As GT Old Kaioshin spoke, he grew more agitated, his voice rising. Now that the evil dragon has appeared, who can you blame but yourselves, eh? The Dragon Radar is indeed my invention, but I am just a weak woman. How could I possibly gather all 7 Dragon Balls by myself without the help of Wukong and the others? GT Bulma immediately shifted all the blame on his son Wukong. Alright then, it's all my fault. GT's son Wukong scratched his head. Old Kaioshin, what should I do now? Wukong, you all need to defeat the evil dragon and purify the negative energy in the Dragon Balls. Old Kaioshin, as long as we defeat the evil dragon and retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls, that will be enough. Wukong, don't underestimate the evil dragon. They all have various magical abilities and immense power. GT's son Wukong stretched and smiled. Don't worry, Old Kaioshin, I will definitely defeat them and collect the Dragon Balls. Old Kaioshin shook his head helplessly. Wukong was still so naive. Forget it, Wukong, just make sure to collect the 7 Dragon Balls, though otherwise the entire universe could be destroyed. GT's son Wukong patted his chest and pledged, Old Kaioshin, I will definitely retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls. After hearing this, Old Kaioshin cut off contact with everyone. Elder Kaioshin said everything would be fine once the Dragon Balls are recovered, so we'll set off to find them right away. GT's son Goku waved farewell to the group before departing. Wait, GT Goku. This time you won't go alone. We're all coming with you. Ling Tian declared, gesturing toward the warriors from the main timeline. Grandpa, I'm going with you too. Xiao Fong stepped forward. Xiao Fong, you must stay behind this time. It's far too dangerous. Your father and Uncle Ling Tian will handle it perfectly. GT Gohan swiftly grabbed Xiao Fong, who had been attempting to slip away unnoticed. Xiao Fong wore an expression of pure innocence. Dad, it was me who accompanied Grandpa and Trunks across the cosmos to search for the Dragon Balls last time. Why can't I go now? Gohan, I'll ensure Xiao Fong's safety, GT's son Goku affirmed. Very well then. GT Gohan nodded and turned his gaze toward Xiao Fong. Xiao Fong, you must obey Grandpa. No wandering off. That I understand. Xiao Fong beamed with delight. Ling Tian then asked GT Vegeta, will you and your team join GT Goku in searching for the Dragon Balls? We only have 1 Dragon Radar, and I don't possess one. How am I supposed to locate them? GT Vegeta shrugged arms wide. Ling Tian gave a light chuckle. The evil dragons won't remain hidden forever, nor can they fully conceal their auras. And with so many of us, splitting up will surely expedite our search. Agreed. The group nodded in unison. Ling Tian proposed, since we're so numerous, shall we hold a friendly contest to see which team recovers the most Dragon Balls? How exactly would this contest work? The others looked puzzled. Ling Tian explained, I'll team up with Broly and Cell GT. Goku, you'll join GT Vegeta and Xiao Fong. Main Timeline Son Goku and Vegeta will form a pair, and Main Timeline Gohan, Piccolo, and Paragus will make the 4th team. We'll see whose squad retrieves the most Dragon Balls. An excellent idea. GT's son Goku enthusiastically approved. Undoubtedly Kakarot and I will gather the most. Main Timeline Vegeta spoke with unwavering confidence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Main Timeline Gohan, Piccolo, and Paragus soared skyward, vanishing into the distance. Unfair. You've begun the race before it even started. GT Vegeta roared in outrage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ignoring GT Vegeta entirely, the rest launched themselves into the air using flight technique. Vegeta, Xiao Fong, we must go too. Seeing they'd already fallen behind GT's son Goku, urged the two onward. Damn it. GT Vegeta erupted with energy and shot skyward. Within the ruins of an abandoned city, an evil dragon resembling a giant mole wielded its innate earth-based power to trigger violent earthquakes. After GT Vegeta slaughtered countless innocent civilians and used the Dragon Balls to resurrect them, the 7-star dragon, also known as the Earth Dragon, was born from the resulting surge of negative energy. The 7-star dragon possessed the ability to possess others' bodies. As it rampaged through the city, generating relentless tremors, skyscrapers crumbled and countless lives perished. Ha! The 7-star dragon laughed maniacally at the humans slain by its quakes. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air from afar. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized before the dragon. none other than main timeline's son Goku and Vegeta. Your son Goku. But didn't you revert to a child's form? The seven-star dragon blinked in bewilderment. Main timeline's son Goku demanded, was it you who caused this city's collapse? So what if it was, hey? The dragon sneered. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Kakarot, you interrogate him. I'll handle the rest. With that, Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 and lunged ferociously at the seven-star dragon. Startled by Vegeta's overwhelming charge, the dragon attempted to burrow underground. Before it could vanish beneath the surface, Vegeta seized its tail and hurled it high into the air. Then Vegeta drew his hands to his chest, channeling immense energy until a blinding golden sphere coalesced between his palms and blasted forth toward the dragon. Final flash. F. The dragon shrieked midair and was obliterated instantly. Vegeta retrieved the Dragon Ball from the ground and examined its 7 stars gleamed upon its surface. Main timeline's son Goku asked, Vegeta, how did you know it was an evil dragon? Kakarot, I noticed at the moment I arrived that Rodent's forehead bore a black orb strikingly similar to a Dragon Ball. Kakarot, it seems each evil dragon bears a Dragon Ball embedded within its form. Then let's hasten to another location. Elsewhere, Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell hovered above a vast expanse of ocean scanning for the Dragon Balls. As they passed a fishing village, something felt amiss. Why weren't the fishermen venturing out to sea? Instead, they gathered en masse at the village entrance. Ling Tian approached and learned they were awaiting the dragon goddess's blessings. Ever since the dragon goddess's arrival, they no longer risked treacherous voyages. Each day, precisely at this hour, she bestowed upon them bountiful harvests from the sea. Ling Tian, there's certainly an evil dragon at work here. Then we'll wait right here. And so Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell stood vigil at the village gate, awaiting the dragon goddess's descent. Suddenly, the tranquil sea churned violently. The dragon goddess has descended, the fishermen cried with exhilaration. Ling Tian and his companions immediately turned their gaze toward the horizon. There, hovering above the waves, floated a woman. Her skin a pale aquamarine, clad in azure robes adorned with metallic bracelets, her long violet hair cascading down to her ankles, and a circular orb embedded upon her brow. She was the 6-star dragon, also known as the ocean dragon, a fusion of water and wind born from the negative energy generated when Oolong wished for a girl's undergarment from the eternal dragon. Ling Tian, look, isn't that a Dragon Ball on her forehead? Upon seeing the woman, Cell immediately spotted the orb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 stars. Ling Tian counted aloud. This is indeed the 6-star dragon. Who are you, and where is Son Goku? The 6-star dragon scanned left and right, but found no sign of Son Goku. Ling Tian grinned. Our identities matter little. What matters is that he will never arrive in time. Arrogant fool. With a roar, the 6-star dragon summoned dense clusters of compressed air around her body. Vacuum rupture bombs. She unleashed the barrage. Hundreds of spherical projectiles hurtling toward Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell like billiard balls. Each warrior instantly encased himself in a shimmering energy barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Crash. The bombs detonated against the shields in thunderous concussions, unleashing gale force winds that shattered homes and uprooted trees across the fishing village. Impossible. The 6-star dragon stared in stunned disbelief at the 3 unscathed figures. It ends now. Ling Tian clenched his fists in midair, and a violet-purple energy scythe materialized in his grasp. In a blur of motion, Ling Tian reappeared directly before the dragon and swung the energy scythe in rapid lethal arcs. Before the 6-star dragon could react, she was cleaved into countless fragments. With her defeat, Ling Tian claimed the 6-star Dragon Ball. Broly, Cell, let's move on. Ling Tian called out to the 2 watching idly from afar. Together the trio ascended and sped eastward, soaring across the sky with flight technique. In a desolate city on Earth, an evil dragon with green skin resembling a frog was creating a humid mist that spread across the planet. Anyone exposed to the toxic mist would have their strength and energy drained. This evil dragon, known as Earthling, also called the Cloudy Dragon, is the dragon of pollution. Jilu Dragon Balls detected. There is a Dragon Ball response ahead. Xiao Fong exclaimed. Jilu, take us there quickly. Whoosh. Jilu soared into the air, flying towards the location of the Dragon Ball response. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Fong, GT Son Goku, and GT Vegeta hurriedly followed. As Earthling wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment, 3 figures and a robot suddenly descended from the sky. Earthling turned to look at the familiar figure. Son Goku, it's you, he declared. It is because of your wishes that we evil dragons were born. GT's Son Goku inquired. So you are the evil dragon born from that wish. It seems you don't remember, let me tell you. Earthling continued. When you were young, you used the Dragon Balls to revive a little boy's father. I am the result of that wish. You mean Yupa's father? GT Son Goku recalled immediately. Now I will destroy the earth. Long's aura surged, and the toxic mist spread faster. The larger the area of the mist, the stronger Long becomes. I won't let you succeed. GT Son Goku attacked Long in his normal state, only to be sent flying by a single punch. Long intended to press the advantage and finish off Son Goku. Seeing this, Xiao Fong rushed forward to intervene, throwing punches and kicks at Long, but caused no damage. Long chuckled and shook his head, grabbing Xiao Fong and throwing her into the dark waters. GT Son Goku shouted, "Xiao Fong!" Long swiftly turned and appeared behind Son Goku, kicking him into the lake. Ha ha ha! Long laughed heartily. I didn't expect Son Goku to be so easy to deal with. You filthy frog, what are you laughing at? Long turned to look. There was another person floating in the air. How dare you call me a frog? You shall die. As he spoke, Long opened his mouth to spew a cloud of toxic mist towards GT Vegeta. So disgusting. GT Vegeta quickly retreated. I want fight like Kakarot, lowering my strength to deal with a small fry. Huh. GT Vegeta roared angrily, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and charging at Long. How can you be so powerful? Long exclaimed in shock. GT Vegeta ignored him completely and in a flash appeared behind Long, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Before Long could stabilize himself in the air, GT Vegeta delivered another heavy punch that sent him crashing into the ground. Boom. The ground was smashed into a massive pit by Long. Damn it. Long shot into the sky, continuously releasing toxic mist attacks. Filthy frog, is that all you can do? Then die. GT Vegeta's energy surged from his body, gathering into his palm, forming a purple energy sphere aimed at Long in the sky. Energy cannon. Long was unable to avoid it and was struck directly by the energy blast. Boom. With a loud explosion, Long was annihilated, returning to his normal form. After Long vanished, the toxic mist gradually dissipated. Suddenly, GT Son Goku emerged from the lake with Xiao Fong. Vegeta, where did Long go? GT Vegeta tossed the Dragon Ball in his hand and said, I have already dealt with him. But Kakarot, do you still want to win the competition? Vegeta, what's wrong? GT Son Goku asked, confused. This trash can be defeated with a single move. Why are you playing with him in your normal state? I see Ling Tian and the others are about to gather all the other Dragon Balls. GT Vegeta was furious. Ha ha ha. GT Son Goku chuckled in response. Vegeta, I forgot about that as soon as I started fighting. Kakarot, you. GT Vegeta shot into the sky, flying off into the distance. Vegeta, wait for us. GT Son Goku grabbed Xiao Fong and Jilu, quickly following after him. In a desolate city on Earth, an evil dragon with red skin resembling a bird was destroying the city. This evil dragon is called Long. Although Long is much smaller than the other evil dragons, he possesses incredible power and can continuously unleash lightning. He can also create electrical slime that absorbs energy from all objects, with the absorbed energy continuously converting into his own strength. This is easy. Just as Long unleashed lightning, wreaking havoc on the city, Son Gohan sensed the evil aura from afar and immediately used instant transmission with Paragus. Piccolo quickly followed, using instant transmission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The main timeline Son Gohan, Paragus, and Piccolo appeared before Long. Son Gohan, Piccolo. Long paused momentarily, then asked, Where is Son Goku? Why are only you here? Son Gohan replied, Dad is somewhere else battling other evil dragons. I see. Long's eyes turned fierce. If that's the case, then he'll take care of you first before dealing with Son Goku. Let's see if you have the strength for that. Huh. The main timeline Son Gohan and Paragus transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo unleashed his full aura, charging at Long. What? So strong. Long exclaimed, immediately gathering lightning to form a massive lightning ball aimed at the three of them. Dragon Ball Lightning. Paragus swatted the lightning ball into the air with a slap. Piccolo placed his right finger to his forehead, charging energy and firing it at Long. Magic Hit Cannon. Long was startled, quickly manipulating the electrical slime on the ground to form a protective wall around himself. Boom. The Magic Hit Cannon struck the protective wall, causing it to shake violently, as if it would shatter at any moment, yet it ultimately managed to withstand Piccolo's attack. The electrical slime of Long can absorb the energy of objects, and it barely managed to block Piccolo's attack with the energy of an entire city. Phew. Long gasped heavily, nearly losing his life at the hands of Piccolo. This protective shield is quite interesting. Paragus was getting excited. Oomph. Piccolo snorted coldly. I can't stay like this, or he'll die. I need to leave quickly and absorb the energy from several cities, then I can defeat them. Long turned and tried to flee. Trying to escape, Son Gohan used instant transmission to appear in front of Wuxing Long, kicking him towards Paragus. Paragus punched Wuxing Long into the sky. Immediately after, the three began gathering energy, unleashing their ultimate moves. Kamehameha Wave, Magic Flash, Magic Hit Cannon. Wuxing Long was left with no protection as he was struck heated by the three energy blasts. Boom. Wuxing Long couldn't even let out a cry of despair before being annihilated. A spherical object fell from the sky, which Son Gohan quickly caught. Uncle Piccolo, it's the Wuxing Ball. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Finally, we have a Dragon Ball. Oh, let's go find the others. Piccolo also smiled. Whoosh. The three soared into the air, flying off into the distance. In the ruins of a city on Earth, a humanoid, evil dragon with blue skin and a pair of wings walked forward. With each step he took, the ground ahead froze solid. This being was named Sanxing Long, also known as the Ice Dragon, capable of controlling freezing air and creating ice that could not melt. He was born from the negative energy created when GT Sun Wukong and others used the Dragon Balls to wish for the complete erasure of Earth humans' memories of Majin Buu. Suddenly, three figures appeared above the abandoned city. Sanxing Long paused, sensing something, and turned to see Ling Tian, Broly, and Shala hovering in midair. Who are you? Do you know where Sun Wukong is? Broly turned to Ling Tian beside him. This evil dragon. Why does he feel different from the last one? Ling Tian chuckled lightly and explained, Broly, don't be fooled by his polite demeanor and gentle tone. He is a very despicable character who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Oh, Sanxing Long's lips curled up slightly. I didn't expect you to notice that. How infuriating you! I almost had you deceived. Huh? Sanxing Long laughed. You can only blame yourself for being too naive. You're just like Sun Wukong. I am nothing like Kakarot. Broly shouted in anger, unleashing all his energy as he charged at Sanxing Long. Seeing this, Sanxing Long quickly adjusted his stance, gathering energy and emitting freezing light waves from his wings to attack Broly. Broly's figure flickered, easily dodging the attack. The abandoned building behind him was struck by the light wave, instantly turning into a block of ice. Broly quickly closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to Sanxing Long. Sanxing Long spat out blood, his body curling up as he was sent flying backward. Boom, boom. Sanxing Long crashed into the abandoned building, causing it to collapse and bury him. The ground was immediately raised by a massive cloud of dust. As the dust dispersed, Sanxing Long crawled out of the ruins in a sorry state. Damn it. Furious, Sanxing Long's eyes suddenly shot out a freezing beam. Broly was caught off guard and was frozen into an ice sculpture. Before Sanxing Long could show a victorious smile, Broly growled lowly and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the ice instantly turning to dust. Broly quickly flashed and appeared in front of Sanxing Long, grabbing his head and slamming it down against the ground. Sanxing Long had no means to resist and could only let out a miserable cry. After a brutal beating from Broly, Sanxing Long lay limp on the ground, motionless. This is the end. Broly tossed Sanxing Long into the air, gathering an energy ball in his hand and throwing it at the airborne Sanxing Long. Colossal Meteor. The originally ordinary energy ball transformed into a gigantic one the moment it was thrown. Damn, how could it be so strong? Sanxing Long weakly exclaimed. Just as Sanxing Long thought he would perish under this energy ball. Boom. Suddenly, an energy blast sent Sanxing Long flying, successfully avoiding the energy ball's attack. Broly looked up to see who had interrupted him. On the rooftop of a nearby abandoned building stood a figure identical to Sanxing Long, but with golden yellow skin. The newcomer was none other than his brother Sixing Long, whose body temperature matched that of the sun, capable of reaching an evil dragon's power level of 600. However, Sixing Long's personality was completely different from Sanxing Long's. He was courteous and upright. Sixing Long was born from the negative energy generated when Piccolo wished for youth, when Sun Wukong was still a child, thus sharing a kinship with Sun Wukong. Sanxing Long struggled to rise from the ground, saying, Sixing Long. Shala grinned wickedly. Ling Tian, another evil dragon has arrived. If we eliminate them, this match will be ours. Then you go and finish it quickly, Ling Tian said. Shala growled, unleashing all his energy as he charged at Sixing Long. Wait. Sixing Long suddenly called out to Shala. What do you want? Shala asked, puzzled. I don't want to fight you. My only target is Sun Wukong. Who cares who your target is? Shala thought Sixing Long would give him a good explanation, but was surprised that he merely wanted to battle Sun Wukong. In a flash, Shala appeared in front of Sixing Long and knocked him flying with a single punch. All around Earth, everyone sensed the surge of energy when Broly unleashed his power, and now Shala was battling with his own energy surge. It seemed that Ling Tian had many evil dragons. Everyone quickly activated instant transmission, heading towards Ling Tian's location. Whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian turned to see that everyone had gathered here. What are you doing here? Aren't you looking for the Dragon Balls? GT Vegeta tossed a Dragon Ball in his hand and said, I've already found one. Uncle Ling Tian, we found one too. Sun Wukong pulled out a Dragon Ball from his pocket. Piccolo asked, Main Timeline Sun Wukong, didn't you and Vegeta find any? How could that be? Main Timeline Vegeta said as he also pulled out a Dragon Ball. Ling Tian smiled slightly. It seems I am destined to win this match. Boom. Without the interference from Sixing Long, Broly sent Sanxing Long away with a single energy blast. Broly picked up the Sanxing ball from the ground and returned to Ling Tian's side. Kakarot, we now have 2 once Shala finishes off Sixing Long, we'll have 3. Damn it, it's all your fault for dawdling. Both Vegetas said simultaneously to Sun Wukong beside them. The 2 Sun Wukongs were left speechless. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, Shalu and Sixing Long continued to clash, battling from the ground to the sky. Just as Shala's fist was about to hit Sixing Long, Sixing Long immediately raised his body temperature to a scorching 6,000 degrees Celsius. What is happening? Shalu looked at his burned right hand, feeling the intense heat around him. He looked at Sixing Long and realized the heat was emanating from him. Shalu quickly summoned an energy shield to protect himself. Seeing that Shalu had insulated himself from the heat, Sixing Long soared into the sky, gathering high-temperature energy in his palm and forming a gigantic fireball aimed at Shalu. Super Fireball. Shalu placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy to defend. Kamehameha. Boom. The 2 energies collided in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. It seems your power is only this much. It should be the end now. Huh. Shalu said as he once again released his energy, golden light radiating from him. The dazzling brilliance forced Ling Tian and the others to close their eyes. As the light faded, Shalu's once green skin transformed into a golden hue. He had successfully transformed into Golden Shalu. How is this possible? Sixing Long was incredulous at Shalu's immense power. In a flash, Shalu appeared in front of Sixing Long and knocked the bewildered Sixing Long to pieces with a single punch. After Sixing Long was eliminated, Shalu picked up the Sixing ball from the ground and soared into the sky towards Ling Tian and the others. Whoosh. Shara flew back from afar and handed the Dragon Ball to Ling Tian. Shara, your transformation is so powerful. Why haven't I seen you use it before? Master Sun Wukong from the main timeline was quite surprised. Shara grinned. After my last self-detonation in the universe against Super 17, I comprehended this transformation, but I just never used it. The King Kai's realm. The old King Kai and GT Jebit were both gathered around a crystal ball, observing Sun Wukong's progress in searching for the Dragon Balls. I didn't expect that Wukong and the others would find 6 Dragon Balls so quickly, the old King Kai murmured. GT Jebit said, Ancestor, the person from another timeline is just too strong. I felt that Shara's transformation has already surpassed everyone else. What do you understand? I told you to read more, but you just go herding cattle. The old King Kai slapped Jebit's head. Ancestor, isn't it like that? GT Jebit asked in confusion. The old King Kai stroked his chin and explained. Ling Tian is the strongest, followed by Broly and then Sharu. The Wukong from the other timeline should be quite comparable to our Wukong. Did you not see that Ling Tian has always been the one giving orders? Moreover, both Ling Tian and Broly are Scions. Since Wukong and the others can transform into Super Saiyan 4, do you think they won't be able to? I understand now, Ancestor. GT Jebit quickly nodded, not wanting to be hit again. The 2 continued to gather around the crystal ball, watching Sun Wukong and his companions on Earth. On Earth. Now that we have 6 Dragon Balls, we only need 1 more to collect them all. Broly broke the silence. Great. This way the Earth won't be destroyed. Xiao Fang exclaimed, jumping 3 meters high. GT Sun Wukong suggested, Ling Tian, let's go find the last Dragon Ball. Ling Tian chuckled lightly. No need, he has already arrived. Who has arrived? Everyone was puzzled by what Ling Tian was saying. One-star dragon, are you not coming out? Ling Tian looked at the collapsed building ahead. So you noticed me long ago? A voice came from the ruins and a tall figure with white skin appeared before everyone. This person had a pair of white horns on his head, a pair of black horns on his arms and back, and a Dragon Ball embedded in his forehead. The one-star dragon was born from negative energy after Dondi enhanced the power of the Dragon Balls. So this is the one-star dragon. GT Sun Wukong was filled with fighting spirit. The one-star dragon scoffed disdainfully. Those useless fools can't even deal with you. In the end, it has to be me to take care of you. The one-star dragon is cold and ruthless, looking down on other evil dragons and Sun Wukong. GT Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at the one-star dragon. Kakarot got ahead again. GT Vegeta snorted. The one-star dragon looked at the approaching GT Sun Wukong unperturbed, raising his right hand to catch GT Sun Wukong's punch. Unexpectedly, GT Sun Wukong's punch hit the one-star dragon's abdomen, bending him into a shrimp shape as he flew backward. In the original work, GT Sun Wukong couldn't defeat the one-star dragon because he was the only one searching for the Dragon Balls, with Xiaofang exhausting all energy fighting other evil dragons. How is that possible? The one-star dragon was shocked. It seems the other evil dragons lost unfairly. They indeed had strong power. The one-star dragon steadied himself in midair and launched an attack on Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. The one-star dragon continuously struck GT Sun Wukong with his fists. Bang. Suddenly, GT Sun Wukong caught the one-star dragon's attacking fist. Is this all the strength you have, one-star dragon? GT Sun Wukong smirked disdainfully. Damn it. No matter how the one-star dragon struggled, he could not break free from GT Sun Wukong's grip. GT Sun Wukong struck the one-star dragon's abdomen with his knee. Opt. The one-star dragon screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. GT Sun Wukong delivered a heavy punch, sending the one-star dragon deep into the ground. Boom. An explosion rang out, creating a massive pit in the ground. Huh. The one-star dragon roared angrily, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and inhaled, unleashing a massive suction force. The Dragon Balls that Ling Tian and the others had stored in their pockets flew out uncontrollably. The Dragon Balls. Everyone grabbed the Dragon Balls to prevent them from flying away, while Ling Tian shook his head at them. Seeing Ling Tian's signal, they all released their grip on the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls flew through the air and quickly entered the one-star dragon's mouth. Ling Tian, why did you let the one-star dragon eat the Dragon Balls? GT Vegeta was somewhat confused. Ling Tian smiled and said, after the one-star dragon devours the Dragon Balls, he will evolve into the Super One-Star Dragon, gaining immense power and the ability to use the powers of other evil dragons. In that case, you can all fight together. After absorbing 6 Dragon Balls, the one-star dragon's aura surged dramatically, successfully evolving into the Super One-Star Dragon. The absorbed Dragon Balls were all embedded in the chest of the Super One-Star Dragon. Wukong, I will make you pay. The Super One-Star Dragon flashed and instantly appeared in front of GT Sun Wukong. Suddenly, the 5-star Dragon Ball on the chest of the Super One-Star Dragon began to flicker, and a bolt of lightning shot from his hand. GT Sun Wukong was caught off guard and struck directly by this lightning. Next, the 3-star Dragon Ball on the chest of the Super One-Star Dragon flickered, shooting a beam of freezing energy from his eyes that landed on GT Sun Wukong's chest. GT Sun Wukong, who had never fought an evil dragon before, was completely unaware of the powers of evil dragons, and he was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Let's all go together. Ling Tian said, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and charging forward, kicking the Super One-Star Dragon away. The frozen GT Sun Wukong unleashed his aura, shattering the ice entirely. Damn it. Since you want to seek death, I will oblige. The Super One-Star Dragon turned to Ling Tian and said. Suddenly, the 4-star Dragon Ball on the chest of the Super One-Star Dragon began to flicker, using the ability of the 4-star dragon, raising his body temperature to 6,000 degrees Celsius and concentrating massive high-temperature flames, causing his body to ignite, sending countless giant fireballs towards Ling Tian. Chaotic fire needles. Seeing this, Ling Tian gathered energy to form a protective shield around himself, ignoring the Super One-Star Dragon's attacks and charging straight in. Bang! Bang! The fireball struck the protective shield, creating massive explosions. How is that possible? Not even the protective shield can be broken. The Super One-Star Dragon was stunned. Ling Tian appeared in front of the Super One-Star Dragon, continuously raining down punches, forcing the Super One-Star Dragon to retreat repeatedly. Huh. The Super One-Star Dragon gasped heavily. Ling Tian said indifferently, Super One-Star Dragon, you absorbing the Dragon Balls shouldn't only give you this level of power, right? Damn it. You pushed me. The Super One-Star Dragon shouted, and the 7 Dragon Balls on his chest emitted a dazzling light to grant wishes, continuously increasing his negative energy and enhancing his fighting power. The Super One-Star Dragon has become stronger again. I will join the fight too. You all continue to watch. Broly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at the Super One-Star Dragon. Overestimating oneself. The Super One-Star Dragon looked at Broly, who was attacking him, and snorted coldly. He then unleashed a beam of black negative energy towards Broly. Ultimate Death Ray. Broly casually slapped the beam away, instantly appearing in front of the Super One-Star Dragon, grabbing its head with one hand and pressing it down towards the ground. Broly pressed the Super One-Star Dragon's head down and started running wildly through the ruins. Oh. No matter how the Super One-Star Dragon struggled, it could not escape Broly's grip and could only emit cries of despair. Broly pushed the Super One-Star Dragon through the ruins, then kicked it into the air. GT's son Goku swiftly appeared above the Super One-Star Dragon and delivered a powerful punch that sent it crashing into the ground. Boom. The Super One-Star Dragon hit the ground with a loud bang. The impact created a massive crater, sending up a cloud of dust. Damn it. The Super One-Star Dragon never expected that even after wishing for increased negative energy with the Dragon Balls, it still fell short against them. Before the Super One-Star Dragon could emerge from the crater, the other Scions transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and Cell also transformed into Golden Cell surrounding the crater. In the main timeline, Piccolo took Little Fong to a safe spot to observe the battle. If it weren't for Little Fong needing protection, Piccolo would have rushed in to join the fight. What's going on? Why are there so many Super Saiyan 4s? The Super One-Star Dragon emerged from the crater, and upon seeing such a formidable group surrounding it, cold sweat broke out on its forehead. Before the Super One-Star Dragon could think too much, Ling Tian suddenly appeared in front of it and punched it in the abdomen. The Super One-Star Dragon arched its body and flew backward. It hurriedly stabilized itself in midair, gathering energy in its hands to counterattack. Unexpectedly, GT Vegeta kicked the Super One-Star Dragon in the kidneys from behind. The Super One-Star Dragon's energy release was interrupted, and it flew backward again. Ow, ow. The people from the main timeline and GT timeline ignored the Super One-Star Dragon's cries and launched an attack, beginning a righteous group assault. The Super One-Star Dragon was kicked around like a ball. You all shall die. The Super One-Star Dragon roared and shot into the sky, the 6-star Dragon Ball on its chest flickering as it continuously unleashed blade-like energy blasts. This is the 6-star Dragon's technique. Seeing this, Broly and Cell gathered energy to form a shield around themselves, ignoring the attacks of the energy blasts as they charged at the Super One-Star Dragon. Broly and Cell swung their fists incessantly at the Super One-Star Dragon. Bang, bang, bang. After taking several punches, the Super One-Star Dragon fell from the sky. Paragus swiftly appeared next to the Super One-Star Dragon and kicked it towards Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan raised his hands over his head, gathering energy to blast at the Super One-Star Dragon. Magic Flash. The Super One-Star Dragon was caught off guard and was hit by the energy. Boom. A violent explosion resonated in the air, releasing thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, the Super One-Star Dragon appeared covered in injuries. Everyone die. Suddenly, the Super One-Star Dragon shouted, and the 7 dark Dragon Balls in its chest emitted an evil negative aura, forming a huge dark red energy ball. The Super One-Star Dragon lifted the negative energy ball with its right hand and flew hundreds of meters into the sky. You shall perish along with the earth. The Super One-Star Dragon hurled the gathered negative energy ball towards the ground. Soon the negative energy ball descended to just a few dozen meters above the ground. Swish! Just then, Ling Tian used instant transmission to appear beneath the negative energy ball and kicked it forward. The negative energy ball was sent flying out of the earth into the universe. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the negative energy ball detonated outside the earth. My strongest attack was so easily neutralized. The Super One-Star Dragon was stunned. Super One-Star Dragon, it seems your strength ends here. Damn it. The Super One-Star Dragon said unwillingly. If it weren't for your numbers, I wouldn't be like this. Ling Tian smiled and replied, you could call for help. Taking the opportunity, Broly gathered energy at his chest and instantly appeared in front of the Super One-Star Dragon, embracing it. Boom. The energy exploded violently, sending the Super One-Star Dragon flying again, and all 6 Dragon Balls that it had absorbed were knocked out, falling to the ground. The One-Star Dragon endured the intense pain and absorbed the 6 Dragon Balls that had fallen to the ground, transforming back into the Super One-Star Dragon. Knowing the strength of the Super One-Star Dragon, Ling Tian lost the desire to continue fighting. He swiftly appeared in front of the Super One-Star Dragon and kicked it into the air. It's time to end this, Ling Tian said as he began gathering energy at his waist. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the GT and main timeline group also gathered energy to unleash their ultimate moves. Vast Omega, Kamehameha Wave, Magic Convergence, Flash Cannon, Final Flash, Massive Meteor, Magic Flash. A kaleidoscope of energy surged towards the Super One-Star Dragon in midair. No, the Super One-Star Dragon let out a desperate roar. Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the Super One-Star Dragon was reduced to ashes, completely vanishing from this world. After the Super One-Star Dragon disappeared, the 7 Dragon Balls on it returned to their normal forms and scattered on the ground. Seeing the battle concluded, Piccolo used instant transmission to bring Little Fong and the robot Jiru to Ling Tian and the others. Jiru Dragon Balls detected. Dragon Balls detected. Little Fong ran over and picked up the 7 restored Dragon Balls. Grandpa, we did it. A radiant smile blossomed on Little Fang's face. Seeing this, everyone transformed back and returned to their normal forms. GT Son Goku took the Dragon Balls from Little Fang's hands, ready to summon the dragon to restore the Earth. However, before GT Son Goku could speak, a golden light flashed, and the dragon suddenly appeared in midair. Unlike the usual dragon summoning, the sky did not darken this time. "What's going on? I haven't even said the incantation, and the dragon appeared." GT Son Goku scratched his head, feeling quite confused. "Ling Tian, what's going on?" GT Vegeta turned to Ling Tian, seeking answers. Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, the dragon will explain everything to you soon." The dragon in midair glanced at GT Son Goku with its red eyes and said, "Son Goku, this time the realms of hell and the living world are connected, and the evil dragons have emerged. I believe you should have understood by now, right? So that's why the Dragon Balls have been acting strangely." GT Son Goku nodded. The dragon continued, "This is all because you have relied too much on the Dragon Balls and abused their power. From now on, the Dragon Balls will no longer be available for humans like you, and I too shall abstain. We can't use the Dragon Balls anymore." GT Vegeta was both shocked and puzzled. The dragon nodded yes. GT Son Goku pleaded, "Dragon, I know we have relied on the Dragon Balls too much in the past, but if everything happening now is because of the Dragon Balls, I want to request you one last time, please help us restore the Earth and resurrect the innocent humans who have perished." "Very well, but this is the last time," the dragon said as its eyes sparkled, "restoring the Earth and bringing the innocent lives back to life." "All done," the dragon said. "GT Son Goku, you should come with me." "Shenlong, where are you taking Kakarot?" A chilling premonition stirred in GT Vegeta's heart. From his first invasion of Earth and first encounter with Kakarot to their joint battle against Frieza on Namek. Through countless battles, though he always spoke carelessly, he had forged an unshakable bond with Kakarot. "Grandpa, where are you going?" Panora seized GT Son Goku's arm. "Well, I must go somewhere with Shenlong." GT Son Goku scratched his head. Shenlong grew impatient. "Let us depart, GT Son Goku." GT Vegeta roared, "Kakarot, you shall not leave." "Vegeta, please, do not act this way." GT Son Goku faltered. "Shenlong, we're coming too." Ling Tian stepped forward and declared. Shenlong hesitated at Ling Tian's request. Suddenly hovering midair, Shenlong appeared to converse silently with an unseen presence, nodding repeatedly. After concluding the exchange, Shenlong addressed Ling Tian and the others. "Who among you wishes to depart together?" Ling Tian had not expected Shenlong to truly grant his plea. Before his transmigration, he had long wondered what manner of realm was the Dragon God realm. Did it truly house legions of divine dragons? "Master Timeline Son Goku, will you accompany us?" "Of course we will." The Master Timeline group nodded eagerly. "I'm coming as well." GT Vegeta stepped forward resolutely. Panora refused to be left behind. "Grandpa, I'm going too." GT Son Goku replied gently, "Panora, stay here. Your mother awaits you at home, and you must return to deliver this news to Gohan and the others." "Grandpa, when will you return?" Panora clutched GT Son Goku's arm tightly. "Panora, I'll be back soon." GT Son Goku smiled. A tender lie, for he knew not when he would return. "All right then." Panora nodded, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. "I'll wait for you at home, Grandpa." Shenlong intoned from the sky. "If you wish to come mount my back." GT Son Goku, GT Vegeta, Ling Tian of the Master Timeline, Broly Cell Son, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Paragus ascended onto Shenlong's back. "Goodbye, Panora." GT Son Goku waved and called out loudly. Shenlong soared upward, carrying Ling Tian and the others across the heavens. Minutes later, Ling Tian and the others sensed they had left Earth entirely, and Panora's presence had vanished beyond all perception. Suddenly, a colossal spatial rift tore open ahead. Shenlong plunged into it and emerged with them in an alien cosmic expanse. Before them hung a planet of staggering scale, its surface a luminous emerald green. The entire universe contains but this single world. Ling Tian gasped in awe. Shenlong guided them toward the planet. Upon entry, they beheld countless colossal dragons, each over 100 meters long, soaring through the skies, roaring with thunderous resonant cries. GT Vegeta asked, "Why are there so many divine dragons here?" "This is the Dragon God realm, the sacred abode of all divine dragons. Across its surface lie myriad layers, each sheltering distinct breeds of dragons." As Shenlong continued flying, he elaborated, and indeed they saw numerous dragons coiling above their respective layers. After soaring for dozens of minutes, Shenlong brought them to a palace of unimaginable grandeur. "We have arrived." At those words, Ling Tian and the others leapt down from Shenlong's back and landed firmly upon the ground. The moment their feet touched the palace floor, Shenlong departed. What happened? Why did Shenlong leave so suddenly? Broly frowned in confusion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures shot forth from within the palace. Both possessed crimson skin and humanoid limbs, but dragon heads crowned their shoulders. One wielded a long spear, The other bore a curved blade at his waist. Clad in identical armor, they radiated overwhelming palpable power. Ling Tian, they're incredibly strong. Broly exclaimed, his transcendent bloodline surging with heat. Ling Tian nodded gravely, far stronger than any of us. Follow me. The spear-wielding dragon man turned and strode into the palace. Ling Tian led the way without hesitation, and the others hurried after him. Along the path, formidable dragon men stood guard, weapons drawn, at every threshold. After winding through corridors for several minutes, they finally entered the palace's inner sanctum. There, seated upon the throne, loomed a dragon man over 3 meters tall, his body gleaming gold. His frame was titanic, crowned by 2 elongated golden horns, his muscles rippled with raw primordial might, exuding boundless majesty and an aura of terrifying dominance. Flanking the throne stood 2 identical dragon men, armed and motionless like twin sentinels guarding their sovereign. Are you Shenlong Saragma? Ling Tian gazed directly at the figure upon the throne. GT Son Goku whispered, Ling Tian, is the Shenlong the supreme deity of all divine dragons? Insolence! You dare speak so rudely to the sovereign. The right-hand sentinel lunged forward, only for the throne-bound figure to utter calmly, stand down. The sentinel instantly retreated. The dragon man on the throne softened his expression and smiled. Indeed, I am Shenlong Saragma, sovereign of the Dragon God realm. I have permitted your arrival for a singular purpose, one that requires your aid. Ling Tian asked, what task do you require of us? Saragma began his explanation. The 7 Dragon Balls were forged to grant mortal wishes. With each wish fulfilled, our power grows, until at last we attain human form. Yet excessive use corrupts the balls, generating malignant energy, and transforms us into evil dragons. Once slain, or having annihilated entire worlds and universes, these evil dragons inevitably return to the Dragon God realm. Then what do you ask of us? Ling Tian grew increasingly bewildered. Saragma continued, we divine dragons may not strike evil dragons, and evil dragons in turn will never attack us. You must destroy the evil dragons and restore them to their original forms. Finally, battle again. How splendid. GT Son Goku and Master Timeline Son Goku beamed with exhilaration. Agreed. Ling Tian nodded, eager for worthy sparring partners and fierce combat. Evil dragons might prove exceptional adversaries. With a wave of his hand, Saragma bestowed a token upon each of them. Ling Tian blinked in mild surprise. What purpose does this token serve? Saragma smiled faintly. It is the pass of passage between the Dragon God realm and all outer realms. Without explicit permission from both the divine dragons and our order, no being may enter or depart freely. With this token you may return to your native timelines. Wonderful, we can go home at last. GT Son Goku's face lit up with joy. He could reunite with Panora. Ling Tian felt a flicker of unease. If unrestricted passage was forbidden, would even temporal traversal suffice? Without the token, and if time travel failed, would he be trapped here forever? Saragma turned to his sentinel and commanded, Long E, you shall guide them through the Dragon God realm and assign them suitable lodgings. As you command, sovereign. Long E bowed, then gestured forward. Follow me. And with that, Ling Tian and the others departed the palace alongside him. Long E began introducing the Dragon God realm to them. The palace lies at the realm's heart. To the west dwell the fallen evil dragons, to the east reside newborn divine dragons, while those to the south and north are the very ones summoned by the 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill mortal wishes. How powerful are the evil dragons in the west? GT Son Goku asked. How powerful is it? Long E smiled and shook his head, admitting, I am not certain, for none of us have ever confronted an evil dragon in battle. Ling Tian asked aloud, how does the evil dragon we just dealt with on Earth compare to the ones in the west? Long E pondered for a moment before explaining to the group. Well, the strength of an evil dragon depends on the degree of the wish its progenitor, Shenlong, once fulfilled. The Shenlongs on your Earth are the most rudimentary, consequently the evil dragons spawned from them are relatively weak. Relatively weak. The others were stunned. Pala Gac protested unwillingly. Even my strongest transformation might not defeat that one, the previous super one-star dragon. Then what do we do? GT Vegeta replied with obvious discomfort. By that standard, our Super Saiyan 4 forms would be utterly useless against those evil dragons. We anticipated this long ago. Long E chuckled and explained, you can first fight the weaker evil dragons, grow in strength, then challenge the mightier ones. If you should unexpectedly fall in battle, we can wish for your revival. GT Son Wukong looked puzzled. Long E laughed. You underestimate the Longshan realm. We have billions of Shenlongs here, and I too possess the ability to grant wishes. You can grant wishes as well. I thought only Shenlong could. Ling Tian was bewildered. Long E patiently explained to everyone. All dragon people are born from Shenlongs who have undergone trials and transformed. After assuming humanoid forms, their miracle-granting power remains so they can fulfill wishes. However, once a Shenlong becomes a dragon person, they remain forever in the Longshan realm and can no longer be summoned by the outside world to grant wishes. Ling Tian and the others nodded. You all possess formidable innate talent. Allow me to awaken some of your potential. With that Long, he waved his hand, and streams of golden light enveloped Ling Tian and the others. Thank you so much. Ling Tian bowed in gratitude. Long Yi replied calmly. If you truly wish to thank me, simply dispatch more evil dragons. Long Yi responded lightly. Come, we shall go straight to the region where the western evil dragons dwell. With a whoosh, Long Yi bore Ling Tian and the others into the sky and flew westward. If we approach them directly like this, won't the evil dragons ambush us? Vegeta's lingering fear sounded unbefitting a prince. Long Yi smiled. Each evil dragon has its lair. You may seek out whichever tier you wish to challenge. Most lairs contain 7 evil dragons, only a few hold just 2. There is little cause for concern. Son Gohan inquired, 2 evil dragons. Shouldn't they always number 7? Long Yi answered, on your Earth, Shenlong requires 7 Longzhu to grant a wish. Some Shenlong elsewhere need only 2 Longzhu. Naturally, only 2 evil dragons will spawn from those. This is the first time I've heard of a Shenlong needing only 2 Longzhu. Son Gohan was astonished. After many hours of flight, the party finally arrived in the western district where the evil dragons nested. Long Yi found a flat stretch of land. With a gesture, a vast residence appeared before Ling Tian and the others. You shall reside here. When you wish to battle evil dragons, simply fly onward, and you will find them. I can hardly wait to fight. GT's son Wukong brimmed with combat fervor. But what will we eat every day? Son Gohan scanned the surroundings and found nothing edible. Right. The prime timeline son Wukong slapped his forehead. If I do not eat, I will have no strength to fight. Long Yi reassured them. Do not worry about provisions. I will arrange for food to be delivered to you each day. I hope you will slay many evil dragons. I must take my leave now. Saying so, Long Yi flew off toward the palace. The group, relieved that shelter and sustenance were settled, prepared to begin their hunt for evil dragons. Vegeta readied himself to set off and cleanse the evil dragons. Wait, Vegeta. Ling Tian called out, stopping the departing Vegeta. Ling Tian, what is it? Vegeta asked, puzzled. Ling Tian explained. Long Yi said each lair contains either 7 evil dragons or only 2. As the fight progresses, the dragons might devour Longzhu to evolve. You cannot handle that alone. Vegeta hesitated. Vegeta from now on join GT's son Wukong, the prime timeline son Wukong, and prime timeline Vegeta in hunting evil dragons together. That is an excellent idea. Vegeta nodded. Ling Tian reminded them. If you encounter an overwhelmingly powerful evil dragon, remember to use the fusion technique. We understand. The 4 of them soared into the sky to seek the dragon's lairs. Son Gohan asked, Uncle Ling Tian, what about us? Ling Tian smiled. Gohan, you go with Buloli Sha Lu Bai Ku and Pa La Gac. Ling Tian, will you be alright by yourself? Buluwali worried. Ling Tian chuckled softly and replied coolly, Buluwali, do you not trust my strength? Even if I die, Long Yi and the others can revive us. This time he did not wish to fight alongside Buluwali and the others. With so many powerful evil dragons in the Longshan realm, Ling Tian thought he could challenge them alone. After all, his system allowed infinite revivals. Fighting with Buluwali might even slow his own progress. As for placing Buluwali and the others together, he smirked inwardly. Buluwali nodded and said, very well. Ling Tian encouraged them, work hard. I hope we meet again when your powers have greatly increased. Ling Tian spoke and then flew away. After several minutes, he spied many corrupted lairs. The Longshan realm harbored so many evil dragons, it seemed every timeline's evil dragons had gathered here. Ling Tian landed atop a relatively small lair. He stepped into the lair, which was in tatters and steeped in negative energy. Hey, who are you? A figure materialized before Ling Tian. He replied calmly, I have come to eliminate you. Ha ha ha. A laugh echoed from the lair's depths, and 6 more evil dragons emerged. They look nothing like the earthly evil dragons. They must originate from other Shenlong. Ling Tian muttered to himself. He roared, who? And transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A feral blistering aura immediately enveloped him. This fellow appears to have some strength. The 3-star and 7-star dragons attacked from left and right. Bam! The 3-star dragon kicked Ling Tian in the head, while the 7-star dragon struck him with a heavy fist. Ling Tian, unmoved, taunted, have you 2 been skipping meals? You seek death. The 7-star dragon pressed both palms forward. a sudden gravity manifested and pinned Ling Tian to the ground. It appeared that evil dragons born from different Shenlong possessed divergent abilities. Ling Tian rose slowly from the earth. Under the crushing weight, his bloodline's transcendence manifested, his berserk energy swelled, and his combat prowess steadily increased. Ling Tian clenched his hand in the void, and a purplured chi scythe manifested. In a blur, he teleported before the 7-star dragon and swung the scythe toward it. The 3-star dragon suddenly appeared, placing its body before the 7-star dragon to shield it. The 3-star dragon was cleaved in two by Ling Tian's scythe, collapsing and vanishing without a trace. 7-star dragon, your ability is useless against him. The 3-star dragon's voice came from behind Ling Tian. He turned and found the 3-star dragon standing intact. This 3-star dragon must be capable of creating clones or puppets to absorb harm. Ling Tian performed a teleportation, instantly appearing behind the 3-star dragon. As he did, a golden dragon head phantom materialized above his fist, crashing toward the 3-star dragon. Dragon punch. Before the 3-star dragon could react, Ling Tian's fist pierced through it, completely extinguishing its life force, transforming it back into a 3-star ball that fell to the ground. 3-star dragon. The remaining 6 evil dragons were equally stunned, not expecting the 3-star dragon to be killed in a single blow. Ling Tian picked up the fist-sized 3-star ball from the ground and placed it into his storage ring, not wanting the other evil dragons to absorb the dragon balls for evolution. Damn it! The 7-star dragon imposed gravity on Ling Tian while the other 5 evil dragons launched their attacks. Bang! Bang! The evil dragon's fists incessantly pounded against Ling Tian, who remained unfazed. This was the sensation he sought as the super bloodline continuously enhanced his combat power during the fight. Ling Tian gathered energy around himself, forming a protective shield. Immediately after, he placed both hands at his temples and began to activate the solar fist. Oh! A blinding light radiated from Ling Tian, temporarily blinding the eyes of the 6 evil dragons. Then Ling Tian raised his right hand, condensing energy into a massive blade, slashing toward the 6 evil dragons. Earth-shattering slash. With each scream of agony, 3 of the 6 evil dragons were cleaved in half. Ling Tian swiftly collected the 3 Dragon Balls into his storage ring. The 1-star dragon, 4-star dragon, and 5-star dragon, having regained their sight, were instantly enraged upon seeing 3 of their companions eliminated. Roar! The 4-star dragon and 5-star dragon shouted in unison, their auras escalating as they emitted a freezing energy. Absolute zero. The freezing energy spread outward, encasing the layer in ice, causing the temperature within to drop continuously. Ling Tian couldn't help but shiver, thinking, I must resolve this quickly or he'll be frozen to death. Just as Ling Tian intended to attack the 3, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, and he crashed headlong into it, returning to his original position. Huh! The 1-star dragon laughed heartily. You shall freeze to death here. Negative energy surged from the 1-star dragon, coalescing behind him into a pitch-black, endless door. Roar! Countless specters emerged from the door, rushing toward Ling Tian. Upon reaching him, the specters did not attack, but self-destructed instead. Boom! Rumble! An explosion erupted and thick smoke billowed. After several minutes of bombardment, the specters finally vanished. As the smoke cleared, Ling Tian appeared before the 3, covered in wounds. How is this possible? He didn't die from that. The 3 evil dragons found it hard to believe, having thought that Ling Tian would either be blown to bits or frozen. To their surprise, he had only sustained light injuries. Oomph. The 1-star dragon scoffed, saying, this brat seems to have lost all combat capability. 5-star dragon, you go take care of him. The 5-star dragon gathered energy to form an ice sword in his hand and slowly approached Ling Tian. Ling Tian smirked, retrieving a Senza bean from his storage ring and consuming it. You die now? The 5-star dragon raised his ice sword, preparing to strike Ling Tian. Unexpectedly, Ling Tian seized the 5-star dragon's wrist and delivered a punch to his head. Boom! The 5-star dragon's eyes filled with stars. What just happened? The 5-star dragon looked at Ling Tian again, only to discover that his injuries had fully healed. Before the 5-star dragon could make his next move, 2 golden beams shot from Ling Tian's eyes, targeting him. Laser eyes. The 5-star dragon had no time to react before the 2 beams pierced through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, completely losing his life force. Ling Tian stored the 5-star ball in his storage ring. How did this guy's injuries completely heal? And where did he take the Dragon Balls? The 1-star dragon looked at the 4-star dragon in confusion. The 4-star dragon scratched his head, saying, I don't know either. I only saw the Dragon Balls disappear from his hands. Quickly attack, he's coming. The 1-star dragon gathered energy in his hand, forming a dark energy ball, and hurled it at Ling Tian. The 4-star dragon unleashed freezing rays from both hands, attempting to freeze Ling Tian. Ling Tian placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy, ready to strike at the two. Kamehameha. Just as the energy was about to be released, Ling Tian teleported behind the 1-star dragon and 4-star dragon. Boom. The energy wave engulfed the two evil dragons, resulting in a violent explosion. The two evil dragons didn't even have time to scream before being annihilated. Ling Tian picked up 2 Dragon Balls and flew out of the lair. He randomly found a spot and took out 5 Dragon Balls from his storage ring. On the ground, 7 fist-sized Dragon Balls resonated with each other, radiating dazzling golden light. Suddenly, a dragon Ling Tian had never seen appeared in midair. The dragon did not speak, but flew towards the palace of the Dragon God realm. It seems each universe and time has its unique dragon. Ling Tian murmured to himself. After resting outside for a while, he sought out another massive lair. Upon entering the lair, Ling Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, unleashing all his energy. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed in from afar as 7 evil dragons appeared before Ling Tian. What is going on? In such a large lair, how could there be evil dragons like those from Earth? Ling Tian was taken aback. Forget it. He'll deal with them first. Ow! Ow! Ling Tian erupted with energy, attacking the 7 evil dragons, taking down 2 with punches and kicks. Let's team up, this guy is 2. Before the evil dragon could finish his sentence, he was blasted apart by Ling Tian's sudden teleportation. Ow! Ow! The remaining evil dragons had no capacity for resistance and were all eliminated by Ling Tian in a single move. Ling Tian collected the 7 Dragon Balls and exited the cave. A golden light flashed as the dragon appeared in midair. Just as the dragon appeared, it tried to fly away. Dragon, wait. Ling Tian called out to the dragon. Do you have something to say? The dragon looked down at Ling Tian. Ling Tian asked which lair has stronger evil dragons. This lair is randomly inhabited. If you want to find stronger evil dragons, I can't help you. Farewell, the dragon said and flew toward the palace of the Dragon God realm. What the hell? Ling Tian was baffled. This was too unreliable. Randomly seeking evil dragons would just lead to Broly and the others being wiped out upon entering a lair. Forget it. Since Salama and Long E can revive Broly and the others, I might as well slowly search for a powerful lair. Thus Ling Tian entered various lairs, exterminating evil dragons. 2 months later, Ling Tian entered a very peculiar lair. Over the 2 months, he had entered various lairs, each one dilapidated and contaminated by negative energy. However, this lair was different. Although it contained negative energy, it was exceptionally clean and tidy. Ling Tian walked deeper into the lair. After walking for several minutes, there were still no evil dragons in sight. What is going on? Could it be that the evil dragons in this lair have been exterminated? Ling Tian wondered. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, he flew towards the end of the lair. Whoosh! After several minutes of flight, he finally reached the end. What met his eyes were 2 extremely tall evil dragons, both of whom were currently asleep. These 2 evil dragons couldn't be the ones birthed by the dragon of Cyril's star, could they? After 2 months of searching, I've finally found powerful evil dragons. Ling Tian was extremely excited, gathering a massive energy ball on his fingertip and hurling it at the 2 evil dragons. Planet Destruction Bomb. Boom. The energy blast exploded with a thunderous roar, awakening the 2 evil dragons. The 2 evil dragons let out an angry roar. They turned to see Ling Tian looking at them with a smile. The 1st star dragon rushed forward in an instant, delivering a punch to Ling Tian's abdomen. Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body curling up like a shrimp as he was sent flying. How could this evil dragon be so strong? Ling Tian was incredulous. Even his Super Saiyan 4 power couldn't withstand a single punch. The 2nd star dragon waved its hand, unleashing countless wind blades towards Ling Tian in the air. Ling Tian couldn't evade and was shredded to pieces. The 2nd star dragon snorted disdainfully. An ant dares to disturb us. A flash of white light appeared, and Ling Tian successfully revived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reviving. Now distributing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Chest Energy Blast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Annihilation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability Pain Growth. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward 3,000 trillion combat power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward 1,000 Senza Beans. The system is checking personal attributes. Ding! Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling Legendary Scion. Skills Chi Perception, Chi Blast Kamehameha. Chi Scythe, Time Leap, Annihilation, Instant Transmission, Kaioshin Version, Plant, Growth, Telekinesis, Pain Growth, 1,000 miles transmission time, and Space Travel, God Level Fighting Techniques. Combat Power 9867 trillion. Item Storage Ring 12 Universe Information Maps Consciousness Recovery Potion X 1 Spirit Fruit X 128 Spirit Tree Seed X 1 Senzu Beans X 2789. System What is Annihilation? Ling Tian wondered. He had never heard of any creature from the 12 universes using this energy. A mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Annihilation energy is similar to the destruction energy of the god of destruction, but with greater power. Stronger than the god of destruction's destruction. Ling Tian was baffled, but just touching the god of destruction's energy would make one disappear. How could annihilation be stronger? Post-annihilation is a higher level of destruction. When destruction energy meets annihilation energy, it will only be consumed. Ha ha ha. With the system's reply, Ling Tian burst into laughter. What's going on? The two evil dragons heard laughter from afar and turned to see Ling Tian appearing unscathed. This ant was already dead, wasn't it? The second star dragon was puzzled. If he's not dead, let's kill him again. The first star dragon gathered a black negative energy ball in its hand and hurled it at Ling Tian. Ling Tian used instant transmission to dodge the energy ball and launched an attack on the first star dragon. Thud! Ling Tian's fists relentlessly pounded against the first star dragon. The first star dragon shook its head, grabbing Ling Tian's fist and unleashing a black lightning bolt from its mouth. Ling Tian was struck by the lightning, his body scorched and collapsing to the ground. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan and pain growth continually increased Ling Tian's combat power. He didn't die from that. The first star dragon was a bit puzzled. The second star dragon had easily killed this ant with a casual move. How could it not kill the ant now, given that its power was stronger? Be careful, first star dragon. He grows stronger during battle. The second star dragon warned, watching Ling Tian's increasing aura. So that's how it is. The first star dragon waved its hand, dark clouds gathering around Ling Tian, thunder and lightning flashing. Thunderstorm. The first star dragon shouted, unleashing countless bolts of lightning towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian hurriedly gathered energy around his body to create a protective shield. However, the shield shattered after only blocking 2 bolts of lightning. Lightning struck Ling Tian repeatedly, and he could only let out a painful wail. Ling Tian was unwilling. Was he going to be struck down again? No. Ling Tian roared in anger, his aura rising. The red fur on his body gradually disappeared, and his black hair transformed into silver, growing longer until it reached his waist. A dazzling white light flashed, and Ling Tian successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5. He's gotten stronger again. The first star dragon was astonished, and he even withstood my attack. Ling Tian instantly appeared before the first star dragon. Bang! The two stood facing each other, and their fists collided, causing them to both recoil. Cold sweat broke out on the first star dragon's forehead. His power was rising too quickly. If this continued, he would surpass me in no time. Second star dragon, hurry up and help me eliminate him. The first star dragon and the second star dragon roared, unleashing all their energy, causing the entire lair to shake. After exchanging glances, they attacked Ling Tian from both sides. Ling Tian clasped his hands in the air, and a purple-blurred chi scythe appeared in his grasp. Just as the two evil dragons were about to arrive, Ling Tian used Time Leap to leap through time, evading their attacks and swinging the chi scythe at the second star dragon. The second star dragon was slashed away by Ling Tian's chi scythe. What's wrong with this guy? How does he know our attack direction? The second star dragon was bewildered. The chi scythe's attack couldn't break through the evil dragon's defenses. Ling Tian casually tossed aside the chi scythe, instantly appearing before the second star dragon and delivering a punch to its head. Bang! The second star dragon was sent flying backward, and Ling Tian wanted to pursue. The first star dragon swiftly moved above Ling Tian and landed a heavy punch, sending him into the ground. Immediately after, the first star dragon unleashed a torrent of black energy balls towards Ling Tian. Boom! The explosions erupted, kicking up a large cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Ling Tian lay on the ground injured. Cough, cough. He spat out blood and took a senza bean from his storage ring, instantly recovering his injuries. The first star dragon loudly said, "Second star dragon, finish this quickly. This guy has something to heal his injuries." The second star dragon instantly appeared above Ling Tian, continuously gathering energy in its hands to form a tornado, which it hurled at Ling Tian. Vortex tornado. The tornado grew larger as it was thrown, sweeping up stones and dirt from the lair, causing a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Ling Tian placed his hand on his waist to gather energy for defense. Kamehameha. The energy wave shot from Ling Tian's hand towards the tornado. However, the energy wave couldn't withstand the tornado and only made it more powerful. The tornado consumed the Kamehameha and charged straight at Ling Tian. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed Ling Tian. Ling Tian was spun around dizzy while the raging winds battered his wounds. "You will die." The first star dragon opened its palm, gathering negative energy to form a massive energy ball aimed at Ling Tian. As the energy ball approached, Ling Tian raised his right hand, gathering a purpler energy ball to defend. Annihilation. The two energies collided, and the first star dragon's negative energy was gradually swallowed and disappeared. The annihilation energy ball continued to charge toward the first star dragon. How is this possible? The one-star dragon was incredulous. How could this guy possess such immense power? One-star dragon, get out of the way. The two-star dragon shouted loudly. Seeing the one-star dragon frozen in place, not dodging the energy attack, the two-star dragon gritted his teeth and dashed forward, instantly appearing in front of the one-star dragon and kicking him away. Just as the one-star dragon was kicked away, the annihilation energy sphere was already approaching. The two-star dragon extended his hands, still wanting to resist. However, upon touching the annihilation energy sphere, his body slowly began to disappear. Two-star dragon. By the time the one-star dragon regained his senses, the two-star dragon had already vanished. I will avenge the two-star dragon. The one-star dragon roared angrily, opening his mouth to inhale deeply, a tremendous suction force immediately emanating from it. The two-star sphere on the ground flew into the one-star dragon's mouth, and after devouring the two-star sphere, his aura surged explosively. The one-star dragon underwent a tremendous transformation, growing to a height of 4 meters, his muscular frame adorned with black horns sprouting from his back, with the one-star and two-star spheres symmetrically embedded on his shoulders. The one-star dragon evolved into the super one-star dragon. Is Cyril's super one-star dragon this powerful? Ling Tian was blown back repeatedly by the aura unleashed by the super one-star dragon. You die now. The super one-star dragon flickered and instantly appeared in front of Ling Tian, delivering a punch to his body. Before Ling Tian could react, he was sent flying by a punch. Oh. The super one-star dragon relentlessly attacked Ling Tian in midair, who was continuously knocked backward, unable to retaliate, only able to emit cries of pain. After 3 minutes of mercilessly beating Ling Tian, the super one-star dragon kicked him into the air, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed a massive wind blade towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian was unable to dodge, and was sliced in half. A flash of white light appeared, and Ling Tian successfully revived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful revival. Now distributing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Infinite Energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Vast Omega. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Ultimate Freedom Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward Combat Power 3GA. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward 1000 Spirit Beans. The system is checking personal attributes. Ding! Host Ling Tian. Bloodline Earthling Legendary Scion. Skills Chi Sensation Ki Wave Kamehameha. Vast Omega Energy Shield Chi Scythe Instant Transmission Infinite Energy Annihilation Ultimate Freedom Technique Instant Teleportation King Kai Version Plant Acceleration Remote Control Pain Growth Telepathy Time-Space Travel God Level Fighting Techniques. Combat Power 7GA. Items Storage Ring 12 Universe Information Maps Consciousness Restoration Potion 1 Spirit Fruit 128 Spirit Tree Seed 1 Spirit Beans 3786. What happened? The super one-star dragon was bewildered. How did this guy come back to life? Ling Tian activated a 7-second instant transmission to launch an attack on the super one-star dragon. However, the power disparity was too great compared to the super one-star dragon, rendering the instant transmission useless. Ling Tian was sent flying by a punch from the super one-star dragon. Ling Tian steadied himself in midair and continuously released energy blasts towards the super one-star dragon. This is Cyril's evil dragon, the birth of the super one-star dragon. Cyril's divine dragon. By consuming one's own lifespan, one can wish to become the strongest beneath the gods. Becoming the strongest without cultivation is futile. If the previous strongest had 1 combat power, after your wish you would have 2 combat power, or possibly 1 combat power. The previous strongest would soon surpass you through cultivation. Boom. The energy blast exploded, creating a series of deafening sounds. As the smoke cleared, the super one-star dragon appeared unscathed. The super one-star dragon flickered and instantly appeared in front of Ling Tian, launching another attack. Bang! 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 The two began to exchange blows, fighting from the ground to the sky, leaving traces of battle everywhere, with the lair left in ruins. Ling Tian was once again sent flying by a punch from the super one-star dragon, collapsing to the ground. The rampant energy from the Scion bloodline surged forth, and pain growth continuously increased Ling Tian's combat power. Ling Tian adopted a strategy of exchanging injury for injury, attacking the Super One-Star Dragon, consuming spirit beans whenever he was hurt. Ling Tian had no idea how long he had fought against the Super One-Star Dragon or how many spirit beans he had eaten. Annihilation. Ling Tian unleashed a purplish red energy sphere from his hand towards the Super One-Star Dragon. Upon contact, the Super One-Star Dragon gradually began to disappear. Ling Tian picked up the One-Star Sphere and Two-Star Sphere from the ground and walked out of the lair. After the appearance of Cyril's Divine Dragon, he also flew toward the palace of the Dragon God Realm. After another day, Ling Tian had been battling the evil dragons for a long time and wanted to take a spirit bean to replenish his strength, only to find that there wasn't even a single spirit bean left in his storage ring. How could I consume over 3,000 spirit beans so quickly? As several years already passed, Ling Tian took out the remaining spirit fruits from his storage ring and began to eat. I should go find Goku and the others. Ling Tian immediately activated instant transmission. Whoosh. Ling Tian appeared in the house built by Long Yi. Ling Tian, you finally returned. Broly rushed over and hugged Ling Tian, filled with excitement. Ling Tian asked, Broly, why are only you and Cell here? Where did Goku and the others go? Broly replied, Kakarot and the others said they had been away too long and hadn't seen their families in ages, so Long Yi arranged for someone to send them home. Home. They're not continuing to cultivate and fight the evil dragons. Ling Tian was puzzled. Cell said, Ling Tian, you've been alone for so many years, you must have lost track of time. How many years have passed? Since the day we arrived in the Dragon God Realm, 5 years have already gone by. 5 years. Ling Tian was completely stunned. When did Goku leave? GT Son Goku and the main time-space Son Goku left last year. Cell was constantly recalling in his mind. By the way, Ling Tian, are you going to continue battling the evil dragons here? No, we're going back to. Broly, Cell, hold onto my shoulders. Ling Tian activated instant transmission, bringing Broly and Cell to the palace of the Dragon God Realm. Sensing Ling Tian's aura, Long Yi appeared instantly. Long Yi smiled slightly. Ling Tian, the Great One is waiting for you inside. The three followed Long Yi into the palace. Salama expressed his gratitude. Ling Tian, thank you for eliminating countless evil dragons for us over the years, restoring many divine dragons to normal. Ling Tian asked, how many evil dragons have we eliminated over the years? Salama replied, about 1/3. Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. There sure are a lot of evil dragons in the Dragon God Realm. Salama shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Evil dragons could be born every day. Ling Tian said, Salama, we need to head back now. Welcome to the Dragon God Realm again, when we have the chance. If you want to come to the Dragon God Realm in the future, just use the token to contact us. Salama glanced at the guard beside him. Long Yi, please escort them back. Wait. Ling Tian suddenly called out to Long Yi. What's wrong? Long Yi asked in confusion. Ling Tian waved his hand, and a dimensional barrier appeared ahead. I didn't expect you had this ability. Long Yi was shocked. Well then, goodbye. Ling Tian, along with Broly and Cell, entered the dimensional barrier. In the main timeline on Earth in the 7th universe, a dimensional wall suddenly appeared on Baotou Mountain. Ling Tian, Broly, and Shalu stepped out from within. While eating, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, and Paragus sensed the aura of Ling Tian and the others and immediately performed instant transmission. Wukong, Wufan, you haven't finished your meal yet. Chi-Chi stamped her foot in anger, then turned to a little boy who looked very much like Sun Wukong. Wutian, you can't be like your father and brother in the future. Sun Wutian nodded and continued to eat. Swish, 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 swish. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, and Paragus appeared in front of Ling Tian and the others. Ling Tian, you finally returned. Sun Wukong and the others were very excited. Broly, if you didn't come back, we would have prepared to go to the Dragon God Realm to find you. Father, I'm sorry to worry you. Broly hugged Paragus tightly. Ling Tian asked, Wukong, you were still eating just now, right? How do you know Ling Tian? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Hadn't Ling Tian just returned? How did he know they were eating? Ha ha ha. Ling Tian laughed. Wukong, there are rice grains on the corner of your mouth and on your face. Sun Wukong hurriedly wiped his face and laughed. Uncle Ling Tian, come eat at my house. Sun Wufan invited. Alright, it's been a long time since I've eaten Earth's food. Ling Tian nodded. The group then used instant transmission. Swish, swish. They appeared in Sun Wukong's large villa. Wukong, how many times have I told you not to use instant transmission at home? You suddenly appearing will scare everyone to death. Chi-Chi was furious. Chi-Chi, I promise I won't do it again. Next time, Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned. Ling Tian, you all came too. Let's eat together. Chi-Chi smiled, inviting everyone to sit down, and went to the kitchen to prepare food. Wutian, this is Uncle Ling Tian, Uncle Broly, and Shalu. Sun Wufan introduced Ling Tian's group to Sun Wutian, who was focused on eating. Hello. Sun Wutian waved a big chicken leg at everyone. Kakarot Wutian really looks like you. Broly exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed in response. Chi said the same thing. Wukong, do you remember the second transformation method I told you about in the hyperbolic time chamber? Ling Tian suddenly recalled Wutian forgetting there were so many Scions in the GT timeline. After thinking for a moment, Sun Wukong replied, I believe it was called Super Saiyan God. That's right. Ling Tian nodded. After we finish eating, well, go find Vegeta to transform. With Ling Tian's words, Sun Wukong's eating speed quickened significantly. Bang! Bang! Several Scions ate together, and their bowls and chopsticks clashed continuously. Half an hour later, everyone was full. Chi, we are leaving now. They soared into the sky and flew towards Bulma's house. Seeing that her food had been completely devoured, Chi-Chi's face broke into a radiant smile. A few minutes later, swish, swish, swish. Ling Tian and the others saw Vegeta and Bulma basking in the sun on the balcony, while Trunks played with toys nearby. As soon as Sun Wutian saw the toys, he ran over to play with Trunks. Ling Tian, when did you come back? Vegeta slowly stood up from the chair. Ling Tian responded, I just came back today. Do you need something from me? Vegeta looked somewhat confused. Vegeta, we want to transform into Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong said excitedly. Upon hearing Super Saiyan God, Vegeta immediately became interested. Ling Tian had previously said that once they mastered Super Saiyan 4, he would teach them how to transform. I want to be the first to transform. Vegeta, let me transform first. Sun Wukong pleaded. Impossible, I must be the first to transform into Super Saiyan God. Vegeta directly refused. Wukong, whether you transform early or late, it doesn't matter. Today we'll all be able to complete the transformation. Ling Tian smiled slightly. All right then. Sun Wukong nodded. Ling Tian turned to look at the two little ones playing with toys. Trunks, Wutian, you both come here. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. The two quickly threw down their beloved toys and ran over. Vegeta asked, Ling Tian, what should we do? Ling Tian began to direct everyone. Vegeta, just stand in front without moving. To become a Super Saiyan God, 6 Scions with hearts of justice must concentrate the light of their righteous hearts onto one person. Ling Tian and Broly placed their hands on Vegeta's back. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Paragus held hands in sequence, forming a circle of 6. Ling Tian and the others transmitted their energy to Vegeta. Suddenly golden flames erupted from the 6, forming a golden pillar of light that reached into the sky. The 6 gradually floated in midair, and the white clouds in the sky instantly turned golden yellow. The golden flames around them transformed into blue flames, creating a towering blue pillar of light that spread in all directions. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, with the seasons changing. Suddenly a red light burst forth from Vegeta's body, and his aura vanished in an instant. As the red light dissipated, Vegeta's hair and eyebrows turned red, his pupils became red, and he appeared younger. Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan God. In the God of Destruction realm, Whis, who was chatting with the dragon fish, suddenly sensed a new god being born. Whis, did you sense it too? The dragon fish lay in the fish tank looking at Whis. Let me check it out first. Whis said as he picked up his staff to observe. It turned out to be that interesting little guy. To think he could come up with such a method to grant Scions divine energy. The dragon fish asked, Whis, do you know who it is? Yes, but you wouldn't know them. Whis replied, stopping his observation. It is indeed necessary to have a few more powerful individuals in the 7th universe. On Earth, Dad, your transformation looks so cool. Trunks' eyes sparkled. Uncle Vegeta, your transformation is much cooler than Super Saiyan. Sun Wutian was also extremely excited. Ling Tian, why can't we sense Vegeta's aura? Sun Wukong and the others were somewhat puzzled. Ling Tian began to explain to everyone. Vegeta has already reached the realm of gods. Ordinary people cannot sense divine energy. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly realized. Ling Tian looked at the two little ones. Trunks, Wutian, do you want to transform like this? Yes, Uncle Ling Tian, that transformation is so cool. We want to transform too. The group lined up and turned to undergo the Super Saiyan God transformation. An hour later, Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Wufan, Trunks, and Sun Wutian all transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Any Scion with a righteous heart can transform into a Super Saiyan God. Everyone has transformed into Super Saiyan God. From now on, just practice and master this transformation. There is a next stage to this transformation, so you all must work hard. Okay. After a brief chat, everyone departed to engage in their respective training. Ling Tian, along with Broly, Paragus, and Shalu, appeared on a deserted island to begin building their new home. An hour later, huge wooden houses appeared on the island. Ling Tian used his plant-growing abilities to rapidly grow all the trees on the island into towering giants. Those who were unaware would think this place was a primitive forest. Shallow hunted dozens of animals from afar, lit a fire, and began to roast them. In the evening, the four of them sat together eating roasted meat and sharing their experiences of training in the Dragon God realm for several years. The next day, as Ling Tian just got out of bed, he heard loud noises coming from a distance. It turned out that Broly, Cell, and Paragus were battling on a nearby island. After a quick wash, Ling Tian nibbled on a piece of bread and flew over. Soon he appeared beside the three. Broly, hold on for a moment. We have something to do today, so save some energy. Ling Tian, what are we going to do? Broly asked in confusion. Do you remember the cat we encountered while searching for the Super Dragon Balls? Ling Tian reminded him. Of course I remember. Broly roared in anger, his aura intensifying, shaking the entire island. Cell smirked. Are we going to seek revenge on that cat? Of course. Ling Tian's lips curled upwards slightly. First, let's find Goku and the others to see if they want to go to another universe. Ling Tian, along with Broly, Cell, and Paragus, activated instant transmission. In a flash, they appeared at the training ground of Son Goku and the others. Their Son Goku and Vegeta were continuously guiding Trunks and Son Goten, who were battling in midair. Piccolo and Son Gohan leaned against a tree, quietly observing the fight. Uncle Ling Tian, you guys are here. Son Gohan greeted everyone. Ling Tian nodded. Son Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Son Goten flew over from a distance. Son Goku smiled and said, Ling Tian, are you here to train with us? Not really. Ling Tian shook his head. We need to go to another universe. Do you want to come? Another universe? Everyone looked puzzled. Ling Tian began to explain. There are a total of 12 universes, and we are currently in the 7th universe. It's my first time hearing about other universes. Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Son Goku asked, Ling Tian, are there strong beings in the other universes? Ling Tian replied, yes, there are strong beings, but you need to seek them out yourself. So are we going to that universe? Hearing about strong opponents, Vegeta was also quite excited. We are going to the 6th universe. Hold on to me, and I'll take you there. Upon hearing this, everyone linked their shoulders together. Ling Tian looked at the two young ones and said, Trunks, Goten, you two stay here and train well. Next time I'll take you to a fun place. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. Trunks and Son Goten nodded. Ling Tian took out a map of the 12 universes from his storage ring and began to search, selecting a planet far from the God of Destruction's realm. Taking Broly, Cell, Paragus, Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Piccolo along, he activated instant transmission. In the 6th universe, a large group of people suddenly appeared on an unknown planet. It was Ling Tian and his companions. As soon as Son Goku and Vegeta appeared, they eagerly began to sense the energy around them. Ling Tian called upon the system in his mind. System, check everyone's battle power. Ding! A mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Ling Tian 3967 quintillion. Bloodline Earthling Legendary Scion. Broly 2028 quintillion. Bloodline Legendary Scion. Cell 1046 quintillion. Bloodline Android. Son Goku 665 quintillion. Bloodline Scion. Son Gohan 686 quintillion. Bloodline Half Scion. Vegeta 660 quintillion. Piccolo 287 quintillion. Bloodline Namekian. Paragus 182 quintillion. Who would have thought that after being granted potential by Shenron and battling evil dragons for years, there would be such a significant improvement? After coming back to his senses, Ling Tian spoke to Son Goku beside him. Goku, you guys look for opponents in the 6th universe. Son Goku scratched his head. Ling Tian, aren't you coming with us? Ling Tian coldly replied, I'm going with Broly and Cell to find someone for revenge. Vegeta asked in confusion, who are we seeking revenge on? Cell's face darkened, a purple fat cat. Ling Tian and Broly encountered it while searching for the Dragon Balls in the universe, and that fat cat killed Broly. I also want to avenge Broly. Paragus was furious. Ling Tian, we want to go too. Son Goku was also extremely enraged. Alright then. Seeing that everyone was eager to avenge Broly, Ling Tian could only grit his teeth and agree. Ling Tian thought to himself, I hope my current strength can match that of the God of Destruction. You all hold on to me. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately placed their hands on Ling Tian's shoulders. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian activated instant transmission. In the God of Destruction's realm, whoosh, Ling Tian used instant transmission, bringing everyone to Compass Planet. Cell sensed the energy and activity around them and said, Ling Tian, it seems like there's no one on this planet. No one? Then let's destroy his home first. Paragus roared angrily, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, continuously gathering energy, with both hands a massive energy ball appearing aimed at Compass' home. Boom! After a loud explosion, the house vanished without a trace, leaving a huge pit in the ground. Afterwards, everyone sat down on the ground, quietly waiting for Compa to return. After about 10 minutes, Ling Tian, do we have to wait here for that cat to come back? Son Goku was getting a bit impatient. No more waiting. Ling Tian shook his head. Who knows where Kampa ran off to if he takes too long, who would keep waiting? Let's destroy this planet and leave. Ling Tian said as he soared into the air, transforming into Super Saiyan 5, gathering energy in his hands. Seeing this, everyone quickly took to the skies, retreating behind Ling Tian. Vast Omega! Ling Tian shouted, throwing a massive energy ball from his hand, which split into several energy blasts as it was thrown. Bang! Boom! In an instant, explosions erupted, and the ground was shrouded in dust. As the smoke cleared, the once beautiful planet became dilapidated. Alright, let's go. Whoosh! Ling Tian activated instant transmission, taking everyone away from the 6th universe and the God of Destruction's realm. Whoosh! Shortly after Ling Tian and the others left Kampa, and Vados hurried back. Vados had sensed something was off when Paragus destroyed the house. However, neither Kampa nor Vados had the ability for instant transmission. They could only fly back at full speed. Lord Kampa, I didn't expect to be late again. Vados pretended to be sad. Damn it! Who dares to destroy my house and my planet? Kampa was furious, his destructive energy slowly surging. Vados, quickly show me who did this. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados picked up her staff to investigate and was momentarily stunned. Hey! Kampa looked at the dazed Vados and asked, Vados, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, Lord Kampa. Vados continued to examine her staff and then said, Lord Kampa, do you remember the 2 humans you encountered last time while searching for the wish orbs in the 7th universe? What about them? Kampa scratched his head. But speaking of which, where is the last wish orb? Vados continued, the ones who destroyed the planet are the 2 humans you killed last time. They brought many people to the God of Destruction's realm, and one of their accomplices even destroyed your house. Kampa was somewhat puzzled. Vados, you must be mistaken. Those 2 ants should have already died. Vados replied, Lord Kampa, it is indeed those 2 humans. I don't know what caused them to come back to life. Damn it. Kampa gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to see them again. Vados shook her head, helplessly tapping the ground twice with her staff, and the ruined God of Destruction's realm was restored to its former glory. Ling Tian led everyone in using instant transmission, appearing on various planets, searching for opponents with strong battle powers. Ling Tian and the others appeared on planet Sadala. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled from a distance as 6 or 7 Scions appeared before Ling Tian and the others. A short Scion glared at Ling Tian and the others. Who are you? What are you doing on planet Sadala? Ling Tian, let's go. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. There aren't any strong individuals on this planet either. Ling Tian chuckled softly, but they're also Scions. Upon hearing this, not only was Vegeta taken aback, but even Son Goku and the others were also confused. Are you also Scions? Gaby and his companions were quite puzzled. Ling Tian, you must have made a mistake. Ling Tian smiled slightly and explained, the 7th universe and the 6th universe are twin universes. Whatever exists in our universe may also exist in the 6th universe. Moreover, Scions from the 6th universe do not have tails. Suddenly Vegeta and others understood. Other universes. Gaby became more confused and could only ask Ling Tian, what brings you to Sadala planet? We are searching for powerful individuals to engage in battle with. Hey. Vegeta looked at Gaby, whose hairstyle was very similar to his. Since you are also Scions, you should be able to transform, right? Transform? What transformation? Gaby was bewildered. Vegeta was somewhat irritated. Stop pretending. Transform quickly and fight me. Gaby had no idea what Vegeta was talking about. Huh. Vegeta let out a low growl, transforming into Super Saiyan 1A, and said, you don't know this transformation. I never knew Scions could transform. Gaby was both envious and shocked. Vegeta pointed at Gaby and started scolding. You can't even transform. You're embarrassing, Scions. Gaby pleaded with Vegeta. Well, Scions from our 6th universe can't transform. Can you teach us? You useless fool, you want me to teach you to transform? As Vegeta spoke, he launched an attack at Gaby. Bang, bang, bang. Gaby had no ability to resist and could only scream in pain. The other Scions from the 6th universe unleashed all their energy and rushed towards Vegeta, trying to save Gaby. However, Vegeta took down each child with one punch, swiftly finishing off all the Scions. Vegeta kicked Gaby and angrily said, you useless fool, once I've killed you all, I'll destroy this planet. No. Gaby let out a furious roar, his energy continuously rising, causing the planet to shake. A golden aura enveloped him, and his hair slowly turned golden, standing upright. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, Gaby quickly launched an attack at Vegeta. Vegeta smirked slightly, extending his right hand to block Gaby's punch. You've transformed into a Super Saiyan now. What? Gaby was somewhat confused, then looked at himself. He truly had changed. He never expected that the transformation into a Super Saiyan could be so powerful. It was a world apart from his previous strength. Returning to his senses, Gaby hurriedly bowed to Vegeta, thanking him. Thank you for helping me transform. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. I really thought Vegeta was going to kill them all and then destroy Sadala Planet. This is just Super Saiyan 1. There are many more transformations after this. As Vegeta spoke, he demonstrated all the transformations. I didn't expect there to be so many transformations. That's incredible. Gaby was astonished. Vegeta, hurry up. We need to leave. Ling Tian sensed many Saiyans on Sadala Planet rushing towards this location. Alright. After glancing at Gaby, Vegeta flew towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian then used instant transmission to take everyone away from Sadala Planet. Whoosh. Whoosh. Shortly after Ling Tian and the others left, Saiyans from Sadala Planet flew in from all directions. Gaby, who were you fighting just now? How did your hair turn golden and your strength increased so much? A crowd of Saiyans asked all at once. Gaby could only explain to everyone. The seventh universe. Earth. Whoosh. Ling Tian appeared beside Sun Wutian and Trunks with everyone. Sun Wutian glanced at the small watch in his hand, puzzled, and said, Uncle Ling Tian, how did you come back so quickly? Wutian. Trunks. Ling Tian, how did we end up back on Earth? Vegeta also looked very puzzled. Ling Tian helplessly said, after searching for so long in the sixth universe, I didn't encounter a single strong person. That fat cat wasn't home, so I thought I'd return to Earth first. Sun Wukong suggested, Ling Tian, since there's nothing going on, why don't you train with us? Wukong, I still need to visit Karen Tower. You should train with Broly and the others. As Ling Tian spoke, he used instant transmission to leave. After Ling Tian left, Sun Wukong and the others started battling with Broly, Cell, and Paragus. Sun Wutian and the mischievous Trunks showed no fear, transforming into Super Saiyans and charging forward. Bang! 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 They say two fists cannot defeat four hands. Facing the attack of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, Sun Wutian, and Trunks, Broly, Cell, and Paragus still handled it with ease. Later, Broly simply allowed Cell and Paragus to join Sun Wukong's side. He alone directly fought against 8 people. Whoosh! Ling Tian instantly appeared on Karen Tower. Karen the Hermit stroked his beard and said, Ling Tian, it's you. What brings you here? Ling Tian asked, Karen, do you have any Senzu beans left? Karen peered into the jar containing the beans. There are only 5 or 6 Senzu beans left. Take them all if you want. Ling Tian did not take the beans, but asked again. Karen, how can Senzu beans be cultivated? Karen was somewhat puzzled, but still began to explain to Ling Tian. Senzu beans require special soil to cultivate. Ordinary soil won't do. I only have one place where I can grow Senzu beans, otherwise the yield wouldn't be so low. Karen, take me to where you grow them. I have a way to make them grow faster. Grow faster. Karen was skeptical, but led Ling Tian to the place where he cultivated the beans. Karen, is this little pot the place for planting Senzu beans? Ling Tian was stunned. Such a small space could only grow one Senzu bean. That's right, this is it. Karen nodded. Ling Tian then used his ability to accelerate plant growth on the Senzu beans. A green light enveloped the Senzu beans, and after absorbing the green light, they began to grow rapidly. The Senzu beans went from flowering to maturity in less than a minute. Ling Tian, what ability is this? The Senzu beans matured so quickly. Karen was shocked. This is plant acceleration that can hasten the growth of certain plants. Ling Tian smiled slightly. That's great. Karen stroked his beard and laughed. With this, you won't have to worry about needing Senzu beans in the future. Ling Tian picked the matured Senzu beans and planted another one, accelerating its growth again. He continued to repeat the same action. Karen took the Senzu beans aside to dry them for preservation. A week later, Karen hurried over to Ling Tian's side. Turning to look, Ling Tian saw Karen's house filled with jars of Senzu beans. I understand. Ling Tian nodded and began to store the jars of Senzu beans into his storage ring. Ling Tian used instant transmission to appear by the sea, caught a big fish to give to Karen, and then left Karen Tower. Whoosh! Ling Tian instantly reappeared where Sun Wukong and the others were training. Ling Tian. Everyone greeted him. Ling Tian asked, Broly, how is your training going? Broly shook his head. Training like this isn't as good as in the Dragon God realm. I'm afraid it'll hurt Kakarot and the others. Sun Wufan said, Uncle Ling Tian, once we get injured it's hard to recover, so we are very cautious during battles. I've solved that problem. As Ling Tian spoke, he took out 5 jars of Senzu beans from his storage ring. Ling Tian, where did you get so many Senzu beans? Sun Wukong was directly astonished. Ling Tian chuckled lightly. I had Karen grow them, now you won't have to worry about getting injured. They'll train with you too. After grabbing a handful of Senzu beans, Sun Wufan moved them all into the house to store them. Bang! Bang! With the Senzu beans, everyone no longer held back in battle, occasionally unleashing powerful moves causing the sky to reverberate with thunderous sounds. 1 month later, whoosh! A sound of rushing wind came from afar as Yamcha appeared at the training ground with a girl. Sensing someone approaching, Sun Wukong immediately turned around and said, "Yamcha, how come you have time to come here?" Yamcha pointed at the girl beside him. "Wukong, this girl is looking for Gohan." Sun Wukong cupped his hands around his mouth like a trumpet and shouted loudly, "Gohan, someone is here looking for you." The fighters engaged in battle in the air all paused and flew down. "Biddy, what do you need from me?" Gohan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Biddy smiled and said, "The World Martial Arts Tournament is being held in a few days, and I came to sign you up." Ling Tian never expected that Gohan would meet Biddy without going to school. "Gohan, who is this girl?" Broly looked a bit confused, glancing around and thinking this little girl was just an ordinary person. "This," Gohan explained to everyone, "after defeating Cell, many people came to my home wanting to be my disciples. I followed Uncle Ling Tian's advice and opened a martial arts school with Uncle Krillin and Uncle Yamcha. Biddy is the vice principal of the school. Dad, are you going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? There aren't any strong opponents at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I'd rather continue my training here." Sun Wukong decisively refused. Ling Tian grinned and said, "Wukong, let's go participate together." Vegeta inquired Ling Tian, "We are already among the strongest on Earth. Why participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Ling Tian replied, "Vegeta, who knows, maybe interesting things will happen at the World Martial Arts Tournament." Ling Tian, "Since you're participating, you'll join too." Sun Wukong changed his mind again upon hearing this. Gohan responded with a smile, "Biddy, we will go participate in a couple of days." Biddy nodded. "Wukong, then we'll take our leave for now. See you at the tournament in 2 days." Ling Tian said, then used instant transmission to leave with Broly, Cell, and Paragus. "Yamcha, did you notify Krillin and Tenshinhan?" "Wukong, I have already informed them. They said they would arrive on the day of the tournament." 2 days later, after a simple breakfast, Ling Tian and the others soared into the sky, flying toward the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Whoosh! In just a short while, Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, and Paragus arrived at the venue. "Ling Tian, over here." Sun Wukong's voice came from behind. Ling Tian turned around and saw that everyone had arrived. "Wukong, have you all been waiting here for a long time?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "We just got here not long ago." Ling Tian glanced at the 2 little guys behind everyone. "Goat and Trunks, are you 2 going to participate in the tournament as well?" They nodded and responded firmly. "Uncle Ling Tian, we also want to participate." Suddenly, Sun Wukong spotted Krillin in the crowd and shouted loudly, "Krillin, over here." Upon hearing Wukong's voice, Krillin immediately walked over. "Wukong, long time no see." Krillin exclaimed excitedly, hugging Sun Wukong tightly. "Uncle Krillin, why are you with Android 18? And who is this little girl?" Gohan looked puzzled. Krillin rubbed his shiny bald head and smiled. "Gohan, during the years you and Ling Tian were away, I married Android 18. This is my child." "Krillin, I didn't expect you to get married." Sun Wukong was shocked. "Gohan, hearing from Yamcha that you all would come to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, I came." "Krillin, did you sign up?" "Wukong, I didn't sign up. I came to watch your match." "That's fine then." Sun Wukong scratched his head, secretly wishing Krillin would participate in the tournament. After some pleasantries, everyone entered the competition venue. Wow, so many people. Looking at the sea of participants, Yamcha was shocked. In the past, there were never this many people watching the World Martial Arts Tournament. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit and wearing black sunglasses walked over. Originally serious, upon seeing Sun Wukong and Yamcha, he became very excited. "I never expected to run into you two. It's truly nostalgic. I have always been looking forward to your participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament." Sun Wukong warmly greeted the familiar man before him. "To be honest, without you participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, it's really quite boring. Others are just like thugs fighting, but it's impossible to watch." The host inquired, "However, you won't destroy the arena like before, right?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed, "Who knows?" "Huh?" The host excitedly said, "No matter what, as long as you come to participate, I am very happy." Suddenly remembering he had to continue hosting the tournament, he waved goodbye to Sun Wukong and the others and left. As he left, he didn't forget to turn back and say a few words. "You will definitely make it to the finals, so let's meet there. I look forward to your exciting battles." Everyone, long time no see. Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu walked out of the crowd greeting everyone. Sun Wukong said, "Tenshinhan, I didn't see you outside. I thought you weren't participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament." Tenshinhan replied, "Kaiatsu and I arrived early, so we came in first." "Wukong, why didn't I see Krillin?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Krillin is not participating. He is over there with Shishi and the others in the audience." Time passed little by little. The opening ceremony of the tournament officially began. At this moment, a plump man holding a microphone walked to the center of a ring. All the competitors were drawn to him, and the area around the ring quickly filled with people. This World Martial Arts Tournament has a total of 401 competitors, but only 41 will make it to the finals. Now I will briefly introduce the rules. The preliminary rounds will be conducted in a knockout format, and everyone can draw lots to be divided into 20 groups, each group consisting of 20 people for a knockout match. 20 people will engage in a free-for-all, and the last person remaining in the arena will be the winner. Since this time there are 401 competitors, those who draw number 401 can skip the match and directly enter the finals. Alright, the rules have been explained. Next we will read names and proceed with the drawing. Uncle Ling Tian, there are so many of us participating this time. I hope we don't end up in the same preliminaries. Gohan expressed his concern. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, isn't it better if we meet? This way we can see whose strength is stronger. Tenshinhan said calmly, Gohan, you don't need to worry. Kaiatsu can use his psychic abilities to separate us into different groups. That's great. That way everyone can enter the finals. Yamcha was exceptionally excited. Gohan. Hearing someone call Gohan's name, everyone turned to look. A short-haired girl in casual clothes ran up to Gohan. Yamcha said, isn't this the girl who came looking for Gohan that day? That's right. Yamcha nodded. Gohan said, Biddy, so you are here. You really shouldn't participate in this competition. Biddy replied firmly, I have been training hard. There is no one in the entire martial arts school who can defeat me. I must participate. Biddy insisted. Well, Gohan didn't know what to say. He could only pray that Uncle Ling Tian and the others would go easy on her. At this moment among the crowd there were two peculiar-looking individuals engaged in quiet conversation. The shorter one had a white punk hairstyle, a wicked grin, and purple skin all over. The taller one had white hair, fierce eyes, and red skin. Both were dressed in the same attire and wore strange earrings on their ears. Lord Kaioshin, we have discovered that those two individuals have infiltrated this competition. With their strength, they will undoubtedly stand out in this level of human competition, and when the time comes we can. These two individuals are East Kaioshin and his subordinate Jebet. They have been following the wizard Babidi to Earth in order to prevent him from releasing the demon Bu. Kaioshin Shin slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Jebet, you must already understand the rules of this competition. Go and make the necessary arrangements. Jebet smiled slightly. Lord Kaioshin, I will ensure you receive a by allowing you to advance directly to the finals. Upon hearing Jebet's words, Kaioshin Shin nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly Jebet frowned and pointed at a dumpling. Lord Kaioshin, that human who looks like a child is also using supernatural abilities to assist them in the drawing. So it is them. Kaioshin Shin also turned his gaze toward Ling Tian and the others, a strange smile appearing on his face. Lord Kaioshin, do you know them? Jebet was astonished. How could the mighty Kaioshin know such insignificant humans? Kaioshin Shin replied nonchalantly, they are Ling Tian and Sun Wukong. I have heard of them from North Kaioshin, who mentioned their formidable strength. They might be able to assist us. Jebet scoffed. What use could mere humans be? No matter how strong they are, they cannot be your opponents. Kaioshin Shin shook his head. Jebet, all you need to do is ensure you do not concern yourself with what they do. We might need their help in the finals. Understood. The drawing concluded quickly, and indeed everyone was assigned to different groups. Yamcha looked at the label in his hand, excitement written all over his face. Dumpling, your supernatural abilities are truly useful. Dumpling replied somewhat helplessly, Tianjin Fan, I originally wanted you to draw number 401, but it seems someone else used their powers to restrict that label. Tianjin Fan patted Dumpling's head with a smile. It's fine, Dumpling. As long as you don't encounter Ling Tian in the preliminaries, it will be alright. As the drawing concluded, the host walked onto the stage again, placing the microphone close to his mouth and announcing loudly, Alright, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to the contestant named Shin who has drawn the lucky number 401. Therefore, contestant Shin does not need to participate in the preliminaries and advances directly to the finals. Hearing the host's words, the audience erupted in uproar. Many contestants voiced their discontent with this result, saying, since he has a bye, this guy has it too easy. What does it matter if someone without strength enters the finals? It's just embarrassing. Lord Kaioshin, I will teach these humans a lesson. Jebet was furious. How could the dignified Kaioshin be insulted by these humans? Jebet, we are here to deal with the demon Bu. Do not act recklessly, or we might alert the enemy. Kaioshin Shin pulled Jebet back sharply. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Jebet nodded reluctantly. Ling Tian glanced at Kaioshin Shin, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the host on stage spoke again. Now that the drawing is over, the long-awaited World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins, starting with the children under 15 years old competing. As the host moved his finger, everyone's gaze followed, and they saw the two plaques beside them displaying the numbers 10 million and 5 million. The host continued, the champion of the youth group will receive 10 million, while the runner-up will receive 5 million. Next, the 42 participating children will step onto the stage. As everyone knows, there are no preliminaries in the youth group competition. The rules are the same as those for the adult group. Surrender, falling out of the ring, not getting up after a 10-second count, or being unconscious will be judged as a loss. Now let the competition begin. The first match is between 8-year-old Imai and 8-year-old Trunks. I didn't expect Trunks to be in the first match, Sun Wukong said with surprise. This competition is too boring. With a wave of Trunks' hand, that little guy will lose. Vegeta was speechless. Just as Vegeta had said after the host announced the start of the match, Trunks' opponent fell directly off the stage. All the spectators in the audience were bewildered, completely unaware of what had just happened. The host, seeing this, didn't know how to comment, so he ran to the stage to ask Trunks, "Little friend, why did your opponent suddenly fall off the stage?" Trunks scratched his head. "I waved my hand, and he fell, didn't you see?" The host was also helpless. "If I could see clearly what I need to ask you." The first match is won by our 8-year-old Trunks. Next we move on to the second match, where 10-year-old Conlong faces off against 7-year-old Sun Goten. Sun Goten's opponent was a chubby little sumo wrestler. The contestants are ready to begin the match. With the host's command, Conlong charged at Sun Goten, pushing him repeatedly in an attempt to shove him off the stage. Conlong exerted all his strength, but couldn't move Sun Goten an inch. "How boring." Sun Goten yawned and lightly pushed Conlong. Conlong uncontrollably flew backward and fell off the stage. The host marveled. "No wonder he's Sun Wukong's son, he's really impressive." Time flew by quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals of the youth group are about to begin. It will be 8-year-old Trunks against 7-year-old Sun Goten. It's worth mentioning that in every match, both children easily knock their opponents off the stage. Let's look forward to their exciting performance. The audience erupted in cheers. Ling Tian chuckled softly. "I wonder who will win the championship." "Kakarot Trunks will definitely be the champion in this match." Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong beside him. "Vegeta Goten trains with us every day. Who knows who will win?" Sun Wukong stared intently at the two little guys on stage. "Goten, you must win the championship. Trunks, you must do your best too." At this moment, Shishi and Bulma cheered for their children from the audience. The two contestants are ready. Let the match begin. "Goten, fighting those guys earlier was so boring." Trunks yawned. "When we fight, you must give it your all." "No problem." Sun Goten nodded with a smile. "Huh." The two let out a low roar, their energy rising continuously as their black hair gradually turned golden and stood upright. They transformed directly into Super Saiyan 1. The transformation of Trunks and Sun Goten sparked discussions among the audience. What's happening? Why did these two little friends' hair change color? Can these two kids even transform? This is the Golden Warrior. Golden Warrior. Isn't that the transformation a boy used to defeat Cell? The two transformed into Super Saiyans, exchanging a glance before launching into battle. In an instant, their arms collided. The two competed in strength, neither yielding. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, they unleashed fierce attacks, their speed increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Trunks was forced to the edge of the arena by Sun Goten. Sun Goten swung his fist, aiming to knock Trunks off the stage. Unexpectedly, his fist struck Trunks' afterimage. However, the real Trunks had already appeared behind Sun Goten, kicking him out of the arena. The host shouted into the microphone, "Trunks has knocked Sun Goten out of the arena. It seems Trunks is on the verge of victory." Sun Goten hurriedly stabilized himself in midair to avoid falling to the ground and losing his qualification for the match, using the flight technique to soar back onto the stage. I didn't expect Sun Goten could fly. Let the match continue. The host was extraordinarily excited, as if he were the one competing. "Trunks, you are so cunning," Sun Goten exclaimed as he swiftly appeared in front of Trunks and landed a punch on his face. Trunks endured the sharp pain and retaliated with a punch to Sun Goten's abdomen. Neither of them would back down, enduring the pain and launching counterattacks. Bang! Sun Goten kicked Trunks into the air and immediately pursued him. Trunks smirked slightly, delivering a heavy blow to the ascending Sun Goten. Boom! Sun Goten plummeted from the sky, crashing hard onto the arena. As the smoke cleared, a massive pit appeared on the stage. Is this a children's match? I hope that little boy is okay. All the spectators began to worry for Sun Goten. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from the pit as Sun Goten shot up into the air, launching an attack on Trunks. Bang! 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 The two instantly engaged in battle. The audience could only hear booming sounds from the air, unable to see the status of the fight between Trunks and Sun Goten. Trunks was struck in the abdomen by a punch from Sun Goten, curling up like a shrimp and flew backward. Trunks steadied himself in midair and addressed Sun Goten. "Goten, you're quite impressive." Sun Goten replied, "I train hard every day." The aura around both of them continuously intensified as they charged at each other. Bang! The two fists collided, causing them to recoil, both with a trickle of blood from the corners of their mouths. Trunks and Sun Goten shared a knowing smile as they descended onto the arena. On the stands, Vidal's eyes widened in shock after witnessing the battle between the two. Gohan, why are your brother and his friends so powerful? They train hard every day? Gohan expressed his satisfaction with the performance of the two little guys. What a joke. I train every day too. I'm the strongest person at the martial arts school. How can I not measure up to your brother? Videl was quite unwilling. Gohan was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. The audience was in an uproar, cheering enthusiastically. Incredible. Truly amazing. It's simply unimaginable. This is much more interesting than any martial arts tournament I've ever seen. This is absolutely splendid. The audience began to discuss excitedly. The host was also incredibly excited. This was what the world's #1 martial arts tournament should look like. The performances of Trunks and Son Goten were both outstanding. Now let the match continue. Trunks, said Goten, let's unleash our strongest transformations. We must determine a victor today. Okay. Son Goten nodded firmly. Huh. Oh. The two let out a furious roar, unleashing all their energy. Ling Tian quickly formed an energy shield to protect the audience. Before long, the golden auras surrounding Trunks and Son Goten transformed into red flames, their energy completely vanishing. A dazzling light flashed as the two transformed into Super Saiyan gods. How is this possible? The Supreme Kai of Time and Kibito, standing in the stands, looked shocked. Supreme Kai, how can those two little brats possess divine energy? Kibito was incredulous. I also don't know how this happened. The Supreme Kai was also baffled. Ling Tian used his telepathy to speak to the two little guys, saying, Trunks, Goten, you don't have to worry about hurting the audience. I've created a protective shield for them. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. Trunks swiftly appeared above Son Goten, gathering a massive energy ball in his hands and launching it at Son Goten. Son Goten roared with fury, kicking the energy ball into the air. Uncle Ling Tian, why are Goten and Trunks using energy attacks directly? They want to see who is stronger, Ling Tian replied with a slight smile, glancing at the Supreme Kai and Kibito, who stood in the corner. Bang! Boom! Boom! Trunks and Son Goten continued to launch attacks at each other, energy blasts flying everywhere. Audience members, seeing energy blasts hurtling towards them, were terrified, with many fainting outright. Just as the energy was about to hit the audience, it seemed to collide with something and exploded. Once the audience realized they wouldn't be attacked, they resumed their seats to watch the battle. Trunks kicked Son Goten into the air, gathering all his energy into his hands. It seemed Trunks aimed to settle the match with one decisive blow. Seeing this, Son Goten steadied himself in the air, placing his hands at his waist in a flower bud shape, gathering energy. Final burst. Kamehameha wave. The two shouted as they unleashed energy at each other. The two energy waves collided in midair, and for a moment, it was unclear who would prevail. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the arena, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Trunks and Son Goten lay on the ground, their clothes tattered and bodies bruised. The host quickly climbed onto the stage to check on the two. Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense battle, Trunks and Son Goten have both fallen to the ground. It will come down to who gets up first to determine the champion of the youth division. Now I will start the countdown. 10, 9, 6, 2. Trunks and Son Goten both stood up at the same time. As soon as the host finished speaking, the two fell down again. In that case, Trunks and Son Goten are co-champions of the youth division. The host was a bit helpless. Whoosh. Ling Tian instantly appeared on the stage, taking 2 sins of beans from his storage ring and giving them to the two. Trunks asked Uncle Ling Tian, who is the champion, me or Goten? Ling Tian smiled and replied, you both tied this time. I will definitely beat you next time, Son Goten declared with determination. Trunks smiled and said, Goten, I won't let you surpass me. Whoosh. Ling Tian flew with Trunks and Son Goten towards the stands. Goten, Trunks, you two are amazing, having surpassed us at such a young age. Yamcha gave the two a thumbs up. Son Goten suggested, Uncle Yamcha, you can train with us too. No thank you. Yamcha scratched his head, your training method doesn't suit me. The audience, which had been silent, erupted into cheers upon seeing Trunks and Son Goten fly away, exclaiming, that was truly spectacular. We haven't had enough yet. Hurry up and hold the adult group competition. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, the organizers of the martial arts tournament also decided to change the schedule for the preliminary round of the World Martial Arts Tournament. After receiving this news, the host cleared his throat and announced loudly, ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Due to the organizers' decision, the preliminary round will be held earlier, starting this afternoon with the adult group competition. Upon hearing this news, the audience no longer rioted, but left in an orderly manner. Originally planning to go eat, Ling Tian and the others were also led to the rest area by the staff. Sun Wukong, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi were all very excited. It had been over 10 years since they had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Looking at the crowd surrounding the arena brought back a flood of memories. As all the contestants entered the rest area, everyone eagerly rubbed their fists, their spirits instantly soaring. Whether it was the passion for fighting or the envy of the substantial prize money, the martial artists could hardly wait for the competition to begin. Inside the rest area, contestants were stretching and breaking bricks, while others boasted about being able to break a 100-year-old tree with a single punch or kill a tiger barehanded. Ling Tian, what interesting thing are you talking about? Broly scrutinized the contestants for a long time, but couldn't find anything out of place. Upon hearing Broly's words, Sun Wukong and the others all turned to look at Ling Tian. Ling Tian pointed at the corner where the god of destruction Shin and Jebet stood. Jebet whispered, "Lord Kaioshin, they've spotted us." The god of destruction Shin showed a strange smile on his face. "Then let's go over and say hello. Just in time, we need their help with the matter of Majin Buu." The god of destruction Shin then led Jebet toward Ling Tian and the others. "Ling Tian, why is that little guy wearing the god of destruction's outfit?" Broly asked in confusion. Everyone had seen GT Timeline Jebet. "Hello, my name is Shin, and this is my attendant Jebet." The god of destruction Shin smiled and greeted Ling Tian and the others. "Jebet." Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked, "Jebet, are you the god of destruction? You actually know about the god of destruction?" Both the god of destruction Shin and Jebet were shocked. Jebet proudly looked at Ling Tian and the others. "I am not the god of destruction. This person here is the true god of destruction." Ling Tian, he also goes by Jebet. Why is he not the god of destruction? Broly was confused. Ling Tian explained to everyone. The god of destruction from the GT timeline is the result of the two of them fusing with that earring on their ears. Our timeline has not undergone fusion. So that's how it is. As Ling Tian explained, Sun Wukong and the others immediately understood. What is this GT timeline? Fusing with earrings. Sun Wukong and the others were clear, but the god of destruction Shin and Jebet listened with blank expressions. Sun Wukong asked, "Lord God of Destruction, may I ask what brings you to Earth?" The god of destruction Shin was just about to respond. However, the host appeared on the arena with a microphone and loudly said, "Contestants, please enter the corresponding arena for the preliminary round according to the numbers on your tags." Yamcha said, "Wukong isn't your number 12. It's your turn to compete." Sun Wukong glanced at the tag and nodded. "Lord God of Destruction, we'll talk later," Sun Wukong said as he walked toward the first arena. Seeing that the contestants were already in position, the host gave the command. The match begins. The contestants on the arena began to fight. Sun Wukong waved his hand, and all the contestants on arena number 1 fell off the platform qualifying for advancement. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi easily defeated all their opponents as well. The host loudly said, "Now please have contestants numbered 100 to 200 enter the arena." This competition is so boring. Vegeta snorted coldly. He looked down on this competition and wouldn't have come if Ling Tian hadn't mentioned something interesting. After Ling Tian and the others took the stage with a casual wave, all the contestants fell off the arena. A rather lewd-looking fat man pointed at Vegeta and said, "Referee, they are cheating. Why are we dropping off the stage uncontrollably? To deal with scum like you, this prince needs to cheat." Vegeta immediately got angry, condensing a golden energy ball in his hand, wanting to eliminate this clueless person. "Vegeta." Sun Wukong flashed and instantly appeared in front of Vegeta, grabbing his hand. Seeing Vegeta was about to unleash a ki blast, the lewd fat man scrambled away. After this little incident, the preliminary round continued, but many contestants forfeited, fearing they would encounter an opponent like Vegeta. The host holding the list approached the arena and announced loudly, "Those who qualified for advancement through this preliminary round are Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Vegeta, Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, Cell, Sun, Gohan, Piccolo, Jebet, Videl, Mast, Superman, Spopovich, Yamcha, Panda, Kirajur, and Afei. Since there are 401 participants, the contestant with number 401 Shin has also successfully advanced. The successful contestants, please gather here at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon for the draw ceremony." After hearing the host's words, everyone began to leave. "Uncle Ling Tian, let's go eat first." Son Gohan patted his growling stomach. "All right." Ling Tian nodded, realizing he was a bit hungry too. Sun Wukong also called the god of destruction Shin and Jebet to join them. As they entered a restaurant, they heard Bulma's voice calling out, "Vegeta, Ling Tian, Wukong, over here." The group turned to see Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Krillin. And others had already ordered several tables of food, waiting for the arrival of everyone. "Goo goo." Sun Goten pointed at his stomach and said, "Dad, Uncle Ling Tian, you guys are really too slow. My stomach is already growling." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed as they sat down to eat. Clang, clang. Several scions clashed their bowls and chopsticks. Sun Wukong devoured 2 or 3 buns in 1 bite, while Vegeta polished off a chicken leg in 2 bites. "Waiter, more dishes." After hearing this, Videl, the god of destruction Shin, and Jebet were left dumbfounded, had they not eaten enough after several tables of food. Half an hour later, everyone was finally satisfied. Sun Wukong turned to look at the stunned god of destruction Shin beside him. Lord God of Destruction, what brings you to Earth? The god of destruction Shin thought for a moment and decided it would be more convenient to tell Sun Wukong and the others about needing their help later. Wukong Jebit and I are tracking the wizard Babidi to Earth. Who is the wizard Babidi? Everyone was puzzled. Ling Tian's lips curled slightly. It had finally appeared. Babidi is the son of the dark sorcerer Babidi. Although he is weaker in strength, he is skilled in many strange magics, such as control enhancement and sealing. Vegeta scoffed, this Babidi doesn't sound impressive at all. Vegeta, although Babidi's strength is not strong. He comes to Earth to lift the seal on Majin Buu, who is extremely powerful. When the god of destruction Shin spoke the name, Majin Buu, his face changed dramatically, trembling all over. Is Majin Buu really that powerful? Upon hearing about a formidable opponent, Sun Wukong was unusually excited. Majin Buu lacks rationality, knowing only destruction and slaughter. In just a few short years, he has annihilated countless planets and star systems. Vegeta nonchalantly replied, that's nothing impressive, any one of us here could do that. He certainly does not believe that Majin Buu is stronger than the evil dragon of the Dragon God realm. Vegeta stated at that time, there were 5 Kaioshins beings of Frieza's level, each of whom could have defeated him with a mere finger. Yet all 4 of these Kaioshins were killed by Majin Buu. Vegeta shrugged and stopped speaking. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Master Kaioshin, have you found Majin Buu? Wukong Babidi disappeared as soon as he entered Earth, but he sent 2 subordinates to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, presumably hoping to harness the energy of the participants to help Majin Buu break free from his seal. During the competition, you must follow my arrangements. Master Kaioshin clasped his hands together, pleading with everyone. Sun Wukong asked Ling Tian, who was eating dessert beside him, what do you think? Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, whatever, once we find Majin Buu, I'll take you to a good place. Sun Gohan looked at the time and said, Dad, Uncle Ling Tian, it's almost 1:30, let's go draw lots for the preliminaries. Wukong, I will cheer for you from the audience. Krillin waved to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Everyone parted ways from the restaurant, and Ling Tian and the others headed toward the preliminaries venue. The host appeared on stage with a microphone and addressed the crowd. All contestants are present, and we will soon determine the matchups. With a wave of his hand, the host signaled as 2 staff members carried over a box for the draw. The host continued, there are a total of 21 numbers. The contestant who draws number 1 will face number 11, and so on. The contestant who draws number 21 advances without competing. Now contestants whose names are called should come up to draw. Heavenly God, please bless me. Oh, don't let me face Ling Tian in the first round. Yamcha clasped his hands together, murmuring continuously. Yamcha, don't worry, I'll make sure you draw number 21. Ling Tian glanced at Jebit. Master Kaioshin, what should we do? Jebit was momentarily at a loss. Master Kaioshin Xian replied, just let that person named Yamcha draw number 21, ignore everything else. Understood, Master Kaioshin. Jebit nodded respectfully. Great. Yamcha leaped up in excitement. The host cleared his throat. Contestant Sun Wukong. Coming. Sun Wukong walked up to the stage and drew a number. The host announced loudly, contestant Sun Wukong is number 7. Nearby, the staff hurriedly noted Sun Wukong's name on a large plaque. The host continued, next up, contestant Tianjin Fan. Contestant Tianjin Fan drew number 19. Contestant Yamcha drew number 21. Contestant Jiaozi drew number 1. Soon everyone finished drawing lots. The host said, now that everyone has drawn their lots, you can see your opponents on the plaque beside you. The upcoming matches will proceed in the order listed. I trust everyone understands the rules. Due to the large number of participants, each match will last 20 minutes. If there is no winner after the time limit, the judges will determine the victor. The matches will start shortly. Oh, I will take everyone to the break room to rest. Yamcha murmured, it won't even take 20 minutes. If I run into Ling Tian, I'd be grateful to last 2 seconds on stage. The World Martial Arts Tournament on the stage. The host appeared on stage with a microphone and announced, thank you for your patience, everyone. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. In the preliminaries, 21 contestants have emerged, and the matches will proceed in the order displayed. The staff brought out the plaque from earlier and placed it beside the stage for the audience to see. For those far away, I will read it out for you. The first match will be contestant Jiaozi against contestant Defei. The second match will be contestant Xian against contestant Sun Gohan. The third match will be contestant Broly against contestant Vegeta. Sun Wukong grinned. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to face Broly. Can you win against him? Vegeta replied indifferently, Kakarot, you're facing Cell too. He knew very well that Sun Wukong could not defeat Cell either. Piccolo shook his head helplessly from the side. After the host read through the match list, he continued, which contestant will emerge as the champion? Let's look forward to it together. Now we will begin the first match, contestant Jiaozi against contestant Defei. Jiaozi and Defei then emerged from the break room and walked toward the stage. The two contestants took their positions, and the match began. At the host's command, Defei rushed towards Jiaozi, who was suspended in midair. This Defei is something else. He's much stronger than an ordinary human. Ling Tian was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a strong human. Yamcha responded, Ling Tian, this Defei is our dojo's coach, and he's considered a very strong Earthling now. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, so that's how it is. Facing defiant attacks, Jiaozi remained unfazed, letting them strike him. Jiaozi gently pushed his palm, sending Defei flying backward, landing outside the stage. The host announced loudly, Defei has fallen out of bounds. Contestant Jiaozi wins this match. As Jiaozi and Defei left the stage, the host continued, now the second match begins, contestant Xin against contestant Son Gohan. It is worth mentioning that contestant Son Gohan is the same one who defeated Cell back in the day, that golden-haired warrior. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. Sun Wukong, inquired Master Kaishin, how should Gohan cooperate with you during the match? Master Kaishin Xin replied, Gohan, once you transform into a Super Saiyan, just stand still. Babiti's two subordinates will attempt to drain your energy. Ling Tian spoke just as Son Gohan was about to leave. Gohan, just transform into Super Saiyan 1, they won't be able to drain much energy. Alright, Uncle Ling Tian. Son Gohan paused, turned to nod at Ling Tian. What Uncle Ling Tian said must be right, he just needed to follow his instructions. After that, Son Gohan and Master Kaishin Xin emerged from the break room and walked toward the stage. The two stood opposite each other on the stage. The two contestants are now ready, let the match begin. Gohan, transform now. Master Kaishin Xin urged impatiently. Huh. Son Gohan let out a low roar, causing the entire stage to tremble, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the surface. Son Gohan's dark hair gradually turned golden and stood on end, enveloped in a golden aura. A powerful presence instantly swept over Master Kaishin Xin. How could he be this strong? Master Kaishin Zin's body trembled uncontrollably. Whether it was excitement over being able to deal with Majin Buu or fear from sensing Gohan's energy, both Spabovich and Yamcha were momentarily stunned. Yamcha took out his scouter to begin scanning. Look, what incredible power. Great. Spabovich laughed. Yamcha, I'll hold him down, you absorb his energy. Understood. The two quickly took action, stealthily flying behind Son Gohan. Hey, the announcer shouted loudly, contestants Yamu and Spabovich, your match hasn't begun yet. Leave the ring immediately. Shin the Supreme Kai lifted a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Gohan, they've appeared. Stay still, don't move not even a step. Gohan nodded solemnly. Ignoring the announcer entirely, Spabovich seized Gohan in a crushing embrace, while Yamu thrust an energy absorber directly into Gohan's side. You! Gohan cried out in agony, straining desperately to break free, only for Yamu to yank the device from his body with a sharp, brutal pull. Energy fully absorbed. Let's go, Spabovich. The two shot skyward, vanishing into the distance. Gohan, are you all right? Shin the Supreme Kai was utterly unprepared, never imagining their method required piercing the flank. Gohan clutched his wound with one hand, forcing a grim, strained smile. Supreme Kai, I'm fine. Shin flushed slightly, quickly shifting focus. Gohan, if we track them, we'll locate Majin Buu. Hearing those words, Piccolo soared away without hesitation, determined to exact vengeance himself to slay those two assailants with his own hands. Gohan, let's go too. Your father and Ling Tian will join us shortly. Understood. Ling Tian, Gohan, and the others have already departed. What do we do now? We follow immediately. Ling Tian leapt into the air, followed by Broly, Cell, and Paragus, streaking toward the direction Yamu and Spabovich had fled. So Majin Buu must possess some extraordinary trait. Goku and Vegeta likewise launched themselves skyward. Yamcha turned to Tien Shinhan. Tien, everyone's gone. Aren't you joining them? Tien smiled gently. Yamcha, don't worry. Ling Tian and the others will eliminate Majin Buu. This may well be our final world martial arts tournament. I intend to fight until the very end. No regrets left behind. Yamcha, when battle begins, give it your absolute all. Yes. Yamcha grinned and nodded firmly. The audience stood bewildered, still grasping neither cause nor context, as half the competitors vanished into the skies. Yet the announcer, ever enamored with Goku's matches, hurried straight to Yamcha, urgently seeking updates on the departed fighters. After Yamcha's concise explanation, the announcer understood the full sequence of events. Seizing the microphone, he declared aloud, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The contestants who just flew away have withdrawn due to urgent matters. But the tournament continues, with those remaining." Meanwhile, after several minutes of flight, the group converged. Ling Tian, is Majin Buu truly that formidable? Goku asked, eyes alight with anticipation. Ling Tian gave a light, dismissive laugh. Majin Buu is nothing extraordinary. Goten and Trunks defeated him without difficulty. However, Majin Buu possesses terrifying regenerative power. So long as even a single cell survives, he can fully regenerate, and he may absorb others, assimilating them into his own being. Leave them to me. I'll handle this. Piccolo, burned solely with vengeance for Gohan's strength, meant nothing beside that fury. The others nodded in unison, agreed. Supreme Kai, surely this carries no risk. Kibito's expression tightened with unease. Shin the Supreme Kai beamed with exhilaration. No risk at all, Kibito. Gohan's aura alone, just moments ago, surpassed Majin Buu's. This time we shall eradicate him completely. Kibito's face softened into a relieved smile. Years of devotion alongside the Supreme Kai had not been in vain. Magnificent. With this vast reservoir of energy, Lord Babidi will surely reward us. Yamo held up the humming energy absorber, eyes gleaming as he turned to Spopovich. Then let's return at once. Spopovich's lips curled faintly, wondering what reward Lord Babidi might bestow. Agreed. Instantly both accelerated, carving twin arcs of white light across the heavens, until they arrived at Babidi's spacecraft. Ling Tian's group pursued closely, arriving almost simultaneously, but chose not to reveal themselves. Instead, they landed atop a distant mountain, observing in silence. Creak. The ship's hatch groaned open slowly, and 4 or 5 figures emerged. At their head stood a diminutive, grotesquely repulsive man. Sallow coffee-brown skin stretched taut over his frame, crowned by revolting matted hair. Yamo bowed deeply, presenting the energy-charged device. Lord Babidi, the absorption is complete. Babidi gazed upon the vessel brimming with raw energy, his heart pounding with unrestrained elation. With this power, Majin Buu would soon rise again. You two have performed admirably. Now that the energy is secured, your presence here serves no further purpose. Chills raced down Yamo and Spopovich's spines at Babidi's cold pronouncement. Suddenly Babidi uttered an incantation, and Yamo levitated helplessly, his body contorting, swelling grotesquely like an overinflated balloon. Boom! Yamu's entire form detonated, reduced instantly to nothingness. Babidi chuckled, surveying the aftermath. Dubra, the resonance of that explosion remains exquisite. Indeed it does, Dubra replied coolly, then fixed Spopovich with a glacial stare. Spopovich recoiled, then bolted skyward in blind panic. Humph, thinking you can flee it. Dubra snarled, firing a violet-purple beam that pierced Spopovich clean through. Shin the Supreme Kai stared in disbelief, never imagining Babidi had subjugated even Dubra, the Demon King of the Netherworld. Piccolo cared not for titles. Demon King, West Kai, none mattered. His vow remained unfulfilled. Gohan's vengeance had been stolen from him. Unforgivable. Rhea. Piccolo unleashed his full aura, a shockwave hurling Shin and Kibito violently backward. In the next instant he vanished, and reappeared before Babidi's entourage. Boom, boom, boom. Babidi's soldiers exploded under Piccolo's fists. Dubra, fight him now. Babidi nearly wet himself. Where had this monster come from? He thanked whatever gods existed that he'd spared himself. Dubra drew a deep breath, steeling his courage, then charged. Crack! Before he could land a single blow, Piccolo's open palm sent him crashing to the earth. Piccolo rained furious blows upon the dazed, prostrate Dubra. Dubra screamed, powerless, broken, unable even to raise a hand in defense. After an indeterminate span, Dubra's cries fell silent. Piccolo ceased his assault, turning his gaze slowly, coldly, toward Babidi. Whoosh, whoosh. Shin and Kibito returned from afar, stunned, speechless. Dubra, the Demon King of the Netherworld, slain barehanded. Babidi scrambled backward, crawling frantically toward the ship's interior. Not so fast. Piccolo's eyes blazed. 2 searing beams lanced forth, striking Babidi mid-flight. I beam. Babidi failed to evade. The twin beams pierced him cleanly, dropping him lifeless to the ground. Curses, my glorious plan has yet to. Ling Tian and the others, upon seeing that Bick had dealt with everyone, flew down from the high mountain and landed beside him. Bick pointed in the direction where Babidi had just fled and said, Ling Tian, it seems that the Demon Buu is inside this spaceship. Ling Tian nodded. Without any hesitation, everyone entered the interior of the spaceship. A few soldiers holding weapons coldly asked, Who are you? Ling Tian, too lazy to pay attention to these insignificant soldiers, raised his right hand and conjured a circular disc of energy, throwing it forward. Cutting disc. The soldiers screamed in agony, all cut in half. Ling Tian then controlled the disc, cutting into the spaceship, and soon a large hole appeared, reaching the bottom of the ship. Let's go down. The Demon Buu is right below, Ling Tian said as he jumped down. Everyone followed suit. Ling Tian, there's no one down here. Sun Wukong asked in confusion. Ling Tian pointed to the giant egg beside him and said, Wukong, this is the demon Bu. An egg. Everyone surrounded the giant egg and looked closely, finding nothing unusual. Ling Tian shouted outside, Trunks, Goten, hurry over here. Goten, what should we do? Trunks scratched his head and said, Uncle Ling Tian, we thought there was something fun going on and secretly followed you. Son Wukong smiled wryly. Let's just go over. Whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of rushing wind, the two little ones appeared in front of Ling Tian. Goten, why aren't you watching the match with your mom and came here instead? Son Wukong asked in confusion. Son Goten chuckled. Dad, you all flew away, and we thought there was something fun, so we came along. It's all right, Ling Tian said, taking out the 12 universe information map from his storage ring to check. The god of the 7th universe, it turns out it's here. Everyone hold on to me. Broly asked, Ling Tian, where are we going? I will take you to a fun place. Everyone immediately became interested and put their arms around each other's shoulders. The god of the universe Shin and Jebet also wanted to see what Ling Tian was up to, so they placed their hands on Son Wukong's shoulders. Ling Tian touched the egg of the demon Bu and performed instant transmission with everyone. The God Realm. Whooshed. Ling Tian and the others appeared in the 7th universe's God Realm. What? You managed to come to the God Realm? Jebet was shocked. Since the god Shin of the East took over, no one had appeared in the God Realm. Ling Tian placed his hand on the egg, continuously injecting energy into it. Crack. The giant egg split in half, revealing nothing inside. Son Wukong scratched his head and said, Ling Tian, this egg can't be spoiled from being kept too long, right? Suddenly a pink mist appeared above the giant egg. Everyone could sense an extremely evil aura emanating from the mist. Gradually the aura grew stronger and the pink mist gathered together to form a spherical object. With a loud bang, the spherical object grew limbs and a head. Demon Bu. The god Shin of the universe looked at the familiar figure, trembling uncontrollably. Demon Bu had pink skin all over, was half naked on the upper body, wore white pants and dark brown shoes, had wrist guards on both arms, thick hands, a horn on his head, and his chubby face made it hard to open his eyes, often displaying an innocent expression. Ling Tian glanced at Demon Bu and instructed the two little ones beside him, Goten, Trunks, you two take care of this fat guy. You dare call me a fat guy? The vent on top of Demon Bu's head emitted puffs of hot air. I'm angry now, I will kill you. Demon Bu charged towards Ling Tian. Huh. Oh. Trunks and Son Goten roared in anger, their black hair turning golden and standing upright, enveloped in a golden aura. The two transformed into Super Saiyan 1, blocking in front of Ling Tian. Soon the three began to battle. Trunks and Son Goten coordinated perfectly. When Demon Bu attacked, one would defend while the other gathered energy and blasted it at Demon Bu. Oh. Demon Bu screamed in agony, his body blasted through with a large hole. Damn it, I'm really angry. Demon Bu roared angrily, the hole in his body healing completely, and his aura continuously strengthened as he launched another attack on Trunks and Son Goten. God Shin, where is your God Shin sword? Ling Tian looked at God Shin. Ling Tian, you even know about the God Shin sword? God Shin was shocked. Jebet immediately explained to everyone, the God Shin sword is the divine sword of the God realm, and it is said that whoever can draw the sword will gain the strongest power in the universe. Ling Tian, is this true? Vegeta was a bit tempted. If he could draw the sword, wouldn't he surpass everyone? Ling Tian saw through Vegeta's thoughts at a glance and replied flatly, it's fake. How could it be fake? This is a legend that has been passed down in the God realm. God Shin completely didn't believe it. Ling Tian shook his head, just tell me where the God Shin sword is. God Shin replied, on a small hill to the east. Wukong, who will go and draw the God Shin sword? Ling Tian asked. He'll go. Vegeta waved his hand, thinking that Ling Tian must be lying and he had to seize this opportunity. Ling Tian chuckled lightly. Then Vegeta, you go. After you draw the God Shin sword, just bring it back here. Vegeta exploded with anger and flew east in an arc. Lord God Shin, shall we go take a look too? Jebet said with concern. God Shin nodded. A few minutes later. Whooshed. Vegeta, God Shin, and Jebet appeared before everyone using instant transmission. Son Wukong looked at the long sword in Vegeta's hand and asked, Vegeta, did you gain the strongest power in the universe? It's fake, I just pulled it out casually and my body didn't feel any change. Vegeta was furious. If it weren't for Ling Tian saying to bring the sword back, he would have thrown it away. God Shin and Jebet didn't know what to say as they didn't expect the legend to be false. Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. The legend is fake, but there is a person sealed inside the divine sword, and that person can enhance potential. There is a person in the divine sword. Everyone was bewildered. Who would seal a person inside a sword? Ling Tian, how can we get that person out? Just break the sword. Upon hearing this, Vegeta erupted with energy and bent the sword, snapping it in half with a crack. Ling Tian, I don't see anyone. Broly scratched his head. Suddenly, an old voice came from behind everyone. Are you talking about me? You? Aren't you the old god Shin? Sun Wukong was very surprised. Oh, I didn't expect someone to recognize me. Old god Shin, Shin, and Jebit were bewildered. The old god Shin crossed his arms behind his back and said lightly, That's right, I am also a god Shin, and the god Shin from before the 15th generation. The god Shin from before the 15th generation. So you are the ancestor. God Shin was completely stunned. Yes. The old god Shin started to talk nonsense seriously. A long time ago, there was a very powerful person who fought with me for 300 rounds, but couldn't do anything to me, so he used this insidious trick to seal me in the divine sword. Ling Tian hurriedly interrupted the old Kai, saying, Enough, already, stop boasting. We let you out so you can help us enhance our potential. Enhance potential? The old Kai questioned with confusion. How do you know I have such an ability? Sun Wukong then explained the situation of the GT timeline to the old Kai. What? You have traveled to other timelines. The old Kai scolded loudly. Don't you know that crossing timelines is a serious crime? Ling Tian nonchalantly replied, Forget about that, just help us develop our potential. A serious crime is a serious crime. After all, no one has come to judge him yet. This? After pondering for a moment, the old Kai said, I can sense that your strengths are already quite formidable, even capable of threatening all of humanity across the universe. You do not need further enhancement. The Kai Shin pleaded earnestly, Old ancestor, please help Ling Tian and the others. The old Kai rebuked loudly, You young one, what do you know? Jebit chimed in, Lord Old Kai, we need them to deal with Majin Buu later, or else the universe will be destroyed. Who is Majin Buu? The old Kai asked in confusion. During the old Kai's time, Majin Buu had not yet been created. Majin Buu is an extremely evil being wreaking havoc on planets without remorse. He has even killed the Grand Kai, West Kai, South Kai, and North Kai. The Kai Shin felt very dejected, saying, You fools. You didn't have the power to deal with Majin Buu, why didn't you seek help from the Destroyer God? The old Kai was almost driven to the brink of death with anger. What is a Destroyer God? Is he really that powerful? Why have I never heard of him? The Kai Shin was completely baffled. The old Kai scolded loudly, Are you an idiot? The Kai Shin was frightened and quickly lowered his head. The old Kai continued to question the Kai Shin with several inquiries. The Kai Shin was at a loss for words, his face full of confusion. You idiot. You don't even know what a Kai should do. After conversing with the Kai Shin, the old Kai felt as if he had lost half of his life. Where is this Majin Buu now? Right in our Kai's realm. The Kai Shin pointed towards the distant battlefield. Then why aren't you leaving quickly? Are you waiting to die here? If my death can bring peace to the universe, I am willing to die. The Kai Shin became resolute. Smack. The old Kai slapped the back of the Kai Shin's head. You are really hopeless. The old Kai shook his head helplessly. The Kai Shin weakly asked, Old ancestor, should we seek the Destroyer God to deal with Majin Buu now? This? The old Kai hesitated, thinking about disturbing that sleeping cat. What if he sealed me again? If we don't call him, how will we deal with Majin Buu? Cell asked, Ling Tian, who is the Destroyer God of our universe? Ling Tian smiled. It's also a cat, and he's the brother of that cat from the 6th universe. So it's that fat cat's brother. We can't find the fat cat, should we go seek revenge on him instead? No need. Ling Tian waved his hand. We just need to find that cat from the 6th universe. You know about other universes and other Destroyer Gods. The old Kai was directly stunned. How do these humans know more than he, the younger generation? Paragus angrily said, What does it matter? We even destroyed his home. The next time we meet him, we must beat him half to death to avenge Broly. The old Kai, upon hearing this, became interested. After some understanding, he decided to help Ling Tian and the others develop their potential, so he wouldn't have to fear Beerus anymore. The old Kai smiled at Ling Tian and the others, asking, Who wants to enhance their potential first? Ling Tian did not expect the old Kai to change his mind again. He then used telepathy to communicate with the two youngsters. Goten, Trunks, quickly take care of that fatso for me. Goten, stop playing, let's use our full power. Trunks looked at Son Goten. Alright. Son Goten nodded. Huh. With a furious roar, the two continuously strengthened their energy, rapidly condensing it to strike Majin Buu. Boom. Boom. With a violent explosion, Majin Buu was blasted into pieces. Trunks, let's go back. Goten, wait a moment. Majin Buu's energy hasn't dissipated yet. What? Son Goten turned around and saw the pink fragments wriggling and gathering together. Majin Buu reappeared. Son Goten suggested, Trunks, let's transform into Super Saiyan God. I don't believe Majin Buu can withstand that. Trunks nodded. Huh. With a furious roar, their golden auras transformed into red flames. Their golden hair changed to red. Trunks and Son Goten successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Gods. Majin Buu was frightened by their transformation. Although he couldn't sense their energy, his body instinctively retreated. Son Goten placed his hand on his waist to gather energy, while Trunks concentrated all his energy into his hands. The two shouted simultaneously, launching their gathered energy toward Majin Buu. Kamehameha. Final flash. Majin Buu could not evade, engulfed entirely by the two energy blasts, and completely disappeared. Seeing that Majin Buu had been defeated, Trunks and Son Goten flew towards Ling Tian's position. Slap, slap. They descended from the sky beside Ling Tian and the others. Uncle Ling Tian, we have defeated Majin Buu. What do you need us for? Majin Buu has been defeated. That's wonderful. The Kai Shun and Jebet danced excitedly. How do these two little friends possess the aura of a god? The old Kai was shocked. It is quite difficult for an ordinary human to reach the realm of gods through training. Sun Wukong explained, Lord Old Kai, this is just a transformation of our scion race, and we can all transform into this form. You can all transform into this form. The old Kai stood there dumbfounded, and it took him over 10 seconds to react. So who wants to enhance their abilities first? Ling Tian pointed at Son Goten and Trunks, saying, Old Kai, please help these two develop their abilities first. All right, little friends, come over and sit in front of me. The old Kai nodded and waved at Son Goten. Son Goten sat down on the grass as instructed by the old Kai. The old Kai began to circle around Son Goten, continuously reciting a special incantation. Isn't it too complicated to awaken potential? Sun Wukong wondered. Ling Tian explained to everyone. Wukong, this is not like the potential awakening on Namek. After the old Kai awakens the potential, their strength will see a tremendous boost. Everyone nodded. After the ritual was completed, the old Kai sat across from Son Goten, placing his hands on him to begin awakening his potential. This little friend is so young, yet possesses such tremendous power with immense potential, yet to be discovered. One can only imagine how powerful he will become once fully awakened. The old Kai murmured to himself. So boring. Everyone could only watch blankly as the old Kai awakened potential. Got it. Ling Tian had a sudden idea and took out the seed of the spirit tree from his storage ring. Wukong, follow me. Ling Tian soared into the sky, flying off into the distance. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed, wondering what Ling Tian was up to. Whoosh, whoosh. After flying for a while, everyone landed on a small hillside. Sun Wukong asked, Ling Tian, why are we here? To plant trees. Ling Tian dug a hole in the ground and tossed the spirit tree seed into it. Before he could bury the seed, it transformed into a sapling, growing rapidly into a towering tree. The enormous tree began to bear clusters of immature green fruits. Ling Tian, what kind of tree is this? The transformation is astonishing. Sun Wukong was left dumbfounded. Ling Tian smiled. This is the spirit fruit tree. The spirit fruits you ate before come from this tree. The spirit tree continued to absorb energy from the King of Worlds star, and the green fruits gradually ripened. Truly, this is the divine realm. No matter how much energy the spirit tree absorbs, the planet shows no signs of change. Wukong, if you want to eat spirit fruits, go pick them yourself. Ling Tian said, then soared into the air towards the tree. Seeing this, everyone also rushed to the tree to pick and eat the ripe fruits. After the fruits were picked, the spirit tree once again grew green fruits. No wonder the spirit tree can only thrive in the divine realm. With the constant flow of energy from the planet, the spirit tree would never wither. As soon as it absorbs energy, fruits sprout immediately. Watching the tree bear more fruits, Sun Wukong and the others lay on the branches quietly waiting for the fruits to ripen. Whoosh! Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of Ling Tian. Vegeta, what's wrong? Ling Tian asked, puzzled. Vegeta's face turned slightly red as he stammered. Ling Tian, do you have a universal capsule to spare? You want to take some back for Bulma, don't you? Ling Tian smiled and took out several universal capsules from his storage ring. Vegeta nodded. Vegeta, give a few universal capsules to Wukong. Ling Tian handed the capsules to Vegeta. All right. Vegeta took the universal capsules and flew towards Sun Wukong. After an unknown amount of time, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the distance, startling everyone on the spirit tree. That's Goten's aura. Everyone activated instant transmission. Whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian and the others appeared beside Son Goten and the old Kai. Old Kai, your development ability is incredible. Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Goten's strength has increased so much. How fortunate. Piccolo said. Old Kai, I want to develop my potential too. Trunks said enviously. It's just average. Although the old Kai said this, he felt delighted inside at the compliments from everyone. Don't rush one at a time. Little one, your Trunks right. Trunks nodded. All right, come sit in front of me. The old Kai began to unlock Trunks' potential. Goten, let's go over there and test your strength after unlocking your potential. Son Gohan looked at the now stronger Son Goten, eager to try. Okay, brother. Son Goten nodded. The group then moved to the other side of the King of World Star. Son Gohan and Son Goten stood facing each other. Whoosh. In the next moment, Son Gohan and Son Goten flickered and suddenly vanished. Bang bang bang. Both moved at high speeds, launching fierce attacks at each other. Piccolo observed the aerial battle. Even though Goten's strength has greatly increased, he still can't defeat Gohan in his normal state. Son Gohan instantly teleported behind Son Goten and kicked him in the back. Ah! Son Goten screamed as he flew backward. Enduring the excruciating pain, Son Goten quickly stabilized himself in the air. Brother, you can't use instant transmission. Goten, I forget to use it when I fight. I won't use it again for a while. Son Gohan chuckled, scratching his head. Son Wukong shouted, Goten, in your current state, you can't win against your brother. Quickly transform into a Super Saiyan. Son Goten nodded. Okay, Dad. Huh. With a furious roar, Son Goten attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan from his base form, but unfortunately he failed. What's happening? Son Goten was confused, no longer continuing the battle with Son Gohan, and directly flew down. Dad, I can't seem to transform into a Super Saiyan anymore. Can't transform into a Super Saiyan. Everyone was bewildered. After the old Kai unlocked his potential, he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. Goten, try again so we can see. Huh. Son Goten shouted until his throat was hoarse, yet there was still no change. Ling Tian furrowed his brow. Goten, try dispersing the energy old Kai unlocked for you. All right, Uncle Ling Tian. Son Goten followed Ling Tian's advice, dispersing the energy and bursting forth with power. A golden light flashed, and Son Goten's hair turned golden and stood upright, enveloped in a golden aura. Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Ling Tian, what's going on? Everyone was puzzled. It seems his intuition was correct. No wonder when watching Dragon Ball before, Son Gohan didn't use the Super Saiyan power after transforming into the mysterious form. After pondering for a moment, Ling Tian said, perhaps this power conflicts with the Saiyan transformations. Let's go back and ask the old Kai. Then let's hurry back. Whoosh. The group activated instant transmission and returned to the old Kai. Son Wukong asked, Old Kai, why, after using the power you developed, does Goten not have the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan anymore? Ahem. The old Kai replied calmly, the power I just unlocked for Son Goten is the purest form of energy. Your method of transforming into a Super Saiyan is a deviation. Once the Super Saiyan state is dispelled and he returns to his normal form, the increased power will also vanish. This is akin to a boost from external forces, which is not advisable. Initially, everyone thought that the old Kai's development ability was similar to that of the Namekian Elder or Shenron's wishes. Upon hearing this, everyone lost interest in the development ability. After training so long to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, how could they just give it up? Everyone spoke up. Old Kai, we won't develop our abilities anymore. Ling Tian smiled. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and the others could now transform into Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, rendering that low-magnitude, mysterious state unnecessary. Have you really made up your minds? The old Kai was surprised that the young ones were so resistant to his advice. Uncle Ling Tian, should I continue to develop my potential? Hearing that I can't transform into a Super Saiyan made Trunks want to give up as well. Ling Tian chuckled. Trunks, let the old Kai finish developing you. Even if you don't want to use that form afterward, you can still transform into a Super Saiyan. Sigh. You guys. The old Kai's expression changed. Did they underestimate his abilities too much? A few minutes later, Trunks also had his potential fully unlocked by the old Kai. The old Kai suggested, kids, since they underestimate my ability, you should go fight them, so they know how powerful you are. No need, old ancestor. The King of Worlds smiled wryly. Just now Goten fought with Gohan in that form, and couldn't even defeat Gohan in his normal state. The old Kai was somewhat surprised. It seems your normal state combat power is quite formidable. No wonder you dared to provoke the God of Destruction. Wukong, unleash all your energy and transform. Let the old Kaishin see how much battle power you are still lacking compared to the God of Destruction. Ling Tian was eager to know just how strong the God of Destruction truly was. He didn't want to embarrass himself by being too weak when it came time for revenge. Sure. The old Kaishin stroked his beard. I also wish to know just how strong you young ones really are. Son Wukong scratched his head and said, then old Kaishin, please step behind Ling Tian. I'm afraid I might hurt you later. Oh, you're so confident. The old Kaishin said as he moved to the side. He didn't want any accidents right after emerging from the Sword of God. Huh. Seeing everyone retreat, Son Wukong let out a roar and unleashed all his energy, causing the entire Kaishin planet to shake violently. What's happening? So strong. The old Kaishin was somewhat confused. Ordinarily, it was quite difficult for a human to achieve such strength. The bodies of Kaishin, Xian, and Jebet trembled uncontrollably. Sun Wukong asked old Kaishin. This is my full strength. How does it feel? After a moment of thought, the old Kaishin responded, Wukong, although your strength is among the top tier in the universe right now, it's still not enough against the god of destruction. Sun Wukong nodded. Oh. Immediately after, Sun Wukong continued to unleash his energy enveloped in golden flames, his hair standing on end as he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Old Kaishin, how much do I still differ from the god of destruction in this form? The old Kaishin shook his head, saying, Wukong, although you've enhanced your power dozens of times in this state, if the god of destruction gets serious, you will still be defeated in one move. Huh? Oh. Sun Wukong roared again, his energy surging once more. His hair stood upright, a few strands falling over his forehead, and lightning crackled around him as he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong did not ask the old Kaishin any further questions. Instead, he continued to gather energy for the next transformation. He could be seen as Sun Wukong's golden hair gradually lengthened until it reached his waist, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong continued to unleash his energy. The golden flames around him gradually dissipated. His golden hair turned black, tousled over his shoulders with dark eye circles, red fur covering his chest, and palms showcasing his muscular physique. The old Kaishin exclaimed, Wukong, what form is this? This form is much stronger than the previous ones. Sun Wukong replied, old Kaishin, this form is Super Saiyan 4. In the realm of the god of destruction, Whis, who was savoring delicacies, suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful aura emanating from the Kaishin realm. What's going on? Could it be that there's trouble in the Kaishin realm? Kaishin, please don't let anything happen to you. Whis quickly took out his staff to observe. So it's them. Whis recognized Ling Tian and the others at a glance, having observed them once before during the transformation into the Super Saiyan God. He didn't expect the old Kaishin to have also emerged from the Sword of God. Things were getting interesting. Ho ho ho. Whis chuckled as he closed his staff. In the Kaishin realm, Super Saiyan 4. The old Kaishin murmured to himself, it seems that Wukong and the others have this transformation, and truly my abilities are not needed. Sun Wukong asked old Kaishin, how does my strength compare to the god of destruction now? The old Kaishin placed his hands behind his back and replied calmly, Wukong, your current strength is about a few hundred G, while the god of destruction's strength is at least in the Rang units, and the strongest god of destruction should have reached Go units. Normal state of the god of destruction, incredible, the god of destruction possesses such immense power. After hearing the old Kaishin's words, everyone was stunned. Ling Tian silently thought to himself, luckily, everyone has been training in the Dragon God realm for several years, otherwise our strength really wouldn't cut it. By the way, suddenly the old Kaishin had a flash of inspiration and said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, can't you also transform into that Super Saiyan God or something? Is that form stronger than Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong explained, old Kaishin, the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 are not much different in terms of power. If we're talking about strength, Super Saiyan 4 is slightly stronger. However, Super Saiyan 4 consumes energy more rapidly, whereas Super Saiyan God is more suitable for prolonged battles. I see. The old Kaishin nodded and then said, Wukong, with your current strength, it's best not to provoke the god of destruction. Although you have many people who can contend with him, the god of destruction possesses a divine technique, and if you touch that energy, you will completely vanish. Cell angrily said, that damned fat cat used that technique to make Broly disappear. Broly's raging energy was also surging forth. He was determined to take revenge. The old Kaishin, Xian, and Jebit were all startled by the violent energy emanating from Broly. This person actually possesses such energy, he won't lose control, will he? The old Kaishin felt a bit of fear. Ling Tian reassured everyone, old Kaishin, don't worry, Broly has completely mastered this energy. Broly? The old Kaishin asked in confusion, didn't you just say he was killed by Kampa? Ling Tian replied, we revived Broly with the Super Dragon Balls. The old Kaishin reprimanded, the Dragon Balls should be used sparingly, they violate the laws of nature. Ling Tian nodded, he didn't believe that the Super Shenron could turn evil and become a super evil dragon, especially since ordinary people couldn't even find the Super Dragon Balls. Old Kaishin, among the 12 gods of destruction, who is the weakest? Well, the old Kaishin pondered for a moment and said, fighting and conflict among the gods of destruction are not permitted, and since I have been in the Sword of God for so long, I'm not quite sure who is the weakest god of destruction. I see. Ling Tian felt somewhat helpless. The old Kaishin yawned while holding a book and said, you all should go back if there's nothing else. This old man needs to rest. Goodbye, old Kaishin and Kaishin. Everyone quickly activated their instant transmission. Earth. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ling Tian and the others appeared at the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Ling Tian, Wukong over here. Voices called from afar. Everyone turned to see Tianjin fan Yamcha and Chaozu. They immediately walked over. Yamcha asked Ling Tian, "Did you take care of that Majin Buu?" "Uncle Yamcha, we're the ones who took care of Majin Buu." Trunks and Son Goten grinned. "You two are amazing." Yamcha gave a thumbs up. Yamcha, has the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded? It just finished recently. We were preparing to head back when we unexpectedly ran into you. Yamcha, who won the championship. Tianjin fan won the championship. Yamcha smiled wryly. Despite participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament numerous times, he had never won even once. Tianjin fan, congratulations on winning the championship. The crowd congratulated him. Huh? Tianjin fan responded with a smile. If Ling Tian had participated, the championship wouldn't have gone to me. After some friendly exchanges, everyone left. Ling Tian, along with Broly, Cell, and Paragus, used instant transmission to return to the small island. The group spent their days on the small island fishing, swimming, and barbecuing. Ling Tian continually pondered in his mind which of the Destroyer Gods were the weakest. Before crossing over, he had seen on television the Destroyer God tournament held by the Omni King. It seemed that the Destroyer God Sidra from Universe 9 had barely made a move before being knocked down, and Universe 9 had the lowest overall score. Sidra of Universe 9, it seems I can only find you to test the strength of the Destroyer Gods. How about that? After setting his target, Ling Tian put away his fishing rod and returned to the wooden house. Ling Tian, why are you back so early today? Aren't you going to continue fishing? Broly asked in confusion, as Ling Tian usually wouldn't return to the wooden house before mealtime. Broly, Cell, let's go check out other universes. Ling Tian said as he took out the map of the 12 universes from his storage ring to examine it. Ling Tian, why are we going to another universe? Cell asked, puzzled. We're going to Universe 9 to test the strength of the Destroyer Gods, Ling Tian replied. Ling Tian was somewhat excited. Broly asked, Ling Tian, should I call my father and Kakarot? Ling Tian pondered for a moment and replied, we don't really understand the strength of the Destroyer Gods yet, so just the three of us will do. Broly nodded in agreement. After checking the location of the Destroyer God realm in Universe 9, Ling Tian put the map back into the storage ring. Broly, Cell, you two hold on to me. As Broly and Cell heard this, they placed their hands on Ling Tian's shoulders. Ling Tian immediately activated instant transmission. In Universe 9, in the realm of the Destroyer God, the Angel Mojito said, Lord Sidra, it's time for you to destroy a planet. As the guide angel of Universe 9, a Mojito was also speechless about the King Kai and Destroyer God Sidra. Under their tacit cooperation, Universe 9 was left in shambles. Sidra took a sip of tea from the table and said, let's do it tomorrow. It's getting a bit late today. It was clearly noon, yet he claimed it was late. The Angel Mojito sighed helplessly and stopped saying anything more. Suddenly 3 figures appeared out of nowhere before the two. Mojito was somewhat puzzled. This seemed to be the instant transmission of the King Kai. However, he had not heard of any other universe where a King Kai had abdicated or taken on new disciples. The newcomers were Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell. Who are you? Why have you come to the Destroyer God realm? Sidra stood up, looking sternly at the 3 who had suddenly appeared. Who we are isn't important. Ling Tian smirked slightly. However, we have a favor to ask of you. Sidra couldn't help but ask. What is it? Huh? Ling Tian let out a furious roar, his aura continuously rising as violent energy surged forth. His black hair turned silver and gradually lengthened to his waist, with silver fur covering his chest and palms, and a long silver tail sprouting from behind. With a brilliant flash of light, Ling Tian transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Broly and Cell also exploded with energy upon witnessing this. Broly's black hair slowly transformed, becoming messy over his shoulders, with red fur covering his chest and palms, and a long red tail behind him. Cell's green skin gradually turned golden, the dazzling golden light forcing everyone to close their eyes. The light dissipated. Broly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and Cell became Golden Cell. We want to test your strength. As he spoke, Ling Tian suddenly appeared in front of Sidra and struck him in the abdomen with a punch. Sidra did not expect Ling Tian to attack, so suddenly his body bent like a shrimp as he flew backward. So you humans have come to cause trouble, Sidra exclaimed. You're truly looking for death. He quickly stabilized himself in midair and charged at Ling Tian with a burst of energy. Bang, bang, bang. Sidra kicked Ling Tian, who endured the pain, and retaliated with a punch to Sidra's head. In an instant, the two engaged in hundreds of exchanges. Ling Tian could clearly feel his strength continuously increasing, the violent energy of the transcendent bloodline constantly erupting. Each time Sidra attacked him, his pain growth steadily increased his combat power. What's going on? Why is this human's strength constantly increasing? Sidra had never seen such a human before and was utterly astonished. Just as Sidra was in a daze, Cell suddenly appeared above him and delivered a heavy punch to Sidra. Sidra was directly blasted into the ground, sending a large cloud of dust into the air. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater appeared on the surface. Before Sidra could get up, Broly grabbed his head and rubbed it into the ground, plowing the surface until he eventually kicked Sidra into the air. Ling Tian condensed a massive energy ball on his fingertip and threw it at Sidra in the air. Planet Destruction Blast. Boom. With a loud explosion, Sidra appeared before everyone with a dirty face. He felt utterly humiliated being surrounded and beaten by 3 humans in front of an angel. You all will die. Sidra roared, his aura continuously rising as a purple flame enveloped his entire body. Sidra's figure flickered and appeared before Ling Tian, throwing a punch. Seeing this, Ling Tian immediately swung his right fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided, causing them to each retreat. Ling Tian mocked, Sidra, it seems your strength isn't that impressive. He had not expected these suddenly appearing 3 humans to possess such power. Moreover, 2 of them could grow stronger through battle. This was indeed interesting. Angel Mojito watched with great interest from the side. He had no intention of intervening in the fight. Sidra had been neglecting to destroy planets and train, and it was just right for someone to teach him a lesson. Cell placed his hand on his waist and gathered energy, launching it at Sidra. Kamehameha wave. Sidra was unfazed by the incoming energy, casually saying, "Destruction." A purple energy ball appeared in Sidra's hand, which he then threw at Cell. The Kamehameha wave vanished upon contact with the destruction energy ball and continued flying forward. Ling Tian shouted, "Cell, quickly dodge." Seeing the energy ball about to strike, Cell instantly activated instant transmission and appeared next to Broly. You can run pretty well. Sidra's figure flickered and instantly appeared before Broly. Destruct. Tian. Swish. Ling Tian activated instant transmission, appearing next to Sidra, and kicked him in the kidneys. Sidra's energy release was interrupted, sending him flying backward. Broly, Cell, you 2 go wait aside for me. The 2 nodded and stepped back from the battlefield. Sidra, stabilizing himself in midair, was filled with rage, feeling humiliated that a mere destroyer god was being toyed with by several humans. This is unforgivable. Sidra gathered a massive destruction energy ball in his hand and hurled it at Ling Tian. Destruction. Ling Tian then condensed a purplish red energy ball in his hand and threw it at Sidra. Annihilation. The 2 energy balls collided, the destruction energy being devoured little by the annihilation energy. After consuming the destruction energy, the energy ball continued flying towards Sidra. Angel Mojito was encountering such a situation for the first time. Logically, the god of destruction should be the pinnacle of combat power in the universe. The destructive energy of the god of destruction is not something that can be easily destroyed by an average person. That purplish red energy orb effortlessly devoured the destructive energy. No way. Angel Mojito seemed to have thought of something, turning to look. Why was Sidera standing there like a fool, completely motionless? If he got hit by the energy, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Swish. Angel Mojito's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Sidera, raising his staff to block the energy. Seeing Mojito appear in front of him and block the energy, Sidera finally regained his senses. He felt he had lost all his face today. He should have just gone to destroy a planet earlier. Angel Mojito looked at Sidera and shook his head helplessly, then said to Ling Tian and the others, "You all have quite good strength. Are you from that universe?" Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Ling Tian, and he came up with a good plan. "We are from the 6th universe." "Since you are from the 6th universe, why did you come to the 9th universe?" Angel Mojito asked, puzzled. Broly and Sheru spoke up after understanding Ling Tian's intention. "Originally, the 3 of us were doing just fine in the 6th universe. Suddenly one day, the god of destruction from the 6th universe, Xiangpa, came looking for us. He said he had long been displeased with the god of destruction, Sidera, of the 9th universe." "That's exactly right. Xiangpa said that gods of destruction cannot engage in battle, so he spent a lot of money to have us test Sidera's strength. Xiangpa also said that if we could give Sidera a good beating, he would reward us with a teleportation cube." Damn it. Upon hearing this, Sidera was instantly enraged. He had no grievances with Xiangpa. Why would Xiangpa do this to him? The 3 of them managed to pass through by relying on their excellent acting skills, and even Angel Mojito did not see any flaws. That damn Xiangpa. Sidera was furious. "Mojito, let's go to the 6th universe now and demand an explanation from Xiangpa." Angel Mojito replied, "Master Sidera, I think it's better to forget it." "Forget it?" Sidera couldn't swallow this anger. How could it just end like this? Sighed. Angel Mojito sighed. "Master Sidera, your strength is considerably weaker than Master Xiangpa's. Seeking an explanation would only be asking for trouble, wouldn't it?" This. Sidera began to hesitate. "No way, I must seek revenge on Xiangpa." Suddenly Sidera made a significant decision. "Mojito, you must train me every day, and I will destroy planets on time every day." Angel Mojito smiled and responded, "All right, Master Sidera." Ling Tian and the others were stunned upon hearing this, thinking that Sidera was going to trouble Xiangpa, and they could sit back and reap the benefits. "If you two aren't going to the 6th universe, then we'll take our leave." "Wait." Angel Mojito suddenly called out to Ling Tian and the others. "Oh no, could this angel have seen something? Or did he want to take action against us?" Ling Tian forced himself to stay calm and said, "Is there something wrong?" Angel Mojito asked, "What was the purplish red energy you released just now called? Where did you learn it?" "Well, that." Ling Tian began to fabricate a serious story. "Originally, Xiangpa wanted to teach me to use destructive energy against Sidera. I don't know what happened, but while I was refining it, the energy mutated. When Xiangpa saw how powerful this energy was, he gave it a domineering name, Obliteration." "Oh, is that really the case?" Angel Mojito seemed skeptical. After all, there had been so many gods of destruction, but he had never heard of anyone mutating destructive energy. "If there's nothing else, we'll be heading back to the 6th universe. Goodbye." While speaking, Ling Tian activated instant transmission with Broly and Cheru. Watching Ling Tian and the others leave, Sidera seemed to have thought of something and then spoke up. "Mojito, please contact the Supreme Kai Luo and have him come to the God of Destruction realm." "All right, Master Sidera." Angel Mojito glanced at Sidera and shook his head helplessly. He then took out his staff and began to contact Supreme Kai Luo. In no time, Supreme Kai Luo appeared in the God of Destruction realm. Supreme Kai Luo looked puzzled. "Sidera, did you urgently need to see me for something?" Sidera inquired. "Luo, are there any exceptionally powerful humans in our 9th universe?" "Powerful humans?" Supreme Kai Luo pondered for a moment and then replied, "I recently happened to meet 3 humans with decent strength." "Really? What about their strength? Can they contend with the God of Destruction?" Supreme Kai Luo was puzzled. Could Sidera's mind have been squeezed by a door? How could there be humans in the 9th universe with the power of a God of Destruction? Supreme Kai Luo forced a smile. "Their strength is average. They cannot contend with the God of Destruction." "Are there any humans stronger than them in the 9th universe?" "Those 3 are the strongest humans I've encountered so far." Supreme Kai Luo turned to look at Angel Mojito. "Mojito, what is going on with Sidera?" Angel Mojito helplessly replied, "Master Sidera was challenged by 3 humans from the 6th universe." "What?" Supreme Kai Luo found it hard to believe that humans could possess strength equal to that of a God of Destruction. "Luo, bring those 3 to the God of Destruction realm. They will train with me every day from now on." Sidera thought to himself, "Since the 6th universe has such powerful humans, I must cultivate them as well." Supreme Kai Luo nodded. Kai. In a short while, Supreme Kai Luo appeared in the God of Destruction realm with 3 wolves. Supreme Kai Luo then introduced the 3 to Sidera. "These are the members of the dangerous trio Bergamo, Lavenda, Basil." Upon seeing the 3 with such low combat powers, Sidera responded impatiently. All right, I got it. 7th universe Earth. Swish. Ling Tian, Broly, and Cheru returned to the small island. Cheru smiled slightly. "Ling Tian, that God of Destruction named Sidera doesn't seem all that powerful." Ling Tian shook his head. "Cheru, your thinking is off. You and Broly still haven't found a way to deal with the destructive energy of the God of Destruction." Broly suggested, "Ling Tian, since you can also release that kind of energy, why don't you create an energy ball for us to try?" Ling Tian was momentarily stunned. Was Broly too bold? He actually wanted to try to take on the obliteration energy. Wasn't that courting death? Broly is right. If we can handle your energy, we should be able to withstand the destructive energy. Cheru had seen the power of the obliteration energy in the 9th universe. It could even devour destructive energy. Ling Tian started to feel troubled. Broly firmly stated, "Ling Tian, you must believe that we can do it." "Very well." Ling Tian condensed a violet red energy sphere in his palm, gradually diluting its annihilation energy. As the energy subsided, the sphere's hue deepened into a rich crimson. Its annihilation component reduced to roughly 10%. Broly transformed first. Broly nodded, let out a thunderous roar, and surged with escalating aura, successfully ascending into Super Saiyan 4. Seeing Broly's transformation complete, Ling Tian hurled the energy sphere skyward toward him. Broly, spotting the sphere hurtling toward him, swiftly raised both hands to block it. Yet the moment his palms made contact with the annihilation energy, the blazing aura enveloping his body began to erode, inch by inch. Broly roared, his primal bloodlines, ferocious energy erupting uncontrollably as he struggled to resist the devouring force. No matter how violently Broly unleashed his power, he could not halt the relentless consumption of the annihilation energy. No. Broly seethed with bitter frustration. If he could not withstand this annihilation energy, he would never have the chance to exact vengeance upon Xiangpa. "I will avenge myself upon that accursed, bloated feline." With another earth-shaking roar, Broly's aura surged anew. The previously clear sky darkened instantly. Thick clouds gathered, lightning split the heavens, and jagged bolts crashed down around him. His raven hair turned lustrous silver-white, lengthening steadily until it cascaded past his waist. Even the crimson fur covering his body and the tail behind him shimmered into radiant silver-white. Cell stared in astonishment. Ling Tian, isn't this the same form you used when you raised the God Realm of Universe 6? Indeed, it is Super Saiyan 5. Ling Tian had not anticipated Broly would transcend his limits under such extremity. As Super Saiyan 5, Broly's might soared, effortlessly repelling the annihilation energy, halting at midair. Broly clenched the sphere between his palms, compressing it relentlessly until it shrank to a pinpoint. Then, boom, it shattered utterly in his grip. Ling Tian, I did it. Broly descended from the sky, elation blazing across his face. Ling Tian smiled and raised a thumb in quiet admiration. Cell asked, Broly, is Ling Tian's annihilation energy truly that formidable? Even your Super Saiyan 4 couldn't endure it. Precisely, Broly replied solemnly. No matter how fiercely I resisted, the annihilation energy continued to consume me without pause. Witnessing Broly's grave certainty, Cell felt an unexpected tremor of unease, wondering whether even his platinum form could withstand such power. Ling Tian chuckled softly. Broly, the annihilation energy within that sphere was only about 10%. 10%, and still this overwhelming. Broly and Cell stood utterly dumbfounded. Ling Tian, observing their stunned silence, offered a calm explanation. Destruction energy pales before annihilation energy. Should you master resistance against 40 or 50% annihilation energy, destruction energy will hold no terror for you. I see. Broly and Cell nodded, slowly, comprehension dawning. Broly, you've just ascended to Super Saiyan 5. Go meditate nearby and consolidate your new realm. Let me test whether Cell can withstand annihilation energy. Broly stepped aside with a nod. Huh. Cell shot skyward, unleashing his full aura in a deafening roar. A blinding golden light flashed. The emerald hue of his skin transmuted into molten gold. Cell had become Golden Cell. Yet he did not stop there. His aura swelled again, ascending further. What's happening? Is Cell achieving yet another transformation? Broly turned to Ling Tian and explained, after we departed the Dragon God realm, we fought exclusively in our base forms. You wouldn't know of these developments. Following the unlocking of Long Yi's latent potential, Cell, Piccolo, and Gohan waged relentless battles against the evil dragons. And in those crucibles, each awakened a new transformation. I understand now. Piccolo and Gohan must have undergone explosive breakthroughs. Huh. Cell roared once more, his golden skin shifting gradually into gleaming silver white, his aura intensifying, raw primal bloodline energy surging forth like a tempest. A dazzling flash erupted. Golden Cell transformed into Platinum Cell. His entire being radiated an icy, forbidding chill, repelling all who dared draw near. Ling Tian stared astounded. Platinum Cell could now channel the primal bloodline's ferocious energy. But would his combat prowess escalate continuously, or would his body falter under the strain? Ling Tian, I'm ready. Quickly form an energy sphere for me to test. Cell called down from the heavens. Ling Tian nodded, then conjured another violet red energy sphere in his palm, carefully diluting its annihilation essence until its potency matched the one Broly had faced, before launching it upward towards Cell. As the sphere drew nearer, Cell erected a shimmering barrier around himself, locking into tense opposition with the incoming force. Just as Broly had warned, the energy appeared unassuming yet profoundly unnatural. No matter what energy one deployed in defense, it would be inexorably consumed. Only overwhelming personal strength could crush it outright. Huh. Cell bellowed, flooding his form with primal bloodline energy, gradually gaining ground against the annihilation force. Yet his face paled and fresh wounds, small and large, bloomed across his body. Ling Tian discerned the flaw at once. Though Platinum Cell could wield ferocious energy, its eruption was too violent. His physiology strained to its breaking point. Were it not for the regenerative cells inherited from Piccolo and Slug constantly repairing his flesh, his body would have ruptured long ago. After 1 minute of grueling stalemate, Cell finally crushed the sphere in his grasp. He descended from the sky drenched in sweat. Ling Tian examined Cell's injuries and asked, Cell, when you've used this transformation before, did you suffer similar consequences? Cell recalled his prior transformations in the Dragon God realm and replied, if I channel only a sliver of ferocious energy, none of this occurs. But if I sustain its release, my consciousness destabilizes. Once my mind falters, my body begins to fail. Oh, Ling Tian was struck by sudden realization. This mirrored Broly's condition exactly. Sustained energy surges corrupted awareness, culminating in collapse once the body could bear no more. Then, a spark ignited in Ling Tian's mind. He possessed consciousness restoration serum. He and Broly's son Wukong and son Gohan had used 4 vials, leaving 1 remaining. Ling Tian retrieved the final vial from his spatial ring and handed it to Cell. Cell shook it twice and asked, "Ling Tian, what is this?" Ling Tian smiled. "You said the ferocious energy disrupts your consciousness. Drink this, and it won't affect you again." Without hesitation, Cell uncorked the vial and downed it in 1 gulp. "Ling Tian, this serum truly works." Cell immediately sensed clarity returning. His consciousness no longer overwhelmed his control over energy surges restored. Ling Tian nodded, then glanced toward Broly seated in distant meditation. "Broly, it's your turn again. This time I'll release a stronger sphere. Be vigilant." "Understood." And so day after day Ling Tian trained Broly and Cell to resist annihilation energy, while Paragus went off to train alongside son Wukong and his companions. Months later, on a distant planet far from Earth, this planet is exceptionally special, filled with a sacred aura much like the realm of the King of Worlds. At this moment, a giant ancient tree housed a purple Conisrax cat awakening from its slumber, yawning and surveying its surroundings before roaring in displeasure. "Whis, Whis, where have you run off to again? Lord Beerus, you're awake." Whis smiled at Beerus. "Whis, please prepare some food." Beerus rubbed his belly. As expected of Lord Beerus, always eating and sleeping. Whis smiled and nodded, beginning to prepare the meal. Before long, Beerus had changed from his sleep attire into his God of Destruction outfit and appeared at the dining table. "Lord Beerus, why did you wake up early this time?" Whis asked, puzzled, as Beerus usually wouldn't awaken without sleeping for hundreds or thousands of years. "Well," Beerus replied after taking a bite of food, "I was sleeping soundly, but suddenly I had a dream." "What dream?" Whis asked curiously. "Huh." Beerus suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Whis, I dreamed that a human defeated me. Do you think that's possible?" "Oh." Whis also laughed. If Ling Tian and his group continued to grow stronger, they might even surpass the God of Destruction. By the way, Beerus seemed to remember something, and then asked Whis, "How much work do I still have left to complete?" Whis took out his staff to check, and then said, "Lord Beerus, if you were to destroy planets all day, it would take about 3 years to finish all the outstanding work." "What? 3 years?" Beerus was taken aback. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and angrily exclaimed, "That damned Frieza. I entrusted him with managing the universe, and he didn't complete the tasks I assigned him. Whis, quickly check on what that guy Frieza is doing now." "All right, Lord Beerus." Whis promptly took his staff to investigate. "Lord Beerus, your little brother Frieza is already dead." "Dead? How is that possible?" Although Frieza was not very strong, there were very few in the universe who could defeat him. "Lord Beerus, Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta as you commanded. Most of the Scions have been exterminated, with only a few surviving on other planets. The remaining scattered Scions gathered together and managed to kill Frieza. With the strength of the Scions, how could they possibly defeat Frieza?" Beerus completely disbelieved it. Whis carefully explained, "Lord Beerus, ordinary Scions indeed cannot match Frieza, but once they comprehended the transformation into Super Scions, their strength multiplied several times and Frieza was no longer a match for them." Super Scion." Beerus tapped his head, wondering if there was a connection between the Super Scion and the Super Scion god from his dream. "Whis, where is that Scion now?" Whis checked with his staff, responding that Scion is currently on Earth. "Earth?" Beerus scratched his head. "I remember I went there once because a group of rude creatures called dinosaurs were destroyed by me, right?" Whis nodded. Beerus asked Whis, "How long does it take to get from the God of Destruction realm to Earth?" Whis thought for a moment and replied, "About 30 minutes. "Is it that far? I could watch an episode of an anime in that time." Beerus stared in disbelief. "What a hassle. Forget it, Whis, let's go to Earth now." Beerus was eager to see the connection between the Super Scion and the Super Scion god. "All right, Lord Beerus." Beerus placed his hand on Whis' back, transforming into a beam of light as they flew toward Earth. On Earth, Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Paragus, Son Goten, and Trunks were engaged in combat on the training grounds. Son Goku kicked Vegeta and laughed, "Vegeta, have you gotten stronger again? Have you been secretly training at night?" Vegeta retaliated with a punch to Son Goku's head. "I won't waste a single moment of training time. I must surpass Ling Tian and the others." The two immediately began an intense battle. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the training site where Son Goku and the others were. Everyone who was fighting in the air stopped and descended. A cat and a person. Vegeta instantly recognized who this peculiar duo was. Brought back childhood memories, Vegeta bowed and asked, "Lord Beerus, may I ask why you have come to Earth?" "Oh." This person actually recognized him. Beerus pondered, feeling a familiar sense about this individual, but unable to recall who they were. Whis noticed Beerus' confusion and explained, "Lord Beerus, this is the son of King Vegeta, Vegeta 4. "So it's the son of King Vegeta." Beerus nodded. "Hey, kid, do you know where the one who defeated Frieza is?" "Kakarot, come over here." Vegeta shouted to Son Goku in the distance. Vegeta, why are you so afraid of him? Son Goku found Vegeta's behavior a bit unusual. This is our universe's god of destruction, Lord Beerus. God of destruction. It was the first time everyone had seen a god of destruction, having only heard a bit about it from Ling Tian and the old Kai, and now it seemed there was nothing particularly special about it. Beerus looked at Son Goku and said, "You are the one who defeated Frieza. Do you know where the Super Saiyan God is?" Son Goku asked, "Are you looking for the Super Saiyan God? What's the matter? Don't worry about that. Just tell me where the Super Saiyan God is." Beerus' expression suddenly turned serious. Son Goku laughed and replied, "The Super Saiyan God is just a transformation of the Saiyans. We don't know who exactly you are looking for." A transformation? Beerus felt something was off, shook his head, and said, "Then just tell me the identity information of the one who can transform into a Super Saiyan God." Son Goku pointed to Vegeta and the others, saying, "We all can transform into Super Saiyan gods. Kid, you aren't trying to fool me, are you?" Beerus spoke with a serious expression. "Deceiving me will lead to destruction." Whis had somehow climbed up a tree and was quietly watching the show. Goten transform into a Super Saiyan God and show him. Son Goku looked at Son Goten beside him. "All right, Dad." Son Goten shouted angrily, releasing all his energy enveloped in red flames, his hair turning red. "Very good, such divine energy at such a young age. Young one, come at me. Let me see your strength." Beerus dramatically placed one hand behind his back, intending to fight Son Goten with just one hand. Piccolo sensed something was off and immediately activated instant transmission. Swish! Piccolo appeared on Ling Tian's small island. At this moment, Ling Tian, Broly, and Cheru were gathered around a bonfire roasting a giant wolf. Piccolo said anxiously, "Ling Tian, something bad has happened." Ling Tian turned to look at the panicked Piccolo and asked, "Piccolo, what happened?" Piccolo took a deep breath and said, "The god of destruction of our universe just appeared on Earth. He has been searching for the Super Saiyan God, and he should have already engaged Goten in battle." God of destruction? Ling Tian was somewhat confused. This didn't seem right. They had just defeated Majin Buu not long ago. The god of destruction shouldn't awaken for several more years, right? Ling Tian, let's hurry. That god of destruction will injure Goten soon. The moment Broly heard the words god of destruction, he became even angrier than when he heard Kakarot's name, and the raging energy around him surged. In Broly's perception, the god of destruction was as unreasonable as that fat cat. Ling Tian nodded. "You all hold on to me." Ling Tian activated instant transmission with Broly, Cheru, and Piccolo. Swish! The four appeared at the battlefield. They saw Beerus holding Super Saiyan God Goten with one hand. Goten's clothes were tattered and he was covered in wounds. Broly grabbed Goku's collar and said, "Kakarot, why aren't you helping Goten?" "Exactly." Cheru also angrily said, "With so many of you here, are you afraid of facing him alone?" They had been training for so long in vain. Cheru had previously traveled through the universe with Ling Tian for several months to find the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect Broly. They did not want to experience the loss of a comrade again. Cheru roared, his energy continuously increasing as bolts of lightning struck down from the sky and his green skin gradually turned silver. A dazzling white light flashed and Cheru transformed into White Sand Cheru. After completing his transformation, Cheru wasted no time and shot upwards towards Beerus. Bang! Cheru kicked Beerus, who folded like a shrimp and flew backward. Cheru looked at the injured Goten and said, "Goten, you go to Ling Tian first." Goten nodded and flew towards Ling Tian's position. "Oh no, what do we do now?" Sitting on a tree, Whis also showed a worried expression, unsure if it was for Beerus or for Ling Tian and the others. "Goten, eat this Senzu bean first." Ling Tian took out a Senzu bean from his storage ring and handed it to Goten. "Okay, Uncle Ling Tian." After eating a Senzu bean, Goten's injuries were fully healed. Oomph. Broly released his grip on Goku, roared, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and swiftly charged at Beerus. Beerus was stunned by Cheru's kick, not expecting anyone to intervene during the fight. Beerus steadied himself in the air and looked at the distant white sand, Cheru somewhat shocked. Had humanity become this strong in just a few decades of his slumber? Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind, Broly appeared in front of Beerus, standing opposite him. "You are the god of destruction, Beerus, right? We are here to fight you." "Oh," Beerus murmured, "another powerful human has come. It seems this trip to Earth was not in vain." Broly's figure flickered, and he punched Beerus in the abdomen. Beerus flew backward again, the corners of his mouth curling up. It had been a long time since he had encountered a strong opponent, and even being hit excited him. Beerus roared, his aura continuously rising, causing the entire Earth to tremble. Cheru did not care whether Beerus was enraged or not. He instantly appeared beside Beerus and kicked him in the waist. You are not adhering to the rules of combat. How dare you sneak attack?" Beerus retaliated with a punch, sending Cheru flying. Sharu quickly steadied himself in midair and said to Broly beside him, "Be careful, this guy is much stronger than that Sidra." Broly nodded with a serious expression. In the Kaioshin realm, Ancestor is that purple cat, the god of destruction. Kaioshin Xin looked at the crystal ball. "No." The old Kaioshin replied with a trembling voice. "That damned cat will cause chaos in the universe once it awakens. Ancestor Beerus has already engaged Ling Tian and the others in battle. What should we do now?" 3 powerful auras could be felt even in the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. "We can't stop them. We can only pray they finish quickly. Otherwise the entire universe could be destroyed." On Earth, Beerus looked at Broly and Sharu and smiled. "Although you two are not the Super Saiyan gods, I am still very willing to fight with you. I can become a Super Saiyan god too. But it's a transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan god." Broly roared, his red hair gradually retreating, the aura around him turning pale blue, a divine energy enveloping his entire being. A dazzling light flashed, and Broly successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his blue hair fluttering in the wind. Oh! Beerus was directly stunned. The Super Saiyan god he dreamt of during his sleep had red hair. Seeing the battle about to begin, Ling Tian turned to Goku and the others and said, "Are you all joining in?" Without waiting for Goku and the others to respond, Ling Tian roared and shot into the sky. Huh! Ling Tian also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, hovering opposite Beerus. That's right. Last time they wanted to find the god of destruction of Universe 6 to avenge Broly. Why were they hesitating now when facing the god of destruction? Huh! After realizing this, Goku and the others erupted with energy and shot into the sky. Dazzling lights flashed as Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Paragus transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Piccolo's green skin turned orange, his expression more dignified, his body grew taller and muscular, and his eyes turned red as he transformed into Orange Piccolo. The group surrounded Beerus. After scanning around, Ling Tian noticed that except for the 2 little ones, Goten and Trunks, everyone else had arrived. He nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Beerus, the Super Saiyan god you wanted has arrived. What's going on? The Super Saiyan god is supposed to be one person. How could there be so many?" Beerus was directly stunned. This premonition dream seemed a bit off. Trying to maintain his composure, Beerus swallowed hard and said, "If you want to come at me, then come together. I fear nothing." "That's exactly what I was waiting to hear." Ling Tian flickered and appeared in front of Beerus, delivering a punch. "Ah!" Beerus screamed in agony as he flew backward. "How is this possible?" Beerus was shocked. This person's strength was almost on par with an ordinary god of destruction. "I must unleash my true power, or I might end up in a terrible situation." Beerus steadied himself in the air and released all his aura, enveloped in a purple flame. "Oh dear!" Lord Beerus exclaimed, "It has been a long time since I have used my full strength. I truly wonder how this battle will turn out." Weiss sat atop a tree murmuring to himself. The one hand tightly gripped his staff as if preparing for something. The aura exuded by Beerus immediately made Sun Wukong and the others understand the true extent of the destroyer's power. Everyone's bodies trembled uncontrollably, unsure whether it was fear or excitement at encountering such a powerful opponent. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and with a burst of energy charged towards Beerus, fists clenched and ready to strike. However, to Beerus, who was at full power, Sun Wukong's astonishing speed appeared no different from that of an ordinary person. He had already seen through all of Wukong's movements the moment he launched his attack. With a slight shift, Beerus effortlessly dodged Sun Wukong's attack. What? Wukong's fist struck Beerus' afterimage, only to find Beerus calmly observing him from the side. With a loud bang, after receiving a gentle punch from Beerus, Sun Wukong felt as if he had been struck hard, flying backward uncontrollably. Immediately, Beerus flashed beside Sun Wukong and delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. "Ah!" Sun Wukong cried out in agony, feeling as if his body would be torn in two, tumbling backward toward Ling Tian and the others. Swish! Vegeta swiftly caught Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, are you alright?" Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a senzu bean from his pocket, and replied, "This destroyer is truly too powerful. I can't even see his movements clearly." Beerus chuckled, beckoning Ling Tian and the others. "You all should attack together." After exchanging glances, everyone nodded and charged at Beerus from various positions. Swish! Ling Tian teleported behind Beerus and kicked him towards Broly. Beerus was somewhat puzzled, having clearly seen all their movements earlier, yet this individual suddenly appeared behind him. Facing Broly's incoming punch, Beerus swung his right fist to counter. Beerus remained perfectly still while Broly was sent staggering backward for hundreds of meters. At this moment, Cell, Piccolo's son, Gohan, Vegeta, and Paragus had reached Beerus' side, unleashing their punches at him. They say that 2 fists cannot match 4 hands, yet Beerus easily handled the assault from 5 opponents. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce battle quickly escalated, moving from Earth into the cosmos. Is this all the strength you possess? As he spoke, Beerus suddenly unleashed his power, sending Vegeta and Son Gohan flying with a punch and a kick. Seeing that ordinary attacks were completely ineffective, Piccolo placed 2 fingers on his forehead, gathering energy at his fingertips, and thrust his hand forward. Special beam cannon. Piccolo shouted, unleashing a powerful energy beam wrapped in spiraling energy towards Beerus. Just as the energy was about to strike, Beerus casually raised his right hand and swatted it away. How is this possible? Piccolo couldn't believe that his strongest move was effortlessly neutralized. In a flash, Beerus appeared above Piccolo, bringing down both fists with tremendous force. Ah! Piccolo screamed as he fell from the cosmos, crashing down onto an unknown planet. Paragus quickly appeared behind Beerus, launching a punch at him. Bang! Beerus extended his left hand and effortlessly caught Paragus' incoming fist. Paragus struggled with all his might, but could not break free from Beerus' hold. Beerus suddenly smiled, gathering energy into a sphere in his right hand and pressing it against Paragus. Boom! With a violent explosion, Paragus was gravely injured and lost his fighting capability, plummeting from the cosmos. Damn it! Cell roared, unleashing a surge of violent energy as he charged once more towards Beerus. Bang! The collision of fists and skull produced a tremendous sound. Beerus remained unmoved, taking the hit, while countering with a punch to Cell. Cell, enduring the searing pain, engaged in close combat with Beerus. Although his attacks didn't inflict much damage, he had no better options. In an instant, Cell was covered in wounds with green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite the regenerative cells from Piccolo and Slug, he struggled to withstand Beerus' onslaught. Suddenly, Beerus seized Cell's body, repeatedly striking his abdomen with his knee. Oh! Cell could put up no resistance, only letting out cries of agony. Sensing someone approaching, Beerus casually threw Cell aside, who plummeted downward, unsure of where he would land. The newcomers were none other than Ling Tian, Broly, and Son Wukong, just flown in from Earth. All they saw was Beerus floating with crossed arms in the cosmos, suggesting that the others had already been defeated. After pondering for a moment, Ling Tian said, "Wukong, this destroyer is far too powerful. If you engage with your current strength, it will be the same as before. You should go find Vegeta and fuse." Son Wukong nodded and began sensing Vegeta's energy, then used instant transmission to leave. Beerus looked at the departing Wukong, somewhat puzzled as to why he left so soon. Ling Tian and Broly exchanged glances before reverting from their Super Saiyan Blue transformation. As they both shouted, bolts of lightning struck around them. Before long, Ling Tian and Broly's dark hair gradually transformed into silver, lengthening until it reached their waists, with silver first sprouting on their chests and palms, while their long tails turned silver as well. After transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Ling Tian and Broly charged towards Beerus. Oh! Beerus was slightly taken aback, not expecting these two humans to possess a transformation even more powerful than Super Saiyan God. Beerus seemed to take this battle seriously, completely lacking the nonchalance he had displayed during his earlier fight with Cell and the others. In the blink of an eye, the three clashed. With every punch exchanged, shockwaves radiated outward, causing the closest planets to either explode or be displaced. Suddenly, Broly withdrew from the battle, gathering energy in his chest. "Ling Tian, get back!" Broly shouted as he charged at Beerus. Ling Tian, hearing this, immediately used instant transmission to move away from Beerus' position. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, Broly's energy blast sent Beerus flying. Beerus hurriedly stabilized himself in midair, swiftly flying back. Although he was uninjured, his clothing had been scorched and tattered by the blast. "Alright, you two are quite impressive." With a hint of anger, Beerus began to gather purple energy spheres around him swiftly, sending them towards Ling Tian and Broly with a wave of his hand. Purple light spiral ball. Seeing the densely packed energy spheres approaching, Ling Tian and Broly quickly generated a protective shield of energy around themselves to evade. Only a few energy spheres struck the two, while the others flew backward, crashing into various planets and causing a cacophony of explosions as the planets were annihilated. Since things had escalated this far, Ling Tian decided he could no longer hold back, conjuring a massive energy sphere in his hands and hurling it towards Beerus. Vast Omega. As the energy sphere left Ling Tian's hand, it began to split into several energy blasts rushing towards Beerus. Beerus expertly dodged each energy blast with agile movements, quickly closing in on Ling Tian. Unexpectedly, Broly appeared in front of him, throwing an energy sphere that expanded in midair into a colossal energy ball, hurtling towards Beerus. Massive meteor. Destruction. As Beerus spoke, a gigantic purple energy sphere materialized in his hand, thrown towards Broly's position. The two energy spheres collided midair, the destructive energy consuming the energy sphere before flying back toward Broly's location. Having been combating annihilation energy for months, Broly was eager to test his progress. Ling Tian did not rush to help Broly. Instead, he instantaneously appeared behind Beerus, attempting to kick him. However, Beerus executed a graceful spin and caught Ling Tian's foot. Beerus shook his head, saying, "Using a technique I've already encountered will have no effect on me again." Ling Tian remained silent, gathering energy at his chest. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending both of them flying. What? Beerus was fuming, having just shown off only to be struck in an instant. A massive energy sphere as hot as the sun appeared in Beerus' hand. Scorching blast. He shouted, launching the energy blast towards Ling Tian. Just as the energy blast was within a few dozen meters of Ling Tian, a figure appeared beside him, kicking the energy blast away into the distance. The newcomer was a muscular individual clad in the attire of the Metamorans, with wild red hair cascading over his shoulders, red-brown fur covering his chest and hands, and a long red-brown tail trailing behind. "Who are you?" Beerus questioned, perplexed as to how another human with typical destroyer strength had appeared, especially since he hadn't encountered this scion on Earth. Vegeta confidently addressed Beerus, saying, "I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you." Ling Tian was left speechless. When it came to boasting, Vegeta truly took the cake. "Oh." Beerus smiled at Vegeta, saying, "It seems you have great confidence in your strength." Vegeta maintained his aloof demeanor, ignoring Beerus' words, and unleashed his energy, charging at Beerus. Beerus' figure flickered as he began to engage in battle. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their clashes echoed through the air, affecting the entire universe. Countless planets and star systems were destroyed in the fight. The two exchanged powerful punches, both being pushed back. Vegeta smirked, saying, "You don't seem that impressive either." Beerus' expression darkened as he raised his right hand towards Vegeta. Destruction. Vegeta sensed the tremendous and peculiar energy of the sphere and immediately gathered energy at his waist. Kamehameha wave. The two energies collided, neutralizing each other. Interesting. Beerus was surprised that his destructive energy could be countered by a mere energy blast, realizing that the person opposite him had excellent control over their power. The two resumed their fierce combat. Ling Tian have Kakarot and Vegeta fused. Broly flew over from a distance. Ling Tian nodded. Vegeta is quite impressive. If it weren't for Kakarot and Vegeta's low base power, they would undoubtedly be even stronger after fusing. Broly murmured to himself. Swish. Suddenly, Son Gohan also utilized instant transmission to arrive, but this Gohan, although resembling Super Saiyan 2, had silver hair and eyebrows with a silver aura and pink lightning crackling around him. Beast Gohan. Ling Tian was astonished, having thought Gohan could only transform into a mysterious state. He never expected Dragon One's potential to be developed so significantly that he could even transform into a beast form. Son Gohan looked around but couldn't find Piccolo, then turned to Ling Tian and asked, "Uncle Ling Tian, where's Uncle Piccolo?" Ling Tian shook his head, responding, "I didn't see Piccolo when I arrived. He must have been injured by Beerus and fallen onto a planet." "Damn it." Son Gohan burst with rage, charging at Beerus. "Broly, let's go together. It's time to end this." As they spoke, the two surged towards Beerus. What the hell? Beerus was bewildered, wondering where such a powerful person had suddenly appeared from. Ling Tian, Vegeta, Broly, and Son Gohan surrounded Beerus. Beerus swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm as he said, "I'm not afraid of you." A fierce battle was about to commence. Bang, bang, bang. The fighters engaged without regard for their injuries, relentlessly attacking each other. Even with Beerus' immense strength, he was battered and bruised. Ling Tian and the others were in an even worse state, blood continuously flowing from their mouths. Suddenly, Broly flashed above Beerus, enveloped in a surge of energy. Exploding meteor. With a mighty shout, Broly unleashed energy blasts in all directions from his position. Beerus erupted with energy, his purple aura growing deeper and larger. Countless energy blasts struck Beerus without making a sound, dissolving into purple particles that vanished from sight. Ling Tian conjured a massive purplish-red energy sphere in his hands. Seeing this, Vegeta and Son Gohan placed their hands at their waists to gather energy and hurled it at Beerus. Kamehameha wave. A trivial technique. Beerus scoffed, raising his right hand to conjure a purple energy sphere. Destruction. This is the energy I've been waiting for. Ling Tian hurled his gathered energy at the destructive energy sphere. Annihilation. The annihilation energy sphere swallowed the destructive energy sphere, shooting deep into the universe. How can this be? Beerus was incredulous that his destructive energy could be consumed so easily. No way. By the time Beerus regained his composure, Vegeta and Son Gohan's Kamehameha wave was already approaching, forcing Beerus to hurriedly gather energy in his hands to defend. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Ling Tian, Broly, Vegeta, and Son Gohan were all sent flying by the shockwave. The shockwave expanded outward, destroying planets in its path. Space fissures began to appear where the energy had just exploded, causing the entire universe to tremble. In the realm of the King of Worlds, the old King Shin and Jebet gathered around a crystal ball, observing everything. Jebet noticed that after the explosion, Beerus had completely vanished, unable to contain his curiosity. Old King, did Ling Tian and the others win? After a moment of contemplation, the old king replied, they have won, but not entirely. Jebet was left confused by this statement. Cough, cough. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old king explained slowly, the power of a god of destruction is tremendously strong. Once a battle begins, the universe will face destruction. It seems like Ling Tian and his group have won, but Beerus fought while severely controlling his power, which is why the gods of destruction could not engage in battle prior. King Shin looked at the rift in space, his face full of despair. Ancestor, this is the end. The universe is about to perish. The old king sighed, lost in thought. On Earth, he mused, I never expected the final outcome would be like this. Weiss, who had been perched on a tree observing the battle, was quite surprised. He then descended from the tree, transforming into a streak of light as he flew towards the universe. Weiss appeared near the spatial rift, lightly tapping his staff several times. Time rewind. Everything reverted to 3 minutes prior. Broly suddenly appeared above Beerus, enveloped in a surge of energy. Explosive meteor. With a roar, Broly unleashed energy blasts radiating outward from his center. Whoosh. Weiss flickered into view before Beerus, waving his staff to effortlessly block all the energy blasts. Weiss, what brings you here? Beerus questioned, as Weiss typically did not interfere in battles. Weiss responded with a smile, Lord Beerus, you have already fought once just now. Only those within Weiss barrier would retain their memories prior to the rewind. Oh. Beerus nodded, somewhat perplexed, is that so? It seemed the battle had affected the entire universe, prompting Weiss to use the time rewind to alter the timeline. Seeing his energy blocked by an unknown figure, Broly charged forward once more. Before Broly could strike, Weiss struck him in the abdomen with his staff. Broly let out a pained cry, curling backward in midair, and during his retreat, he reverted from his Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Whoosh. Ling Tian teleported in to catch Broly. Broly, are you alright? Ling Tian, am fine. Broly replied, he just knocked me out of my transformation. As expected of an angel, his control over power is simply perfect. Ling Tian murmured to himself while Gogeta and Gohan looked on in shock. They had initially thought this individual was merely a subordinate of the god of destruction, comparable in strength to Jebet, but they were astonished to discover he was even stronger than Beerus. Seeing no further need to fight, Gogeta reverted back to Goku and Vegeta. Weiss, long time no see. Ling Tian greeted Weiss with a smile. It has indeed been a while. Weiss replied cheerfully, then added, I didn't expect your power to increase so rapidly. I wonder if you still have that delicious food from last time. Food? What food? Beerus roared in displeasure. Weiss, did you sneak off to eat without me? Ho ho ho. Weiss covered his mouth as he replied, Lord Beerus, you were fast asleep at that time, and I couldn't bear to disturb your sweet dreams. Weiss, wait a moment, I need to find my other companions. Ling Tian began sensing Cell's energy. You're still the same as before. Weiss smiled as he checked his staff, informing Ling Tian of Cell and the others' locations. Before long, Ling Tian used instant transmission to bring everyone back, and after consuming the Senzu beans, their injuries were all healed completely. What are those beans you gave them? Beerus was astonished, having served as the destroyer of Universe 7 for so long. It was his first time witnessing such a miraculous little green bean restore someone who had lost their combat ability back to their peak in an instant. Ling Tian replied, these are Senzu beans, and they only exist on Earth. The delicious food you crave is also from Earth. Weiss, let's hurry to Earth. Upon hearing about the food, Beerus disregarded everything else. Goku said, Lord Beerus, just capture me. Why? Beerus asked, puzzled. Weiss chuckled, Lord Beerus, they can instant transmission, which is much faster than our flying to Earth. Then let's hurry. Beerus placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. Ling Tian, should we go to Vegeta's place or mine? Let's go to Vegeta's place. We still need to find the Dragon Balls. Everyone nodded, and then initiated their instant transmission. On Earth, whoosh. Whoosh. Everyone used instant transmission to appear before Bulma. Vegeta, Ling Tian, you guys went off to fight again. Look at how dirty your clothes are. Bulma expressed her disdain. Goku laughed, scratching his head. Ling Tian asked Bulma, where's the dragon radar? It's on the table in the living room. If you want it, go get it yourself. Hearing this, Ling Tian walked towards the living room, but then turned back to Bulma, saying, please prepare some food for those two. Sigh. Bulma sighed as Ling Tian and Goku always came over just to eat. You all come with me. Bulma ushered everyone to sit at the dining table on the balcony and instructed the maid to start preparing the meals. Several robots continuously brought food to the table. It smells so good. Beerus picked up a fish meatball with his chopsticks, sniffed it, and promptly placed it in his mouth. Suddenly Beerus stood up, clenching his fists. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. This god of destruction seemed restless, even while eating. Perhaps he was about to start a fight. They all set down their food, gazing intently at Beerus. After a full 10 seconds passed, Beerus exclaimed with a blissful expression, it's just too delicious. He then began devouring all the various foods on the table, as if he were a starving ghost. What's with this god of destruction acting like a country bumpkin? What did he use to eat? Goku and the others, seeing that Beerus had no intention of fighting, joined in the feast. Clang, clang. As they all ate together, bowls and chopsticks clashed constantly. Piccolo was also astonished. He hadn't expected this god of destruction to eat more than a scion. Vegeta, give me that chicken leg. Goku and Vegeta found their chopsticks clashing over the last chicken leg. Kakarot, you already had 4 chicken legs. You can't have this one. What's all the fuss about? Beerus swatted away both of their chopsticks with his hand and directly grabbed the chicken leg, stuffing it into his mouth as he mumbled incomprehensibly. Now you two don't have to fight over it. Ho ho ho. Weiss chuckled at Beerus' antics. Seeing the chicken leg gone, Goku began munching on some roasted meat. Vegeta said nothing more and instead walked toward the kitchen. Before long, he returned holding a large bowl of chicken legs, placing it in front of himself. Swish. After searching for the Dragon Balls, Ling Tian brought along Trunks and Goten, who were at the training ground. Goten puffed up his cheeks and said, Dad, you finish your battle, but don't come to find us, and instead eat here. Upon hearing about food, Son Wukong forgot everything else and could only grin foolishly. Trunks, Goten, come over here. Vegeta handed over a large bowl of chicken legs that he had just brought out to the two of them. Yay, yay. Trunks and Goten were thrilled and began eating a chicken leg each. Half an hour later, everyone was full and satisfied. Ling Tian took out 7 Dragon Balls from his storage ring, placing them on the ground, and began to summon. Come forth, Shenron. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated with each other, emitting dazzling light. As the light faded, Shenron was summoned. Shenron, with red light emanating from its eyes, said, Whoever has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter what wish it is, I shall fulfill it. Beerus turned to Whis, who was eating pudding beside him, and asked, Whis, can this dragon really grant any wish? Upon hearing this, Shenron was displeased. Who dares to question my abilities? It turned its head to look, revealing a humanoid thin cat that was half-leaning on a chair holding a cup of orange juice. Lord Beerus, this should be the wish-granting pearl created by the Namekians, but it can only fulfill some minor wishes. Shenron was suddenly flustered, his expression tense. Lord Beerus, I didn't expect you to be here. I apologize for speaking to you from such a high place. Beerus was not interested in why this dragon recognized him or its ability to grant minor wishes, casually waved his hand and said, You don't need to worry about me. Just fulfill their wishes. Understood, Lord Beerus. Shenron looked towards Ling Tian and the others. Do you have any wishes that need to be fulfilled? Ling Tian said loudly, Shenron, please restore all the planets and humans that were destroyed in our battle with Beerus. Shenron hesitated in response. This is too many planets and star systems that you have destroyed. With my abilities, it is simply impossible. Hey, why are you restoring those planets? This battle has reduced my workload by several months. Beerus was displeased upon hearing this, questioning why such a wish should be fulfilled. Ling Tian, what does this god of destruction mean? Son Wukong and the others were very confused. Ling Tian was just about to respond. Swish. The old Kaioshin Shin and Jebet appeared before everyone. Old Kaioshin, Lord Kaioshin. Son Wukong and the others greeted them. Old man, how did you get out? Beerus was puzzled. Wasn't this old man sealed in a sword by me? Humph. The old Kaioshin snorted coldly, ignoring Beerus, and turned to Son Wukong and the others, saying, The Kaioshin is the creator god of life in the universe. He can create planets until life forms appear on them, and will guide life to gradually grow stronger. The god of destruction is the balancer of the universe. The universe requires a balanced state. It cannot be too beautiful or too chaotic, and even the number of planets must be kept at an appropriate level. The job of the god of destruction is to eliminate those planets that are deemed unsuitable to maintain the universe in a balanced state. Ling Tian asked old Kaioshin, Are we not restoring the destroyed planets? This dead cat sealed itself for so long. Then the work you owe cannot be so easily completed. The old Kaioshin said firmly, It must be restored. Old man, don't come here to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid I will seal you again? Beerus' expression looked somewhat displeased. The old Kaioshin said indifferently, Beerus, if you casually destroy large numbers of planets and star systems, what do you think will happen if the higher-ups find out? Beerus hesitated. The god of destruction destroys planets that affect the development of the universe. If this old man reports him, he might not die, but will definitely suffer. Seeing Beerus yield, the old Kaioshin turned to Shinran in the air. Shinran, do your best. How much can you restore? After a moment of silence, Shinran replied, Old Kaioshin, I can probably restore about a quarter of it. Then fulfill this wish. The old Kaioshin nodded in satisfaction. Shinran's eyes lit up, and 10 minutes later Shinran said weakly, Your wish has been fulfilled. Goodbye. Shinran transformed into 7 stones and flew towards Earth. Ling Tian's figure flickered as he collected the Dragon Balls that were about to fly away. Ling Tian looked at the 7 stone Dragon Balls in shock, standing still. Ling Tian, what's wrong? Broly walked over to check on Ling Tian. How is this possible? The Dragon Balls have cracked. Broly exclaimed in surprise. The Dragon Balls cracked. Sun Wukong and the others rushed over to take a look. This isn't right. We haven't used the Dragon Balls much. Could it be that the wish granted this time was too great? Ling Tian, what should we do now? The Dragon Balls won't turn into evil dragons the next time we use them, right? Beerus smiled and said, Old man, now you've caused a big mess. It's all your fault for wanting to grant some wish. You cat just loves to gloat. The old Kaioshin initially just wanted to annoy Beerus and make him work a little longer, never expecting that using the Dragon Balls once would result in this. They'll take care of the Dragon Balls now, or let's wait until they have recovered before using them. Ling Tian said, placing the 7 Turntastone's Dragon Balls into the storage ring. Humph. The old Kaioshin and Beerus glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked, Old Kaioshin, does Namek Piccolo's hometown still have Dragon Balls? Should we restore the remaining planets? Wukong, which pot are you stirring up again? The old Kaioshin was quite speechless. He did not want to use other Dragon Balls anymore. If the evil dragon appeared without proper handling, it would not just be a matter of a few star systems and planets, it would concern the safety of the entire universe. Old man, what are you afraid of? Keep using them. Beerus laughed loudly. Whis also felt helpless. The old Kaioshin and Beerus could not appear in the same place. Wukong, forget it, we don't need to restore the rest. The old Kaioshin said, giving a glance to Kaioshin Shin and Jebit. The latter nodded, then said goodbye to Ling Tian and the others before using instant transmission to leave. Beerus watched as the old Kaioshin and the others left, and then said, Vegeta, prepare more of that food we just ate and pack it up. Understood, Lord Beerus. Vegeta nodded and instructed the servants to prepare. Soon boxes of various sizes were delivered. Beerus yawned and said, Whis, it's time for us to go back. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis waved his staff and collected all the food. Everyone goodbye. Whis took Beerus and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the god of destruction's realm. In the universe, Beerus couldn't help but ask, Whis, what was the outcome of the previous battle? Whis covered his mouth and chuckled in response. Lord Beerus, the result is not important. What matters is that if you don't train, they might really surpass you. Oomph. Beerus snorted coldly. How dare humans aspire to surpass the gods? Lord Beerus, does that mean you have no intention of training? Whis turned to look at Beerus. Well, Beerus hesitated. If the other destroyers found out he was surpassed by a human, he would lose face, especially in front of his brother Kampa, who would mock him for thousands of years. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus reluctantly said, Whis, please train me for 2 hours each day. Of course, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded with a smile. Since becoming the god of destruction, Lord Beerus had hardly trained. Unexpectedly this time, he was forced to train by a human. On Earth, Sun Wukong was racking his brain trying to understand why Whis was so powerful, and then he turned to ask Ling Tian. Ling Tian, why is that god of destruction's attendance so strong? Moreover, his power has clearly surpassed that of a god of destruction. Why does he still serve as one? Everyone was puzzled. Why would someone so powerful serve someone weaker than themselves? Ling Tian chuckled and explained, there are 12 universes, each with a god of destruction, and each god is accompanied by an angel. That Whis you just saw is an angel whose job is to oversee the god of destruction and manage the universe. Angels are not just attendants, but also the supervisors and mentors of the gods of destruction. The mentor of the god of destruction. Everyone was shocked by Ling Tian's words. No wonder he possessed such immense power. Sun Wutian scratched his head and asked, Uncle Ling Tian, is Jebit also the mentor of the Supreme Kai? Ha ha ha. Ling Tian laughed heartily. Wutian, Jebit is not the mentor of the Supreme Kai. He is merely the attendant of the Supreme Kai. Sun Wutian nodded. Okay. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. The 12 universes have 12 gods of destruction and 12 angels, all formidable opponents. I must double my training from now on. I can't believe there are so many powerful beings in the 12 universes besides the Dragon God realm, Piccolo remarked. Oomph. I will surpass them all sooner or later. Vegeta snorted. Ling Tian, let's go train together. Sun Wukong turned to Ling Tian. Ling Tian shook his head and replied, Wukong, you all go ahead. I have a little matter to attend to. All right then. Sun Wukong felt a bit disappointed and then took off into the sky with the others using the instant transmission technique to fly to the training grounds. Broly asked, Ling Tian, aren't we going to train on the small island now? We first need to visit the Dragon God realm to see if the Dragon Balls can be restored. As Ling Tian spoke, he waved his hand and a dimensional wall appeared before everyone. Then Ling Tian led Broly, Cell, and Paragus into the dimensional wall. In the future Trunks timeline, as they emerged from the dimensional wall, they were greeted by buildings that resembled those on Earth. Broly, Cell, and Paragus sensed the presence of Sun Wukong and the others. Ling Tian, didn't we go to the Dragon God realm? Why did we come out of the dimensional wall still on Earth? Cell asked, looking puzzled. Ling Tian then began to explain to them. This is the future timeline of Trunks. I wanted to see how powerful they are now and ask if they want to go to the Dragon God realm together. With such a good training place as the Dragon God realm, after training Trunks and the others should be able to prevent Zamasu from easily destroying time and space, right? So that's how it is. Cell nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. With a gust of wind, future Trunks, future Vegeta, future Sun Wukong, and future Sun Gohan appeared before them. Uncle Ling Tian, I knew it was you. Future Trunks exclaimed excitedly as he embraced Ling Tian. Uncle Ling Tian, you all haven't come to see us for years. Ling Tian smiled and replied, Trunks Gohan, we have been training in other places, we just recently found some time. Future Vegeta scanned the surroundings and said, Ling Tian, why hasn't the version of me from your timeline come? Is he afraid of getting beaten up by me, so he dared not show up? Ling Tian became interested upon hearing this. He didn't expect Vegeta would beat up his future self. Vegeta, they went to train, so they didn't have time to come. But what transformation have you mastered to be so confident? Future Vegeta proudly declared, all of us can transform into Super Saiyan 3 now. Ha ha ha. Cell laughed loudly, clutching his stomach. Future Vegeta clenched his fists ready for a fight. Cell, what are you laughing at? Do you want to get beaten? Enough of the noise. Paragus shouted loudly, then began to unleash all his energy to transform. How is that possible? Future Vegeta was dumbfounded. Even before he began to transform, his power already surpassed that of his Super Saiyan 3 form. A dazzling white light flashed, revealing Paragus with his messy black hair draped over his shoulders, red-brown, fur covering his chest and palms, and a long red tail behind him. So strong. Future Sun Wukong and the others were astonished. Is this Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta, can you transform? Paragus looked at Future Vegeta. Future Vegeta shook his head, unable to believe that there could be another transformation after Super Saiyan 3. Then Paragus transformed into Super Saiyan Red and Super Saiyan Blue and said, the version of you from another timeline can achieve these transformations too. Damn it. Future Vegeta thought he could avenge himself with Super Saiyan 3, but he didn't expect his counterpart to improve so quickly. Future Trunks asked, Uncle Ling Tian, are you here to teach me these transformations? Ling Tian smiled and said, I will teach you these transformations shortly. I came to ask if you want to train in another place where there are many powerful opponents. Powerful opponents. Future Sun Wukong and Future Vegeta were unusually excited and eager. Ling Tian, we want to go to that place. Uncle Ling Tian, we want to go too. Ling Tian nodded, raised his right hand, and waved, creating a dimensional wall before them. Follow me. Ling Tian said as he walked towards the dimensional wall, and everyone quickly followed. As they stepped through the dimensional wall, they were greeted by the sight of a massive palace. Future Sun Wukong asked, Ling Tian, are there many formidable opponents in this place? That's right. However, your current power is still a bit lacking. Let's help you transform into Super Saiyan God first. As Ling Tian spoke, he arranged for everyone to stand in order for the Super Saiyan God transformation ceremony. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Long Yi flew out from the palace. Ling Tian, it's you guys. Long time no see. Long Yi smiled and greeted everyone. Long time no see. They all nodded in acknowledgement. Aren't these the ones who came with you before, like Wukong? Long Yi wondered, could it be that Wukong and the others had made mistakes in their training and regressed in power? Ling Tian explained, these are the Wukongs from another time and space, and they have come to battle the evil dragon. Long nodded. After more than 10 minutes, the future Sun Wukong and others had transformed into Super Saiyan gods. I didn't expect you to comprehend a new transformation. This form's power is quite impressive. Long Yi sighed. Is there any way you can help them grow tails? With tails, they can also transform into Super Saiyan 4. That's very simple. It'll also help them develop their potential. With a wave of his hand, Long Yi enveloped the future Sun Wukong and others in a golden light. As the light dissipated, long tails sprouted from behind everyone. Thank you so much. The people from the future time bowed in gratitude. Long E waved his hand saying, just focus on defeating more evil dragons. Seeing the tails had grown, Ling Tian began to arrange the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, create an artificial moon. Wukong, when you transform into giant apes, raise your energy to the maximum. The giant apes will turn into golden giant apes, and once they regain consciousness, they can transform into Super Saiyan 4. Alright, the future son Wukong and others nodded. The future Vegeta slowly gathered an energy sphere in his palm, which grew larger and larger before he tossed it into the sky. The energy sphere emitted dazzling light in the air, and as the light faded, a full moon appeared. The future son Wukong, future Vegeta, future son Gohan, and future Trunks looked up at the full moon, their hearts racing and echoing loudly. Roar off! Four enormous black apes, each several meters tall, appeared before Ling Tian and the others. The future son Wukong and future son Gohan, now transformed into giant apes, lost consciousness and rampaged, continuously firing energy blasts and attacking their surroundings. Ling Tian's figure flickered as he blocked all the energy blasts. Long E shook his head with a smile and casually waved his hand, restoring the consciousness of future son Wukong and future son Gohan. Ling Tian bowed in thanks, saying, Long E, thank you. Without Long E's help, he truly didn't know when he could restore their consciousness. It was a mere effort. Long E hurriedly helped Ling Tian up. The future Vegeta angrily said, Kakarot, you low-level warrior lost control as soon as you transformed into a giant ape. Vegeta, I can't help it. The future son Wukong said helplessly. The future Trunks added, Dad, Uncle Wukong, let's hurry and transform into Super Saiyan 4. The four giant apes' energy continued to rise, their white auras turning golden, and their fur also becoming golden as they transformed into golden giant apes. Lightning struck around them as the golden giant apes slowly shrank. A brilliant white light flashed, and the future son Wukong and others successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Ling Tian said, Wukong, if you want to return to your own time, just come to this palace and find Long. He will arrange for someone to take you back. We got it, Ling Tian. Hurry and take us to find powerful opponents. The group, having comprehended a new transformation, was eager to test their strength. Ling Tian saw their confidence and decided not to say more, then turned to Long E. Long E, please arrange for someone to take them. Long E summoned a guard from the side and gave instructions. As the guard explained the matters of the Dragon God realm to the future son Wukong and others, he led them flying towards the west of the Dragon God realm. Unable to help himself, Long E asked, Ling Tian, aren't you worried about them at all? Ling Tian looked confused by the question. Aren't you going to revive them? What do I have to worry about? Ha ha ha. Long E laughed heartily. That's true. But do you have anything else to ask me? Hearing this, Ling Tian took out 7 cracked stone Dragon Balls from his storage ring and handed them to Long E. He then began to explain their usage. Who taught you to make wishes like this? If everyone wishes like this, the dragon will all turn into evil dragons. Long E was shocked, realizing they were trying to make wishes beyond the dragon's capabilities. Long E, do you have a way to restore this Dragon Ball? I can only turn the stones back into Dragon Balls. You'll have to defeat the evil dragons yourself. Don't wish like this next time. Long E said, helplessly waving his hand as the 7 stone Dragon Balls emitted dazzling light, transforming back into Dragon Balls. Before Ling Tian could summon the dragon, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted wisps of black smoke that coalesced in midair, transforming into a dragon with wings that emitted an evil aura. The black smoke dragon held a cigar in its mouth, looking down at Ling Tian and the others, just about to speak. Unexpectedly, Ling Tian released all his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 5. In a flash, he appeared before the black smoke dragon, swinging his right fist towards it. You don't understand martial arts. The black smoke dragon was directly blasted apart by Ling Tian's punch, and the 7 Dragon Balls fell from the sky. Long E was shocked, not expecting Ling Tian to be so decisive. The black smoke dragon was eliminated in just 2 seconds. Shera's figure flickered as he collected the 7 Dragon Balls. Ling Tian, the Dragon Balls have returned to their original form. Ling Tian nodded and took the 7 Dragon Balls, placing them back in his storage ring. Long E will be leaving now. As Ling Tian spoke, he waved his hand and a dimensional wall appeared ahead. Long E smiled and said, come back often. Ling Tian nodded and entered the dimensional wall with Broly, Sheru, and Paragus. Main timeline. 7th Universe Earth. Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus returned to the small island through the dimensional wall. Broly asked, Ling Tian, should we go find Kakarot and train with them? No, let's first check out other universes. As Ling Tian spoke, he took out the 12 universe information map from his storage ring to examine it. The 12th universe was metal, the 11th universe was delicacy, and the 10th universe was Rumsey. Rumsey seems to be a pink elephant, right? Then let's go check out the 10th universe. So the god of destruction realm of the 10th universe is here. After checking the information map, Ling Tian looked at the others beside him. Broly, hold on to me. Broly, Sheru, and Paragus placed their hands on Ling Tian's shoulders. Ling Tian took Broly, Sheru, and Paragus and executed instant transmission. The God of Destruction realm of the 10th universe. Lord Rumsey, this is my outstanding disciple and also a candidate for the Kaishin. When I retire, the position of Kaishin will be passed on to him, said Guavas. Zama's, aren't you going to greet Lord Rumsey and Miss Kess? Zama's displayed a false smile, bowing and greeting the two. Rumsey flicked his large elephant trunk and asked, Guavas, are you planning to retire so soon? Guavas nodded. I'm getting old and Zama's has already been trained to be excellent. He is fully capable of taking over as the next Kaishin. Suddenly, 4 people appeared out of nowhere before them. For humans, why are they using the Kaishin's instant transmission? Guavas murmured to himself. His quiet voice was still heard by Zama's, who thought to himself, how could such lowly beings as humans use the powers of gods? As a god, Zama's harbored prejudice against humans, viewing them as all intelligent beings outside of gods. Zama's loudly scolded. You few humans, don't you know this is the God of Destruction realm? Hurry up and leave. The visitors were none other than Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus. How did that troublemaker Zama's appear here? Ling Tian was puzzled. Could it be that Jivas was about to step down from the position of the God of Destruction? Broly, Sheru, and Paragus observed the 4 individuals ahead. The little girl holding a staff was undoubtedly an angel, and the pink elephant seemed to be the God of Destruction. What are you looking at? How dare you, a mere human, arrogantly spy on the gods? As Zama's said this, he approached Paragus, who appeared more vulnerable, ready to give the human in front of him a lesson. Zama's. Jivas shouted loudly, attempting to stop Zama's from acting. Upon hearing this, little God of Destruction's subordinates scold them. Paragus was taken aback. If you had strength, it would be one thing, but without it, how dare you act so arrogantly? Facing Zama's incoming fist, Paragus showed no concern and countered with a slap to Zama's face. Smack! With a crisp sound, Zama's was sent flying by Paragus' slap. What just happened? Zama's got up from the ground, covering his slightly swollen face, unable to believe that he had been struck down by a human, anger welling up inside him. You will pay for this. Zama's shouted, unleashing all his energy to form a knife hand with his right hand, rushing towards Paragus. Zama's, you. Jivas was left stunned, completely unprepared for Zama's sudden change. Interesting. Lang Yusi crossed his arms in front of his chest, watching the scene unfold. Zama's strength was significantly greater than that of an ordinary candidate for the God of Destruction. Huh. Paragus roared. His dark hair began to lengthen, falling messily over his shoulders, red fur covering his chest and palms, and a long red tail sprouting from behind him. Paragus transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Ling Tian looked at the charging Zama's and said calmly, Paragus, just play around a bit, don't kill him. Paragus nodded, his figure flashing directly in front of Zama's. How is this possible? Before Zama's could react, he was hit in the abdomen by a punch from Paragus. Zama's let out a scream, his body arching backward as he flew away. Paragus quickly pursued, throwing a barrage of punches and kicks, sending Zama's flying through the air like a soccer ball. Oh. Zama's, unable to resist, could only emit cries of pain, thinking to himself, am I not a great god of the universe? Why can't I even defeat a mere human? Paragus seemed to grow tired of playing, suddenly appearing above Zama's and delivering a heavy punch down onto him. Zama's body uncontrollably fell toward the ground. Boom. With a loud crash, a cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground. As the smoke cleared, Zama's lay motionless in the deep pit. Paragus descended from the air, stepping on Zama's chest and taunting, weren't you just trying to kill me? Is this all the power you have? Who gave you the courage to strike at me? Hearing Paragus's continuous taunts, Zama's spat blood in anger, glaring viciously at Paragus. I thought there would be something to see, but it turns out he's just being used as a punching bag. Lang Yusi expressed his disbelief at Zama's performance. Jivas turned to Lang Yusi, seeking assistance. Lord Lang Yusi, please help Zama's. Lang Yusi nodded in response, saying, Jivas, don't worry, I won't let those who attack our universe leave easily. Human, aren't you going to remove your foot? Lang Yusi angrily approached Paragus. After hearing Lang Yusi's words, Paragus moved his foot off Zama's chest, only to step back on it again. Paragus smiled at Lang Yusi, saying, see, I took it off, and then I put it back on. How dare you play with me, you human? Lang Yusi, infuriated, suddenly appeared in front of Paragus, swinging his fist towards him. Paragus threw out his right fist to block. Bang! The two fists collided, each stepping back. However, Zama's was not so fortunate, as the massive impact and shockwave knocked him out cold. Seeing this, Jivas hurriedly used instant transmission to bring Zama's to Case's side. Miss Kasai, I'm counting on you. Kasai waved her staff over Zama's. A green and holy light enveloped Zama's entire body. Soon Zama's injuries healed completely, and he gradually regained consciousness. Damn, these damned humans. Upon waking, Zama's continuously cursed the humans, causing Jivas to frown and immediately scold him. Zama's, how have I taught you in the past? Zama's turned to see that he had already left the battlefield, feeling relieved, and quickly lowered his head to apologize to Jivas. Oh, Lang Yusi was somewhat surprised that this human could actually block one of his punches. If you think this level of strength can cause chaos in the God of Destruction's realm, you are gravely mistaken. Huh. Lang Yusi unleashed all his energy, enveloped in a purple aura. You think I fear you? Paragus snorted coldly, adjusting his stance and charging towards Lang Yusi. Bang, bang, bang. The two moved at high speed, battling from the ground to the sky, with loud crashes echoing through the air. How can there be such a powerful human? Jivas was in shock. Meanwhile, Zama stared intently at the battlefield, unsure of what wicked thoughts he harbored. Bang! Paragus kicked Lang Yusi right on his large nose. Lang Yusi rubbed his stout hands over his nose, and then shouted angrily. You're seeking death. Lang Yusi's figure swayed, and he punched Paragus in the chest. Oh! Paragus screamed, flying towards Ling Tian and the others. Swish! Broly quickly appeared beside Paragus, catching him, and feeling a surge of anger at his father's slightly dented chest. Paragus, take a Senza Bean first. Ling Tian pulled a Senza Bean from his storage ring and handed it to Paragus. Damn elephant. I was just trying to see what your strength was. If I don't beat you half to death today, I won't call myself Broly. Broly roared loudly, unleashing all his energy, with violent energy surging forth and bolts of lightning striking around him. Broly's hair turned silver and gradually lengthened down to his waist, with silver fur covering his chest and palms and a long silver tail sprouting behind him. After transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Broly wasted no time and charged straight at Lang Yusi. I didn't expect this person to be even stronger than the last one. Keisai was also somewhat surprised, wondering which universe these humans came from. You dare call me a damn elephant? I'll fight you to the end. Lang Yusi, filled with fury, had never encountered anyone who dared to address him in such a manner aside from a few gods of destruction. Lamsi charged angrily towards Broly. As Lamsi took the initiative to attack, Broly floated in midair, continuously gathering energy at his chest. Chest energy blast. Just as Lamsi arrived in front of Broly, he was blown away before he could even strike. Damn it. Lamsi quickly stabilized himself in midair and launched another attack at Broly. In the blink of an eye, Broly and Lamsi clashed in midair and immediately began to fight. Lamsi snorted coldly, thinking that Broly had merely exploited a moment of weakness. Now he foolishly wished to engage him in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. Broly landed a punch on Lamsi's head, while Lamsi kicked Broly in the abdomen. The two exchanged blows, fiercely trading injury for injury. During the battle between Broly and Lamsi, the violent energy from the bloodline surged forth, and their auras continued to grow stronger. Not good. Lamsi suddenly sensed something was amiss. This human's power level was continuously increasing, and he could no longer afford to engage in close combat. Resolute, Lamsi decided to retreat. Still think you can escape? Broly reached out with a massive hand and grabbed Lamsi's trunk, slamming him hard against the ground. Oh. With each of Broly's relentless slams, Lamsi let out agonizing cries, feeling as if his beloved trunk was about to break. Broly hurled Lamsi into the air and then began to gather energy in his hands, forming a massive energy sphere. Vast Omega! Broly shouted, throwing the condensed energy sphere at Lamsi, which split into several energy blasts as it flew. Bang! Boom! The energy blast struck Lamsi, and the sound of explosions filled the air with thick smoke rising. As the smoke cleared, Lamsi appeared before everyone, looking battered and dirty. This damn human actually made me lose face in front of the Angel and the Supreme Kai. Unforgivable. Muah! Lamsi raised his hands and let out an angry roar. Roar! The deafening roar from Lamsi, who possessed the strongest voice in the universe, caused temporary paralysis in the nerves of those who heard it, and those with insufficient power even fainted. Seeing this, Keisai quickly waved her staff to conjure a protective shield, shielding Jivas and Zamas. A tremendous roar emanated from Lamsi, and Broly, being the closest, was directly stunned by the sonic wave, causing his nerves to temporarily paralyze. Lamsi extended his right hand, conjuring a purple energy sphere, and threw it at the motionless Broly. Destruction. With the destruction energy thrown, Lamsi no longer paid attention to Broly, instead turning to Ling Tian, Shalu, and Paragus. Shalu suggested, Ling Tian, it seems this elephant's special ability is that roar from earlier. Let's join in. Let's beat this elephant half to death. Ling Tian nodded. The two roared in unison, their auras continuously increasing as violent energy surged forth, with bolts of lightning striking down around them. Ling Tian's hair turned silver and gradually lengthened until it reached his waist, with silver fur covering his chest and palms and a long silver tail extending behind him. Shalu's green skin gradually transformed into silver white, exuding a chilling aura. A dazzling white light flashed, and Ling Tian transformed into Super Saiyan 5, while Shalu became White Gold Shalu. Without hesitation after their transformations, the two rushed towards Lamsi in the air. Paragus, standing nearby, was shocked, realizing just how much stronger Ling Tian and the others were than him. He would need to train twice as hard in the future. How is this possible? Lamsi was taken aback, shocked to find that just moments ago, he was contemplating how to deal with these three humans, ensuring they didn't die quickly, but rather suffered, only to now see two humans with such formidable power. Where did they come from? Shalu swiftly moved, appearing in front of Lamsi, placing his hands beside his head. What is this human doing, not attacking his opponent, but putting his hands beside his head? Lamsi looked at Shalu in confusion. Solar Fist. Ah, my eyes. Lamsi cried out in pain, covering his eyes. I never expected they would have such a peculiar technique. Even Lord Lamsi fell for it, Kasai muttered to herself. Seizing the opportunity, Shalu launched a series of combination punches at Lamsi before kicking him into the air. Ling Tian was enveloped by a golden dragon as he charged at Lamsi with a massive dragon head phantom clearly visible on his fist. Dragon Fist. Oh. Lamsi let out a cry of agony, plummeting to the ground, feeling as if his chest were about to be pierced. As the destroyer god being toyed with by a few humans was unacceptable. I won't let you get away with this. Lamsi shouted as he prepared to charge at Ling Tian. Where do you think you're going, you big elephant? Broly's voice reached Lamsi's ears, causing him to turn and look stunned. Broly caught the destruction energy sphere with both hands, compressing it continuously until the energy sphere shrank significantly. With a loud bang, Broly crushed the destruction energy sphere. How is this possible? Lamsi exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that this human had crushed the destruction energy. Broly swiftly dodged, appearing directly above Lamsi, enveloped in a surge of energy. Explosive meteor. With a loud shout, Broly unleashed energy blasts in all directions from his center. The sound of explosions filled the air, and a large cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground. As the smoke cleared, the once beautiful destroyer god realm was left pockmarked and ruined from the energy blasts. My planet. My home. You all shall die. Lamsis' expression darkened as his aura surged again, conjuring a massive purple energy sphere and launching it at Ling Tian and the others. Destruction. Seeing this, Ling Tian also conjured a purplish red energy sphere in his hands and threw it towards the destruction energy. Annihilation. The annihilation energy sphere consumed the destruction energy and flew towards Lamsis' position. How is this possible? A look of disbelief crossed Lamsis' face. His destruction energy was so easily consumed. Realizing the energy was about to strike, Lamsi extended his hands to defend against the annihilation energy. What a great opportunity! Broly and Shalu exchanged a glance and began to gather energy in their hands. Broly gathered an energy sphere in his right hand, which grew larger and larger in the air into a gigantic energy sphere, aiming it at Lamsi. Massive meteor. Shalu conjured a gigantic energy sphere on his fingertip and hurled it at Lamsi. Planet destruction blast. Lamsi, focused on blocking the annihilation energy, was completely unprepared for Broly and Shalu's sudden attacks. The three energies collided continuously around Lamsi. Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, half of the destroyer god realm was obliterated. As the smoke cleared, Lamsi lay motionless in a deep pit covered in injuries. Kasai, Jivas, and Zamas, who were watching the battle from a distance, did not expect the fight to turn out this way in the blink of an eye. Whoosh. Kasai's figure flickered, instantly appearing beside Lamsi, picking up her staff to begin healing him. In no time, Lamsi was fully restored. Then Kasai knocked her staff on the ground 3 times, restoring the destroyer god realm to its previous state. Seeing that the angel had already intervened, continuing the fight was no longer an option. Broly, Shalu, Paragus, let's go. Ling Tian said as he prepared to take everyone away. Lamsi felt utterly humiliated today and was filled with a desire for revenge, shouting at Ling Tian and the others. You are from that universe. Shalu replied loudly. We are from the 6th universe. You are welcome to come to the 6th universe for revenge. Then Ling Tian led Broly, Shalu, and Paragus as they executed instant transmission. In the 7th universe on Earth, Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, and Paragus appeared at the Heavenly Temple on Earth through instant transmission. Ling Tian, what brings you here? Dandy asked in confusion, as Ling Tian and Gohan were usually training every day and rarely visited him at the Heavenly Temple. Dandy, I've repaired the Dragon Balls, and now I'm handing them over to you for safekeeping. Ling Tian said as he took out 7 Dragon Balls from his storage ring. That's wonderful. Dandy exclaimed excitedly, as he had previously learned from Gohan about the power of the evil dragons. With the Dragon Balls repaired, Earth would no longer face disaster. Mr. Popo, please store the Dragon Balls in the house. Understood, Lord Kami. Mr. Popo expressionlessly took the Dragon Balls from Ling Tian and turned to walk toward the house. Mr. Popo had been at the Heavenly Temple even before he became Kami. In the original story during the era of Demon King Piccolo, Mr. Popo clearly possessed strength surpassing that of Demon King Piccolo, but did not take action to resolve the situation. During the era of Majin Buu, Mr. Popo could easily withstand the attacks of Trunks and Goten when they transformed into Super Saiyans. Ling Tian wanted to find out who this Mr. Popo really was, as he had been quietly staying at the Heavenly Temple. Suddenly he moved. Ling Tian's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared behind Mr. Popo, swinging his fist towards his back. Dandy, Broly, Cell, and Paragus were all bewildered, not understanding why Ling Tian was attacking Mr. Popo. Could it be that this Mr. Popo was a villain in disguise? Just as Ling Tian's fist was about to reach Mr. Popo, it seemed as if Mr. Popo had eyes on his back as he instinctively evaded the incoming punch. If he had ambushed Goku and the others like this without warning, they would definitely have been caught off guard. This Mr. Popo truly had hidden depths. Seeing that he couldn't hit Mr. Popo, Ling Tian immediately released all his energy, and bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking around him. Ling Tian's black hair gradually transformed into silver, lengthening until it reached his waist, with silver fur covering his chest and palms, and a long silver tail extending from behind. After transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Ling Tian wasted no time and swiftly launched an attack on Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo elegantly turned around, looking at Ling Tian with an expressionless face. Ling Tian continued to swing his fists, but every time he was about to strike Mr. Popo, he would evade it. Mr. Popo shook his head and kicked Ling Tian. Ling Tian arched backward and flew away, simultaneously reverting from his Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Ling Tian, are you alright? Broly flickered and appeared beside Ling Tian to catch him. Mr. Popo, you. Dandy was in disbelief that the usually kind Mr. Popo possessed such formidable strength. Cell, furious, wanted to attack Mr. Popo. Cell, wait. Ling Tian suddenly called out to Cell. Cell coldly replied, Ling Tian, this Mr. Popo has been hiding his strength. He must have something to hide. At that moment, Mr. Popo spoke up, asking Ling Tian, what exactly do you want? Ling Tian, puzzled, countered with a question. Mr. Popo, with such great power, why do you remain in the Heavenly Temple serving the past Kais? Mr. Popo replied calmly, I have my reasons for staying at the Heavenly Temple. Reasons for staying? The others completely disbelieved. Oh, with such immense power, why stay on this small planet? Having spent years on Earth without noticing anything unusual, Mr. Popo felt compelled to explain to the persistent crowd. When I was very young, my master left me on Earth, saying that I must never leave and must guard the seal well. In the early universe, there were a total of 20 universes. Under the jurisdiction of the Omni King's father, there were 18 universes. The 19th universe was the Dragon God realm of Dragon God Salama. The 20th universe was the Dark Demon realm of Mechikabura. The three realms coexisted peacefully and had not experienced any warfare. Later, the inhabitants of the Dark Demon realm were dissatisfied with the Omni King managing 18 universes alone and sought to have him relinquish some universes to them. After unsuccessful negotiations, Mechikabura returned to the Dark Demon realm and led his subordinates to attack the 18 universes of the Omni King. Naturally, the Omni King would not tolerate Mechikabura. Thus, both sides engaged in fierce battles, and after millions of years of conflict, neither could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, one day, both warring parties received word that the dragon in the Dragon God realm could enhance their strength and grant any wish. Consequently, both sides ceased fighting. To avoid offending Dragon God Salama, neither chose to enter the Dragon God realm to seek the Dragon Balls. Instead, they sent their subordinates across various timelines to search for the Dragon Balls and make wishes. With their enhanced powers, both sides returned to the main timeline to battle fiercely, entirely ignoring the ongoing destruction caused by the evil dragons. The Dragon Balls were continuously used, and the dragons became fully corrupted into evil dragons. Every timeline faced unprecedented crises as planets, star systems, and universes were continuously destroyed, with some entire timelines annihilated by the evil dragons. As evil dragons continuously appeared in the Dragon God realm, Dragon God Salama finally sensed something was amiss. After an investigation, he discovered that all his subordinates had turned into evil dragons. Thus, Dragon God Salama led the dragon people and the corrupted evil dragons out of the Dragon God realm, determined to make the Omni King and Mechikabura pay the price. After billions of years of continuous warfare, seeing their friends and loved ones continuously die, many chose to self-destruct and perish together with their enemies. 6 of the 18 universes under the Omni King's jurisdiction were directly obliterated. The defensive capabilities of the remaining 12 universes also continued to decline. The current weakness of the universe is a direct result of those explosions. Otherwise, with your powers, you would not be able to cause such destruction. My master could not bear to see the suffering of living beings and appeared at the battlefield with overwhelming strength, stopping the conflict. My master and the Omni King did everything they could to help all the evil dragons revert to their dragon forms. Dragon God Salama chose to retreat, sealing the Dragon God realm so that no one could enter or exit without the acknowledgement of the dragon or the permission of Salama. Mechikabura's subordinates suffered heavy casualties and were naturally unwilling to let the battle end like this. As a result, the entire Dark Demon realm and Mechikabura were sealed by my master with the barrier located on Earth. As various timelines were continuously destroyed by the evil dragons, the Omni King also ordered that no one was to traverse timelines without permission. Anyone found would be dealt with severely, leading to the establishment of the Time Realm. My master informed me of everything and established a heavenly temple on Earth for me to guard the seal. Then he disappeared with the Omni King. After my master and the Omni King left, peace returned to the universe. The Omni King's son, the Grand Zeno, took charge of the remaining 12 universes and publicly claimed that the other 6 had been erased by him. Thus, I do not know how long I have stayed on Earth serving numerous Kais until the seal began to show signs of loosening several decades ago. The seal is loosening. Have the people from the Dark Demon realm come out. Everyone was startled, fearing that the universe was about to fall into chaos once again. Mr. Bobo explained to everyone, at that time none of you had yet arrived on Earth. I remember that Sun Wukong, when he was a child, once ventured into the demon realm to rescue a little girl. At that time the demon realm had opened a passage to Earth, but it was later sealed by me. So that's how it was. Everyone nodded, realizing that they were not on Earth when Wukong was a child. You weren't on Earth and I hadn't even crossed over yet. This happened so long ago, I hadn't even been created yet, thought Ling Tian. Mr. Bobo said seriously to everyone, you should understand now. I will not interfere with anything you do. I only want to guard the seal well at the Temple of the Gods for my master. And one more thing, you must not tell anyone, not even Sun Wukong and the others. All right, everyone responded eagerly. Ling Tian said, Mr. Bobo, if you need help in the future, just reach out to us. Your current strength is still too weak. If the seal is truly broken, you won't be able to help at all. Focus on your training. Mr. Bobo said lightly, then embraced the 7 Dragon Balls and walked back into the room. Too weak. Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus all started to doubt their lives. After dozens of seconds, Ling Tian said, Dandy, we're leaving. Goodbye. Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus soared into the sky, flying towards the training ground. Dandy stood frozen in place, though Ling Tian was the strongest person he had ever seen, having beaten up the god of destruction. And now, whoosh. Minutes later, Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus arrived at the training ground. Trunks, where did your dad and Wukong go? Ling Tian asked in confusion, wondering where Wukong and the others had gone since they were neither at the Temple of the Gods nor on Earth. Trunks and Son Goten replied, Uncle Ling Tian, Dad, and Uncle Wukong went to the Dragon God realm to train. Originally, Trunks and I wanted to go too, but Dad said you all weren't on Earth, so 2 people had to stay behind to protect my mom and Aunt Bulma. So that's how it is. Ling Tian nodded, realizing that training in the Dragon God realm was much more interesting than ordinary battles. Ling Tian, I want to go to the Dragon God realm to train too. Paragus didn't want to fall too far behind in strength. Broly, Sherry, you 2 should go too. He'll stay here with Trunks and Goten. Alright. Initially, the 2 of them weren't too keen on training as their strength was already enough to contend with the god of destruction. However, after hearing Mr. Bobo's words in the Temple of the Gods and realizing there were so many powerful beings, their fighting spirit reignited. Broly, Sheru, and Paragus took out the passage permit to the Dragon God realm and began to send messages. Suddenly, a space rift appeared in midair, crackling with thunder. Accompanied by a series of dragon roars, a golden dragon appeared before everyone. This dragon looks so cool. Trunks and Son Goten's eyes sparkled. The golden dragon opened its mouth, its eyes glowing red. Lord Dragon 1 sent me to take you to the Dragon God realm. If you want to go, just hop on my back. Broly, Sheru, and Paragus took off into the air and sat atop the dragon. Aren't you 3 going to the Dragon God realm? The dragon asked in confusion. Ling Tian replied, Dragon, we 3 won't be going, you can take them. Okay, goodbye. After taking Broly, Sheru, and Paragus on a flight around the dragon, dove into the space rift, closing it behind him as he entered. Uncle Ling Tian, when can Goten and I go? Trunks asked, enviously, thinking riding on the dragon was so cool. Ling Tian chuckled softly. Trunks, Goten'll take you when I have time. Yay? Yay. The 2 were very excited, eagerly anticipating that day. You 2 will start battling now, and he'll guide you. In the vast universe, a spaceship shaped like a donut was flying rapidly through space. Inside the spaceship, a short alien with blue skin, dressed in Frieza's army attire and wearing a white cape, was angrily yelling at a group of soldiers. Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. With so many of you, you can't even conquer a tiny planet. The group of aliens couldn't lift their heads in shame. Suddenly an alien with a toad-like head rushed in, panting heavily. What do you have to report now? Solebe sighed deeply. Ever since Lord Frieza was killed by the Scions, the Frieza army had been dismantled. The number of soldiers was dwindling every day, and they could only drift through the universe, constantly evading enemies in the pursuit of the Galactic Patrol. Lord Solb, there is news about Namek. Is it true? You should know the consequences of deceiving me. Solebe was always waiting for this news. As long as they could revive King Frieza, the Frieza army would return to its former glory, sweeping across the universe without fear of cosmic pirates or the Galactic Patrol. Lord Solb, it was discovered by the subordinates near planet Akira. They found a large group of Namekians living on planet 9240YX at the Su-72 coordinates. Good. Very good. Solebe burst into laughter and then ordered, turn the spaceship around immediately and set course for planet Namek at full speed. Yes. The soldiers hurriedly exited the room and ran towards the control room. A week later, Solebe stood on the spaceship with a smile, gazing out into the universe, thinking that when King Frieza was revived, the entire universe would belong to the Frieza army. A soldier rushed into the room reporting, Lord Solb, the planet ahead is planet Namek. Very good. Land immediately. The soldier headed toward the control room in response. Wait. Solebe suddenly called out to the departing soldier as if he had thought of something. Lord Solb, is there anything else? The soldier looked panicked, fearing Solebe would kill him. Send the order down. Once we land on planet Namek, everyone must stay inside the spaceship. No one is to leave without my orders. Yes. The soldier hurriedly left the room to relay the message. Lord Solb, why don't we just attack planet Namek and take the Dragon Balls directly? Tagma was quite confused. Solebe was in a very good mood. King Frieza would soon be revived, and he patiently explained to Tagma. Tagma, the Namekians are a peace-loving race. If they would willingly hand over the Dragon Balls, I wouldn't want to cause any trouble. Don't forget the Galactic Patrol is still chasing us. On planet Namek, a group of Namekians were planting mabwa trees. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly loud noises came from the sky as a huge spaceship slowly descended. Sensing the evil aura, the warriors of Namek flew in from all directions. Creak. The spaceship's hatch slowly opened and Solebe and Tagma stepped out. The village elder looked at the two aliens in front of him and kindly asked, I am the elder Robo of this village. Who are you? What brings you to planet Namek? Hello, elder. Solebe slightly bowed and said hypocritically, we would like to borrow your Dragon Balls for a moment. In order to revive King Frieza and evade the Galactic Patrol, they could only endure for now. Dragon Balls, what do you need them for? Elder Rober asked, puzzled, as Elder Muley had already made a wish to Shenlong Purunga to relocate Namek. How did they know the location of Namek? What if the news of the Dragon Balls were to leak? Then Namek would no longer be at peace. Tagma responded loudly, we want to resurrect Lord Frieza. Fr. Frieza. The Namekians were all stunned. They had not expected that this group of aliens before them would actually be Frieza's subordinates. The last time Frieza invaded Namek, he committed heinous acts, destroying several villages and slaughtering countless Namekians. Elder Rober said angrily, I will never hand over the Dragon Balls to you evil people. Old man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ignoring Tagma's threat, Elder Rober continued, if that's the case. Solb clapped his hands as if signaling something. One by one, aliens of various appearances armed with advanced weapons rushed out from the spaceship. All of you attack together and kill them all. Solb commanded the soldiers to attack. Yes. After receiving the order, the soldiers spread out and surrounded the Namekians. Wait. Elder Rober suddenly called out to Solb. Solb smiled brightly. Old man, have you changed your mind? Then hurry up and hand over the Dragon Balls. Elder Rober shook his head and firmly stated, I will not give you the Dragon Balls, but if you kill the Namekians, you won't be able to make wishes to Shenlong Purunga either. Solby's smile gradually faded and he angrily retorted, you old man can't be suggesting that only Namekians can summon Shenlong, right? That's really too bad, because my subordinates have already learned the Namekian language. Hurry up and kill them all, then go find the Dragon Balls. Elder Rober's face turned an even deeper shade of green, never expecting such a result. Elder Rober, let's fight them. The battle is about to begin. Bayu, bayu, bayu. The soldiers armed with weapons aimed at the Namekians and opened fire. One by one, the Namekians fell into pools of blood. Damn it. The Namekian warriors were filled with rage, launching energy blasts at the soldiers. Tagma, leave those tougher ones to you. Solb said, leading two soldiers toward the village in search of the Dragon Balls. Tagma nodded and unleashed all his energy, instantly appearing before the combat-type Namekian. Oh. The combat-type Namekian had no resistance and was swiftly killed by Tagma. Without the hindrance of the combat-type Namekians, the soldiers continued to reap the lives of the Namekians. In no time, Salb emerged from the village, a soldier beside him clutching a 4-star dragon ball the size of a basketball. Salb looked at the obliterated Namekians before him and nodded in satisfaction, then opened the detector to inspect. Let's go. We are heading to the next village. With a command from Salb, he led a multitude of soldiers flying eastward. In a village to the west, a Namekian hurriedly ran into an oval-shaped building. Elder Muley, a surge of evil energy has suddenly appeared on the planet. Elder Robert's village has already been attacked. Damn, I understand. Elder Muley stood up and took out a crystal-like object from a small box. Sighed. Elder Muley sighed, thinking that Namek had returned to peace and would never need to use this again. With a slight force of his right hand, the crystal-like object was crushed. Ling Tian, I hope you can sense this. Earth. Ling Tian, who was instructing Trunks and Goten in their training, suddenly froze. The crystal he had given Elder Muley shattered. Could it be that Namek is facing a crisis again? Trunks, Goten, stop your training for now. I'm taking you to a place. Trunks and Goten quickly ceased their battle and landed from the air. You two hold on to me. Trunks and Goten grasped the corner of Ling Tian's clothing. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian used instant transmission, taking Trunks and Goten with him. Namek. Swish. Ling Tian, Trunks, and Goten appeared before Elder Muley. Ling Tian, you finally arrived. Seeing Ling Tian appear, Elder Muley no longer felt worried. He believed Ling Tian would surely save Namek. Ling Tian asked, Elder Muley, what happened? Elder Muley responded with a gloomy expression. Ling Tian, a group of aliens suddenly descended on Namek, and they have already attacked several villages. Elder Muley, don't worry, we will handle this matter. Ling Tian was puzzled. Who could be looking for the Dragon Balls? Frieza and his sons, as well as Slug, are all dead. Goten scratched his head. Uncle Ling Tian, are we going to fight the bad guys now? Trunks smiled and said to Goten, Goten, why aren't you sensing the energy? That group of people is flying over here. Ha ha ha. Goten chuckled foolishly. I just happened to forget for a moment. Ling Tian, who are these two little friends? Are they strong? Elder Muley felt like he had seen this crab-headed boy somewhere before. Ling Tian smiled and explained to Elder Muley. Elder Muley, the one with black hair is Goku's son, and the one with blue hair is Vegeta's son. Elder Muley's face revealed a look of relief. So they are the children of those two. This little boy looks just like Goku. Whoosh, whoosh. With a sound of rushing wind, Salb led his army to appear before Ling Tian and the others. You all hurry up and kill all the Namekians. Salb commanded the soldiers to attack. After a dozen seconds, the soldiers not only did not take action, but their bodies trembled as if they were mice encountering a cat. Salb shouted, Are you all trying to rebel? Hurry up and take action. Tagma, trembling, pointed at Ling Tian and the others, saying, Yes. Salb, you. Look over there. Useless. A bunch of useless people. How can a few Namekians scare you like this? Salb scolded Tagma while turning his head to look. Not looking was one thing, but looking made him jump. How is this possible? Salb was somewhat questioning his life. His group knew that there were Scions living on Earth, so they had never gone to Earth to look for the Dragon Balls. How could there still be Scions on Namek? You all, hello. The Dragon Balls will be returned to you now, and we will leave immediately. Salb greeted Ling Tian and the others, ordering his subordinates to place the Dragon Balls on the ground, then turned to leave. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. As Salb turned around, he constantly prayed in his heart. Once you come, don't leave. Ling Tian said as he raised his right hand, condensing energy into a circular disc, and threw it at Salb. Cutting disc. Salb let out a scream. His body was directly sliced in half. The soldiers, seeing Salby's fate, all knelt down and begged for mercy, repeatedly saying, It's not our fault. Salb forced us to do this. That's right. Salb wanted to resurrect Frieza and came to Namek to look for the Dragon Balls. You traitors. Tagma seethed with rage, unleashing a wave of energy that reduced all the soldiers to dust. The plan to resurrect King Frieza had been exposed. Lord Sorbai is also dead. Now I can only take a desperate gamble. Tagma released his full energy and swiftly charged at Ling Tian. Facing the incoming Tagma, Ling Tian remained unfazed, countering with a sweeping blow. With a resounding slap, Tagma was sent flying by Ling Tian's palm, losing consciousness. Uncle Ling Tian, why didn't you kill him? He's a bad guy too. Elder Muley, Trunks, and son Wu Tian all looked confused. In the original story, Tagma and Sorbai used the Earth Dragon Balls to resurrect Frieza. After Sorbai's recommendation, Tagma became Frieza's sparring partner. In just 4 short months, Frieza transformed into Golden Frieza. As his sparring partner, Tagma also gained formidable strength. Nobi Fan once remarked that Tagma's strength should be comparable to his peak, and even Piccolo lost an arm in battle against him. What is so special about this Tagma? Could his talent surpass that of the Scions? Ling Tian pondered intensely about Tagoma. Could Tagoma belong to the same race as Jiren? Or is he a hybrid of the Jiren clan? Did Tagoma arrive in the 7th universe when his clan was exterminated? Ling Tian was startled by his own thoughts. Both Jiren and Tagoma were bald, their skin color and ears identical, though Jiren was more muscular with slightly larger eyes. Uncle Ling Tian, what's wrong? Son Wu Tian approached, tugging at Ling Tian's clothing. It's Wu Tian. I'm fine. Ling Tian shook his head, deciding to deal with Tagoma's situation later. Elder Muley, I will take this person with me. Once I return to Earth, I will use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the deceased Namekians. No need. Elder Muley waved his hand. The Dragon Balls of Namek have already been enhanced. Ling Tian was puzzled. The Shunran Purunga has been enhanced. Can it resurrect many people at once? Exactly. Elder Muley nodded before continuing. Ever since Frieza invaded Namek last time, I realized the importance of the Dragon Balls. After several years of modifications, Purunga can now resurrect multiple people at once, even those who have died multiple times. Wow! Sun Wutian exclaimed, just like the Dragon Balls on Earth. Elder Muley couldn't help but marvel. Dandy truly is an excellent Dragon Clan member, achieving so much at such a young age, surpassing me the Elder. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by a rush of wind, several elders flew in, carrying a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. Elder Muley had already contacted the elders of each village when Ling Tian appeared. Elder, we have arrived. The group of elders greeted him. Elder Muley nodded and began to summon Shinran Purunga. Come forth, Dream God Purunga. Grant my wish. Namekian language. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated, emitting a dazzling light. As the light faded, the dragon was summoned. Purunga's eyes glowed red as he spoke. Whoever gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. I will grant any wish you desire. Elder Muley declared loudly. Purunga, please resurrect all the Namekians who were killed by the aliens. This wish is quite simple. Purunga's eyes gleamed. The slain Namekians began to revive one after another. 10 seconds later. Your wish has been fulfilled. Please state your next wish. After reviving the Namekians, Elder Muley had no more wishes to fulfill and turned to Ling Tian. Ling Tian, do you have any wishes to fulfill? Ling Tian thought for a moment before replying. Elder Muley, please relocate Namek to near Earth. This way, if Namek encounters danger, I and Goku can arrive in time. Elder Muley nodded, realizing that even if he wished to change Namek's position, it would still be found, so it was better to move it closer to Ling Tian and the others. Purunga, please relocate Namek to near Earth. Namekian language. This wish is quite simple. Purunga's eyes sparkled. Your wish has been granted. Please state your final wish. Elder Muley asked, Ling Tian, what is your last wish? At this moment, Ling Tian was unsure of what wish to make. Now that he possessed the ability to traverse time and space, he could easily find the Super Dragon Balls, making such small wishes seem insignificant. Tagoma groggily woke up, staring at the strange being with muscles and 2 horns hovering in midair, looking utterly bewildered. Could this peculiar creature be Shinran? Seeing that Ling Tian and the others were slow to respond, Purunga urged them again. Please state your final wish. I will grant any wish you desire. It really is Shinran. Then I can resurrect King Frieza right now? Tagoma then exclaimed loudly. Please let the universe King Frieza appear before me safe and sound. Namekian language. This wish is quite simple. Purunga's eyes shone brightly. A beam of white light flashed, and the universe King Frieza appeared before Tagoma. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Purunga transformed back into 7 stones, crashing heavily to the ground. Fr. Frieza. The Namekians turned pale upon seeing Frieza, their faces turning green, sweat the size of raindrops pouring down their foreheads, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What the hell? Ling Tian had already noticed when Tagoma woke up. However, thinking that Tagoma was still a small fry, he decided to ignore it. Unexpectedly, this Tagoma had actually learned the Namekian language. King Frieza, you have finally been resurrected. Tagoma was ecstatic, thinking that the efforts he and Sorbii had put in over the years had finally paid off, even if Sorbii was already dead. Oh. Frieza was extremely excited, having finally escaped that children's paradise, and then pretended to calm down as he spoke. Was it you who resurrected me? Are you from the army? Tagoma quickly replied, King Frieza, I am a commander from the 3rd star region of the Frieza army. We worked extremely hard to resurrect you. Frieza nodded, looking puzzled as he inquired, why are you the only one here? Where are the others from the army? Tagoma with tears and snot recounted to Frieza. King Frieza, ever since you were killed by the Scions, the Frieza army has been consumed and hunted down by various forces. Enough. Enough. Stop chatting. Ling Tian interjected, interrupting Frieza and Tagoma's conversation. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Frieza turned to look. So it's you. Frieza was seething with rage, recalling how he had been beaten by this Earthling on Namek. With Goku and the others conveniently absent, he decided to deal with this Earthling, first charging at Ling Tian with explosive energy. So this person is Frieza. With a burst of energy, Trunks and Goten's dark hair turned golden and stood on end enveloped in a golden aura. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, they wasted no time and quickly positioned themselves in front of Ling Tian. They wanted to see just how formidable this Frieza who instilled such fear in Uncle Krillin truly was. Super Saiyan. These two little brats are also Super Saiyans. Damn Saiyans, you all will die. Frieza was seething with rage, blaming these detestable Saiyans and Earthlings for tormenting him daily in the children's playground. Before Frieza could launch an attack, Goten kicked him in the abdomen. Boom. Frieza bent backward like a shrimp, flying away and crashing into a mountain, being buried under the falling rocks. Damn it. With a furious roar, Frieza's aura intensified, blowing away the rocks that had buried him. Goten scratched his head and said, Trunks, this Frieza isn't that impressive after all. I really don't understand why Uncle Krillin is so afraid of him. He's not that formidable. Trunks seemed to recall something amusing, and while speaking he flew towards Frieza. Trunks stood next to Frieza, gesturing to indicate Frieza's height, loudly declaring, Goten, look, he's even shorter than me. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair standing upright. Huh. Ling Tian immediately doubled over in laughter, thinking he might die from it. You little brat, you're asking for death. Frieza gritted his teeth, filled with rage, and swung his fist at Trunks' head. Bang! The fist collided with Trunks' head, producing a loud sound. Trunks stood firm, taking the blow without flinching. Trunks taunted Frieza, have you not eaten? You have no strength at all, no wonder you're so short. He then launched an attack, his fists relentlessly striking at Frieza. Ow! Ow! Frieza had no capacity to resist, crying out in agony. Frieza, my lord. Tagoma attempted to rush in to rescue Frieza, but was kicked away by Trunks. This is so boring. Trunks muttered to himself, then delivered a heavy punch to Frieza. Boom. Frieza lost control and fell from the air, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Frieza lay wounded on the ground, yet his gaze remained fierce as he stared at Ling Tian and the others. Oh. Ling Tian was slightly shocked. Frieza's resilience had increased. Trunks cupped his hands around his mouth and loudly asked Uncle Ling Tian, should I kill this universe Emperor Frieza? This little brat wants to kill me. Fear spread across Frieza's face. He never wanted to return to the children's playground again, slowly crawling away in an attempt to escape. Trunks, wait, Frieza is still useful to me. Ling Tian called out, stopping Trunks, who was about to finish Frieza. Elder Muley, Earth is the planet west of Namek. You can come to play on Earth often in the future. Then we shall take our leave. Ling Tian bid farewell to Elder Muley, who smiled back and said, I will definitely visit Earth when the opportunity arises. Ling Tian swiftly grabbed Frieza and Tagoma, taking Trunks and Goten with him as he initiated instant transmission. Earth. Ling Tian and the others appeared in the sacred world of the Kais. Ling Tian, isn't this Frieza? Why did you bring him to the temple? Dandy looked puzzled. Hadn't Frieza already died? Who had resurrected him? Trunks explained it to Dandy. As Ling Tian spoke, he lifted Frieza and Tagoma, heading toward the room of spirit and time. After wandering around the sacred world for a minute, they finally arrived at the room of spirit and time. Ling Tian, what do you want to do? Frieza asked in fear, wondering if he intended to seal him in this room. Ling Tian pulled out a large handful of senzu beans from his storage ring, stuffed them into Tagoma's clothes, then opened the door to the room of spirit and time and kicked the two of them inside. Those beans can heal all injuries. After saying that, Ling Tian closed the door to the room of spirit and time and quietly sat down at the entrance. If Tagoma is truly from the Jiren clan, then entering the room of spirit and time this time will surely lead to significant improvements. It will be quite interesting by the time of the lychee competition. Inside the room of spirit and time. Lord Frieza, are you okay? Tagoma quickly got up from the floor and began to check Frieza's injuries. You. Frieza was so furious at Tagoma that he almost spat blood. I'm lying on the ground, unable to move, and you're asking if I'm okay. Tagoma took a bean from his pocket and asked Frieza, Lord Frieza, would you like to try this bean? Frieza shouted angrily, Tagoma, do you want to kill me? Who knows what effect this bean Ling Tian gave me has? He definitely wouldn't be so kind as to give medicine to heal himself. 1 week later, Tagoma was reporting to Frieza, who lay motionless on the bed, about the situation in the room of spirit and time. Lord Frieza, this place has nothing but this room and a door at the back. Outside is a vast expanse of white, and the temperature changes drastically between day and night. Damn, Ling Tian. Frieza gritted his teeth. What kind of hellish place is this? In such a terrible environment, if it weren't for the food in the room, he and Tagoma would have surely starved to death here. Tagoma suggested, Lord Frieza, this can't go on. Why don't you try that bean? Frieza pondered for a moment and then spoke. Tagoma, since you are so loyal to me, I have something I need your help with. Tagoma, hearing that he had an opportunity to show off, immediately began to flatter him. Lord Frieza, just give me the order. I will definitely complete your task. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Frieza's eyes glowed red as two beams shot out from them. Death Ray. Tagoma had not expected Frieza to turn on him. Unable to evade, the beams pierced through his legs. With his legs injured and unable to support his body, he fell to the ground. Tagoma, use that beam right now and see if it works. Yes. Tagoma replied very reluctantly. If he didn't obey, he would be killed in the next moment, so he could only pray that the bean wasn't poison. Tagoma shakily took a senzu bean from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it without chewing. In the blink of an eye, Tagoma's leg injuries were fully healed, showing no signs of the previous wounds, and he excitedly said, Lord Frieza, this bean really works. Ha ha ha. Frieza laughed loudly. Then you better hurry and give one to me too. Once I recover completely, we can leave this hellish place. Tagoma hastily retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and placed it into Frieza's mouth. As the bean dissolved, Frieza's body crackled audibly. Dislocated bones snapped back into place, and countless wounds sealed themselves instantaneously. Frieza rose from the bed and stretched his limbs with deliberate grace before striding toward the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Tagoma hurried after him without hesitation. Frieza grasped the door handle and slowly pulled it open, stepping out into the chamber's antechamber. What's going on? Ling Tian asked, bewildered. Only half an hour had passed outside. 1 hour outside equals roughly 15 days inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Ling Tian, why are you still here? Frieza was utterly unprepared to find Ling Tian waiting patiently by the door. Something's off. Ling Tian's gaze swept over Frieza and Tagoma. Their power levels remained utterly unchanged. In a flash, Ling Tian vanished and reappeared before them, unleashing a furious barrage of blows that left both men broken and gasping, then hurled them back inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Damn it! What in blazes does that accursed Ling Tian think he's doing? Frieza and Tagoma swallowed another senzu bean and were restored to full health in an instant. Frieza stormed toward the door again, fists clenched in fury. Your Majesty, wait. Tagoma suddenly called out, halting him. What is it? Frieza turned puzzled. Had Tagoma grown fond of this wretched place? Tagoma paused, then spoke thoughtfully. Your Majesty, Ling Tian is surely still waiting just beyond the door. Why not train here instead? With your unparalleled talent, even brief cultivation would yield tremendous gains. Frieza lowered his hand from the door and glanced at Tagoma with newfound respect. Tagoma, you impress me. Very well, be my sparring partner. Half a year later. Ho ho ho. Frieza roared with triumphant laughter. He had finally mastered the golden form. Turning to Tagoma, who stood battered and bruised beside him, he declared, Tagoma, we're leaving. In a blur of motion, they reappeared before the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. For safety, Sake, he had chosen not to emerge immediately after his breakthrough. Now, having fully perfected the golden form, he was certain he would crush Ling Tian and escape this accursed realm once and for all. Creak. The chamber door swung open slowly. Ling Tian, dozing lazily at the threshold, jolted awake and glanced up at the overhead clock. Half a day had elapsed. So, they'd trained inside for 6 months. Ling Tian yawned and remarked, Frieza, why stop training so soon? What's the rush? Ho ho ho. Frieza's lips curled upward. I've emerged solely to discipline you. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's aura swelled violently. Golden light erupted from his body, blinding and searing, forcing Ling Tian to shut his eyes tight. When the radiance subsided, Frieza's skin gleamed radiant gold, wreathed in a blazing golden aura. Golden Frieza had been achieved. This 24-karat gold ought fetch quite a fortune, Ling Tian mused, studying Frieza with detached curiosity. Ling Tian, you dare mock me? In a blink, Frieza materialized before Ling Tian and launched a devastating punch aimed straight at his skull. Huh. Ling Tian unleashed a single explosive burst of energy, blasting Frieza backward like a rag doll. The light faded. Ling Tian stood tall, his raven-black hair now wild, and unkempt crimson fur thick across his chest and palms, and a long sinuous red tail whipping behind him. Having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Ling Tian wasted no time, vanishing and reappearing instantly before Frieza. Thud, thud, thud. Frieza flew through the air like a sack of grain, pummeled relentlessly. Impossible. He choked out disbelief, twisting his features. His golden form offered not the slightest resistance. Snap. Ling Tian lunged forward, seized Frieza's skull in one massive hand, and dragged him back toward the chamber's entrance. Tagoma, get over here now. Yes. Terrified of another beating, Tagoma scrambled headlong toward the door. Ling Tian withdrew a jar of senzu beans from his storage ring and thrust it into Tagoma's arms. Both of you, train diligently inside. With those words, he flung the door wide and kicked them both back inside. Frieza attaining the golden form had been predictable, but his base power remained pathetically low. The transformation barely amplified his strength. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Your Majesty, Tagoma rushed to support Frieza as he slumped to the ground. Frieza stood frozen. How could this be? He'd merely spent a decade in paradise, yet the scions had surged far beyond him. Tagoma stammered, Your Majesty, Ling Tian gave us this jar of beans to train here. Insolent fool. How dare he underestimate me? Frieza bellowed, and lashed out, kicking Tagoma hard in the ribs. Ah! Tagoma cried out, hurtling backward. Your Majesty, why strike me? I never doubted you. His heart ached with quiet despair. Frieza stared at the jar on the floor, then strode away to begin training. Ling Tian, when I emerge you will pay dearly. 5 years later, every last morsel of provisions, and every Senzu bean in the jar, had been consumed. Tagoma exclaimed, breathless with excitement. Your Majesty, we've both ascended tremendously. You've unlocked a new transformation. We will have our revenge. Frieza nodded solemnly, saying nothing, yet gripped by a creeping sense of dread. Then side by side they soared upward, toward the chamber's exit. Where's the door? Frieza and Tagoma stared in utter bewilderment. Without the door, how could they possibly leave? Your Majesty, are we trapped here forever? Tagoma's face paled. Never. I refuse to rot in this hellhole. Huh. Frieza roared, and unleashed his full, terrifying aura. A blinding golden flash erupted. Golden Frieza manifested. Yet he did not pause. His powers surged again, climbing relentlessly. Lightning cracked from the heavens, striking the ground around him. His golden skin gradually lightened to shimmering silver white. 2 symmetrical silvery horns sprouted from his temples, and his aura climbed ever higher. A searing white gold radiance exploded outward. Golden Frieza transcended into platinum Frieza. Then raising his right hand, he gathered a sphere of volatile energy and hurled it forward. Boom. The chamber shuddered violently. A colossal fissure tore open before Frieza. Tagoma, let's go. Through the rift, they burst free. Oh. Frieza raised an eyebrow, surprised to find Ling Tian still waiting for them. In a flash, Ling Tian seized their shoulders and activated instant transmission. Across the infinite void, onto an unnamed planet adrift in the cosmos. Frieza surveyed the alien landscape, realizing instantly they'd left Earth behind, and laughed softly. Ling Tian, is this the grave you've chosen for yourself? His confidence burned white-hot. He was certain this form would dominate Ling Tian utterly. Huh. Ling Tian roared, a primal earth-shaking bellow. His aura erupted violently, churning the sky above into a tempest of black clouds and jagged lightning. Bolts of lightning crashed down around him, illuminating his silhouette in stark electric bursts. His jet-black hair lightened to brilliant silver-white, lengthening until it cascaded past his waist. Silvery fur thickened across his chest and palms, and a long, elegant silver-white tail unfurled behind him. A dazzling white-gold flash erupted. Ling Tian ascended into Super Saiyan 5. With the enhancement of the transcendent bloodline, Ling Tian's height surged, making Frieza appear like a mere child to him. Ling Tian looked down at Frieza and spoke. Frieza, do you think you're really capable now? Damn you. This form of mine is incomparable to the golden form. Take this. Frieza raised his right hand, concentrating energy on his fingertip, and shot a red beam towards Ling Tian. Death Ray. Frieza, don't be angry. I won't look down on you like this anymore. Ling Tian faced the incoming beam without a care, casually swatting it away. Frieza was seething with rage. He could have achieved his wish to grow taller on Namek, but it was that bald human from Earth who prevented him from realizing it. And now he was still being mocked. Oh. Frieza let out a furious roar, his aura intensifying as he rapidly charged at Ling Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, the air resonating with loud explosions. King Frieza, I'm here to help you. Tagoma bellowed, unleashing all his energy enveloped in a red fiery aura, and charged at Ling Tian. Oh. Ling Tian was taken aback. Tagoma's talent was indeed extraordinary. He hadn't expected that after training for 5 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, Tagoma's strength would be comparable to Trunks' Super Saiyan form. Tagoma's figure flickered, appearing behind Ling Tian, swinging his fist to strike. However, in Ling Tian's eyes, Tagoma's astonishing speed was no different from an ordinary person's. Suddenly, Ling Tian seemed to think of something amusing, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the charging Frieza, and then he activated instant transmission. Bang! Tagoma's punch hit Frieza. Frieza slapped Tagoma's shiny bald head, irritated. Tagoma, are you trying to harm this king? Tagoma's expression turned flustered as he began to argue defensively. No, King Frieza. Ling Tian suddenly disappeared. I had no idea you would. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Damn it. Frieza raised his right hand high, channeling power together to form a massive red energy ball radiating an incredibly intense heat. Supernova? Frieza shouted, hurling the gathered energy towards Ling Tian. Just as the energy sphere was a mere dozen meters away from Ling Tian. Swish! A stream of multicolored light descended before Ling Tian. A man holding a staff exclaimed in surprise, "Oh dear, this method of greeting is rather inappropriate." "Oomph." A purple cat coldly snorted and kicked the energy sphere away. Boom. With a loud explosion, the supernova detonated in the universe. The newcomers were none other than Beerus and Whis. Frieza grabbed Tagoma and flew towards Beerus' position. "Lord Beerus, you must stand up for me." Upon seeing Beerus, Frieza began his Oscar-worthy performance, lamenting about his long, diligent work of destroying planets, only to be killed by the Psiots. Having just been revived, he was now locked in a room by Ling Tian. He wanted to use Beerus' help to eliminate all the Psiots. "Oh, you are Frieza." Beerus looked puzzled. Frieza hadn't looked like this before, and his power was never this strong. "Lord Beerus, I am Frieza." Frieza explained, "This is merely one of my transformations." Beerus waved his hand dismissively. "Frieza, you don't need to worry about the Psiots anymore, nor do you need to hunt down the remaining Psiots." "Ah." Frieza was incredulous. After years of diligent work, Beerus would not stand up for him. Beerus scolded loudly. "What do you mean, ah? Did you hear me?" Frieza responded with a hypocritical smile. "All right, Lord Beerus. Whis, do you have something to discuss?" Ling Tian asked with confusion, wondering why these two wanted food when they could just go to Earth. Cough, cough. "Whis, you tell them." Beerus couldn't swallow his pride to seek help from Ling Tian and the others. If they had been a bit weaker, he could have intimidated them with force, but now. "All right, Lord Beerus." Whis nodded with a smile, then addressed Ling Tian and the others. "The god of destruction of Universe 6, Lord Kampa, has learned that Lord Beerus has awakened and now wishes to hold a competition between the two universes." "Lord Beerus, what benefits does this competition have?" Frieza was puzzled about what scheme was afoot. Whis smiled and said, "Mr. Frieza, the winner of this competition can obtain 7 Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. Lord Beerus, my subordinate, and I also want to participate in this competition." Frieza was lost in endless fantasies, dreaming of winning the competition and wishing to grow 20 centimeters taller. "No, I want to grow 30 centimeters. With this height, I could mock Son Goku and Vegeta." Beerus glanced at Tagoma, finding his strength quite impressive, and then spoke. "You too can participate." Ling Tian gathered Goku and the others and assembled 10 people. "Aren't we only supposed to send 5 from one universe? Why has it turned into 10 participants from one universe?" Ling Tian murmured to himself, puzzled. "Oh." Whis was slightly shocked, wondering where Ling Tian got the information that previously 2 universes had each sent 5 to compete. Beerus shrugged nonchalantly. Originally, it was 5 from one universe competing. Kampa, that guy, while searching for participants, discovered many powerful beings in their universe and was unsure how to choose, so he changed it to 10 from one universe. "Ling Tian, your strength is already so formidable. It doesn't matter how many they send, just defeat them all." Beerus didn't believe that Kampa's universe had anyone as strong as Ling Tian and the others. Ling Tian was extremely excited. He hadn't encountered Kampa during his last visit, but this time at the tournament, he would surely be present, and he could finally take revenge with Broly. "Beerus, when will the competition take place?" "Goku and the others are not on Earth right now. I need to go retrieve them first." Beerus, unfazed by how Ling Tian addressed him, yawned and replied, "In 3 days, Whis and I will go to Bulma's house on Earth, and we will take you to the competition site then." "All right." Ling Tian nodded in response. After informing Ling Tian and the others of the news, Whis and Beerus transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the god of destruction realm. Ling Tian waved his hand, and a dimensional wall appeared before the 3. "Frieza, do you want to come along? Are you afraid I want?" Now that he had already secured a spot in the competition, Frieza did not believe Ling Tian would dare to make a move against him. Frieza and Tagoma exchanged glances before stepping into the dimensional wall. In the Dragon God realm, Ling Tian, Frieza, and Tagma emerged from the dimensional rift, and before them stood a magnificent palace. "Frieza, you two wait for me here. Do not run around. I want to take responsibility if anything happens." As Ling Tian spoke, he activated his instant transmission. After he left, Frieza and Tagma began to observe their surroundings. "King Frieza, only such a luxurious palace is worthy of your identity and status." Tagma thought about how to take over this palace with Frieza. "Ha ha ha. Tagma, you are absolutely right." Frieza laughed heartily, declaring that from now on this place would belong to him. Frieza. Whoosh. Along with a burst of wind, Long Yi flew out from the palace. My. Long Yi felt puzzled as he had clearly sensed Ling Tian's aura just moments ago. Where did he run off to? Seeing someone approaching, Tagma seized the opportunity to show off, immediately beginning to flatter Frieza. "Hey, That kid with the dragon head, hurry up and come greet King Frieza. From now on, King Frieza will be the master here. Tagma had no idea that his words nearly led him and Frieza to meet their doom. Loose lips bring trouble. Long Yi's figure flickered and appeared before the two of them in an instant. How is this possible? Frieza's face was filled with shock. He had not yet exited his platinum form, yet he could not even perceive the opponent's movements. A wave of ominous premonition washed over him, and he realized he was in deep trouble, that Tagma was going to get him killed. Frieza and Tagma had no ability to resist, only able to emit cries of despair. In the blink of an eye, the two collapsed to the ground, battered and motionless. Fear appeared on both Frieza's and Tagma's faces. The man controlled his strength perfectly. Every punch felt as if it could bring them to the brink of death. However, after hundreds of punches, the feeling remained unchanged. You don't think this is over, do you? Long Yi wore a wicked smile. What do you mean? Frieza and Tagma were left confused by Long Yi's question. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, their injuries healed completely. King Frieza, we are fully healed. Tagma exclaimed excitedly. Something's not right. Before Frieza could speak, Long Yi unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the two. This person was simply a demon. To the west of the Dragon God realm. Whoosh. Ling Tian used instant transmission to appear before Sun Wukong and the others. Wukong, you all quickly take care of the evil dragons. I have something to discuss with you. Understood. Everyone nodded and began to gather their energy, unleashing their ultimate moves to eliminate the remaining evil dragons. The 7 fully restored Dragon Balls resonated with each other, and a golden light flashed as a golden divine dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon did not speak, but flew towards the palace of the Dragon God realm. Uncle Ling Tian, has something happened on Earth? Son Gohan walked up to Ling Tian. Gohan, nothing happened on Earth. Ling Tian explained, the god of destruction Beerus asked me to participate in the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. Both universes will send 10 contestants to compete, and Beerus wants me to invite you all to join. Ling Tian, does the 6th universe have many strong fighters participating? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. He couldn't resist a chance to battle. Ling Tian wore a mysterious smile as he replied, I don't know about the strong fighters, but that fat cat should appear at the tournament. We can take revenge for Broly. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their anger. Last time that fat cat was lucky not to meet us. This time, we can't let him escape. I will make him regret ever crossing paths with me. I also want to avenge Uncle Broly. All right. Listen to my arrangements then. We should head back to the Dragon God Realm Palace. There are still 2 people waiting for us there. Ling Tian said before leading Broly, Sheru, Paraga's son Wukong, Piccolo's son Gohan, and Vegeta as they activated instant transmission. In the Dragon God Realm Palace. Whoosh. Ling Tian and the others appeared beside Long Yi. Before Ling Tian could speak, 2 injured figures on the ground, covered in bruises and battered beyond recognition, excitedly exclaimed, Ling Tian, you finally returned. Hurry and take us away from here. Long Yi, what happened to them? Ling Tian looked perplexed, wondering if these 2 had caused trouble in the Dragon God Realm. Long Yi chuckled lightly. These 2 wanted to take over the Dragon God Realm and got a good beating from me. Frieza and Tagma felt utterly wronged. Was that just a beating? They had lost count of how many times they had been healed, and it was all tears. We want dare again. Please spare us. Tagma was on the verge of tears. They'll let you off this time. Long Yi waved his hand, and the injuries of Frieza and Tagma healed completely. Thank you. Frieza and Tagma bowed in gratitude. From now on, they would rather die than come to this place again. Ling Tian asked, Long Yi, can you create a cloak that can conceal one's aura? Long Yi thought for a moment and replied, I can, but it depends on the strength of the person trying to sense it. If their strength exceeds mine, you'll have to ask Master Salama to make it. Long Yi, just make 10 black cloaks for me. Ling Tian did not believe that an angel's strength would be stronger than Salama's guards. All right. With a wave of his hand, a golden light appeared on the ground. 1 minute later, 10 black cloaks were neatly stacked together. Long Yi, you have really helped me a lot this time. Ling Tian walked over excitedly and stored the cloaks in his storage ring. It was just a small effort. Long Yi smiled, happy to be able to assist Ling Tian. Ling Tian, do you want to meet Master Salama? Long Yi, let's skip it this time. We will be heading back soon. We'll talk next time. Long Yi nodded. Ling Tian waved his hand, and a dimensional rift appeared before everyone. As the dimensional rift appeared, Frieza and Tagma rushed in eagerly. Long Yi, goodbye. Sun Wukong and the others waved to bid farewell, heading towards the rift. In the 7th universe, Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, Paraga's son, Wukong's son, Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, and Tagma emerged from the dimensional rift, appearing on Earth at Baozi Mountain. Frieza, furious, pointed at Ling Tian and shouted, Ling Tian, I knew you had bad intentions bringing us to such a place. Ling Tian was unfazed, responding with a smile. Frieza, I warned you not to stir up trouble. You can't blame me for this. Frieza? Is this person Frieza? Sun Wukong and the others were confused. Frieza did not look like this before. The change was too drastic. Ho ho ho. Frieza laughed. Son Goku, are you truly stunned by His Majesty's overwhelming power? Ling Tian promptly began explaining the situation to everyone present. Frieza was resurrected just days ago. I placed him inside the hyperbolic time chamber for 5 years of rigorous training. Impossible. Vegeta exclaimed in utter disbelief. How could Frieza grow so formidable after merely 5 years of cultivation? A boundless, chilling smile spread across Frieza's face as he spoke. Vegeta, do you finally grasp the magnitude of His Majesty's innate genius? Would you consider rejoining my ranks once more? Frieza, what audacity grants you the gall to utter such words, eh? With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed his full aura. A brilliant azure flame erupted around his body. His raven-black hair gradually transformed into radiant sapphire, while a sacred celestial energy enveloped him entirely. A blinding flash of light surged forth. Vegeta had successfully ascended into Super Saiyan Blue. His cerulean locks billowed majestically in the wind. Impossible. Frieza stared, utterly dumbfounded. He had assumed Ling Tian alone possessed extraordinary might. Yet now these Saiyan monkeys had each mastered multiple divine transformations, each radiating terrifying power. Ling Tian silently summoned his system within his mind. System, scan and report the combat power of all present. A crisp mechanical chime resonated in his consciousness. Ling Tian 162 Zeta. Lineage, Earthling Legendary Scion. Broly 13 Zeta. Lineage, Legendary Scion. Cell 7746 Hella. Lineage, Artificial Human. Son Goku 3473 Hella. Lineage Scion. Son Gohan 3521 Hella. Lineage Half Scion. Vegeta 3464 Hella. Lineage Scion. Piccolo 2870 Hella. Lineage Namekian. Paragus 2982 Hella. Lineage Scion. Frieza 7 Hella. Lineage Frost Demon. Tagoma 8865 Jing. Lineage Hybrid of the Jiren clan. Frieza truly possessed remarkable potential. His combat power had soared from mere billions to 7 Hella. Yet what astonished Ling Tian most was Tagoma, a Jiren clan hybrid, whose power had surged from mere tens of thousands to an astonishing 8865 Jing. Such prodigious talent had been utterly squandered. Until now he'd spent his life performing menial tasks in Frieza's third planet cluster. Vegeta, there's no need for this pointless clash with Frieza. Return home and rest well. You'll have ample opponents to face in 3 days. Ling Tian intervened and halted their battle. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly before vanishing via instant transmission. Goku, you and the others simply gather at Bulma's residence in 3 days. Son Goku and the others nodded in agreement. Ling Tian then prepared to teleport back to the island with Broly, Cell, and Paragus. Suddenly Ling Tian paused, as if struck by a thought, and turned toward the motionless Frieza. Frieza, you intend to remain here. Frieza took a step forward, only to be firmly restrained by Tagoma's grip. Tagoma leaned close, whispering softly into Frieza's ear. Your Majesty, tread carefully. What if he takes us to that place again? At those words Frieza's expression paled, but he feigned composure and replied stiffly. Ling Tian, you may depart freely. His Majesty and Tagoma shall remain here for 3 days. Rest assured, we shall not damage Earth. Hearing this, Ling Tian ceased concern for Frieza and vanished instantly via instant transmission, returning to the island. There Ling Tian and his companions resumed their tranquil days, fishing, swimming, and basking in serene repose. 3 days later, on Bulma's sun-drenched balcony, Ling Tian reclined lazily in a chair and smiled. Frieza, I confess I hadn't expected you to uphold your word and spare Earth. Ho ho ho, Frieza declared with unmistakable pride. Naturally, His Majesty is the most honorable sovereign in the entire cosmos. Somehow news of the upcoming contest had leaked. Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, Kairatsu, Krillin, and his family, and even Master Roshi, all arrived at Bulma's residence. Ling Tian, we've come to cheer you on. We believe without doubt that you will triumph in this contest. Ling Tian sighed, deeply uncertain how to proceed. For an ordinary tournament, inviting Yamcha and the others posed no issue whatsoever. But this contest was unlike any other. Once battle commenced against the feline warrior, they would be wholly consumed, leaving no margin to safeguard Yamcha and his companions. In a flash, a radiant prismatic streak descended before them. It was Beerus and Whis. Ling Tian, have you assembled 10 competitors? Ling Tian gestured toward those seated nearby. How does this lineup strike you? Excellent. Truly magnificent. Beerus roared with delight. The sheer grandeur of this roster rendered defeat unthinkable. The 10 competitors were Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, Paragus Sun, Goku Sun, Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, and Tagoma. At that moment, Trunks and Goten burst breathlessly from the house. Uncle Ling Tian, we want to compete too. Uncle Ling Tian, I want to see what beings from other universes look like. Beerus suddenly recalled something: a contest required spectators. Otherwise, where was the spectacle? This time, he would ensure Kampa suffered utter humiliation. Children, the roster is full. But if you wish to attend as observers, Whis can escort you there. Whis raised his staff and swept it gracefully through the air. A translucent cuboidal portal shimmered into existence. All who wish to observe the contest, step inside. I shall transport you there immediately. Whis, wait. Ling Tian suddenly called out. What is it, Ling Tian? Whis turned, his expression one of gentle curiosity. Ling Tian's gaze grew solemn as he asked, Whis, will you protect them without fail? Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Son Goku and the others recalled their previous battle with Beerus. The collateral devastation had been cataclysmic. If Krillin and the others attended, would they survive the aftershocks? Son Goku stepped before Krillin and gently rubbed his bald head. Ah, this smooth texture feels just like old times. Wait, what am I thinking? Shaking his head, Son Goku said, Krillin, perhaps it's best you skip observing this match. Krillin hesitated, gazing up at Goku's deeply worried expression. Whis pondered Ling Tian's question for a long moment, uncomprehending. Did he, an angel, lack the power to shield them from mere battle reverberations? Whis smiled warmly. Ling Tian, you may rest assured. I shall guard them with absolute fidelity. Ling Tian nodded towards Son Goku, trusting unreservedly in Whis' word. Beerus, growing impatient, bellowed in exasperation. What in the universe are you all dawdling about? This isn't a farewell, it's a tournament. Get inside the portal, now. At his command, the group nodded and stepped into the crystalline cube. Whis, we're ready. Whis smiled, raised his staff, and a soft cerulean luminescence bloomed upon its tip. With effortless grace, he guided the portal, soaring into the star-strewn void. In the blink of an eye, Earth vanished behind them, replaced by the infinite, awe-inspiring expanse of the cosmos. All stood transfixed, gazing outward in silent reverence. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Bulma's eyes sparkled. This vessel surpassed any starship, immeasurably faster, perfectly transparent, ideal for cosmic sightseeing. She turned eagerly to Whis. Whis, could you possibly gift me one of these? Whis chuckled. Miss Bulma, this is a divine conveyance. Such artifacts cannot be bestowed lightly. Oh, Bulma, deflated like a child, denied her favorite toy, her lower lip trembling slightly. Vegeta wrapped his arms around her and murmured soothingly. Bulma, I swear I'll find you an identical vessel. Can't you see we're surrounded by witnesses? Bulma flushed crimson and shoved Vegeta away. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out, warm, unrestrained, and full of shared joy. Suddenly Ling Tian seemed to recall something and hurriedly took out 8 black cloaks from his storage ring, distributing them to Sun Wukong and the others. After everyone received the cloaks, they draped them over themselves. It seemed that their identities had been discovered during their last trip to the 6th universe. Ling Tian, weren't there 10 cloaks? Why didn't I get one? Frieza asked in confusion. How could such a treasure be given to you, Frieza? When you commit misdeeds, and we can't detect your energy, we won't be able to find you. Ling Tian replied indifferently, you two don't need them. Damn it. Frieza mumbled to himself, thinking that he had deserved one of the 10 cloaks prepared earlier. Oh. Beerus and Whis were greatly surprised. Once the cloaks were worn, their energy completely vanished, making it impossible to discern who was inside. For a moment, both of them could not distinguish Ling Tian and his companions. Are you too afraid to show yourselves even during a contest? Beerus asked with a puzzled expression. Ling Tian thought to himself, it's not that I'm afraid to show myself, I just don't want to be discovered by Kampa. Whis suddenly regretted agreeing to protect Yamcha and the others. Seeing everyone don the cloaks, he knew it couldn't be anything good. After traveling through space for more than 10 minutes, we've arrived. Upon hearing Whis' words, everyone turned their heads to look. Before them were 6 Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, surrounding a lifeless brown planet at the center with enormous craters scattered across its surface. Is that a Dragon Ball? This Dragon Ball is so large. It's just like a planet. There are only 6 Dragon Balls. Where is the 7th one? Whis then explained to everyone. This is a Super Dragon Ball, different from the ones on Namek and Earth. Its ability to grant wishes is exceedingly powerful. With a swish, Whis controlled the travel cube and landed on the brown planet in the center. Wow, what a huge arena. Upon landing, Ling Tian and the others saw a gigantic arena set up within an energy barrier, its area several times larger than that of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Above the arena on either side were giant banners bearing the images of Beerus and Kampa, surrounded by spectator stands made of stone. A purple fat cat slowly approached the group, mocking, skinny ribs, I thought you were too scared to show up. Beerus shouted loudly. You fat pig, just wait and see how you'll lose the match. As the two argued, their tempers flared and they prepared to fight. Lord Beerus. Whis stepped forward to block Beerus. Lord Compa. Vados also stopped Compa from continuing his attack. Broly looked at the fat cat, his violent energy surging as he slowly approached Compa. Ling Tian's figure flickered as he grabbed Broly's shoulder and said, Broly, there's no need to rush. Just follow my lead, he will have a hard time soon. Upon hearing this, Broly calmed down and dispersed his energy. Before long, everyone was led by Whis to the spectator stands. No way, we're watching the match from such seats. These hard stone slabs are anyone can sit wherever they want, Bulma said as she was about to take out a universal capsule. Upon hearing this, Beerus got angry, saying that only a fat pig would have such low taste. Whis understood and waved his staff, causing the spectator stands to vanish. With another wave of his staff, a series of half-circle spectator stands covered in grass appeared before everyone. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Compa felt he had lost face and said unhappily, Vados, why didn't you create that type of seating from the start? Vados covered her mouth and laughed. Lord Compa, weren't you very satisfied when I first created them? Swish, swish, swish. Just then the god of destruction from the 6th universe and the god of destruction from the 7th universe suddenly appeared on the scene. Old Kaioshin. Kaioshin, over here. Sun Wukong cloaked waved his hand and shouted loudly. Old Kaioshin greeted the god of destruction from the 6th universe Fua and flew towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, what on earth are you doing? Why is everyone wearing cloaks? Old Kaioshin deduced the identities of the group from Sun Wukong's voice. Nothing much. Sun Wukong wouldn't disrupt Ling Tian's plan. Beerus lazily asked, Compa, are your people here yet? Of course. Compa pointed at the people in the 6th universe's spectator stands and mocked. Do you see? You can admit defeat now, it's not too late. Just give me Earth from the 7th universe and you won't lose face. Lord Beerus, if we lose the match, does that mean Earth will go to that fat cat? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Beerus waved his hand at the angry Sun Wukong and the others. Don't you trust your own strength? A free Super Dragon Ball is too good to pass up. Huh? Skinny ribs, you're boasting again. Compa laughed heartily, holding his stomach. Son Gohan pointed at the 6th universe's spectator stands, saying in astonishment, Uncle Vegeta, look over there. What could have shocked Gohan so much? Everyone turned their heads to look at the 6th universe's spectator stands where the previously encountered Gabe was. Look at that person, he looks exactly like Frieza. At a glance, he must be a bad person. Krillin whispered to Yamcha, clearly showing that Frieza had left a significant impression on him. Frost? Humph. Compa coldly snorted, disdainfully glancing at Krillin and the others before speaking lightly. A bunch of ignorant fools. He is the representative of justice for our 6th universe, having won the Universe Peace Award multiple times and funded countless homeless people. Representative of justice. Universe Peace Award. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned, unable to believe that someone who looked so similar to Frieza could actually be a good person. Sun Wukong turned to Frieza and said, Frieza, it seems you need to learn from that Frost. You shouldn't do bad things anymore. Ha ha ha. Frieza said nothing more, only laughing incessantly. That person is doomed. Oh, Lord Frieza will definitely kill him. Tagma thought to himself. When Lord Frieza laughs, it means nothing good will come of it. Alright. Fat pig, hurry up and start the match. Beerus, looking impatient, asked who would care about the happenings in their universe, wanting to get back to enjoying food on Earth instead of listening to endless chatter. Skinny ribs, just wait to lose this match. Compa was quite satisfied with the people he had found in the universe these days and waved his hand. The host understood and appeared on the arena with a microphone. Welcome everyone to the martial arts competition co-hosted by the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Now I will explain the rules of the competition. This competition will adopt a wheel battle format. As long as you defeat your opponent, you can challenge the next opponent until all 10 participants from one side are eliminated. During the battle, weapons cannot be used. Falling off the arena or being unable to fight will result in elimination, and there is no time limit for the match. Participants from the 6th universe include Hit, Bergamo, Zamasu, Frost, Gabe, Caulifla, Kale, Champa, Rogu, and Gaia. Participants from the 7th universe include Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, Paragus, Sun, Wukong, Sun, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Frieza, and Tagma. For this match, both sides will decide their order of appearance. Oh, Ling Tian was shocked, not expecting that there were 6 scions from the 6th universe. Even the king of planet Sadala had arrived. Let me go on stage first. Sun Wukong was extremely excited, unable to contain his desire to fight. Vegeta grabbed him, wanting to fly to the arena. Although he didn't know the strength of his opponent, if Kakarot wiped out 10 enemies single-handedly, wouldn't that make his trip in vain? Moreover, he wanted to see the results of Gabe's cultivation over the years. Ling Tian, watching the two who were fighting for their turn, said casually, Wukong and Vegeta, stop arguing. Let Tagma go first. Don't forget we have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded and sat back down. Frieza, holding a glass of red wine he had obtained from somewhere, began to swirl it. Tagoma, do not embarrass me. Frieza, I assure you I will handle this. Tagoma's figure flickered and instantly appeared on the arena. Xiangpa pointed at a golden bear and commanded go. Yes, Lord Xiangpa. Bardamo stood up from the audience and jumped forward, appearing in the center of the arena. This fool, look at how impressive their entrance is. Xiangpa covered his face, unable to watch. Both competitors have entered, and now the first match begins. The host said, while walking down to the arena, afraid that the battle would affect him. Tagoma and Bardamo faced each other. You are Bardamo, right? Tagoma asked with a hypocritical smile. Are you ready? Of course. Swish. Tagoma suddenly moved and appeared in front of Bardamo, swinging his fist towards him. Facing Tagoma's incoming fist, Bardamo remained unfazed and let it hit him. Tagoma's powerful punch landed on Bardamo, as if hitting cotton, strong, yet ineffective. Bardamo didn't budge, a mocking smile on his face. Did you skip a meal? Tagoma continued to swing his fists, launching a barrage of attacks at Bardamo, creating a whirlwind of dust that enveloped the entire arena. As the smoke cleared, Bardamo had not moved back even a step, while Tagoma was panting heavily, his face filled with disbelief. Everyone present could clearly feel the strength of Tagoma's attack. Xiangpa thought his champion was about to lose completely, not expecting that Bardamo would be unscathed. Then he burst into laughter and turned to Beerus, jeering, ha ha. Beerus, is this all the 7th universe has? Are you just tickling us from the 6th universe? Tagoma, a bit puzzled, had never heard of such bizarre occurrences during his time in Frieza's army, and then inquired Bardamo. What's wrong with your body? Why is my attack having no effect at all? Bardamo smiled lightly and proudly replied, my body is the most elastic in the universe, capable of ignoring any attack. You can never defeat me. Frieza crushed the glass of wine in his hand, shouting angrily, Tagoma, what are you doing? No matter what kind of body he is, give it your all. If this happens again, you'll regret it. Tagoma turned around and saw Frieza in a rage, quickly calming him down. Frieza, I promise this will be the last time. Beerus, is your universe joking around? Xiangpa laughed out loud, watching the people of the 7th universe quarrel among themselves. You dare to mock Lord Frieza? Unforgivable. Tagoma shouted angrily, releasing all his energy, shaking the entire planet. Tagoma was enveloped in a red aura, his power surging outwards. Whis and Beerus took out their staffs and waved them to counteract the aura. How is this possible? The people of the 6th universe were in shock, unable to believe that a subordinate could possess such immense power. Bardamo completely could not withstand the energy burst from Tagoma, his body uncontrollably sliding backward. No, Bardamo was blown away by the energy falling outside the arena. Damn, I actually lost. Xiangpa was very dejected, thinking Bardamo had an invincible body capable of defeating several opponents in a row, only to find out he was a useless showpiece. Then he turned to Frost, who looked very much like Frieza, and said, go teach those guys from the 7th universe a lesson. Frost slightly bent his body, very gentlemanly, said it would be my pleasure. However, in his heart, he had already cursed Xiangpa ancestors. Do I look like someone who can defeat that guy? Long before this, he noticed that Frieza had ill intentions towards him. Going up would definitely result in a beating. Xiangpa urged this peace ambassador of the universe, go. Why are you just standing there? Yes. Lord Xiangpa. Frost soared into the air, flying towards the arena. Seeing the fully powered Tagoma, Frost's body trembled uncontrollably. For the sake of his image as a peace ambassador, he slightly bent his body, making a very gentlemanly gesture, then said with a smile. Next I will be your opponent. Please show me your skills, Mr. Tagoma. Oh, you are Frost, right? You do look very much like Lord Frieza. Hurry and transform. Tagoma appeared courteous, but deep down he was thinking about how to deal with you later. During his training, he was always beaten by Lord Frieza. You, a low-spec version of Frieza, are just perfect for me to vent my frustrations. Huh. Frost shouted, unleashing all his energy, enveloped in a purple glow. The light dissipated. Before them, Frost had completely transformed, his muscles bulging, 2 pairs of horns symmetrically sprouting from his elongated head, and an ugly sausage-like mouth. That disgusting face really made one want to give it a punch. Frost chuckled lightly and said to Tagoma, this is my final form, let's get to it. Tagoma shook his head helplessly. You had your chance and didn't cherish it in that case. Tagoma's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Frost, delivering a fist to his abdomen. Oh, Frost screamed, flying backward. Tagoma quickly chased after him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Oh. Frost had no means to resist, only able to let out cries of despair. Whenever Frost was about to fly off the stage, Tagoma would grab him and toss him back to the center of the arena. What is Tagoma doing? Why is he beating someone so badly that their mouth is about to split open? Frieza was very puzzled. Does this Frieza really not understand, or is he just pretending? Bardos looked at Frost, who was completely helpless and being beaten, and spoke to Xiangpa with a tone of grievance. Lord Xiangpa, it seems Frost is no match for Tagma either. This time we are probably going to lose again. Their strength is just too formidable. Damn, where did that guy Beerus find such a powerful human? Xiangpa's face was grim. The candidate he had carefully selected from the universe had one blown away by a breath, and the other turned into a punching bag. Gaby shouted in dissatisfaction, Tagma, how can you treat the peace ambassador of our 6th universe like this? This isn't my fault. He hasn't fallen off the arena, nor has he surrendered. While Tagma explained, he didn't forget to continue hitting Frost. Damn, originally Frost was prepared to let Tagma directly eliminate him. Now after being beaten for several minutes with no signs of stopping, you are forcing me. Suddenly, 2 poison needles shot out from Frost's right hand and tail, aiming at the approaching Tagma. You actually dared to sneak attack me with hidden weapons. Tagma was furious and retaliated with a powerful slap to Frost. How is this possible? Frost covered his slightly swollen face with one hand, showing an expression of disbelief. His reliable hidden weapon couldn't even pierce Tagma's body. Tagma kicked Frost, mocking him. I train with King Frieza every day, and now my body is harder than steel. Your little hidden weapons are of no use to me. If I didn't want to give you a beating, I could have eliminated you with a single move. What? Tagma's voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present, and the expressions on their faces changed. Xiangpa glared at Tagma, his face darkening. You little brat, how dare you slander our universe's peace ambassador? Be careful, I'll destroy you. Tagma ignored Xiangpa and gave Frost another hard slap, then kicked him toward the announcer. This feeling is just too satisfying. I want to slap him a few more times. The announcer hurried over to check. Frost has hidden weapons in his right hand and tail. Everyone showed expressions of disbelief. They never expected a peace ambassador to do such a thing. Is Frost a duplicitous person? Xiangpa clenched his fists and shouted angrily at Frost. Why don't you hurry up and come over here? Seeing Xiangpa furious, Frost quickly began his award-winning performance. Frost appeared before Xiangpa, dragging his injured body, slightly bending forward, and respectfully saying, Lord Xiangpa, I did this for the victory of our 6th universe. Xiangpa kicked Frost and shouted. Waste. You're truly a waste. You can't even win using hidden weapons. Beerus gathered a purple energy ball in his hands, staring fiercely at the 6th universe contestants. If anyone dares to use weapons again, don't blame me. The second match is won by Tagma from the 7th universe. Please, the 6th universe, quickly send out the next contestant. The announcer shouted loudly from the arena. As soon as the words fell, a scion in the 6th universe audience suddenly stood up and in a flash appeared on the arena. Rog, go for it. Gaby cheered for Rog from the arena. Knowing the strength of his opponent was very formidable, Rog did not hold back and directly transformed into his strongest form. A dazzling light flashed. Rog's black hair gradually turned golden, slowly growing until it reached his waist, enveloped in golden flames and small electric arcs. You are quite good, but this level of power is still not enough. In the next moment, the two figures blurred and launched a fierce attack on each other. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and feet collided, creating loud noises. Uncle Ling Tian, it's Super Saiyan 3. Son Gohan exclaimed. Ling Tian nodded. He never expected that when Vegeta taught Gaby how to transform, even fellow Saiyans could transform into Super Saiyan 3. The transformation method of Super Saiyan God was not taught to them. None of them had tails, so it seemed they could not transform into Super Saiyan 4 either. Soon Tagma and Rog fought from the arena into the air. Rog blurred and appeared behind Tagma, gathering an energy wave in his hand and launching it toward Tagma. Boom! Tagma was caught off guard and was hit directly by the energy wave, with smoke billowing from the explosion. Great! I hit him. The audience of the 6th universe cheered. However, things did not go as they expected. The smoke cleared. Tagma appeared before everyone unharmed. How is this possible? Rog was in disbelief. His attack had no effect at all. Just as Rog was in a daze, Tagma quickly moved, appearing above Rog and delivering a heavy punch to him. Rog's body uncontrollably fell downward. Then Tagma continuously gathered energy in his hand, throwing red energy spheres one after another. Rog crashed heavily onto the arena, and just as he tried to get up, an endless barrage of energy balls was already coming. Bang! Boom! In an instant, explosions erupted, and a large cloud of dust rose from the arena. As the smoke cleared, the arena was already in ruins, and Rog lay wounded in a deep pit, completely unable to fight. Oh! Xiangpa gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar. We lost again. Great job, Tagma. Seeing Xiangpa's distressed expression, Beerus was exceptionally excited. Brother Rog, Kefla and Caulifla flew down from the audience to check on Rog's injuries. Bardos appeared on the arena with a flash, waved his staff, and Rog's injuries instantly healed. Then he struck the ground with his staff twice, and the arena was instantly restored. Bardas smiled, covering his mouth. Have you decided who will participate in the next match? Lord Xiangpa is already very unhappy. You must win the next match. Sister, let me do it. Caulifla said angrily. Caulifla, we believe you can do it. Kefla and Rog took to the air and flew towards the audience. The contestants are ready, then the fourth match begins now. With the announcer's command. Huh. Caulifla shouted, releasing all her energy. The explosive energy continuously surged out her black hair, slowly turning grass green, transforming from a petite girl into a muscular powerhouse, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2. What's going on? Ling Tian was dumbfounded. This Caulifla could actually maintain her rationality in the Great Ape transformation. Tagma stood frozen, initially contemplating whether to let this little girl take a turn before tossing her off the arena, but suddenly, she had transformed into a burly figure. After completing her transformation, Caulifla charged at Tagma, without any hesitation swinging her fist. Bang! The collision of the head and fist made a huge sound. Tagma stepped back half a step, completely not expecting this Super Saiyan 2 to be so fierce.